Chapter 1, October 1988. Bliss. Much later, when Ola was an American with an American name, that was the one Icelandic word that he would remember. Bliss. Goodbye. Bliss, Mama. He followed his mother out of the church by his grandparents' farm, trying desperately not to cry. Ola was 10 and he was terrified. On one side of the tiny churchyard, right next to the turf wall that enclosed it, lurked an open hole. Ola had watched the men digging it 2 days before, struggling with the stone and the frost-hardened earth. The pallbearers carried his mother towards the hole. The church was far too small to hold everyone who had come, but the priest's booming voice had easily carried out to the gathering of the sad, the respectful, and the curious, who stood outside. The priest had a big beard, a big ruff around his neck, a big belly, and a big rich voice of authority. He told everyone what a wonderful, beautiful, and good person Ola's mama was. Ola knew all that to be true, but he was glad the priest didn't mention the shouting, the falling, the slurring, the throwing up. The crowd formed around the hole in the ground, Ola right at the front. He wanted to cry. He wanted so desperately to cry. He also wanted to pee. Why hadn't he gone to the toilet before? How had he been so stupid? He had wet his sheets for the previous 2 nights, as he knew he would. He couldn't pee his pants at his own mother's funeral, could he? He reached for his big brother's hand. Ola was too old to hold hands, but he didn't care, and if he did it stealthily, Arthur wouldn't notice. Magnus gripped his brother's fingers in his own. Ola looked up at him. Magnus was 2 years older and 15 centimeters taller than Ola. He was standing straight, chin out, mouth firm, eyes dry. Arthur had told them not to cry and snivel, and Ola always did what Arthur said. Magnus disobeyed him sometimes and got beaten for it. Ola seemed to get beaten anyway. The pallbearers, including Ola's 3 uncles, were lining up his mother above the hole. A puffy black cloud rolled away from the sun, which shot pale beams onto the damp grass. A pair of eider sped low over the gathering, a duck and a drake, swerving and squawking in surprise at encountering so many humans in such an empty land. Ola glanced up at the farm, his home, his prison for the last 4 years, nestled against a steep snow-capped fell and a waterfall. The tiny wooden church lay between the farm and the sea, Breda Fjordur, broad fjord, with its countless islands. And to the east lay the lava field, a kilometre wide. The fell, the fjord, and the lava were the walls to Ola's prison. His mother was steady now, above the hole. The priest intoned some words. Ola glanced across at his Afi. To Ola, his grandfather was old. He was over 60 after all, and his hair was thin and white. But the farmer stood up straight. He was sturdy and strong, as was his face, etched by the gales flung at him over decades by the Atlantic. The corners of his mouth pointed down, and his flinty blue eyes stared at Ola's mother. Then Arthur blinked, and Ola saw a tear, or half a tear, wriggle its way through the wrinkles on his grandfather's cheek, and slink beneath his white shirt collar. That was it. The tears flooded from the little boy's eyes. But Ola stood straight. He sniffed, suppressed a sob, somehow managed to restrain himself from flinging his body onto the ground, or at his mother, or into the hole, from screaming, "No, no, no!" Magnus squeezed Ola's hand. His cheeks were still dry. They lowered the coffin. The family threw handfuls of cold, damp earth on top of Ola's mother. Magnus stepped forward, but thankfully no one thought to force Ola to move. As Magnus returned to his position, Ola reached for his brother's hand again, damp and gritty with the soil. Magnus stiffened. He was facing the far side of the churchyard. There a man stood alone, a tall man with a fair beard. "It's Bobby," Magnus whispered. Ola felt a surge of joy. He had noticed the man earlier, but he hadn't recognized his own father. Ola hadn't seen him for 4 years, since the age of 6, when his father had disappeared to America, leaving his wife to the bottle and his sons to their grandparents. But in an instant the joy was replaced by fear. Arthur would be cross. Arthur would be furious. "Come on," Magnus said, tugging Ola's hand. Ola let Magnus go. He wasn't that dumb. Magnus walked over to the man, their father, and hugged him. The man's face, which had been sombre, broke into a wide grin. The man's glance turned up from his eldest son and searched out Ola. For a moment their eyes met, and Ola felt a warm feeling seep through him. Then he turned away. The idiot! Didn't Bobby know what he was doing? There was going to be big trouble, big trouble. Sure enough, there was. Arthur noticed Ola's flinching. He spotted the stranger with his grandson. The lines by the side of Arthur's mouth plunged even further downwards, and his face set into a glare of pure hatred as he strode over to man and boy. Ola sought out his biggest uncle, Kolbein, and stood behind him, watching in dread. Arthur grabbed Magnus and tore him away. He then began haranguing his son-in-law. The crowd fell silent, straining to hear, but the breeze was blowing away from them, and they could make out very little. Ola thought he heard the words, "Killed my daughter." That wasn't right, surely. His mother had driven herself into a rock while drunk. Then he heard his own name and that of Magnus. The man, the stranger, his father, said little. He stood firm, listening, and then shrugged and turned, hopping over the turf wall to avoid pushing his way through the crowd by the white churchyard gate. Ola watched his father walk away, wondering when, if ever, he would see him again. As soon as he got back to the farm at Bjarnarhöfen from school the next afternoon, Ola went out to the chickens. They were allowed the run of the farmyard, but they sheltered in an old Eimskip shipping container around the back of the farmhouse. He liked all the chickens, but his favourite was a small black hen called Indiana, or at least Ola called her Indiana, after Indiana Jones, whom Ola had watched agog on 2 occasions at the cinema in Stykkishólmur. Amma thought Indiana was a stupid name for a chicken and called the hen something else, but Ola stuck with Indiana. Ola knew, and the chicken knew, it was her name. He was worried about Indiana. She hadn't laid anything for several weeks now, and Amma had a strict rule. If a hen didn't lay, it wasn't worth feeding. Ola had started switching eggs around, but he knew that ploy wouldn't last for long. His grandmother was sharp-eyed when it came to chickens, even if she didn't seem to notice what happened to Ola and Magnus in her own house. And once she realized that Ola had been deceiving her, Indiana's days were over. Ola had felt lousy at school all day. Not that there was anything wrong with school. He much preferred being there to being home. The other kids occasionally teased him, but Ola could usually deflect their taunts with submissive charm. It was the anticlimax after the funeral, the knowledge that he would never see his mother again, nor, so he believed, his father. Arthur had kept his anger under control during the reception after the funeral at the farmhouse, but once everyone had left, he yelled at Ola and Magnus, ordering them to ignore their father if he ever made an attempt to contact them. Ola had quickly agreed, but Magnus had said nothing and received a couple of hard clips around the ear as a result. That night, in their bedroom, Magnus and Ola had talked. Since the dreadful time when they had been moved up to Bjarnarhöfen from their little white house with its blue roof in Reykjavik, Magnus had been firm in his belief that their father would come and rescue them eventually. Ola had believed him for a year, and then another year, but then he gave up. Magnus was an optimist. Ola was a realist. You couldn't fight Arthur and the life they were now living at the farm. You just had to learn to live it as painlessly as possible. Their mother had been an intermittent visitor over those 4 years. They had been told that she couldn't look after them because she was ill. After a year or so, Magnus had figured out it was because she was drunk. Then, that summer, she had finally moved up to Bjarnarhöfen to join them. The boys had been overjoyed, and for moments they did seem to have their mother back. But only moments. When their grandfather had told them with tears in his eyes that she had had a terrible car accident, Ola was shocked, but not surprised. It was as if he had always known something dreadful was going to happen to her. He remembered her face when he had seen her lying serene in her coffin 3 days before. Calm, less puffy than usual, sober in death. Now Ola knew he and his brother were alone. After seeing his father at the funeral, Magnus was full of hope. He believed he had been vindicated, that their father hadn't forgotten them after all. But Ola knew that Arthur had scared him away. No one stood up to Arthur. No one. It was dusk. The sun dithered over the horizon beyond Cumberland Bay, its rays skimming off the surface of the grey fjord and throwing long shadows across the farm. Ola climbed into the shipping container and picked out an egg from one of the other hens to place under Indiana, who was sitting in her straw, clucking gently to herself. He eased his hand underneath her body, and, to his great surprise, his fingers touched something warm and round. "Yes!" He grinned. "Well done, Indian. Clever girl." He risked a quick kiss on her crest and dodged the resulting peck. Indiana squawked and settled herself proudly over her egg. Ola felt a surge of happiness run through him. Indiana could rely on him to look after her. As Ola returned to the farmhouse with his basket of eggs, including the prize from Indiana, he heard the sound of a car. It was getting dark now, and he scanned the lava field in the evening gloom until he spotted two headlights and the shape of a vehicle. The approach to Bjarnahöfen was across several kilometres of congealed lava that had been spewed over the landscape a few thousand years before. The nearest neighbouring farm, Hraun, lay on the other side of the field, and so if you saw a car, you knew it was coming to Bjarnahöfen. Ola waited. He didn't recognise the car. It was a large blue estate, a Ford probably, and it pulled up right outside the farmhouse. But he did recognise the man who climbed out. "Hi, Ola. How are you?" his father called to him with a smile. Ola took a step back and didn't respond. But his heart was pounding with a mixture of joy and fear, and that warm feeling that had seeped through him at the funeral. The farmhouse door flung open, and Arthur stormed out. "Ragnar, what the hell are you doing here? I told you never to come here again." "I've come to collect my sons," said Ola's father calmly. "And as I told you yesterday, I forbid it," Arthur said. "Now get off my land, you murdering fucker." "I didn't kill her, Hallgrímur. You know that," Ola's father replied quietly. He reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a piece of paper. "After you refused to let me speak to my children yesterday, I went to the magistrate in Stykkishólmur. I have an injunction here compelling you to let me take them." He handed over the paper. Arthur grabbed it and started to read, the paper dancing in his shaking hands. Ola knew he wouldn't be able to make out the words without his glasses. "Svenny gave you this? I'll have a word with him. He'll soon change his mind." "He can't. The law is very clear, Hallgrímur. I am their sole surviving parent. I have a legal right to take them." "Bullshit. Anyway, where are you going to take them? To America?" "That's right," said Ola's father. "They're coming to live with me in Boston. There are good schools there. They are 10 and 12. I can look after them." "But they are good Icelandic children. You would be making them Americans. That must be illegal." "It's not. It's what is going to happen, Hallgrímur. Now, can I see my sons?" Ola ran into the farmhouse to find Magnus and tell him what he had heard. He couldn't believe it. He was going to leave Bjarnahöfen to live with his father. And he was going to stop being an Icelander. He was going to become an American. Chapter 2. Sunday, the 18th of April, 2010. "He's late, Joe." Ollie looked at his watch. "I said 11:30 and it's 11:40 now." "Don't worry," Ollie's companion said. "Icelanders are always late." Ollie looked along the cliff path to the point where the road came to an end above the small natural harbour. They had picked a good spot, and the path wound through black lava from the tiny village of Hitlenar to Anastarpi, a couple of kilometres away, where he and Johannes had parked their car. They were waiting behind a lava pinnacle, which reared up just above an undulation in the path. From there they had an excellent view of the approach and could see without being seen, except perhaps by the hundreds of seabirds that yelled and squawked all around them. "I said Half 12, right? Ollie said. You heard me? 12 means 12, you told me that. And you're sure half 12 is 11:30, not 12:30? The conversation had been difficult. Ollie had forgotten all his Icelandic, and his grandfather spoke hardly any English. But with the help of prompting from Johannes, Ollie had eventually made himself understood on the phone. It does, said Johannes. I heard you. 11:30. You figure it's an hour to hear from Bjarne? About that, said Johannes. He'll be here, Olafur. Ollie was having second thoughts. Actually, they were more like third or fourth thoughts. His grandfather might be well into his 80s, but Ollie was still afraid of him. He hadn't seen him for over 20 years, and he couldn't rid from his mind the image of himself as a skinny 10-year-old and his grandfather as a strong farmer. At 32, Ollie was still skinny, but he must be stronger than his grandfather by now. Ollie glanced at his companion. Johannes was probably in his 50s, but he was tall, with a broad chest and a powerful, determined jaw. Plus, there was a tire iron in the carrier bag he was carrying, and they would have the advantage of height and surprise from their hiding place above the cliff path. He heard his phone beep in his pocket, an SMS. He checked it. Hallgrímur? Johannes asked. No, said Ollie, frowning. Just someone from back home. You know, Snæfellsjökull is up there in that cloud, Johannes said, pointing to the north. Snowfell Glacier. We could probably see it from here on a clear day. There was blue sky above them, and it was clear to the south over the gleaming sea. In the distance, Ollie could make out the mountains they had passed on the drive up from Reykjavik, but to the north the ridge that formed the spine of the Snæfell's peninsula was shrouded in angry grey cloud. The first settler around here in Viking times was a half-man, half-troll, called Bardur, Johannes went on. They say when it was time to die he walked into the glacier at Snowfell. No one found him, but since then he has guarded the glacier with his magical powers. Johannes was a schoolteacher, and although Ollie had only known him for a few days, it was long enough to realize that he never stopped lecturing, which Ollie liked. The two men had slipped into a student-teacher relationship, which Ollie found comforting, encouraging even. But Ollie wasn't sure he liked the sound of this Bardur guy. Does that mean he's with us or against us, then? Johannes chuckled. Oh, he's with us. If there's one thing those Vikings understood, it was revenge. Constable Páll Gylfason grinned to himself as he climbed into his police car. This was the third time he had been called by Gunnhildur to complain about the young couple from Reykjavik who liked to have sex in the living room with the curtains open on a Sunday morning. The couple had pointed out they were perfectly entitled to do whatever they liked in the privacy of their own home. It was Gunnhildur's problem if she insisted on spying on them. To Páll's suggestion that they pull the curtains closed, they replied that in the heat of the moment there wasn't time. Páll wasn't convinced by this. It seemed to him that their Sunday morning passion was becoming predictable. The real point he wanted to get across was that in a small town like Grundarfjörður, you didn't mess with women like Gunnhildur. They were a nice couple, though. The woman, who was a new teacher at the school in town, had a foxy look about her, and had complimented Páll fulsomely on his bushy moustache, of which he was very proud. He started the car and headed back home. The little police station near the harbour was left unoccupied on a Sunday. He turned on the car radio looking for news on the Eyjafjallajökull volcano, which had erupted the previous week, chucking ash all over farms in the south and causing chaos to anyone trying to travel anywhere by air. Fortunately, because of the direction of the wind, most of Iceland had been spared. There was no sign of any ash on the Snæfell's peninsula, but the wind direction could always change. His police radio crackled into life. He recognized the voice of the dispatcher from Stykkishólmur. A body has been reported at Bjarnahöfn. Suspected homicide. Sergeant Magnus Ragnarsson called it in. I'm on my way. Páll whipped his Hyundai Santa Fe around and hit the accelerator, lights flashing, sirens blaring. A woman preparing to cross the main street, pushing a child in a buggy with another one holding her hand, stopped and stared. Bjarnahöfn was about halfway between Grundarfjörður and regional headquarters at Stykkishólmur. Since Páll was already in his vehicle, he should get there first. If he hurried, Bowdle remembered Magnus well, who was an American homicide detective who had been transferred to the Reykjavik Metropolitan Police, but he had been born in Iceland and spoke good Icelandic. They had worked together on a case involving a fisherman from Grundarfjörður the previous year, and Bowdle rated Magnus highly. He also knew that Magnus had family at Bjarnarhöfn. Visibility was poor as mist pressed down on the road from the mountains above. The road was empty on a Sunday morning, and Bowdle took some risks he probably shouldn't have. He turned left off the main Stykkisholmur road onto the dirt track that led through the Berserkjörn lava field to Bjarnarhöfn. 3 minutes later, he was rattling over the cattle grid into the farm. There were a couple of cars parked in front of the nearest building, a cottage with white concrete walls and a red corrugated metal roof. Bowdle knew that was where old man Hallgrímur lived. His son Kolbeinn inhabited the main farmhouse with his family. The front door of Hallgrímur's cottage was open. Bowdle slowed and scanned the farm. The clouds stooped low, embracing the lower flanks of the fell, from which fingers of snow stretched down to the fields. A waterfall spurted from a gash in the steep hill, feeding a stream that tumbled down towards the sea, hidden in the gloom. Bowdle could see one other dwelling, the main farmhouse, a large barn, and a number of smaller farm buildings. The gaps between the buildings were cluttered with the usual farming bric-a-brac, machinery, fuel tanks, large circular hay bales wrapped in white plastic, and even a couple of old shipping containers. 2 red and white-coated Icelandic sheep dogs with tightly curled tails appeared, barking. But no people. Then Bowdle remembered the little church, set a couple of 100 meters to the north of the farm, towards the sea. He could just make it out through the mist, and he spotted Magnus, standing at the entrance to the churchyard, waving. A woman stood next to him, holding the bridle of a horse. Bowdle considered driving over the field to the church, but common sense prevailed. If it was indeed a homicide, then chewing up the path to the crime scene was not a good option. So he parked his car a few meters away from Hallgrímur's cottage and took a direct route to the church. There was no path over the field, but it would be important later to ensure that everyone approached the crime scene by the same way. Bowdle recognized the woman Magnus was with as Anita, the farmer's wife, and therefore Hallgrímur's daughter-in-law. "Hi, Bowdle, how are you?" said Magnus. He was a tall, red-haired detective in his mid-30s, with broad shoulders. Last time Bowdle had seen him, he remembered feeling in awe of the tough cop from Boston with his air of calm competence. But now Magnus's face was tense. "What have we got?" Bowdle asked. "Take a look." The church was little more than a black wooden hut, with its own red metal roof and a small white cross at the peak of the gable above the entrance. The door was open, and Bowdle looked inside. There were only 6 rows of pews. An ancient oil painting hung behind the altar, which was fenced in by an ornate white wooden rail. In front of the altar lay the body of an old man. Bowdle recognized him. Hallgrímur. A pool of blood spread across the wooden floor around the old man's head, reddening his wispy white hair and licking his wrinkled face. His blue eyes were open. "I'm sorry, Magnus." Magnus shrugged. "I didn't know him that well, but I've got to admit it was a shock to find him here." "How long has he been dead?" Bowdle asked. "Not for too long. He's still warm and rigor hasn't set in." "There's no chance he just fell, is there?" There were at least 3 or 4 cuts in the old man's scalp and a dent high on his forehead. Magnus shook his head. "When I first saw him on the floor, that's what I assumed. But once I'd taken a closer look..." Bowdle took a deep breath. "When did you find him?" "About 20 minutes ago." "Did you see who did it?" "No. I didn't see anyone until Anita arrived about 10 minutes ago." Bowdle stood still at the entrance and scanned the church. No sign of an obvious murder weapon. There was a footprint in the blood next to Hallgrímur's head, and a couple of red marks leading back to the entrance. "Was that you?" He glanced down to Magnus's shoes. "Yes, sorry," Magnus said. "This is my grandfather. I was thinking more like a grandson than a detective. When I saw him lying there, I just went straight to him." "Of course," said Bowdle. He surveyed the church. "We should secure the scene." "Right," said Magnus. "If you get the tape, I'll help you. I figure I'm more witness than investigating officer here." They left the church, and Powell approached Anita, still waiting patiently at the entrance to the churchyard. She was a tall woman in her late 40s, with high, finely lined cheekbones and long, plaited blonde hair. Although Powell knew who she was, they had only spoken a couple of times in the past. "Did you see anything?" he asked her. "Anyone leaving the church?" "No. The only person I saw was Magnus up at the cottage, and he took me down here to show me Hallgrímur." "Who is at the farm now? Where's Hallgrímur's wife?" "Sylvia. I haven't seen her today." Anita looked over towards the cottage. "Her car isn't there. It's a Sunday church, maybe. She goes more and more these days. My husband Colbain is off at basketball practice with Chrissy, our son. Tota, my daughter, is probably in the main farmhouse. She'll have only just got up. That's everyone who lives here." "What about you? What were you doing?" "I went out for a ride for at least an hour, probably an hour and a half. I went round the far side of the fell, so I couldn't see the road over the lava field. It's too misty anyway." Powell glanced at the horse, and more particularly at the horse's hooves. They had churned up the damp grass just outside the gate to the churchyard. "Okay, well, you and your horse had better move right away from here. Follow a route directly back to my car over there. Then go back to the farmhouse. We'll speak to you later." Anita did as she was asked. As Powell and Magnus followed her and the horse, another 2 police cars screeched to a halt next to Powell's vehicle. Runar, the chief superintendent of the Stykkishólmur area, and 2 colleagues, also in uniform, hurried down towards Powell. Runar was a bald, bouncy man who looked younger than his 40 years. Although chief superintendent was a high rank, and the area he covered from Stykkishólmur was a large one, there were fewer than a dozen policemen reporting to him, including Powell. But there was also a population of only a few thousand for them to police, and the crime rate was low. Local knowledge and peer pressure made sure of that. A murder was virtually unheard of. "I'm surprised to see you here," said Runar. "I heard you were wrapping up that tourist case on the volcano." "I'm here in a personal capacity," said Magnus. "This is my grandfather's farm. I was just coming to visit him, and I found him dead." "I'm sorry," said Runar. "Show me." Powell left Magnus to show his boss the body, and opened up the boot of his car to dig out some tape. A raven croaked, and a telephone rang. It was coming from Hallgrímur's cottage. Powell dropped the tape, ran inside, and picked up the phone in the living room. "Hello," he said, out of breath. "Afi? Is that Afi?" Powell hesitated. Afi was the Icelandic word for grandfather, but the question was in English. "Afi?" Again. "No, Hallgrímur isn't here now," Powell replied in English. "This is the police. Something has happened to him. Who am I speaking to?" Silence. "Is this his grandson?" The line went dead. Powell replaced the receiver, frowning. He crossed the field to join Magnus and Runar at the church. "I just took a phone call in the cottage," he said. "Who was it?" said Runar. "It was weird," Powell said. "Someone speaking English who asked for Afi. He hung up when I said Hallgrímur wasn't here." "His grandson?" said Runar. "Must be," said Powell. They both turned to Magnus. "Do you have a brother?" Runar asked him. Magnus took a deep breath. "Yes, I do. Ollie. He's lived in America since he was 10. He speaks English. He's forgotten all his Icelandic. Hallgrímur has other grandchildren, but it must be him." "Is he in Iceland now?" "Yeah. He's been staying with me for the last few days. Here, I'll give him a call." Magnus pulled out his phone. "Better not," said Runar, reaching for his own phone. "Powell, your English is better than mine. You call him back. What's his number, Magnus?" "Okay," said Magnus. He dictated some digits. Powell punched in the numbers. It was a US dialing code. There was no reply. Powell left a message in English. "Ollie, this is Powell from the police. We have some news about your grandfather. Please call me back on this number." Runar turned to Magnus. "Do you know where your brother is now?" "No, I don't," said Magnus. "He took off from my place in Reykjavik this morning. I don't know where he went." "Let's hope he calls back." All we can do now is secure the scene and wait for the dumpling to arrive from Akranis. The dumpling? Inspector Emil. He will be in charge of the investigation. I called him on my way. We'd better wait until he gets here. The Stykkishólmur police didn't have a detective on the payroll, so they had to borrow one from Akranis, 100 kilometres to the south. Look, Runar, Magnus said, I know I'm off duty, but do you want me to help with the case? It will take this dumpling guy an hour and a half to get here. I'm sure we could use someone with your experience, said Runar. He blew air through his cheeks, thinking. But you're a witness on this one, and the victim is your own family. Better wait for Emil. He can decide whether it's okay for you to help us. Magnus's steady blue eyes examined the chief superintendent. He looked as if he was about to argue, but then he nodded. Okay, I guess that's right. Have you requested the forensics unit from Reykjavik? Not yet. I'll do that. Anita said that Tota was the only one at the farm. It might be worth checking to see whether she saw anything, and making sure that there really is no one else here. Maybe the farmer at Hraun over there saw something. Magnus pointed into the gloom to the east, towards the lava field. Don't worry, Magnus, said Runar with a touch of impatience, struggling to assert his authority over the junior but more experienced officer. We've got it covered. We'll talk to you when we need you. Magnus held Runar's gaze for a moment, and then nodded again. Páll busied himself with tape as Magnus headed over to the farmhouse, where Anita was taking off her boots by the front door, watched by the two dogs. As she went on into the house, Páll saw Magnus hesitate, then pull out his mobile phone to make a call. Páll respected Runar, and the dumpling was no dummy, but neither of them had anything like Magnus's experience. Procedure was procedure, but it seemed to Páll that they could use all the help from Magnus they could get. Chapter 3. Who was it? Johannes and Ollie were on the cliffs, heading back towards Anastapi, where they had left Johannes's car. The police. They want me to call them back. You should do that, Johannes said. Are you out of your mind? Ollie checked his watch. It's 1:15. Why don't you just take me back to the airport? I can still make my flight. If it isn't cancelled. I think flights to the States are still okay, Ollie said, increasing his stride. The birds were wheeling and yelling under the rim of the cliffs a few yards to their left. They'll be waiting for you at the airport, Johannes said. They might not be. They almost certainly will be, and it will be a lot tougher explaining ourselves then than it would be now. We could hide, Ollie said. Come on, Joe. This is a massive area with hardly anyone around. We must be able to find a hiding place in those mountains up there. Like those outlaws from history you were telling me about on the way up here. Gretel the Strong. Grettir, Johannes corrected him. He smiled wistfully. Ollie knew the idea of following in the footsteps of a saga hero would appeal to the schoolteacher. It took them 20 years, but they caught up with Grettir eventually. And they would catch up with us. No, Olafur, you have to call them. We discussed this before. We knew we would be interviewed. We just have to stick to our stories. He paused. Well, modify them a bit. We can discuss that now. The path emerged into the open. Take a look at that, Johannes said. Snæfellsjökull. Behind them and to the left, the clouds had cleared above a perfect volcano-shaped mountain with a soft white snowcap, a small pinnacle of rock thrust out of the glacier at the top, like a thorn or a question mark. Isn't it beautiful? Ollie looked. It was beautiful, and comforting in some strange way. Stuck out here at the end of the Snæfell's Peninsula, he felt safe. He really didn't want to go back to Bjarnarhöfn, or even Reykjavik. Are you sure there's nowhere around here we can hole up? Up by that mountain, perhaps? Call him back, Olafur. Johannes was firm. Ollie felt like a schoolkid, a defiant schoolkid. Olafur? Ollie sighed and took out his phone. He was disappointed to see he had cell coverage. He called the number back. Páll and one of the other constables had secured the scene. Magnus, Anita, and her daughter were in the farmhouse with the other constable. There was no sign yet of Kolbeinn, the farmer, or Sylvia, Hallgrímur's wife. The ambulance was still parked behind the police cars, although Hallgrímur's body wasn't going anywhere soon. It had to wait for the local doctor from Stykkishólmur, who was on his way, but even then the body wouldn't be moved for several hours, until the forensics team from Reykjavik had arrived. And, of course, they were waiting for Inspector Emil, also on his way. Runar was finding it difficult to control his impatience, darting back and forth between the chapel and the farmhouse. Páll's phone rang. He checked the caller's number. The chief superintendent saw Páll take out his phone and trotted across the farmyard towards him. "Ollie, this is Paul." Páll used the English form of his name. There was silence at the other end of the phone. "Ollie," Páll repeated, "we need to speak to you soon."
Okay," came the reply. "Why?"
"I am sorry to inform you that your grandfather, Hallgrímur, has been murdered at Bjarnarhöfn, and we need to speak to you about it. Where are you now? Are you in Reykjavik?"
No. I'm not too far away from you."
"Okay. Can you come right over?"
"To Bjarnarhöfn?"
"Yes, that's right. We must see you now."
Okay. I'll be there. About an hour, I guess."
"Good. An hour?"
Páll glanced at the chief superintendent to make sure he was following.
"See you soon."
Páll hung up.
"He's on his way." A BMW four-wheel drive sped into the farmyard and stopped by the police cars. Páll recognized the duty doctor and followed Runar over to greet him. The doctor was about 60, lean, bald, with a neatly cropped greying beard on his chin. A livid purple burn mark spread across one side of his face and over his nose. His name was Ingvar Hallgrímsson. "I'm sorry about your father," Runar said.
"They said it was murder," said the doctor, opening the back of his car. "I can't believe that."
"It looks like it. Multiple head wounds. Well, you can see for yourself."
"Where?"
"In the church."
"The church? What the hell was he doing there?"
"I'll need forensic overalls, presumably. We've set up a crime scene. It's pretty badly messed up already, but do what you can to avoid making it worse." Ingvar grunted. Páll had worked with him several times before on a variety of untoward deaths, none of them murder. He was efficient and sharp-eyed. Despite his gruff exterior, he was a popular doctor. Patients loved him. When he told you what was wrong with you, you believed him. And when he told you he could fix it, you believed him too. When Páll's wife had started getting mysterious headaches 2 years before, she had been scared. Ingvar had sent her off to Reykjavik for a brain scan, the results of which were inconclusive, at least according to the specialist at the National Hospital. Páll's wife had been distraught, especially after she had spent a couple of hours on medical sites on the internet. Dr. Ingvar had calmed her down. He had seen this kind of thing many times before. It was just a headache. It would go away. She believed him. It did. "Any idea who killed him?" the doctor asked.
"Not yet,"
Runar said. "Magnus found his body. His grandson."
"Magnus?"
Ingvar looked surprised.
"I didn't know he was up here."
"Well, he is. He's in the farmhouse now."
"I understand he and his grandfather didn't get on," Páll said.
"No. My father was a tough bastard," Ingvar said. "Tough on his family, especially Magnus and his little brother, Ole. They stayed here for a few years in the 1980s when they were kids. And now there is Chrissy, his youngest grandson."
"Ole's floating around somewhere too," said Runar. "I thought he was in America. How about Kolbeinn? Is he here?"
"I think he might be coming now." Páll pointed to the lights of another four-wheel drive piercing the mist. In a moment Kolbeinn arrived, with his son in the front seat next to him. Kolbeinn was bigger and sturdier than Ingvar, with fair hair greying at the edges and sharp blue eyes darting out of a weather-beaten face. He had the square jaw of his father, every inch an Icelandic sheep farmer. He jumped out of his car. "What the hell's going on?" He glanced at the ambulance, the police chief, his brother, now suited in forensic overalls. "Has someone been hurt?" "It's Dad," Ingvar said. "He's been murdered."
"No," said Kolbeinn, stunned.
Páll noted he was the first member of Hallgrímur's family who seemed genuinely distressed at the old man's death. Inspector Emil sped along the flat lava plain between the mountains and the sea. The dramatic crater of Elborg rose in front of him. To his left, the glacier that capped Snæfellsjökull shimmered in the sun. Little black balls of cloud bounced around the sky, spraying quick showers here and there,
occasionally ramming into the thick cushion of grey that covered the ridge of mountains along the spine of the peninsula to the north. Emil's blue light was flashing, but there was no one to see it. He regretted not stopping at the N1 petrol station at Borgarnes on the way up for a hot dog. Or two. It would only have taken 5 minutes, and would anyone have known? What was 5 minutes in 90? But Linda, his wife, would certainly have found out. Ever since he had stupidly shared the results of his conversation with his doctor a fortnight before, she had interrogated him every time he came home about the snacks he had had on the way. She could always tell when he was lying. Always. She said she had his best interests at heart, and no doubt she did. What the doctor had told him was scary. Emil was a heart attack waiting to happen. People had always been telling him this, but this time the look on the doctor's face had been one of genuine concern. Cut down on the food. Cut down on the drink. Exercise. Exercise? How could he exercise? He was barely able to walk these days. His knees were giving out, though he hadn't mentioned that to the doctor. The poor man looked stressed enough as it was. Emil weighed close to 130 kilos. Exercise would kill him. Which maybe would be the best thing. At least Linda would get the insurance money and would be able to pay off the stupid loan they had taken out 3 years before to pay for the new barn. Ever since Linda had inherited her parents' farm, she had wanted a new barn for the horses, but they couldn't afford it. Then one day she had come back from the bank brandishing an offer of a special foreign currency low-interest loan. He told her it was way too much, but she wouldn't listen. Her sister was borrowing. His brothers had both bought new summer houses. They could afford a new barn. And now the debt was rising. It was linked to something strange like Swiss francs or yen, and when the Krepa came, the financial implosion of 2008, the value of the loan had ballooned. They were behind, so far behind they could never catch up. And Emil knew there was no way that he would pass his next medical, due in July. So then they would be living on his police pension. The farm broke even at best. Yes, maybe he should just have a heart attack. That would solve everything. Unfortunately, there wasn't another place to buy a hot dog before Bjarnehofen. So this was almost certainly Emil's last major investigation. There had been very few of them since he had transferred from CID in Reykjavik to Akranes after his wife had inherited the farm. He had been a good investigator once, at least as good as his old colleague Snorri Gudmundsson, who was now National Police Commissioner. However badly his body was wearing out, Emil's brain was still in good shape. He knew that. Although if this was a homicide and the killer wasn't right there waiting to confess at the farm, he would have to draft in help from Reykjavik. They would probably send that jerk Baldur. But then there was Magnus Ragnarsson. He intrigued the inspector. Snorri and his wife still occasionally visited Emil and Linda for dinner at the farm, and Snorri had a lot of good things to say about the Icelandic American. He had really shaken things up in Reykjavik. Inspector Baldur, who ran the violent crimes unit, didn't like him much, which was a good thing as far as Emil was concerned. And now Magnus had found the body. Perhaps Emil could use him. That would be interesting. He called the chief superintendent. "Hi, Runar. It's Emil. I'll be at Bjarnehofen in about half an hour. Anything to report?" "I'm keeping the family at the farmhouse until you arrive," said Runar. "The victim's grandson, Olli, called the victim's house soon after he died. He's somewhere in the area. I'm not sure where. I've asked him to come here as soon as possible. And forensics? An hour behind you, I think. They've just set off." The forensics team had to gather in Reykjavik before heading up to the Snæfell's Peninsula, so that was quick going. "No obvious suspects, then?" "Not yet." Runar was waiting for Emil in the farmyard. He and Partel showed the inspector the crime scene and the victim's body, then briefed him on what they knew so far. As Emil and Runar made their way back to the farmhouse, they were stopped by a tall woman with long blonde hair. Runar introduced Anita, the farmer's wife, Hartlegrimur's daughter-in-law. She seemed agitated. "I don't know whether this is important, but I saw something that doesn't seem right the more I think about it," she said to Runar, glancing back over her shoulder to the farmhouse. "What's that?" asked Runar. "Magnus. When I was riding back to the farm, I saw him through the window of Hartlegrimur's cottage. He was washing up a mug." "Really?" said Emil. "Are you sure?" "Quite sure. He saw me and rushed outside to tell me that Hartlegrimur had been killed in the church." Was Magnus staying in the cottage? Emil asked.
No, at least I don't think so. I've only ever met him once before, over 10 years ago. I had no idea he was coming today. No one mentioned it, not Haralgrímur, nor his wife Sylvia. And he and Haralgrímur hate each other, so I was surprised to see him here.
Thank you, said Emil. That's very interesting. I was just going to speak to him now. Is there somewhere we can talk privately? There were two large men sitting in grim silence in the kitchen, Kolbeinn and Magnus. Kolbeinn was pale and shaken, Magnus calm. Clutching mugs of coffee, Emil, Runar, and Magnus followed Anita through to a small study, and she left them with promises of refills if they needed them. We haven't met yet, but I've heard a lot about you, Emil began with an amiable smile. They tell me you cleared up that case last week, the tourist who was murdered on the volcano?
That's right, said Magnus. Made some arrests yesterday.
Good work. We don't get that kind of case very often around here. Although you were up this way last year, weren't you, with the fisherman from Grundarfjörður? And the murder today, of course.
Magnus nodded. Are you staying here at Bjarnarhöfn? No, I just came up by car from Reykjavik this morning. I was planning to drop in to see my grandfather. When I got here, I knocked on the door of his cottage. There was no answer, so I pushed the door and walked in. There was no one there. I saw that the church door was open, and so I thought I would check it out. That's when I found him.
And you didn't see anyone else around?
No.
What did you do after you discovered the body?
Dialed 112. Then I went back to the cottage to see if I could find any evidence of someone visiting Haralgrímur.
And did you find anything?
No, nothing obvious. But maybe forensics will spot something.
The constable, Partel, had told Emil that Magnus had appeared tense when he first saw him, but he seemed cool now. Wary, alert. Was this natural, Emil wondered? Possibly. Discovering a body would be very familiar to Magnus. Discovering his grandfather's body would be a shock. It was difficult to predict what a natural response to such a clash of professional detachment and private grief should be. Anita says that when she saw you through the kitchen window, you were washing up a mug.
Magnus thought a moment. I could have been washing my hands. I had got some blood on them. Well, that must have been what she saw. Emil paused. Partel said he saw you make a phone call just after he and Runar arrived. Who were you calling? The station, Magnus said. Just checking in. I see. Emil smiled. Magnus smiled too. There was a long period of silence. Emil fondled a wart on one of his chins, the middle one. Eventually Emil spoke. Do you have any idea who might have killed your grandfather? No, absolutely none. I didn't know him very well and hardly know his family at all. Do you think they might be involved? Emil asked. I've no idea, said Magnus, but it's a logical place to start. Indeed it is, said Emil thoughtfully. I'm just worried about that mug. The mug? Yes. When you were looking for evidence in your grandfather's cottage, did you find any? Magnus met Emil's eyes with a steady gaze. No, only a Sudoku puzzle open on the table. I assume my grandfather was working on that. No mug. No, as I've explained, I wasn't washing up a mug. There is a mug on the drainer by the kitchen sink, Runar said. I'm sure there is. Maybe that's how Anita got confused. When we check the mug for fingerprints, which we will we find yours on it? Emil asked. I don't think so, said Magnus. Then he hesitated. Wait, I might have taken a drink out of it, after washing my hands. Emil just looked at him. Magnus looked back. Have you finished, Emil? But Emil hadn't finished. Why did you allow Anita and her horse to mess up the approach to the church? I wanted to show her the body. Emil grunted. Magnus, you must have seen dozens of murder victims in your time. That's true, Magnus said. Actually, that's probably an underestimate. So you know how to examine a body without getting blood all over your shoes and traipsing it everywhere? Yeah.
when I'm in detective mode. But this was my grandfather we're talking about. Were you fond of your grandfather, Magnus?" Magnus paused, but kept his gaze steady on Emil. No, I wasn't. He was pretty horrible to my brother and me when we lived here, and he ignored me when I came back to Iceland after my father died. When was that? 96, when I was 20. And have you seen him since? Just 6 months ago, when I was working that case up here. Runar will remember that. I stopped in just for 5 minutes. We had words. Harsh words. Magnus nodded slowly. There weren't many of them, but they weren't exactly kind. Emil stared at Magnus in silence. Then he hauled himself to his feet. "Will you excuse me for a moment? I need to make a phone call." He left Magnus in the study and went outside into the yard. He pulled out his phone. Runar followed him. "You don't think Magnus has anything to do with this, do you? He's one of our top detectives in Reykjavik." Emil took a deep breath. "I need to call the police commissioner." Chapter 4. Johannes drove along the south shore of the Snæfell's Peninsula in sunshine, with the volcano rising majestically behind them. Then he turned north, up into the mountains that ran along the peninsula and into thick cloud. He and Ollie spent half an hour or so discussing what they would say, then lapsed into silence. As they crossed the pass, a cloak of dread enveloped Ollie. It wasn't just the forthcoming interview with the police. He was worried about that. The story they'd concocted had some holes in it. That fear was a rational one, but there was a deeper, stronger terror that gripped him. Bjarnarhöfn and the bleak landscape around it scared the hell out of him. It always had, and it always would. A new road led up over the pass, but Ollie remembered the old mountain pass just to the east, presided over by a pinnacle of lava in the shape of an old woman with a sack of babies over her shoulder, the Curlingen Troll. The local legend was that if the children of Stikisholmer were bad, then the troll would creep down to the town at night and steal them away. According to Afe, Ollie was always bad, and he had lived in constant fear of the troll. Ollie couldn't see her through the cloud, but he knew she was there still, ready to pounce. There was another ghost up in the hills that his grandfather had told him about, Thorolfur Lamefoot, a saga chieftain from the area who had been killed by one of his rivals and had never rested quietly since. Eventually they descended and emerged from the cloud right by the Berserkjaron, the Berserker's lava field. It had started to rain. The congealed lava twisted in a frozen tumult down to Breda Fjordur, at a point between Bjarnarhöfn and the neighbouring farm of Hrón. Fantastic shapes writhed in the mist, nibbled at by moss. "You know, my father and your grandfather used to play here," Johannes said. "I'm sure you know the story of the Swedish berserkers who cut a path across the lava between our two farms and were killed by the farmer at Hrón." "Yeah," said Ollie, in a little more than a croak. The story had thrilled Afe, and Magnus for that matter, but it was just another thing that scared the shit out of Ollie. The Swedish warriors had been buried in a cairn in the middle of the lava field. You could still see it 1,000 years later. And as a child, especially on foggy days, Ollie couldn't help seeing them flitting between the lava pinnacles. He felt a sudden yearning for the lush green of the Boston suburbs, his home, and a strong desire to see a tree, just one fucking tree. And there was the farm, coming ever closer through the rain. Bjarnarhöfn, the scene of the 4 most dreadful years of Ollie's life. It wasn't really the beating that stuck with him. It was the terror, the dark, cold cellar half full of rotting potatoes, the fell looming above and the lava field surrounding them, the wet pajamas, the fear that his grandfather had drilled into him as a 6-year-old and which had grown deep inside him to eat up his soul. Hallgrímur's rage primed to ignite at any moment, the inconsistency, the love glimpsed and then snatched away. Ollie's mother was buried there, in the little churchyard. Presumably, Afe's body was there somewhere, too. The police wouldn't have taken it away yet. And Ollie should be safe now that his grandfather was definitely dead. Ollie didn't believe in ghosts, at least not in America. But here, in the mists and loneliness of Iceland, how could he not believe in ghosts? How could he believe that now Hallgrímur was dead, he would just rest quietly? Johannes was slowing to cross the cattle grid at the entrance to the farm. "Turn around," Ollie said. "No, of course. We have discussed this," Johannes said. "You have to talk to the police." "Stop the car, then," Ollie said, pulling the handbrake. Johannes's car skidded on the dirt track and nearly went into a ditch. "You idiot," Johannes said. "What the hell are you doing?" At that moment, a police four-wheel drive approached them from the farm. It slowed to pass. Ollie caught a glimpse of the large figure in the back seat. Magnus. They exchanged glances for an instant, and then the police car went on its way. "Shit, that was my brother," Ollie said. "They've arrested him." "It looks like it," said Johannes. "Look, Joe, if they interview me at Bjarnahofen, I'll screw it up. This place terrifies me. Let's get out of here." "And go where?" "I'll call them," Ollie said. "I'll tell them I'll meet them at the police station in Sticky Town or whatever it's called. They won't argue. Seriously, man, I can't handle this place." Johannes hesitated, examining Ollie. "Okay, we'll go on to Stikkisholmur. You call the police. I'll go slow, give them time to do whatever they're going to do to your brother before we get there." Detective Vigdis sighed as she straightened the piles of paper on her desk. She glanced at her computer screen. There were virtual piles much bigger than those in the police servers. Murder always generated paper. Computers hadn't made things better. They had just made it easier to produce more paper, cutting and pasting, copying, merging, collating, printing multiple copies. Computers could produce sheets of paper, but they couldn't read them. You needed poor dumb detectives for that. The case had involved the murder of one of the volunteers for Free Flow, a bunch of internet activists. Thanks to Magnus and Arne, it was pretty much wrapped up. Except for the paperwork. Ordinarily, Vigdis would have been up for it. She was diligent and hard-working, and she understood that careful preparation of a case was vital if the suspect was to be put away. But at that precise moment, she should have been in Paris with her boyfriend. He had got there, but the volcano, and the case, truth be told, had kept her in Reykjavik. He hadn't been happy. Where the hell was Magnus? Arne had a reasonable excuse. He'd been injured making the arrest. But it was unlike Magnus not to be in bright and early. He was good at the paperwork, as he never ceased to tell them. In murder cases in the United States, you had to be. Her phone rang. She picked it up. "Vigdis?" "Hey, Vigdis, how are you?" Her heart leapt. "David? Where are you?" "New York." "So you got out of Paris?" "Got someone to drive me to Madrid and caught a flight from there. And I'm jet-lagged to hell." "At least you can get to Chicago, then." David was Icelandic, but he worked for a TV company in New York. Last time he and Vigdis had spoken, he had made a big deal about a conference in Chicago he was speaking at, and how important it was not to miss it. "Ah, the conference is cancelled. We were expecting a lot of people from Europe, and they couldn't make it." Vigdis felt the anger rise inside her. "Oh. Hey, Vigdis, I'm sorry. Truly, I am." The anger melted away. "Yeah, well, I'm sorry I never got to Paris." "Am I forgiven?" David said. Vigdis laughed. "Only if I am." "Good, because I could get on a flight to Reykjavik tonight, I think. Would that be a good idea? It would only be for a couple of days. Can you still get time off?" "I don't know." Magnus had insisted that she take the vacation days she had originally booked, even when the Free Flow case had erupted. But without Arne, Magnus would need her. Where was he, anyway? David caught her hesitation. "Can't you just hurry up and solve that murder case today?" he said. "Actually, we've done that," said Vigdis. "It's the clear-up. Look, I'll see what I can do and call you back in an hour or so." "Okay, but be quick. I don't want to lose the seat." She put the phone down and sighed. "Who was that?" She looked up. There was Arne, her young colleague, his arm in a sling. He was tall and painfully thin, with dark hair, a hyperactive Adam's apple, and a ready grin. "David," Vigdis said, "he wants to get on a flight to Reykjavik tomorrow, but if I can't get time off, he won't come." "You're supposed to be on vacation anyway, aren't you?" said Arne. "Magnus and I will cope. Where is he, by the way?" "I don't know," said Vigdis. "Are you sure? What about your arm? Can you type?" "It's my shoulder," said Arne. "I'll be fine. I'm sure Magnus will be too. Go ask Baldur." Vigdis grinned at Arna. "Okay, I'll have a go," she said, and headed for Baldur's small office. Baldur was a detective inspector and head of the violent crimes unit for which Vigdis and Arna both worked. Technically, Magnus reported directly to the National Police Commissioner's office, but in practice he had a desk in the unit. He, Vigdis, and Arna made a pretty good team. Vigdis knew that Baldur had initially opposed her appointment to the unit. It was only partly because she was a woman. It was mostly because she was black. In Baldur's eyes, it was inconceivable that a black woman could investigate a crime in whiter-than-white Iceland. The commissioner had disagreed and forced Vigdis on the reluctant inspector. Vigdis had worked hard. She didn't want to let down the commissioner's confidence in her, and she had earned Baldur's grudging respect. She was diligent and quick-thinking. She had a particular knack for finding connections in piles of unrelated information. He also liked the fact that her English was even worse than his own. He listened to her carefully. "Are you sure that Arna can cope?" he asked. "Quite sure," said Vigdis. Baldur had a thin, lugubrious face. He smiled so quickly that Vigdis nearly missed it. He was just about to speak when the phone rang. "Baldur?" He listened a moment and then straightened up. "Yes, Snorri, just one moment." Snorri was the commissioner. Baldur nodded. "Okay, Vigdis, that's fine, but do as much as you can today." Vigdis smiled again and left Baldur to the commissioner. She called David right back and told him to book flights. After they had hung up, she turned to her colleague. "Thanks, Arna. I owe you one." "No problem," said Arna. Then his smile disappeared as he glanced over Vigdis's shoulder. She turned. Baldur was standing there looking grimmer than usual, and Baldur usually looked pretty grim. "What is it?" she asked. "It's Magnus. He's being held at Stykkishólmur police station." "What?" exclaimed Arna. "What for?" "Murder. His grandfather." "Murder?" said Vigdis. "That's ridiculous." "The victim was found dead at his farm this morning." "Well, Magnus can't have murdered him," said Arna. "He was here in Reykjavik." "No, he wasn't," Baldur said. "It was Magnus who found the body." "Is he under arrest?" Vigdis asked. "Not yet." "Don't worry," said Arna. "If it's the dumpling investigating, they'll never pin anything on him." "The dumpling is sharper than he looks," said Vigdis. "I worked a case with him last year, a rape in Borgarnes." "Emil is just a lump of lard," said Baldur. "I remember when he was a detective here, but he's best buddies with the big salmon." The big salmon was Snorri, the commissioner. "Whatever. They won't pin anything on Magnus because he's innocent," said Vigdis. "Wait. They don't want us to investigate him, do they?" "No. The commissioner is confident Emil can lead the investigation. He's going to get him some support from Keflavik. So it will be up to Emil to decide whether Magnus is really innocent." "Of course he's innocent," said Vigdis. Baldur's suggestion that he might possibly not be angered her. She knew that Baldur resented the foreign interloper in his team with his big-city, smart-ass American crime techniques, but you had to stand by your colleagues. Which was no doubt why the commissioner had insisted on someone from outside Reykjavik to investigate.
End of CD 1. CD 2.
"The evidence doesn't look good so far," said Baldur. "What have they got?" Arna asked. "I'm not allowed to discuss the case with you." Vigdis rolled her eyes. Then why had he mentioned the evidence? Just to wind them up? Baldur could be a real jerk sometimes. And in fact the commissioner was very clear that none of us should communicate with Magnus until this is sorted out. Is that understood?
"Jesus Christ," said Arna in English as Baldur left the room. "I didn't know Magnus was going up there."
"Nor did I," said Vigdis. "There's no way he's guilty?" asked Robert, another detective in the unit who had been listening in.
"Of course not," said Vigdis, "but that puts paid to my vacation. I can't leave all this with you, Arna."
"Yes, you can," said Arna. "Our suspects are in jail on remand. No one's going anywhere for the next few days. Besides what?" said Vigdis. "If you have a few spare moments, since you are not on duty, You might be able to help Magnus? Huh. Yeah, you're right. She tapped on her keyboard, picked up the phone, and dialed a number from her computer screen. Who are you calling? Stiggisholmo Police Station, said Vigdis. Arne raised his eyebrows. Yes, hello, said Vigdis to the woman who answered the phone. Can I speak to Chief Superintendent Runar? She waited a moment. Runar, this is Detective Vigdis Odadottir from Reykjavik Violent Crimes Unit. I understand you have my boss there. Can I speak to him? I'm sorry, Vigdis. I can't allow that. I won't discuss your case, said Vigdis, but we made some arrests yesterday in a murder investigation, and I really need to check something with him. And there was a pause. All right, just a moment. She couldn't quite hear Runar's instructions to Magnus, but a few seconds later she heard his familiar, strong voice on the phone. Hey, Vigdis, what's up? Sorry, I know you're busy, said Vigdis. Actually, I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs. Runar said you had a question on the free-flow case? Yes, I do. Vigdis glanced at the top sheet of paper on her pile, a forensic report, and asked something pointless about it. Magnus realized it was pointless, but answered it anyway. Thanks, Magnus, Vigdis said. By the way, David's flying into Keflavik tomorrow morning, so I'm taking my couple of days off. Auna's out of hospital, so he can cover for me. That's great, said Magnus. I'm sure I'll be back at the station tomorrow. They've got to ask me the questions, but once I've answered them, they let me go. Do you want me to help you? Vigdis said. Check something out? Get you a lawyer? I can come up and see you. No, said Magnus. I'm quite all right here. Don't worry about me. It'll sort itself out. Have a great couple of days. But Magnus, Vigdis, I said drop it. Magnus's tone was stern to the point of being offensive. Do you understand me? Magnus, but Magnus's voice was replaced by the chief superintendent. Detective Vigdis, I think you have finished here. Yes, of course, said Vigdis. Thank you. Didn't want your help, huh? Said Arne as she replaced the receiver. Vigdis nodded. He's a stubborn bastard. Yes, said Vigdis. He certainly is. Chapter 5. You don't care that he's dead, do you? Tota, dear, that's a horrible thing to say. Anita was taking a batch of small cakes out of the oven. She was also brewing a new pot of coffee. There were a lot of people around, lots of coffee to drink and cakes to eat, and besides, baking was a favourite displacement activity for Anita when she was upset. Tota was 15 and pretty, if in a slightly tarty way. Long blonde hair, a snub nose, pouting lips and a chubby face. She and her mother had shared a love of horses since soon after Tota could walk, but for the last 12 months horse rides had become more rare, only if the weather was good and Tota was in the mood. Tota had grown, her softness rearranging itself around her body in a way that interested boys, and she was interested in them. Which was fine. There had been boys in Anita's teenage years, and men when she had gone down to high school in Reykjavik when she was 16. So many men. Such awful men, frankly. It was one of the major reasons she had returned to the Snæfell's Peninsula. She hoped Tota wouldn't make the same mistake she had. But she could see that already Tota would make mistakes. She was determined to do so, if only to anger her mother. Tota was sitting at the kitchen table, flipping through a magazine and waiting for the cakes. You hated him. No, I didn't. Well, you hardly ever said anything to him. We had a lot of respect for each other, by which Anita meant they had kept their own distance. Haralgrimur had doted on Tota, frequently commenting that she reminded him of Margret, his lost daughter. Anita had never known Margret, who had died before Anita had married Kolbeinn, so she had no idea how true this was. Kolbeinn went along with it, but Anita suspected that this was just to keep his father happy. There was the sound of pounding on the stairs, and Chrissy barged in. Hey, Mum, are they ready yet? I'm starving. He was tall for a 12-year-old, which was good for basketball, but he wasn't used to his own size yet, and had developed a tendency towards clumsiness. He was also becoming surly, but in a much more withdrawn way than Tota. But at that moment he had pink cheeks and a wide grin on his face, like a little 8-year-old. Anita felt a huge desire to hug him. So she did. He didn't resist. He's not sad either, Tota said. What about? Asked Chrissy innocently. Afi, idiot. Someone murdered him, probably our psycho cousin, and you don't care. Chrissy looked serious for a moment.
Of course I care, he said, glancing at his mother. Yes, of course he does, Tota, said Anita, although actually she suspected Tota was right. And although Tota had shed tears, Anita wasn't sure how sad she really was either. But the manner of Hartlegrimur's death really was shocking. Murder, his blood spilled on the wooden floor of the little church. It was not the way for an old man to die, not even Hartlegrimur. Another death at Bjarnarhöfen. Another ghost. So many ghosts. So that was cousin Magnus, said Tota. Magnus had spent some time with them in the kitchen before the police had whisked him away. Tota had been little more than a baby the last time he had visited Bjarnarhöfen briefly. He's pretty hot. Yuck, said Chrissy. He's your cousin. I know, said Tota. I was just saying. Anyway, he's really old. Tota had a point, thought Anita. In fact, she had warmed to Magnus as they had waited in the kitchen for the police. She doubted that he had really murdered Hartlegrimur, but she didn't regret telling the police what she had seen. She was 100% sure that Magnus was washing up that mug in Hartlegrimur's kitchen. And the enmity that Hartlegrimur felt towards his grandson was obvious. When Magnus had visited Bjarnarhöfen immediately after his father's death, Anita had done her best to welcome him. He was only 20 then, too young to lose both his parents. But Hartlegrimur had wanted nothing to do with him and had forbidden Anita from even asking him to stay for dinner. So Magnus had found a room in a hotel in Stykkishólmur and then gone back to America. If he had intended to effect some reconciliation with his Icelandic family, he had failed. Kolbeinn, as usual, had taken his father's side. There were 3 brothers, Vilhálmur, Kolbeinn, and Ingvar. And then Margrét, Magnus's mother. Vilhjálmur, or Vili as he was known to his family, had emigrated to Canada sometime in the 1970s. Ingvar had gone to Reykjavik to become a doctor, and then to France, before returning to Stykkishólmur. Kolbeinn had stayed put and run the farm. Someone had to. Kolbeinn was nearly 15 years older than Anita, and she was his second wife, his first having run off with a fisherman from Akureyri. He was tall, strong and steady, if unimaginative. Anita had married him on the rebound from the string of imaginative disasters she had dated in Reykjavik. But she didn't regret her decision. After nearly 20 years, she loved him still. He was out fixing fences, preparing for the lambing season. The ewes were all indoors at the moment, but once they began lambing, they would be let outside into the meadows around the farm, volcanic ash permitting. That was only 2 weeks away. Lambing was hard work, but totally absorbing, and the distraction would be welcome. "I think Amma is here," said Chrissy, pointing out of the window. Indeed, her car, a small silver Opel, was parked next to Magnus's green Range Rover, outside her cottage, and she was talking to the policeman standing guard there. There were even more people milling about than before. The forensics team from Reykjavik had arrived. It was raining. "She looks upset," Chrissy said. "I bet she is," said Anita. She left the cakes and rushed outside, trotting over to the cottage through the rain. The dogs followed her. Sylvia was a small, tough woman in her mid-80s, with short grey hair. Her expression was usually one of disapproval, but for once she looked distressed. Anita hurried over and put her arm around the old woman's shoulders. "The policeman says I can't see Hartlegrimur," she said. "Where is he?" "I think he's in the church, Sylvia." "But he can't be. There is no service there today. Besides, Hartlegrimur never goes to church." "Is that where you were, Sylvia?" Anita asked. "At church?" In the last year or so, Sylvia had started to go to church with increasing frequency. There was only one service a month at Bjarnarhöfen, given by the pastor at Helgafell, and she had started attending that. Now she often went into the new church at Stykkishólmur. "Yes, dear. Why won't the policeman let me into my house?" "I don't know," said Anita. The fat detective was waddling towards them from the church. Anita beckoned to him. "Can my mother-in-law go in?" "I'm sorry," said the inspector. "It's a crime scene. Can you take her over to the farmhouse? I want to have a word with her." "How long will it be a crime scene?" Anita asked. "The church I can understand, but Sylvia lives here." "We have to wait for forensics. It can be a slow old job. They might not release the cottage until tomorrow. She'll probably have to sleep at the farmhouse tonight." "Well, can she at least get her stuff? She'll need things for the night."
Yes, she can get those later, and in fact I'd like her to check the cottage to make sure nothing is missing, but we must wait until forensics are set up here, okay? I'd also like to have a word with you in a few minutes. I need to understand a bit more about your family." "That's all right," said Anita. She turned to her mother-in-law, who was dripping in the steady rain. "Come back to the farmhouse, Sylvia. Let's get you dry. The policeman says you will have to stay with us tonight." "Does he indeed? And Huttlegrimur too?" "Oh, God," thought Anita. She had been afraid that this would happen, half expected it even. She suspected that her mother-in-law was in the early stages of Alzheimer's. She was a stubborn old bird at the best of times. If she didn't want to accept that Huttlegrimur had been murdered, it would be difficult to persuade her. She glanced at the detective, who was watching the old woman closely. He seemed to understand what was going on. "I'm afraid Huttlegrimur is dead, Sylvia," Anita said as kindly as she could. "Nonsense, dear. I expect he's gone into town for something. He'll be back soon." "No, Sylvia. You need to understand. He's been killed. In the church." "But he doesn't go to church," said Sylvia, confusion written all over her face. "I told you that." Anita was suddenly aware of the large, damp figure of Colbane at her shoulder. He opened his arms, pulled his mother into his broad chest, and rocked her, tears in his eyes. Emil drove the 20 kilometres from Bjarnahofen to Stikisholma alone. He appreciated the time to think, and it would allow him to stop for 5 minutes for a hot dog at the petrol station on the edge of town. Anita had given him some useful background on Huttlegrimur's family. It was clear that he was a nasty old man. Indeed, it seemed likely that he had been a nasty young man. He had also publicly rejected his grandson Magnus. He had been upset at the death of his alcoholic daughter and clearly hated Magnus's father. That wasn't so unusual. Icelanders had lots of children, their extended families were big, and in any big Icelandic family there was always someone who made trouble. But that didn't mean that they were murdered. Dr. Ingvar had speculated that a possible cause of the murder was someone banging Huttlegrimur's head repeatedly against the floor of the church. It was soft pine, but Huttlegrimur was an old man. It wouldn't take much to kill him. Blows to the head with a blunt instrument were still a possibility, but no likely blunt instruments had been found. All would be clearer at autopsy, which would take place in Reykjavik the following morning. Magnus had discovered the body. It was beginning to look as if he had disrupted the crime scene intentionally. Edda, the head of the forensics team, would give Emil a much better idea of that in a few hours. It may well be that they would find enough forensic evidence to pin the crime on Magnus, but somehow Emil doubted it. Magnus had involved himself so thoroughly in the crime scene that it would be difficult to prove that he was anything but a thoughtless, blundering bystander. No, Emil needed a motive. He needed to find out more about Sergeant Magnus Ragnarsson. Emil had had a difficult time with Huttlegrimur's wife. She refused to accept her husband's death. She had been to church at Stikisholmur, and Huttlegrimur had been fine when she had left, doing his Sudoku puzzles. He must have gone off to see a friend, or to choir practice. After much cajoling from her son, Colbane, the three of them had checked the cottage. Sylvia didn't seem to think that anything had been taken, but it was hard to be sure. There was a Sudoku book lying open on a table in the living room. Colbane had checked the church. There was nothing missing from there either. So a surprised burglar, although not to be ruled out entirely, was looking unlikely. Stikisholmur police station was a modern white office block surrounded by a car park, between the post office and the Bonus supermarket as you came into town. Half of the building was the magistrate's office, and the other half the police regional headquarters. Chief Superintendent Runar was waiting for him. "Do you want to speak to Magnus now?" "No," said Emil. "Let me talk to his brother first." "Okay, but he doesn't speak Icelandic," Runar said. "I've got an interpreter standing by." Emil raised his eyebrows. "All right." That was a pain in the ass. Emil was proud of his English, but in cases with foreign nationals, where both the police officers and the witnesses spoke English, an interpreter was required for an official statement. The interpreter was a young teacher from the primary school just down the road. He followed Emil and Constable Powell into the interview room where Ollie was waiting. The Stickish Holmore police had sensibly kept him away from his brother. Ollie was a thin man with fine features, curly fair hair, and a couple of days of stubble. He looked tense. Emil smiled as he sat down. "Good afternoon, Ollie," he said in English. "Do you want some more coffee?" He nodded to Ollie's half-full styrofoam cup. Ollie shook his head. "No, but I'd like to smoke." "Sorry, Ollie. Not allowed these days." Ollie's fingers drifted to his coffee cup and he began to fiddle with it. "Since I understand you don't speak Icelandic, we need an interpreter," Emil said. "I'll ask the questions in Icelandic, and although I'll probably understand your answers, we need it translated for the record." He nodded to a recorder. "This interview is being taped." "Okay," said Ollie, swallowing. "Can I confirm that your name is Olafur Hallgrímur Ragnarsson?" Emil switched to Icelandic with the interpreter translating. No, at least not anymore. It's Oliver Hallgrímur Jónsson. At least that's what it says on my United States passport, and I don't have an Icelandic one. My father was Ragnar Jónsson, but he found it too complicated that Magnus and me had different last names to him, so he figured we should all be Jónsson, and I've always been happy to stick with that." "I see. Date of birth? February 2nd, 1978. Address? 561 Stanton Street, Medford, Massachusetts, USA. Okay. And how long have you lived in America? You were born in Iceland, right?" "Yes, I was born here, in Reykjavik. I moved to the States when I was 10. That was about 20 years ago. As you can see, I've forgotten all my Icelandic. This is the first time I've been back." "Really? And how long have you been in the country?" "I flew in Wednesday, stayed with my brother in Reykjavik. I was due to fly back this afternoon, but I guess I'm going to miss my flight." "Sorry about that," Emil smiled, "but I'm sure you can understand." "I guess," said Ollie. "So where were you this morning at about 10:30? "When my grandfather was killed? You don't think I did it, do you? I have to ask the question, Ollie, of you and everyone else." Ollie nodded, swallowed. I was at a place called Ernestape, something like that. It's further along the peninsula. I was with Johannes. He wanted to show me a cliff walk there, and the glacier. It was pretty cool." "I see. So it was a tourist excursion. Is Johannes a friend of yours?" Ollie shook his head. "I only met him a couple of days ago. We were actually coming up here to talk to my grandfather, but we were too early on a Sunday morning to disturb him, so Johannes wanted to show me the sights. Then I called Grandpa to tell him we wanted to see him, and that's when I heard he was dead." "I see. Why did you hang up, and why didn't you answer the phone when Powell here called you back?" "I was shocked. I didn't know what to do, but when I thought about it a bit, I did call the police back." "I see." Emil observed Ollie calmly. "Are you always this nervous?" Ollie shrugged. "Sometimes. You don't like talking to cops." Ollie laughed. "It depends on the circumstances." "When we check your criminal record, what will we find?" Emil asked. Ollie smiled ruefully. "A couple of minor drug busts, possession. I was questioned a couple of years back about mortgage fraud, but they had nothing on me. They might keep records of that kind of thing, I don't know. But I'm not an international master criminal." Emil laughed at Ollie's attempt at humor. "So, why, after 20 years, did you suddenly want to see your grandfather?" Ollie took a deep breath. "That's a very good question." He hesitated, drinking some of his coffee. "Neither Magnus nor I liked our grandfather. He gave us a real tough time at Bjarnarhöfen, especially me. That's why I wanted to come here to be interviewed, rather than there. The place still gives me the creeps. But after our father was murdered," Emil sat up. "Murdered? I heard he had died, but I didn't know he was murdered." "Oh, yeah," said Ollie. "In 1996. I was the one who discovered his body." He winced. "It was in a house we were renting on the South Shore of Boston. As you can imagine, it freaked me out. Freaked us both out. Magnus became obsessed with trying to figure out who did it. He was 20, I guess, at college, but he nosed around asking questions. I figure that's why he became a cop.
And did they catch the murderer?
No, Ollie said. He's still out there somewhere. And Magnus is still looking for him, which is why I came to Iceland.
You were here to help him?
No, not at all. I was here to try to persuade him to stop. You see, he thinks there is a link between our grandfather and our father's death. And since he's been back in Iceland, he's been asking questions.
Was your grandfather in Boston when your father was killed?
No. Magnus says he's never left Iceland. Doesn't even have a passport.
But there was another murder here in Iceland which had the same, what do you call it, M.O.?
Emil nodded.
Yeah, M.O. Some guy called Benedict something or other. He was a famous author. He was killed in 1985 in Reykjavik.
Benedict Johannesson?
I remember that, Emil said. I helped out on that investigation.
And you didn't find the killer either, did you?
No, said Emil. Didn't Benedict come from up here somewhere?
Exactly right. He lived at Hron when he was a kid. The farm on the other side of the lava field from Bjarnahofen. He and my grandfather were neighbors when they were kids.
Okay, Emil said. That's a link, but a weak one.
It gets stronger, at least according to Magnus, Ollie said. Back to the M.O. Benedict was stabbed in the back once and twice in the chest by someone who was right-handed. Dad was killed in the exact same way. So Magnus thinks the two crimes must be linked, and he thinks the link must be Grandpa.
But you don't?
I didn't. I mean, it could be a coincidence, right? I thought that this was just Magnus's obsession, and I wanted him to stop it. Anything that brings back that place does my head in. At first he listened, but then he said he was going to carry on regardless. So I came over here to try to persuade him not to. Which is where I met Joe. Johannes Benedictsson, the schoolteacher. Benedict was his father. In fact, Joe discovered his dead body as well, back in 1985. Magnus turned him up from somewhere, and we both met him last week. He has read all his father's books many times, and he thought that they implied there was a feud between our two families, with Grandpa right in the middle of it. A feud going right back to the 1930s. Magnus lapped this up, of course, but I was skeptical. But the more I thought of it, the more I thought Joe might have a point. So I went around to his house a couple of days ago, and we talked about it. We figured we may as well go right up to Bjarnahofen and ask Grandpa straight. I could never have done that myself. I'm still scared of the guy. But with Joe, I thought I could do it. So we drove up this morning.
I see, said Emil. But why go with Johannes? Why not with your brother?
Well, that's what I thought of doing first, said Ollie, naturally. But Magnus is kind of weird about all this stuff. And I'd have had to admit to him I had changed my mind. He's a cop, and so he might have suddenly come over all official. So that didn't work. But I suddenly thought, wait a minute, maybe I could come up here with Joe. And so here we are.
And what was Magnus doing here?
Ollie blew air through his cheeks.
I've no idea. He made some big arrests yesterday, to do with that tourist who got killed on the volcano. I didn't see him, and we left early this morning, Joe and me.
So he might have been seeing Hallgrímur for the same reason you were?
He might, said Ollie. I don't know. Have you asked him?
I will.
Emil leaned forward. Ollie, do you think your brother could have killed your grandfather?
No, said Ollie. Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because Magnus has devoted his whole life to finding murderers, not murdering other people.
Maybe that's what he was doing. He had found his murderer, the murderer of his father, and he was bringing him to justice?
Ollie frowned.
No, he said uncertainly. No way. Not Magnus.
He leaned backwards, folding his arms and shaking his head. They sat there, detective and witness, for half a minute. Ollie maintained his pose of denial. Emil thought, his fingers caressing the wart on his neck.
Ollie,
he said.
Yeah?
What time did you leave Reykjavik this morning? About 7:30. It takes 2, maybe 2.5 hours to get from Reykjavik to Bjarnarhöfn. If you didn't want to disturb Hallgrímur on a Sunday morning, why did you leave Reykjavik so early? Ollie frowned some more. Emil waited as Ollie floundered. Eventually he thought of something. I don't know. Joe just said he would pick me up at 7:30. It's his country. I just did what I was told. I see, said Emil. That will be all for now. Thanks for your cooperation. He nodded to Poutel, who turned off the recorder. Poutel and the interpreter would have the job of writing up a statement and then translating it into English for Ollie to sign. Can I go now? Ollie asked. I've missed my flight, but I'd like to go to Keflavik and try to get myself on another one. We'll need you to hang around to sign the statement, Emil said in English. And good luck with the airport. I saw pictures on the news and it looked like a zoo. Most of the flights have been cancelled, and no one knows whether they are coming or going. But I think I would prefer you stayed in Stikkersholmur, at least for another day or so. In fact, I'll take your passport. You are a material witness in a murder investigation. He held out his hand. Reluctantly, Ollie reached into his jacket and handed his passport over. Chapter 6. Emil studied the man in front of him. Magnus was a different prospect to his brother. Taller, broader, tougher. Where Ollie had seemed nervous, Magnus now looked composed, fit and alert. His steady blue eyes returned Emil's appraising glance. I've just spoken to your brother, Emil said. Is he here? Magnus asked. Yes, but I can't let you see him. I understand, said Magnus. What did he say? He said he didn't like your grandfather much. Apparently neither of you did. Magnus didn't respond. He told me about how you had spotted a connection between your father's death and the murder of Benedict Johannesson. He did? Yes, and how you had discussed this with Benedict's son. I see, said Magnus, nodding. Ollie thinks that you believed your grandfather was responsible for both the murders. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't in America when my father was killed, Magnus said. I said responsible. I didn't say Hallgrímur committed the murders. There's a difference. There is, admitted Magnus. Emil realized that a more direct tack was required. Okay, so let's start with this morning. When did you leave Reykjavik? He glanced at Poutel sitting next to him, pen at the ready. The constable's moustache really was a fine one. I won't comment. Emil looked at Magnus sharply. I don't want to comment. I just want you to answer a simple question, and I don't want to answer it. Emil leaned back on his chair. It creaked alarmingly. He slowly leaned forward. Collapsing a chair was not good interview technique. You're a policeman. There's been a murder. I need to know what all the witnesses and suspects' movements were. You found the body. I have to know what you were doing. Oh, I quite understand that, said Magnus. But I don't intend to tell you. Even what time you got up in the morning, even that. I see. Emil thought a moment. You do know the laws here in Iceland? Yes, replied Magnus. I did 6 months at the police college. I have read the penal code. Then you know that there is no constitutional right not to incriminate yourself like there is in the United States? Yes, I do. You know that if you refuse to answer even the most straightforward question about what happened today, it will be reasonable for me and the prosecution to assume that you are trying to hide something? Yes, I know that, said Magnus. All right. Let me go through the evidence against you, Emil said. 1. You discovered the body. We're not sure yet, but it seems that the victim hadn't been dead long when the first policeman arrived at the scene. That puts you at the scene at about the time Hallgrímur was killed. He glanced at Magnus, who made no response, just watched him coolly. Emil counted off the points on his fingers. 2. You hated your grandfather. You suspected that he had had your father murdered. Emil checked Magnus again. No response. 3. You easily have the strength to kill Hallgrímur just by banging his head against the floor. 4. It appears that you did your best to disturb the crime scene. You intentionally got Hartlegrimor's blood on your shoes, you allowed a horse to shit all over the approach, and you seem to have tampered with evidence in his cottage. Emil counted his thumb. And 5, you are refusing to talk. I mean, think about that. All the evidence so far points to you murdering your grandfather. Now, if I'm on the wrong track, tell me about it. Give me your side of the story. We can check it out. If you are innocent, we can prove it. Do you understand me? I understand you, said Magnus. Well, I'm not saying anything. And you know the consequences of your decision? The consequences are entirely up to you, said Magnus. Emil could see Magnus wasn't rattled. He had thought all this through. Emil had only come across one witness before who'd been so reticent, and as a tactic it had worked very well. It wasn't an Icelander. They could always be persuaded to say something, but a Dutchman, many years ago back in Reykjavik, a hardened drug dealer who'd been accused of arranging a mule to import drugs through the airport. If a suspect didn't tell a story, there was nothing to attack. Emil hadn't been able to make the case, and eventually they had had to release the Dutchman who had got on the first flight back to Amsterdam. All right. In that case, Magnus, I'm arresting you for the murder of Hartlegrimor Gunnarsson. Would you like to contact a lawyer? Magnus seemed unsurprised at the arrest, Emil thought, as though he was expecting it. Not just expecting it, as though he had planned it. Yes, I would. Sigurbjörg Vilhjálmsdóttir. If you let me have my phone back, I have her number on there. Okay. Paul, give Magnus the lawyer's number and let him make the call, and then lock him up. The waiting was driving Ollie mad. Eventually the police had produced a 2-page statement for him to sign, which seemed accurate enough. In the meantime, he had eaten 2 sandwiches from the supermarket opposite the station and smoked a packet of cigarettes. It had stopped raining, but it was damp and cold as he took another circuit round the car park. He had tried walking further, but as soon as he was more than a couple of minutes away from the station, he was drawn back. He had done good, he thought, stuck to the story that he and Johannes had agreed. Except he seemed to have inadvertently dropped his brother into it. The possibility hadn't occurred to him until the fat detective pointed it out. The idea of Magnus being involved in a crime was laughable. Ollie smiled at the irony that it was Magnus who was in trouble with the cops for once, and not him. Magnus would get himself out of it, he always did. Wouldn't he? This was a foreign country, a pretty weird country, operating under a strange set of rules. Ollie knew too well Magnus could be a pain in the ass. If the Icelandic police didn't like Magnus for some reason, perhaps they would turn on him. It was too late now. Besides, Ollie had only told the truth, about Magnus at any rate. It was the story that Johannes would tell, and probably Magnus too. If Ollie had tried to hide Magnus's obsession about their father's death from the police, they would have discovered it soon enough anyway. And then Ollie would have been squarely in the frame, which is absolutely where he did not want to be. Magnus could cope with the Icelandic police much better than Ollie, that was for sure. Ollie had had a difficult few days in Reykjavik with his brother. He had gone there to have a fight, and they had had one. But Magnus had refused to drop his stupid fixation with their father's death. Usually Magnus could be relied upon to support his little brother, as he had done so often over the years. But not this time, apparently. Still, it had been nice to meet Magnus's landlady, Katrine. Ollie smiled at the memory of the long limbs, the white skin, the black hair and eyeshadow. She was hot in a spaced-out, kooky way that kind of suited Ollie. He heard a door bang and looked up. "Finally," Ollie said as he saw Johannes approaching him down the corridor. "How did it go?" "Wait till we are outside, Olafur," said the schoolteacher. He looked calm. It can't have been too bad, thought Ollie. They left the station and crossed the car park to Johannes's car. "All right, how did it go?" "Satisfactorily, I think," said Johannes as they got into the car. "I stuck to the script. There was just one difficulty." He looked disapprovingly at Ollie from under his thick white eyebrows. "What did I say?" said Ollie, getting the message. "That you didn't know why we left Reykjavik so early. That you were just doing what I told you." "So?" said Ollie. "My mind went blank. I knew you'd have an answer." "Well, I did, but I said we discussed it on the way up, and it was only then we realized that we were too early to see Hallgrímur, and that's why we took a diversion to Anastapi. Did the fat guy spot the discrepancy? He did. I said I'd initially told you what we were doing, but then we had discussed plans once we were on the road. Well, sounds good, said Ollie. Hey, I think I did well. It could have been a lot worse. Yes, said Johannes, smiling. Yes, you did well, considering. That cheered Ollie up. It was weird how he sought praise from this man he hardly knew. Where to now? Johannes started the car and turned towards the centre of town. I'll drop you off at a hotel in Stykkishólmur. Then I'll head back to Reykjavik. Reykjavik? Wait a minute. How come I have to stay here and you get to go home? Because tomorrow's Monday. I have a class to teach, and they don't want you flying off to the States in case they have to interview you again. You are Magnus's brother, after all. Ollie looked anxiously out of the car window at the houses lining the road. This was going to be tough, abandoned in Stykkishólmur without Johannes, and it sounded like Magnus wouldn't be much help either. As if reading his mind, Johannes soothed him. Don't worry. Act helpful. Stick to our story. Don't go off in any digressions. They'll let you go tomorrow. Okay, Ollie said, okay. I'll call you and tell you what happens. All right, but keep it short. Remember, they might be listening. You mean bugging my phone? I doubt it, but possibly. We can't take any chances, now can we, Olafur? No, said Ollie. They stopped outside a green building halfway down a low hill leading towards a harbour. Ollie could see the sea and islands ahead of him. He hoisted his bag out of the trunk and watched as Johannes turned his car around and drove off, south towards Reykjavik. He took a deep breath and entered the small hotel, feeling very alone. Johannes was not even sure he would go into school the following morning, but he was glad of the excuse to leave Stykkishólmur. After 30 years teaching, he had been sacked the week before. The principal had said it was because of government spending cuts, but it made clear that Johannes had been chosen because he had refused to follow the national curriculum. Johannes had thought he was untouchable. He knew himself to be without doubt the best Icelandic teacher the school had ever had. It was the shock of his sacking that had prompted Johannes to go back to a biography of his father he was planning and led him to get in touch with Magnus and his brother. The principal had given Johannes only the afternoon off. He was supposed to continue teaching until the end of term. Johannes had just not turned up at school for the rest of the week. But given the day's events, it might be a good idea to show his face again. He took a small detour on his way back to Reykjavik. A few kilometres south of Stykkishólmur, he turned right onto Route 577, a rough road that ran along the southern shore of Breiðafjörður. He passed several large, prosperous farms until he came to the one he was looking for, a collection of buildings on a knoll looking out over the sea towards the west fjords. Hraun, the place where his father was born. Not just his father, but his grandfather and his great-grandfather. Johannes pulled over to the side of the road by the track that led up to the farm. He had no idea who lived there now, but whoever it was kept the place in good nick. The fences were standing straight and intact. A row of white hay bales ran along the bottom of the home meadow, and there was none of the junk lying about that you usually saw on an Icelandic working farm. Johannes knew his family history. It was 1942 when his father Benedict had left the farm. He had gone to high school in Reykjavik, while his widowed mother and sisters had moved into Stykkishólmur, where his mother had bought a dress shop. He looked down to the lava field and across to the imposing snow-streaked lower slopes of the fell of Bjarnarhöfn. Johannes knew the history of this place too. His favourite text at school was the Saga of the People of Eyri, which described the life and times of the first settlers in this area over 1,000 years before. Sometime in the 9th century, Björn the Easterner, the son of Ketil Flatnose, and the brother of Odur the Deep-Minded, had been the first, pitching his sacred wooden pillars into the sea to let the gods determine where he should make landfall. The gods had chosen Bjarnarhöfn. Johannes knew the stories of Björn, his followers, and their successors intimately. Most of their farms were still standing a millennium later, including Hraun, which had been the home of Björn's great-grandson Styr. Between Bjarnarhöfn and Hron lay the tossing sea of stone that was the Berserkjaron. It was this that had given the farm its name. Hron meant lava. Johannes was drawn to it. It was the backdrop to a couple of chapters in the saga, which were the favourites of every seventh form class he read them to. He drove on a couple of 100 metres, parked the car and strode off to the edge of the broad channel of ancient lava, which was raised several metres above the ground. The rain had stopped, but a thick layer of leaden cloud hung low above the shoreline. There was a breeze, there was always a breeze, but it was relatively gentle and felt refreshing after the fog of the car. He found the beginning of the Berserkjagata, the narrow path that the berserkers had cut through the lava between the farms of Hron and Bjarnarhöfn. He followed it as it twisted through the congealed lava, spattered with grey, green and yellow moss. The path dipped and dived and turned. Strange shapes pirouetted, fists, fingers, arms, beards, tresses of hair, horses, pigs, trolls, all caught in mid-movement. Although the lava had frozen 3,000 years before, it seemed to be alive, like a still from an action film just waiting for someone to press play. There was no sound apart from the wind, and a cormorant calling in the small bay to his right. The path led upwards for a few metres, and then plunged down into a shallow amphitheatre, in the middle of which was a noticeably man-made block of stone, perhaps 4 metres by 3. This was what Johannes was looking for. It was here that the 2 berserkers had been buried. He stood still, letting the cool air touch his cheeks, and the damp silence settle upon him. He felt at peace. Berserker was the term the Vikings used for especially fierce warriors, who could whip themselves up into a frenzy of violence in battle, where they were no match for any normal man. Vermundur the Lean, who was the farmer at Bjarnarhöfn, had visited Norway and been given 2 Swedish berserker servants by the king there. He had brought them back to Iceland, but they had proven difficult to handle, so he had passed them on to his brother Styr, the farmer of Hron on the other side of the lava field, who was famous for his bad temper. Styr didn't have much more luck, but he did have a beautiful daughter, Austis, to which one of the berserkers took a fancy. The berserker demanded that Styr give Austis to be his wife. Styr was unhappy with this idea and, together with his friend Snorri from Helgafell, concocted a plan. He told the berserker that he could marry his daughter if the berserker and his fellow Swede cut a path across the lava field from Hron to Bjarnarhöfn. The berserkers worked themselves up into a frenzy and did just that. Afterwards they were exhausted, and Styr let them bathe in his new bathhouse. While they were in there, he closed it up with wet ox hides. The heat became unbearable, and the berserkers rushed out, whereupon Styr ran them both through with a spear. They were buried right where Johannes was standing. There were feuds aplenty in saga times, Johannes thought, but from what he had read, and what Magnus the American detective had told him, there were still feuds today. If his calculations were correct, the first death had been in 1934, followed by 1940, and then 1985, possibly 1996, and now today, 2010. He couldn't deny that there was something inside him that was stirred by the feud, that resonated with all those other feuds of saga times that he knew so intimately. But they were dangerous, those old feuds, where neighbour slew neighbour. Styr himself had been involved in many, and had been killed as a result of one. Johannes had his heroes from the sagas, Egil, the violent, ruthless warrior, who slaughtered enemies from Norway to England to Iceland, and yet whose poetry was so beautiful that his captor, King Athelstan of England, set him free when he heard it. Grettir the Strong, who had survived as an outlaw for 20 years with his strength and cunning. Leifur Eriksson, who had sailed to Greenland and then on to Finland, the grape-bearing shore of North America. But Johannes knew he didn't resemble these men. The saga hero he most admired, the one whom he would most like to have been, was Njotl. Njotl was a lawyer and a peacemaker, who advised his bloodthirsty friends how to win their feuds through the annual parliament at the Althing, or by subterfuge or cunning, rather than simply with the sword or axe. Njautl would have put a stop to this modern-day feud, prevent it from festering. He would have figured out a way. Johannes looked across at Bjarnehofen, where Hurtlegrimur Gunnarsson had lost his life only hours before, and where his family were at that very moment mourning him. There should be no more deaths. Johannes knew what Njautl would do. Chapter 7. "Here, Tota, take this out to the policeman," said Anita, handing her daughter some of the hangi gyut and rye bread. It had somehow seemed right to serve this traditional smoked lamb dish for dinner. It was one of Hurtlegrimur's favourites. Also, they had a lot of it at the farm, and there were plenty of people to feed. As Tota grudgingly took the plate outside to the poor policeman who was still guarding the crime scene, Anita took her seat at the table. It was surrounded by her husband's family, Hurtlegrimur's family. Sylvia was there, of course, and Ingvar had driven back to Bjarnehofen from Stikkesholmur with his French wife Gabrielle, whom Anita liked, plus one other surprise guest. Willy. He had arrived unannounced in the middle of the comings and goings outside Hurtlegrimur's cottage. He had flown in from Canada that day. He said that he had received a ticket from a friend in Toronto whose onward trip to Europe had been ruined by the volcano. He had been shocked to learn that Hurtlegrimur had been murdered that morning, but his arrival was a welcome distraction. He was the eldest of the three brothers, probably 64, Anita would guess. She realized that he actually looked like an older version of Magnus. He had Magnus's broad shoulders and almost his height, but there was also something about the way he held himself, alert, watchful, that recalled his nephew. His hair, which had once been fair, was now a sandy grey. He had just retired from a career in engineering, which had taken him all over the world from his base in Canada. He had worked for most of that time for mining companies, although he wasn't a mining engineer. His experience as a young man building roads and bridges in Iceland's rugged landscape had served him in good stead in the Yukon and Chile and New Guinea. Anita was pleased to see him. "I didn't see any sign of ash in Reykjavik," Willy said. His voice was a deep rumble. He still spoke perfect Icelandic with just a hint of a North American accent. Once again, like Magnus. "The wind is still blowing from the north," said Ingvar. "All the farms to the south of Eyjafjallajökull are covered in it." "It will ruin them," said Kolbeinn. "Once the fluorine gets into the soil, you have to bring all the livestock inside and keep them there. And just before lambing season, too." "Did you see Kjolsvölur on TV?" Prissy said. "I was watching the news just now. It's pitch black in the middle of the day, just like night time. And all the fields are covered in ash, and the people and the horses." "It must be horrible for the horses," said Tota. "They should have brought them inside. Maybe we should bring ours in, Dad." "I hope to God it doesn't come this way," said Kolbeinn. "But I'm glad it brought you over here, Willy." "Hurtlegrimur will be pleased to see you, Willy," Sylvia said. "I think perhaps he is at choir practice. He'll be back soon." There was silence around the table. It was at least a decade since Hurtlegrimur had sung in the local choir. He had once had a fine baritone voice, but eventually aging vocal cords had forced him out. It was as if Sylvia, unable to face today, was taking herself back in time. Willy glanced at the others. Each one of them had tried to explain to Sylvia what had happened to her husband, and failed. "I'm sorry I missed him," Willy said, swallowing. There was a knock at the door. "Hello?" called an unfamiliar voice. The two dogs, who were lying in their corner of the kitchen, roused themselves and began to bark. Anita got up and hurried to the front door. Tota was there with a tall man in his 50s with a shock of thick white hair. Another policeman, perhaps? "We're just having dinner," Anita said. "Can we answer your questions tomorrow?" The man frowned, and then smiled. "Oh, I'm not with the police," he said. "My name is Johannes Benediktsson. My family came from Rhone, just over the lava field." "Oh, I'm sorry. Come in. Would you like some food?" The phone had been ringing, and they had had a couple of visits already from Hurtlegrimur's old cronies. Perhaps this man was one of them, although Anita didn't recognize him at all. Anita introduced the man to the family around the table. Kolbeinn looked perplexed, but Ingvar seemed to register who the stranger was. "You're Benedict Johannesson's son, aren't you? The writer?" "That's right. I apologize for disturbing you, and I won't stay long. I'm on my way back to Reykjavik, but it's very important that I speak to you all first. It's about Hallgrímur's death, his murder."
There was silence around the table as they all stared at him. Anita gave the man a seat, and he sat down.
"First, let me say how sorry I am. I didn't know Hallgrímur. Indeed, I have never met him. But he was part of your family, and that's why I have to talk to you."
He looked around the table, checking that he had got all their attention. "Chrissy, can you leave us now?" Anita asked.
"No, let him stay," commanded Johannes. "It's important that all generations are here."
Chrissy stayed, eyes wide, eager to hear what the stranger had to say. Anita didn't mind being contradicted. The stranger had a natural authority, and she wanted to hear him out too. Even the dog's ears were pricked.
"I've spent some time researching my family," Johannes went on, "and through those researches I have learned a lot about your family. We have both suffered a number of untimely deaths. This is just the most recent."
"What do you mean?" asked Willy. "The first was in 1934, said Johannes. "At least I think it was the first. My grandfather, also called Johannes, who was the farmer at Hron, disappeared suddenly one afternoon. No one knew why or where he had gone. Perhaps he fell into the sea. There was a rumor he disappeared to America, but he left his wife without a husband and his children without a father."
"I remember that," said Sylvia, her eyes brighter than they had been all day. "My brothers helped with the search."
"My father wrote a novel called Moore and the Man in 1985, just before he died," said Johannes. "In it he describes how one farmer murders a neighbour because he has been having an affair with his wife. The affair, and then the murder, or at least the disposal of the body, is witnessed by two small boys."
"Wait a minute," said Willy. "Are you suggesting that our grandfather murdered yours?"
"I know that Hallgrímur read Moore and the Man, and that he was upset by it," Johannes said. "You must have known that."
"He hated that book," said Sylvia. "Did you write it?" she asked Johannes.
"No, it was my father, Benedict."
"Oh, I see. No, Hallgrímur didn't like that book at all."
"That doesn't prove that our grandfather killed anyone, though," said Kolbeinn.
"No," said Johannes. "It merely suggests it. Let's go on to 1940. Your grandfather, Hallgrímur's father, Gunnar, rode to Ólafsvík for supplies. He had to go by Búland Head, which in those days was traversed by a treacherously narrow path. His horse slipped and he fell into the sea."
"We know that," said Kolbeinn. "We've all heard how our grandfather died."
"Yes, but you might not have known that my father was also coming back from a confirmation in Ólafsvík that day. He said he never saw Gunnar. He was an honest man, and so everyone believed him."
"So?"
"My aunt says that my father was indeed an honest man, which is why he wrote about what had happened in a short story called The Slip, once again written just before he died."
"What happened in the slip?" asked Chrissy, who was listening in rapt attention.
"A boy is riding along a cliff edge. He passes a man whom he believes has raped his sister. He pushes man and horse into the sea."
There was a stunned silence around the room.
"And now you think Gunnar raped your aunt?" said Willy. "No, this was fiction. What I am suggesting is that your grandfather, Gunnar, killed my grandfather because he was having an affair with Gunnar's wife. Then my father—" Johannes hesitated. He swallowed. "Sorry. My father pushed Gunnar off the cliff at Búland Head."
"But you have no proof," said Ingvar.
"That's right," said Johannes. "No proof. Now let's move on to 1985.
Suddenly the man's confidence stumbled. He took a drink of water.
"At this point, my father, Benedict, knew he had a brain tumor. He thought he had only 1 year to live. He chose not to tell his family, but he did write the 2 pieces I have just told you about, the novel and the short story. Your father, Hallgrímur, read them. He didn't like them. He didn't like them at all, said Sylvia. Johannes flashed the old lady a quick smile. She seemed to be taking it all in. But my father didn't die of his brain tumour. One evening, just after Christmas in 1985, Benedict was murdered in his house in Reykjavik, stabbed once in the back and twice in the chest by an intruder. I found his body. The police never discovered who did it. I'm sure you heard about it. Even Anita remembered that one. She was in Reykjavik herself at the time, where it was all over the papers, and back home in Stykkishólmur they were talking about nothing else. Benedict was a local boy. He had made good. They were all proud of him and shocked at his death. You don't think our father did that, said Kolbeinn. I don't know, said Johannes. Maybe, maybe not. There's no proof. The Hallgrímssons exchanged glances. Anita could feel the hostility to this stranger building around the table, but she wanted to hear more. The man's sincerity seemed genuine to her. In 1996, Hallgrímur's son-in-law, Ragnar, was murdered in America in exactly the same way as my father had been killed, Johannes continued. That must be a coincidence, said Vili. I don't know. Perhaps, said Johannes. I'm not sure how that fits in, if at all. Do any of you have any ideas? His question was met by blank stares around the table. Anyway, Johannes went on, that brings us on to 2010, today, this morning to be precise, when Hallgrímur was murdered. And that's why I'm here. You think there's a connection? Ingvar asked. I think there might be, Johannes said. More importantly, some of you might think there might be. What do you mean? Said Ingvar. I mean that we may have a family feud here between my family of Hrón and your family of Bjarnarhöfn, stretching from 1934 to 2010. I'm a schoolteacher. I've been teaching saga literature all my adult life. I know how dangerous these feuds can be. They can be passed down from generation to generation, and I think this one should stop, now, today, and we should all agree on that. Well, I don't believe that there's any connection, said Vili. That's good, said Johannes, but I'm pretty sure your father did. Kolbeinn was frowning. What about you? He said. Following through the logic of what you're saying, it's you who is most likely to have killed Hallgrímur, or someone from your family. I know, but it wasn't me. I've told the police where I was when Hallgrímur was murdered. I have a brother and a sister, but I haven't discussed any of this with them. Did you tell the police what you've just told us? Asked Vili. No, it didn't seem relevant. Ingvar snorted. Sounds relevant to me. I will tell them if they ask me. I don't intend to hide it, Johannes added. Is that why Magnus came up here? Asked Anita. Johannes turned to her. Probably. I discussed all this with Magnus and his brother Olafur last week in Reykjavik. Magnus is still determined to discover who killed his own father, and he thinks there is a link with my father's death. Perhaps he's right, perhaps he's wrong, I don't know. Do you think Magnus could have killed Dad? Kolbeinn asked. I've no idea. What I'm not trying to do here is the police's job. I don't care about murders in the past. I want to stop any more deaths in the future. And I want you to help me with that.
End of CD 2. CD 3.
What about Ola? Asked Kolbeinn. The police said he called Dad this afternoon. Yes, he was with me, said Johannes, so I know he didn't kill Hallgrímur. So you say, said Kolbeinn. Johannes shrugged. I suppose I'm here to declare peace between our two families. Will you accept my offer? The Hallgrímssons exchanged glances. Ingvar cleared his throat. Johannes, I can see you are a romantic at heart, he said, but I think you have let your imagination run away with you. The Icelanders stopped feuding centuries ago. No one here even knew who you were before this evening, let alone wanted to start a feud to the death. Now, will you leave us alone? You are distressing my mother." All eyes turned to the old lady, who looked confused and was twisting a piece of bread on her lap. She was almost on the point of tears. "I'm sure Hallgrímur can explain all this," she said uncertainly. Johannes frowned, opened his mouth, but thought better of whatever he was going to say. "Tota, can you get Iceland Idol from last year on your laptop?" Anita asked. "Yes," said Tota, "but I've seen it." "I know you like to see them several times," said Anita, staring straight at Tota. The girl was smart. Surely she would know what Anita was asking of her. Tota hesitated, about to kick up a fuss, then glanced at her grandmother. "Sure, Mum. Mama, would you like to come and watch it with me? It's nice to have company." "Iceland Idol," Sylvia said. "Oh, I don't think that's quite my kind of program at all. But if you want the company." She slowly followed her granddaughter through to the living room. There was something about that particular show that fascinated the old lady, although she would never admit it to anyone. Johanna stood up to leave. "All right, I've said my piece. Here, let me write down my number." He had noticed a list pad on a dresser next to the table and scribbled his name and number next to a half-formed shopping list. "But remember, as far as I am concerned, this feud is over." Chapter 8. There was a stunned silence after the man had left. "He's a nutter, right?" said Colbane. "Not a complete nutter," said Anita. "He seemed pretty sane to me." "I can remember your father getting worked up about those 2 books, said Gabrielle. She spoke Icelandic perfectly, but with a strong French accent that Anita rather liked. "You are in Canada, Willie, but you remember that, don't you, Colbane?" "I don't know. I didn't always listen to Dad," he said. "Your mother remembered them," said Anita. "Who knows what Mum remembers," said Colbane. "No," Anita stood her ground. "She wasn't making that up. And I'm sorry to say it, but I can imagine your father carrying on his own little feud." There was silence round the table. They knew she was right. "Well, if there was a feud going on, perhaps this guy, Johannes, is just trying to get the final word," said Colbane. "What do you mean?" said Anita. "He kills Dad, then tells us there was a feud but it's all over, so we don't take our revenge." "He said he told the police where he was when Hallgrímur was killed," pointed out Anita. "Maybe. We don't know that," said Colbane. "You're jumping to conclusions," Anita said. "I'm not saying he did it. I'm just saying we should consider the possibility." "So what are you suggesting?" Anita said. "You all take revenge on him?" "If it turns out he is guilty, I know what Dad would do," Colbane said. "But that's the whole point," said Anita, frustration with her husband boiling over. "So does Johannes. He knows what your father would do, but your father isn't here now. We can make our own decisions." "Of course we can make our own decisions," Colbane snapped. Anita struggled to control herself. This was not a fight she wanted to pick with her husband on this night of all nights. "Anita's right, Colbane," said Ingvar. "And although I still think Johannes is imagining things, he's right too. We don't want to start some kind of family war about it, and we should tell the police what Johannes told us." "Why?" said Colbane. "Johannes didn't. Because the police need to have all the information they can if they're going to figure out who killed Dad." Colbane shrugged. "Do you think Magnus killed Hallgrímur?" Anita said. "I scarcely know him, but I do know Hallgrímur hated him. What is he like?" "I remember him when he was here as a kid," said Colbane. "I was still married to Thorun then. It's true Dad gave him a hard time sometimes, but he took it well. Not like his little brother. Ola had no backbone." "Dad gave Magnus more than a hard time," Ingvar said. "Remember all those accidents he had at the farm? The bruises, the stitches, the broken arm. I didn't look at any of them myself, but at the hospital they were pretty sure they weren't accidents." He turned to Anita. "So, yes, I suspect Magnus bore a grudge against Dad. But whether he did anything about it is up to the police to find out." Anita glanced surreptitiously at the purple burn on Ingvar's face. It was supposedly the result of an accident when he was a boy, the details of which no one would explain. Colbane began to speak, but Anita missed what he said. She thought she could hear something behind her, a murmuring, angry whispers. She turned around, but she couldn't see anything. She tried to focus on the conversation, which had moved on to the competence or otherwise of the local police. But she felt cold. A charge seemed to run through her body. She was sure there was someone behind her. She turned again, quickly. Nothing. She glanced at the dogs. They were both asleep, untroubled. "What's the matter, Anita?" Billy asked. "Oh, nothing," said Anita. "Have you seen something?" asked her husband. No. There's just a bit of a draft on my neck. It's nothing." She turned to Billy. "You should have called before you came. Mind you, given what happened today, I'm not sure it would make any difference." Billy coughed. "I actually came because of Mum," he said. "I've had a few conversations with Dad about her. He seemed increasingly worried about her memory. I suggested I could come over to Iceland, but he was adamant I shouldn't. In the end, I decided to come anyway without telling him. And I'm glad I did now." "So you didn't get given a free ticket then?" said Anita. "No," Billy smiled. "It was actually really difficult to get a flight." "I thought you couldn't transfer air tickets like that," Anita said. She returned Billy's smile. His warm brown eyes and deep rumbling voice seemed, to her at least, to reduce some of the tension around the table. "Does Sibba know you're here?" Sibba was Billy's daughter, who worked in Reykjavik. "No, it was all a bit of a rush, and I didn't want to tell her I was coming and then not make it. I planned to call her when I got here. In fact, I should phone her tonight, tell her what's happened to her grandfather before she sees it on the news." "You can use our phone if you like," said Anita. "Thanks," said Willie, "but I've got my cell." He glanced around the table. "Mum is pretty bad, though, isn't she?" "She is today," said Anita. "This is by far the worst I've seen her. She's been forgetting things increasingly over the last 6 months, and it sometimes frustrates her. It really annoyed Hallgrímur, but this is the first time she hasn't realized what's going on around her." "A shock can do that with Alzheimer's," Ingvar said. "Shift it on a stage. A shock or an accident." "So it is Alzheimer's, then?" Anita asked. "Probably," said Ingvar. "It could be mini strokes. It's difficult to tell the difference. I'm surprised to see her this bad." "Is there anything you can do for her?" said Vili. "You know I don't treat my own family," said Ingvar. "Why not?" demanded Vili, "when you can see them falling apart in front of your eyes?" Ingvar glared at his brother. "I haven't been here very much over the last few months, and when I have, she has seemed no more than forgetful." Anita thought it was ironic that Vili had to fly all the way over from Canada to look after his mother when he had a brother who was a doctor 20 kilometres away. But Ingvar liked to keep his distance. As he said, he insisted on not treating any of his family. He left that to his colleague Iris at the St. Francis Hospital in Stykkishólmur. Anita thought she could understand why. It would be very hard to maintain the conventional doctor-patient balance when the patient was Hallgrímur. And given what Ingvar had said about Magnus's injuries when he was a boy, maybe he was right to keep his professional distance. Ingvar was usually right. Ingvar had scarcely visited Bjarnarhöfen at all over the last year or so, although Gabrielle had come riding with Anita a few times. Anita guessed that this was on account of Hallgrímur, and possibly Sylvia, rather than Kolbeinn or her. She knew that Gabrielle hated her father-in-law. Anita had asked Ingvar once why he lived in Stykkishólmur, leaving unspoken the point that it clearly wasn't because of his family. He said that it was the most beautiful place in the world. It was true that he loved to potter about the islands of Breda Fjordur in his little boat, and Gabrielle was enthused by the desolate beauty of the Icelandic countryside. "Speaking of Sylvia," Anita said, "I'd better take her over to the cottage to get her things for the night. She can sleep in Tota's room. You can have the spare room, Vili." "We should be going," Gabrielle said. "Thanks for supper, Anita. It must have been difficult to cook for so many of us in these circumstances." Anita smiled at her sister-in-law. Ingvar had met her while he was training in Paris. She was a nurse and had worked in the hospital in Stykkishólmur, although she only covered there occasionally these days. She professed to love the Icelandic countryside, but she missed France, and she and Ingvar had bought themselves a small apartment in Paris 4 years before. "We should go riding next week," Anita said. "Before lambing starts. Give me a call." After Ingvar and Gabrielle had left, Anita fetched Sylvia, and they went outside to the cottage. It was a dark night, no stars, and the great fell behind the farm was just a looming shape. A light was on inside the one police car that still remained, parked near the cottage. Anita noticed Magnus's Range Rover had gone, taken away by the police, presumably. The constable jumped out when he saw Sylvia and Anita approaching. "She needs to get her things for tonight," said Anita. "All right," said the constable, "but I must be with her while she does it, and she'll have to point out what she wants and I'll get it for her. They haven't finished examining the place." The three of them entered the cottage, took off their shoes, and then went through to Sylvia and Hartlegrimur's bedroom. The bed was made, but the room wasn't quite as neat as Sylvia would have liked it, Anita thought. The policeman put on gloves as an agitated Sylvia pointed out her nightclothes. She clearly didn't understand why she was doing this, but at least she didn't mention her husband. "Are you here all night?" Anita asked the constable as they were leaving. He looked seriously tired. "No, just till midnight. We don't really have the manpower to guard the place all night. But if you see or hear anything, call us right away, won't you?" Anita took Sylvia back to the farmhouse and got her sorted in Tota's room. To be fair to her daughter, Tota had put her recent awkward attitude on hold. Anita really appreciated that. She must remember to praise Tota for it. Although, with her prickly daughter, Anita would have to be careful how she did even that. She went back downstairs to find Villy finishing the washing up. One of the dogs, May, was awake and watching him closely, hopeful for some scraps. "You didn't have to do that," said Anita. "Where's Colbane?" "Checking the sheep," said Villy. "He says a ram got in with the ewes last autumn, and there's a chance you might get a few early lambs." "That's true," said Anita, although it seemed to her that Colbane was just trying to dodge washing up. She picked up a dishcloth and began to dry. "At dinner, when Colbane asked you whether you had seen something, what did he mean?" Villy asked. Anita glanced at her brother-in-law and could feel herself blushing slightly. "Oh, nothing. I don't know what he meant." Villy grunted. He looked as if he wanted to pursue the point, but changed the subject. "You never told me how you managed to live here so long with my father so close," he said. "I escaped several thousand miles away, but you lived right next door." "It's true, I didn't." Anita considered saying something about not speaking ill of the dead, but she realized it was pointless. Everyone in Hartlegrimur's family knew what he was like. Besides which, she trusted Villy and appreciated the opportunity to be frank. It was good to talk to him. "It was really hard for the first year of our marriage," she said. "You might remember they were in the farmhouse then, and Colbane and I were in the cottage. Hartlegrimur used to boss Colbane around, boss both of us around, and it drove me mad. You know how Colbane has always been in awe of his father. Well, he kept choosing his father over me, and that was unacceptable." "I can see that," said Villy, placing a serving dish on the drainer for Anita to dry. "So how did you put a stop to it?" Anita smiled. "I had a little word. I said, 'Unless you leave me and Colbane alone, I will take your son away, and there will be no one left to farm Bjarnarhofen. If you let me run things the way I want to run them, then we'll stay. Colbane will run the farm, with advice from you, and I will look after you and Sylvia until you both die.'" "I bet he didn't like that," said Villy. "Actually, he was okay with it. I think he respected me, and by and large we kept to each other's side of the bargain." She shrugged. "He wasn't all bad, you know. He loved playing with the kids. He was besotted with Tota. I think his bark was worse than his bite. He had bad moods, just like everyone else, but if you stood up to him, he was reasonable." "He could never resist a beautiful woman," said Villy. Anita glanced sharply at him, then turned away as she felt herself reddening again. She had to stop this blushing. "I'm sure that's not it." "Oh, yes, it is. My father fancied you. It was always obvious to me." "Don't be silly," said Anita, her eyes fixed on the saucepan in her hands. But she knew it was true. She had taken advantage of that fact to establish her own presence at Bjarnarhofen. And what was wrong with that? She wondered whether Colbane had noticed. Probably not. The thought would have shocked her husband so much that he wouldn't have allowed himself even to conceive it. "It's interesting how the three of you coped with him," Anita said. "You ran away to Canada, Ingvar stayed close but avoided him, and Colbane couldn't break away." Of them all, I think you managed the healthiest relationship." Willie smiled. "It's ironic that it was easier to keep in touch from thousands of miles away. We had some good visits." It was true that when Willie and his Canadian family came over every 3 or 4 years for Christmas or in the high summer, the atmosphere at Bjarnehofen lifted, and Anita knew that Willie kept in touch with his parents on the phone. "Then there was Margrethe," Willie said. "Dad doted on her, and she could never quite get away from him." He sighed. "Dad's death has sort of brought her back, at least to me. I know how fond you were of her." "Oh, I loved her, and she adored me. She used to tag along after me on the farm when we were kids, watching me. She was in her 20s when I left Iceland. She hadn't started drinking then, although she clearly had a good time down in Reykjavik. Yes, it's terrible what happened to her. It was all Ragnar's fault."
Ragnar was Margret's husband. "The affair?"
"With her best friend. That's what really set her off on the drink. At least that's what Dad always said." Anita turned to put some of the dishes away. She found Willie's presence both comforting and disturbing at the same time. Colbain came in and took his boots off. "No sign of any lambs, I'm glad to say. Have you two not finished yet?"
"Leave those to dry," said Anita, looking at the remaining pots and pans by the sink. "Bedtime." Chapter 9. Vigdis worked hard that afternoon, but at 5 o'clock she called it a day. Arne and Robert were coping well, and they were making real progress. Arne was even managing to type with his bad arm. She often had dinner with her mother on Sunday evenings, and she decided to drive straight out to her mother's flat in Keflavik. Vigdis had been brought up in the town. When the Americans had arrived in Iceland during the Second World War, they had decided to build an air base at the southwestern tip of Iceland, near the fishing port of Keflavik. During the 1950s, it had grown into a major base for the U.S. Air Force, from which they could keep an eye on Soviet naval movements into the North Atlantic from the Arctic ports of Archangel and Murmansk. Iceland was an unsinkable aircraft carrier anchored at the perfect strategic location. Money flowed in, and American soldiers and airmen, and there was plenty of work for the inhabitants of Keflavik. Vigdis's grandfather was a heating engineer, her grandmother managed a laundry facility, and her mother worked in a shop on the base, where, at the age of 20, she had met Vigdis's father. Vigdis knew very little about her father. The mirror told her that he was black. Vigdis's mother was barely 1.50 meters, whereas Vigdis herself was 1.85, so Vigdis guessed he was tall. But if Vigdis knew little about him, he knew nothing about her. In fact, he didn't even know she existed. It was unfair, but Vigdis blamed her absent father for abandoning her and her mother, for being American, and for being black. It was difficult growing up a black kid in Iceland, especially if you didn't have a really good explanation. People assumed she was American herself. It was usual for an Icelander to greet her in a shop in English, although they usually did that only once. Vigdis's response was to deny her American heritage, to be every centimetre an Icelander. She was one of the very few Icelanders her age who didn't speak good English. But she did have one favourite American movie, White Men Can't Jump. Vigdis was good at basketball. Vigdis's mother, Audur, had done her best. She had held down a job at the base and brought up Vigdis. She had encouraged her to work hard at school and been there for her when she was teased. She called Vigdis her blue beauty. Historically, Icelanders were so unfamiliar with black people that they had called them blue. Audur's father had coined the phrase, and she liked it, as did the little Vigdis. Audur had had a couple of wobbles with drink, including a bad period the previous year, but she seemed to have got a grip on it now. She'd always had boyfriends. She was an attractive woman, petite, with a small pointed nose, a sharp chin, and short blonde hair. Some hung around for years, some came and went. If they were nasty to Vigdis, they went. Even now Audur was 51, they were nosing around. There might even be one there this evening. Vigdis and her mother hadn't had dinner together for a couple of weeks, so Vigdis was a little out of touch. The weather was brightening over the Reykjanes Peninsula,
as Vigdis headed west towards Keflavik along the main road from the capital to the airport. In about 12 hours' time, she would be driving along this same stretch of road to see David, as long as his flight wasn't screwed up by the volcano. Vigdis had been checking the internet all afternoon. Although flights to Europe were still disrupted, flights between New York and Reykjavik were operating. David was the brother of a friend of Vigdis who had gone to graduate school in America after university and had stayed there. She had only met him for the first time the previous summer, when he had spent a week with his parents in Keflavik. The moment they met, she could tell he was interested in her, and she liked him. With his work and her work, it was difficult to see each other. They were trying, but the truth was they weren't really succeeding, which was why seeing him now was so important. The scheduled weekend in Paris had been a sort of make-or-break thing, and when Vigdis had put off going for a day because of the case and then been stranded in Iceland by the volcano, it had almost been broken. Vigdis was pleased David had made a further effort. She didn't want to lose him. She could see the white peak of Snæfellsjökull, shimmering just above the horizon, way off to the north. She was struck with a pang of guilt as she thought of Magnus. Vigdis liked Magnus and sympathized with him. They were equally mixed up, equally confused, just in different ways. She was biologically half American, but believed herself to be 100% Icelandic. Magnus was genetically 100% Icelandic, but had spent 2/3 of his life in America. Both of them didn't quite fit into their own country, and both of them found that fact uncomfortable. She couldn't believe Magnus really had killed his grandfather, but things must look bad if the commissioner had gone to the trouble to appoint a detective from outside Reykjavik to look into the murder. Usually it would have been one of the members of the Violent Crimes Unit, probably Inspector Baldur himself, who would have been assigned to help the local police. Vigdis knew that Magnus had family up there in Snæfellsnes, although he'd said very little about them. But a couple of nights ago he had confided to her that he was having problems with his former girlfriend Ingeleif, who had left him the previous autumn to go to Germany, but had shown up back in Reykjavik a few days ago. Things had gone well, and then not so well, according to Magnus. Ingeleif was probably still in Iceland somewhere. It was unlikely that she would have been able to get back to Germany given the ash cloud. Inspector Emil was a smart cop. He would soon realize Magnus was innocent and let him go. In fact, Magnus was probably driving back to Reykjavik at that very moment. Unless Magnus wasn't innocent. He had quite a temper, and he had witnessed a lot of death in Boston over the years. Murder was perhaps not quite so outlandish to a man who was used to processing homicide victims on a weekly basis. Vigdis knew that there was tension with his Icelandic family, even though she didn't know precisely what it was. He was a very private man. Vigdis thought she knew him, but did she really? She banished the doubts. She knew that Magnus would do anything for her, and for Arne, for that matter, and she would do anything for him. The airbase appeared on the left, now abandoned by the Americans and used solely as an international airport. She turned off to the right, down to the town of Keflavik itself. Her mother's flat was on the first floor of a low white block. Vigdis rang the bell at the entrance to the building. No reply. She rang again. There was some disjointed noise and banging over the intercom. Then she was buzzed in. She went up the staircase to the first floor. She was expecting to see her mother standing in an open doorway, but the door to her flat was shut. Vigdis knocked. The door was opened by someone Vigdis didn't recognize. He was probably in his 30s, with a dark beard and a beer belly sticking out over his jeans. He was holding a can of beer. Vigdis's nostrils immediately sensed alcohol and the sweet smell of marijuana and male sweat. Sex. The man's eyes opened wide. "Hey, who have we here?" he said in English. He turned and called over his shoulder, "Hey, Odor, a friend has arrived. A gorgeous black friend." "My name's Jerzy," he said. "What's yours?" Vigdis's English wasn't very good, and she wasn't sure exactly what the man had said, but she didn't like it. "Where's my mother?" she said in Icelandic, and then pushed past the man. "Mum?" Her mother was sitting on the sofa with 2 bottles of red wine in front of her, one empty and one a quarter full. There was one glass. An empty pizza box lay on the dining table. The butt of a reefer drooped in an ashtray. "Hey, Vigdis," her mother said. "Have a drink with us." She pulled herself to her feet and tottered over. She stretched upwards towards Vigdis's ear. At least she was fully clothed. "And don't tell him you are my daughter. He doesn't know how old I am." Vigdis scowled. "Do you want a drink?" the man said in English. "You speak real good Icelandic." He placed one hand on Vigdis's arse. Vigdis brushed it off. "Mum, we were supposed to be having dinner together." "That's okay," said her mother. "I can call for more pizza." "And don't call me Mum," the last in a ridiculous stage whisper. Vigdis fought to control the tears. She hadn't seen her mother like this for at least a year. "I've got to go," she said. "Oh, stay," said the guy, this time in Icelandic. Vigdis turned to him, forced a smile. "Hey, come here," she said. She took his hand and led him out of the flat into the hallway. With a look behind him to Odur, the man followed. He was a strong guy, a barrel chest and biceps showing beneath his T-shirt. But he wasn't ready for Vigdis. Once they were outside, she shut the door to the flat, spun round, and pinned him up against the wall. She whipped out her ID. "I'm Detective Vigdis Odurdottir," she said. "Listen, you Polish fuckwit. If I see you anywhere around my mother again, I'll bust you for possession or having sex with a pensioner, whichever carries the longest stretch. Do you hear me?" She wasn't sure how much Icelandic the man really understood, but he gulped and nodded. "Good," said Vigdis. She let him go and tripped him so he fell to the floor, her cheeks burning as she ran down the stairs and out to her car. She sat behind the driving wheel and banged it. "Fuck! Fuck!" she exclaimed, and the tears rolled. It was late, but Anita couldn't sleep. She was lying in the big wooden bed in her bedroom, with Kolbeinn snoring gently beside her. The bedroom had once been Hallgrímur's, and his father's before him. There were some signs of Hallgrímur still in the room, a photograph of him fishing with a young Kolbeinn, and even one of his wedding day with Sylvia, she unrecognizable in the traditional skórbunir, the embroidered black jacket and long skirt with a tall white headdress and veil. Hallgrímur had the stare of an awkward bastard even on his wedding day. Anita had done her best to make the room hers, mostly by adding her grandmother's things. Some framed tapestries, a photograph of her grandmother's own farmhouse 30 kilometres away, just beyond Stykkishólmur, a rocking chair, and even a small spinning wheel. Anita had been only 1 year old when her grandmother died, but nevertheless Anita felt she knew her well. She had dug out copies of Morin the Man and the collection of Benedict Johannesson's short stories, of which The Slip was one. She read The Slip first. It was only 5 pages long, but it conveyed the permanent, simmering rage that the teenage boy felt towards his neighbour, and the sudden realization, as he was passing the man on the cliff path, that revenge was possible. Not just possible, inevitable. Could that neighbour have been Gunnar, who had slept in that very room 70 years before? It seemed to Anita it could. She turned to Morin the Man, which was set in Reykjavik during the war, but included flashbacks to a rural childhood somewhere in the countryside. Chapter 3 was well thumbed. Someone in the house had read it many times. And it was as Johannes had described. 2 boys witnessing one of their fathers committing adultery with the other's mother, and then later watching the cuckolded father dumping a heavy sack into a lake. Anita closed the book and turned off the light. She lay down beside her husband, but couldn't get to sleep. Thoughts of Hallgrímur and Johannes and the goings-on at Bjarnarhöfn all those years ago swirled around her head. And Willi. Half an hour passed, or perhaps it was an hour. She thought she could hear voices. She lifted her head from the pillow and listened. Voices, coming from downstairs. Kolbeinn was in bed with her, which meant it must be Willi. But who else was with him? She got up and pulled back the curtain to check outside. The thick grey cloud was shredding. An almost full moon peeped through it, scattering pale sparkles onto the fjord. To the north, she could see the green aurora slinking over the mountains of the west fjords. The little church was clearly visible in the moonlight, as was the police tape fluttering at its entrance. They must have moved Hallgrímur's body by now, surely. Anita shuddered. It didn't feel like it. Soon he would be brought back to the little churchyard and laid next to his ancestors, to his father Gunnar and his daughter Margaret. Maybe one day Anita would join them. She shivered again. The farmyard was empty, but she could still hear the voices. Kolbeinn was asleep. She considered waking him, but decided against it, just in case. She went out onto the landing and slowly descended the staircase. The door to the kitchen was open. The only light inside came from the moon. She saw the silhouette of a small boy, smaller than Chrissy. Was it Chrissy? The voices were clearer. One of them she recognized. "Go to bed now, boy. You heard nothing. Do you hear me? Nothing." Anita stood completely still. What should she do? Scream? Grab the boy? She felt fear, not so much her own fear as the fear of the small boy. Was it Chrissy? He had moved out of her vision now, but a familiar figure had stepped forward. Hallgrímur. His face was illuminated by a flickering orange glow. He seemed to notice her for the first time and glared. Then he turned towards where the boy had been and hissed, "To bed, if you know what's good for you." "Stop!" Anita shouted and ran forward into the kitchen. "Hallgrímur, stop!" But he wasn't there. Neither was the boy. "Chrissy?" she called out in a loud whisper. And then she saw the glow, the orange glow. Fire. Hallgrímur's cottage was on fire, and outside it, standing only a few meters away, was Sylvia. "Kolbeinn!" Anita shrieked. She ran back to the staircase. "Kolbeinn! The cottage is on fire! Come quick!" Stopping only to pull on her boots by the door, she ran outside. The glow came from the window facing the farmhouse, which itself was out of sight of her bedroom. It lit up the small figure of Sylvia, her short white hair sticking up, staring, mesmerized. "Stand back, Sylvia," Anita said, grabbing the old woman and pulling her back. The fire was intensifying in front of her eyes. The first signs of smoke curled along the edges of the window. "Hallgrímur needed his dinner," Sylvia said. "He hasn't had his dinner yet." Anita paused just for a second. What the hell was the old woman on about? She didn't have time to figure it out. She ran back to the farmhouse to meet Kolbeinn emerging from the doorway. "You get the hose," she shouted. "I'll call the fire service." And she rushed into the house and dialed 112. Chapter 10. January 2010. The plane banked low over the town of Cohasset on its approach to Boston's Logan Airport. Magnus stared down at the snow-covered trees. He had read about the major dump the previous week. From the air, New England looked like a massive forest, extending as far as the eye could see. Nothing like the neat patchwork of towns that appeared on the map, which in the real world were marked only by the round water towers on their stilts sticking high up above the trees. So many trees. God, it was good to see them. Magnus had felt no desire to cross-country ski in Iceland, but the clear blue sky, the glistening snow, and all those trees made him want to put on a pair as soon as he landed. The plane banked again and lined up towards the runway, squatting in Boston Harbor. The city stretched out to the left of the aircraft. The neighborhoods where he had spent so many years cataloguing the dead bodies, getting to know the victims, figuring out who had killed them and why. A homicide investigation was like a process of reincarnation. First you found a body, Then you found its name. Then he or she became a murder victim. Then she became a person, a real person with a job, a family, hopes, fears, friends, lovers, faults, and enemies. And you began to work for that person's family. You had to find out who had killed her and why. And when you did find the killer and the evidence against him, and you did the paperwork right, and he went to court and then to jail, it wasn't over. There was always another body, another victim to get to know. This cycle had become Magnus's life the moment he had joined the homicide unit 7 years before. He could never get enough of it, and he was good at it. There were very few unsolved cases. If there was no evidence, he would keep looking. If the witness wouldn't talk, he would find a way to crack them. Of course, there was one unsolved murder. There was always one unsolved murder. It might have happened before he joined the department, but it had pursued him throughout his career as a policeman. Murder in Iceland was different. Magnus had been lucky. He had been involved in a handful of fascinating cases since he had arrived in the country 9 months before. But the population was small, barely 300,000 people in the whole nation. Handguns were banned, and serious crime was rare, at least when compared to a big U.S. city. That was good for Iceland's citizens, but frustrating for Magnus. 3 murders a year was not enough. It didn't take long for him to feel like climbing the walls. That was part of the reason why he had decided to take a couple of vacation days to return to the States. He had been transferred to Reykjavik in a hurry, partly at the request of Iceland's police commissioner, but also because he had become a witness in a nasty police corruption case involving a Dominican drug gang. There had been a couple of attempts on his life, and his boss, Deputy Superintendent Williams, had grabbed at the chance to get him safely out of the country. But the Icelanders had wanted someone for more than just a few months. The National Police Commissioner had made Magnus commit to staying in Iceland for 2 years, and so Magnus had spent 6 months at the police college learning the law. Magnus felt he owed the commissioner, not least because Magnus's presence in Iceland had lured the Dominicans with their guns to Reykjavik, with the result that the commissioner had nearly lost one of his own officers. So, 9 months down, 15 to go. That was one of the reasons for returning to Boston, to put in some face time, keep up with the department's news, make sure they hadn't forgotten about him. Headcount was a big issue these days. Magnus wanted to know they were still counting his head. Magnus was uncertain what he felt about returning to the States. As an adolescent and then as an adult, he had felt proud of his Icelandic heritage. He had kept up his language skills, read the sagas, and returned with his father once a year to go hiking in the wilderness. He had always felt special among the other Americans, different. But when he had returned to Iceland, things had not been as easy as he expected. His Icelandic was very good, but not perfect. The people were reserved, and he felt like an outsider, if only because he wasn't part of the intricate web of connections of family, school, university, and job, which bound all Icelanders together. He found himself withdrawing from the others. He liked his colleagues, especially Vigdis and the hapless Auna, but he didn't socialize with them. For 6 months there had been Ingileif, but then she had left for a job in Germany. The plane was on its final approach now, only a few feet above the cold grey sea. Ingileif. Magnus smiled to himself. He missed Ingileif. Impulsive, unpredictable, insatiable. Gone. But the real problem was the one there had always been. The unsolved murder. Magnus was 20 when he had been told that his father had been killed, stabbed in the hallway of the house by the shore he was renting for the summer. For a year or so, Magnus had thrown himself into his own personal investigation, determined that if the police couldn't find his father's killer, he would. But he hadn't. No matter how many other crimes he solved in the greater Boston area, or indeed in Iceland, he hadn't. But in Iceland, he had turned up some interesting new lines of inquiry, lines that his brother Ollie had insisted that he drop. The airplane juddered as its wheels hit the tarmac. That was the other reason for coming to Boston, to get Ollie to change his mind. It was a Sunday night, so O'Rourke's wasn't too crowded. "Cheers, Stu," Magnus said as he raised his glass of Sam Adams. "Skål!" Detective Stuart Reardon grinned as he raised his own glass. He was a short guy of about Magnus's age, with a neat beard and highly toned muscles. Magnus and he used to work out together in the police gym, but Magnus never quite pushed himself as hard as Stu. "I'm impressed," said Magnus, "but it's actually Skull." "Whatever. How's the beer over there?" "Not as good as this," said Magnus. Truthfully, it wasn't just the Sam Adams he missed. It was the couple of beers after a shift. In Iceland, they thought you were an alcoholic if you had a beer on a Tuesday, but didn't care if you drank a couple of gallons on a Friday night. "Meet any hot Eskimo babes?" "Don't you mean cool Eskimo babes?" Magnus said. Stu liked to talk about babes, even though he was happily and monogamously married to a woman called Donna. Maybe because he was happily and monogamously married to Donna. "I guess. They don't have Eskimos in Iceland. I've told you that a dozen times, moron. They have Viking babes. They've had 3 Miss Worlds. Okay, so any hot Viking babes?" Magnus thought of Ingeleif. She counted. He smiled. "Hey," said Stu. "Colby's history, then?" Magnus nodded. Colby was the woman Magnus had gone out with for a couple of years in Boston, until she had taken offense at being shot at in the North End. "That's good," said Stu. "She was bad for you, man. She was stuck way up her own ass." "Yep," said Magnus, "she was." Colby was a lawyer and wanted Magnus to be a lawyer. She didn't think much of Magnus's police buddies or of his police buddies' wives or girlfriends. "I think you'd like the Viking. You should come visit sometime. All those icebergs? No way. It's cold enough here." Magnus didn't push it. Stu had never left the United States, and now he and Donna had a kid. They were in the week at the shore vacation routine of their parents. Stu was actually a smart guy. There was nothing he didn't know about the American Civil War, and he and Magnus had talked for hours about the minutiae of American politics while hanging out in cars waiting. But he knew very little about the world outside the United States, nor did he care. "Hey, Magnus, how the hell are you?" Magnus looked up to see 2 more of his former colleagues approaching the table. Artie, a black detective, dapper even on a Sunday night, and Craig, an older guy with a comfortable roll over the waistband of his jeans. "I'm doing great," said Magnus. He stood up. There was a lot of hugging and backslapping. Magnus liked it. He'd always felt himself a little aloof from his colleagues in Boston, but the camaraderie and warmth made a pleasant change from Iceland. These guys were genuinely pleased to see him. It was strange. He felt a different person here, speaking English, different from the Icelandic cop speaking Icelandic in Reykjavik. It was as if his personality changed in subtle ways, depending on which language he was using, even though he was just the same guy underneath. "Hey, I'm sorry to hear about Jason, Stu," said Artie with a sympathetic frown. "Yeah," said Stu. "He was engaged, too. Going to get married in June. I was on the invitation list." The bonhomie was gone. "Jason Herschel?" said Magnus, remembering a tall young guy with a buzz cut who had joined Homicide a month before Magnus had left for Reykjavik. "Yeah, that's the guy," said Stu. "A good kid." "What happened?" asked Magnus. "You tell him," Stu said to Craig. Craig sighed. There had been a shooting in the D Street projects, turf war. Stu and Jason were just door-to-door canvassing. Jason knocked on the door. The punk let him in, panicked, and shot him. "He wasn't even a suspect," said Stu. "Is he?" Magnus asked. Stu took a deep breath. "Yeah, shot twice in the chest. Died in the ambulance on the way to hospital." "Did you get the punk?" "Shot him as he ran down the stairwell," said Stu. "Didn't kill him, unfortunately. The fucker is already out of hospital. One of those times that makes you wish Massachusetts had the death penalty." Stu stared at Magnus. It was a discussion they had had on and off over the years, Stu for, Magnus against. "Yeah," said Magnus simply. "What can I get you guys?" A waitress in a Bruins T-shirt hovered. "4 beers, Stu said. "And I think we need some chases, don't we, guys?" "Hey, good to see you, Magnus." Deputy Superintendent Williams leaned back in his chair. "They finally threw you out of Iceland?" "Not quite yet," said Magnus, taking the seat in front of Williams's desk. "I'm surprised. I got a couple of calls from their police commissioner over the last year. Sounded like he couldn't wait for me to take you off of his hands. There were some awkward situations. Williams laughed, wrinkles spreading themselves over his worn black face. Yeah, there always were awkward situations with you. But he called back later and said he wanted to keep you. I'm signed up for 2 years, said Magnus. How's Soto? Pedro Soto's still in Cedar Junction, and will be for a long time. The Dominicans up in Lawrence have gone quiet, at least for now. But it turns out Soto has a little brother with big ambitions, so that might change. Figures. You took one out and 2 more popped up in their place. That was the problem with the war on drugs. They didn't touch Colby, did they? No. She hid out in the woods somewhere for a month. Smart girl. She should be safe now. But you may want to watch your back while you're over here. Soto's kid brother could be into revenge. It's not the same urgency as when they wanted to stop you testifying, but you never know. You never knew. Revenge was as powerful a motive on the streets of Boston as it had been on the farms of the Snæfell's Peninsula 1,000 years ago. Or perhaps today. You want to come back early? William said. Is there room for me? I hear things are tight. You're a good detective. We need more like you, so yeah, there's room for you. Do you want me to haul your ass back here? Magnus hesitated. It had felt good to walk back into the homicide unit, say hi to his buddies, watch the guys working the phones, listen to the banter. He felt more at home here than he realized. Yet he had given his word to Snorri. Did that matter much these days? Yes, it probably did. Think about it, William said, watching his confusion. How long you in Boston? Just a couple of days. Well, give me a call before you head back. Maybe we can work something out. As he walked out of the police headquarters into Schroeder Plaza, Magnus's cheeks were bitten by the cold air and kissed by the gentle January sun. The sky was a brilliant winter blue, a blue that you never saw in Iceland. The piles of snow on the sidewalks were just beginning to fray at the edges. Magnus's eyes were dazzled by the sun bouncing off the brilliant white. He should have brought his shades. There was no getting around it. The weather in Iceland was crap. When he had left Reykjavik, it was raining, and at this time of the morning it would still be dark. His head was pounding. They had drunk way too much for a Sunday night. Magnus had paced himself, but Stu had knocked back chaser after chaser. Magnus was staying with him and Donna at their little house in Braintree. She had not been impressed when they had shown up at midnight. Magnus had helped Donna put Stu to bed. It's just since Jason was shot, Donna had said. He's not normally like this. He blames himself. I bet he does, thought Magnus. Good cops blamed themselves when bad things happened. You couldn't help it. Magnus had slept badly. He knew he would. It wasn't just the drink. He had shot and killed 2 men in his police career, neither of them innocent, both of them armed. In his waking moments, Magnus wished he had shot them more quickly. But when he was asleep, they died again in agonizing, tedious slow motion. He knew a little drugstore in the Back Bay, near where he and Colby used to live. It was only a mile away. Magnus jumped into his rented car and drove over there, parking right outside. He recognized the clerk, but she didn't recognize him as he bought some Tylenol. Rather than get right back into his car, he thought he'd take a short walk. He found himself strolling over to his old apartment building. Well, not his, Colby's. A cop could never afford to live in the Back Bay, but Colby could, with her job as a legal counsel at a successful medical instrument company on Route 128. Okay, so it wasn't his, but he had lived there for a year. He stood on the sidewalk, remembering. There had been good memories. Magnus? He turned at the familiar voice. There she was, wearing her favorite coat and pulling a small suitcase behind her. Colby. I thought you'd be at work. She smiled and laughed. Well, that's nice. Wanted to make sure you missed me? Magnus winced. You weren't real happy with me last time we spoke.
You mean after I'd gotten shot at and you wanted to kidnap me and take me to Iceland?
Yes.
And then a psycho broke into this apartment and threatened me?
Yes, and that.
And I had to take off into the woods in Maine to make sure the psycho and his friends couldn't find me?
Well, there's that as well.
As well as the fact Magnus had refused to marry her. For most people, that would come down the list a bit, but not for Colby. Colby laughed. You're right. I was furious. I'm still furious. But I'm also cold. Shall we grab a coffee at Starbucks? I'll just drop this case in the lobby. Magnus noticed she hadn't invited him into her apartment. Their apartment. Her apartment. He was tempted to just say no, to walk away, but she seemed better disposed towards him than he expected. Also, he'd noticed a large sapphire ring on her left hand. "Sure," he said. The Back Bay was crawling with Starbucks, and they went to the closest, just a block away. "So why aren't you at work?" Magnus asked as they were standing in the line. "Playing hooky?" "I was supposed to be flying to Atlanta today, but the meeting just got cancelled, so I thought I'd drop my stuff back home before going back to the office. They won't miss me for an hour or so. How about you? Have you moved back to Boston?" "Just here for a couple of days. Now I'm one of Reykjavik's finest." Colby laughed. "You must be so proud." For a moment Magnus bristled, but Colby's brown eyes were shining. "I am," he said. And in some ways that was true. They took their lattes over to a table. Colby asked him about life in Iceland. To Magnus's surprise, she seemed genuinely interested. He had tried to take her there with him on several occasions, but she had refused, citing the bad weather. But it was clear she had been listening more attentively than he gave her credit for. She was a smart woman. She was also attractive. He had forgotten how attractive she was, especially when, like now, she was so animated, talking, smiling, teasing. The coffee was long finished when Magnus pushed his mug to one side. "I'd better be going, and you have a job to get to." "It's been great to see you," Colby said. "It would be a shame not to see you again before you go back. Are you around tonight?" "I was planning to spend that with my brother," Magnus said, "and I'm flying back tomorrow evening." "Oh, okay," Colby said, leaving the invitation hanging there. "What would he think?" Magnus asked. "Who?" "The guy who gave you that ring." Colby glanced down at her fingers quickly, and then put her left hand under the table. "Oh, that's Richard. Richard Rubinstein. You remember him?" "Not really," said Magnus. "Yeah, well," Colby sighed. "I don't think Richard and me is going to work out." "I'm sorry," said Magnus. "Yeah." Colby shrugged, looked down at her coffee, then glanced quickly up at Magnus through a strand of curly dark hair. "Do you want to take a look at the apartment? I've got some new curtains from Crate and Barrel. I think you'll like them." Magnus smiled, thought, then stopped thinking. "Well, you know me, a sucker for new curtains." Chapter 11. Monday, the 19th of April, 2010. It was chaos at Keflavik Airport. Vigdis had never seen it so full. The ash cloud was drifting back and forth across northern Europe, occasionally opening up patches of airspace above Norway and Scotland. France, Germany, England, and much of Central Europe was closed. Ironically, Keflavik itself remained open, protected by the prevailing wind pushing the ash to the south. It was a nightmare for the airlines. Their schedules were a mess, and all their aircraft were in the wrong place. The Icelandic staff were answering questions patiently. This was the kind of crisis Icelanders were good at, thinking on their feet. Vigdis had checked David's flight on the internet before setting off to the airport, but there had been no information on its status. She joined a small crowd peering at a monitor and picked out David's flight from New York. Cancelled. Vigdis felt her eyes sting. Her phone vibrated in her jeans pocket. A text. "Flight delayed, then cancelled. Shall I try again tomorrow? D." She texted back immediately. "Yes, please try again. I really want you to come.
She pushed through the crowds back to her car. She was surprised at how disappointed she was. She liked David, liked him a lot, but they were not that close. They hadn't had the chance to be. That was the problem. Finally, the right guy had come along, and she hadn't been able to see him because of her stupid job and the stupid volcano. She liked her job, but she needed a personal life too, a relationship, something. She drove back towards home. She considered dropping in on her mother, making sure she was awake and ready to go to her work in the cafe. But she couldn't face it. There would be a row. She would feel even worse. Her mother would just have to look after herself. So, work it was. She picked up her phone and called the station. To her surprise, Arna answered. "You're in early," she said. It was not yet 8 o'clock. "There's a lot to do," said Arna. "Has David landed?" "Flight cancelled," said Vigdis. "I thought I'd come in and help you out." "Hey, I'm sorry," said Arna. "I know you were looking forward to seeing him." Vigdis considered denying it. She wasn't big on emotion at work, but Arna meant what he said, and she appreciated it. "Thanks. What's happening with Magnus?" "They said on the radio a farmer had been murdered in the Stykkisholmur area, but they didn't give any details." "They've arrested him," said Arna. "I don't believe it." "The gossip is they've got a good case." "Jesus! There's no way he did it. You know that, Arna." "Yeah, I know it. Hey, Vigdis." "Yes?" "Maybe you shouldn't come in. I won't tell Baldur your boyfriend hasn't shown up. Maybe you should do some digging yourself. See if you can help Magnus." Vigdis stared out at the open road, cutting through the brown rubble of the lava field ahead of her. At least that would take her mind off David. "Magnus told me pretty explicitly to back off," she said. "Of course he did," said Arna. "He's a stubborn bastard. But you know what he would do if you and I were in a similar fix." "I do," Vigdis smiled. "Tell you what, I'll sneak out of here and meet you at Café Roma at 9:30. We'll figure out how we can help him." It was a cool, moist morning. Anita walked her mare, Grauna, through the farmyard, past the singed cottage. The building looked intact. The roof seemed to have held, although the window frames of the living room and kitchen were blackened. A smell of wet, stale smoke seeped through the damp air. That was going to be one hell of a mess to clear up. She waved at the constable, cosy in his police car, sipping the cup of coffee she had brought him earlier. She touched Grauna's flanks, and the mare speeded up to a tilt, the unique gait, a kind of smooth trot, of the Icelandic horse. Anita wanted to get out of there, into the open. She was badly shaken. Hallgrímur's murder, the fire, and then seeing Hallgrímur himself the night before. Like a lot of Icelanders, Anita could see things, see people, dead people, ghosts. She wasn't proud of it. In fact, it scared the hell out of her. It hadn't at first. Her grandmother, her mother's mother, had died suddenly when Anita was 1. Apparently her mother had been very ill in the first few months of Anita's life, and her Amma had cared for the baby. And after she died, she cared for her granddaughter still. When Anita's parents caught their 3-year-old daughter talking to someone invisible, at first they thought she had an imaginary friend. But it soon became clear that the little girl was conversing with her grandmother. They kept this knowledge within the family, and as Anita grew older, the visits from her grandmother became rarer. Until one night, when Anita was 12, her grandmother told her to warn her cousin, Sindre, not to go out on the fishing boat that day. Sindre was 4 years older than Anita, a good-looking and popular boy in Stykkisholmur, and another one of Anita's Amma's grandchildren. So Anita got up very early the next morning and rode her bike into town, down to the harbour, where Sindre was preparing his friend's father's fishing boat to go out for the day. There was a brisk wind and black clouds lurked on the western horizon, but then there were nearly always dark clouds lurking on the horizon. Sindre was joking with the men. He was a tall, strapping 16-year-old who looked to Anita more like a man than a boy. He didn't know about Anita's gift. What could she say to him? How could he possibly believe she was anything but a silly girl? What if the others went out on the boat, Sindre stayed behind, and nothing happened? She would feel so stupid, humiliated. There is little a 12-year-old girl fears more than extreme embarrassment. All the other kids would know, everyone would know, that teasing would be unbearable. Also, although Anita had no doubts that she was talking to her grandmother, she wasn't sure that the old lady's warning was based on reality. She was a bit of a worrier, Anita's grandmother, always fretting that she should be careful. So Anita turned and pedalled back to her farm. Sure enough, there was a storm, and Sindra was washed overboard. Anita told no one of her grandmother's warning, but the old lady was very angry with her, and the guilt was unbearable. She stopped eating, stopped doing her homework. Her parents grew worried, but she never explained. As she grew up, Anita kept her talent quiet. Every Icelandic town had its seers, and Stykkishólmur was no exception. Women who spoke to hidden people, men who could look into the future. Anita had no intention of becoming one of their number. On the winter of her 14th birthday, her friends became obsessed with the Ouija board, but Anita wanted nothing to do with it, even though they all assured her she would be certain to get through to the other side.
End of CD 3. CD 4.
Her grandmother appeared with much less frequency. There had been a couple of warnings, which Anita now heeded, and a message for Sylvia. Anita had told Kolbeinn of her skill, and Sylvia when necessary. Both of them had accepted it, and kept the knowledge to themselves. But last night was the first time Anita had seen a ghost who was not her grandmother, and she didn't like it. At all. She had no desire to see Hallgrímur ever again. The horses found it difficult to pick through the lava field, so Anita rode along the edge of the Berserkjarán, with the great lump of Bjarnahöfn fell rising above her. To her left, the clouds hovered above the tossing sea of lava and moss, frozen in cold anger. A raven hoisted itself into the air, croaking as it did so, soon to be joined by its mate. On the other side of the lava field, the farm of Hrón squatted on top of its knoll, and far in the distance she could see the holy bump in the landscape that was Helgafell. It was good to be out in the fresh air. There was plenty to worry about when she got back to the farm, Sylvia top of the list. Anita had left her preparing to go out to see to the chickens, which was Sylvia's normal early morning routine. Sylvia was still remarkably strong for her age, unlike her husband, whose energy had declined over the last few months. Perhaps Anita had made a mistake. Perhaps Sylvia would set alight the chicken shed, or rather the chicken shipping container. The metal wouldn't burn, but the straw would. Or even worse, she might return to the farmhouse and set fire to the kitchen. But Kolbeinn was out in the farmyard. He would notice if something went wrong. No, Anita shouldn't have left her mother-in-law alone. Sylvia was going to be a problem. Anita noticed a figure ahead, hunched on a stone a few meters into the lava field. It was a woman with her back to her. She was wearing a long skirt and a headscarf. She was dressed like an old lady, but she didn't look old. Grana drew nearer. "Hello?" Anita called. The woman turned. She had long, plaited, blonde hair, like Anita, but she was quite a bit younger, probably in her mid-30s, with clear features. She looked familiar to Anita, but at first Anita couldn't place her. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks. "What's wrong?" Anita said, nudging Grana towards the edge of the lava field. The mare didn't want to move. "It's Johannes. He killed Johannes." "Johannes?" Anita said. "Who is Johannes?" But of course she knew. "Johannes from Hrón." The woman waved an arm vaguely in the direction of the farm on the other side of the Berserkjarán. Anita recognized the woman. She had seen her face staring out of photographs in Hallgrímur's cottage. It was Marta, Hallgrímur's mother, Gunnar's wife, her husband's grandmother. Anita's first instinct was to turn Grana around and bolt for home, but the woman didn't look threatening. She just looked broken-hearted. "Who killed Johannes, Martha?" Anita asked. The woman didn't seem to be surprised that Anita knew who she was. "My husband," she said, "Gunnar. And I have to pretend that I don't know what happened to him. All the neighbours go looking for him up in the mountains, when all the time he is at the bottom of Swine Lake. I know that, and Gunnar knows that, but he still goes out with them." "I'm sorry," said Anita. And it was true. She felt a burst of sympathy for this woman sitting a few metres away from her. A woman who had been dead for 40 years. Anita looked across the lava field to the farm of Hrone, standing proud on its knoll. "I come here to think about Johannes," the woman said, "to get away from that monster at home." Grana had had enough. She pinned back her ears and reared. Anita kept her balance and fought to bring the mare back under control. The horse wheeled around a couple of times before Anita calmed her down. When she looked back into the lava field, Martha was gone. Emil surveyed the police officers sitting around the table in the conference room in Stykkishólmur police station, which had been turned into an incident room. Someone had placed a large whiteboard along the wall opposite the door. It was empty. No one had had the time to write on it. It was 8 o'clock, and none of the officers had got much sleep after the goings-on at Bjarnarhöfn. There was Runar, Páll, and 3 more of the local police constables. Then the 2 detectives who had arrived the evening before to reinforce Emil. From Keflavik, a small man in his 20s with prematurely thinning fair hair named Adam, and Björn from Akureyri, who was pleasingly chubby, at least to Emil's eyes. With Reykjavik out of bounds as a source of detective manpower, there were precious few other places to go for help. Then there was Edda, the head of the forensics unit. At least Emil had been allowed to use them, even though they were based in Reykjavik. She was a head taller than him, with long legs, short blonde hair, and an air of calm competence. Emil had worked with her on one of her first major cases, when she had spotted some fibres on a fence in the garden of a house in Akranes, whose owner had been brutally assaulted by a burglar. It had led to a conviction that otherwise would probably never have been made. She was gorgeous then, and she was gorgeous now, even though she looked as tired as the rest of them. Emil's stomach rumbled. The hotel in Stykkishólmur had been overwhelmed with the sudden influx of policemen and forensics technicians, and hadn't been able to come up with much of a breakfast that early in the morning. "Let's start with the fire," Emil said. "How badly burned is the property?" "The structure is still standing," said Runar. "The inside is badly burned, especially the kitchen and the living room. The desk is gone, as well as the computer. Plenty for forensics to work on," he said to Edda. "It's pretty clear that the old woman started it," said Emil. "She seemed to think that she was cooking supper for her husband. She still doesn't understand, or refuses to understand, that he has been murdered." "Did she say how exactly the fire started?" Edda asked. "No, I asked her, but I didn't get an answer that made any sense. We're relying on you to answer that question." "We'll work on it as soon as we get up to the farm this morning," said Edda. "Is it Alzheimer's?" Udonat asked. "Probably," Emil replied. "I spoke to Anita, who said that Sylvia had been displaying signs of memory loss over the last few months, but nothing this bad. She has deteriorated rapidly since yesterday. I assume it was the shock of her husband's death." Emil remembered his own father, who had died only the previous year in the advanced stages of Alzheimer's. At first the old man, a widower, had done his best to hide his condition from his children, but as his memory loss had become more obvious, he had become increasingly angry and impatient with anyone trying to help him. Against Emil's wishes, he had insisted on going out fishing in his boat by himself. One evening he had fallen in and spent half an hour in Faxaflói Bay, clinging to his boat before a fellow fisherman found him near death from the cold. The shock had definitely accelerated his decline. The memory brought back for Emil the familiar feelings of guilt, anger, and powerlessness. It would have been difficult, but Emil should have done more for his father. He hoped he wouldn't live long enough to suffer from Alzheimer's himself. Then he thought of his last consultation with his doctor. A little risk of that, apparently. Can Anita look after her? Runar asked. I don't know, Emil replied. I don't think she should be staying at the farm, at least for the next few days. Bodil, get on to Hannah at Social Services, Runar commanded, and see if Dr. Ingvar can help. Bodil nodded. That really is a very fine moustache, thought Emil. Do we have anyone at the farm now? Yes, said Runar. There's been a constable up there all night, or at least since the fire. Emil let the silence linger to the point where it became awkward. Technically, Runar outranked him, but he knew, and Emil knew, that the chief superintendent had screwed up. The crime scene must always be guarded until it was released, even in rural areas where there were no spare resources to do it. There was a reason for the procedure. Emil waited until he saw 2 pink spots of shame emerge on Runar's cheeks, and then moved on. Okay, let's turn to the murder investigation. I interviewed Magnus yesterday afternoon, as well as his brother. Emil spent a few minutes recounting the results of the interview. So Magnus is definitely our top suspect? Adam, the detective from Keflavik, asked. Definitely, Emil replied, but we should keep an open mind. Let's go through the family. They ran through them one by one. Kolbeinn had dropped his son at basketball practice. Sylvia had been seen in the church at Stykkishólmur, where she had arrived at the 10:30 service a little late. Ingvar had said that he was tinkering with his boat in Stykkishólmur harbour. That had still to be checked, but it should be easy to find witnesses. No one had seen Anita on her horse, nor had anyone seen the daughter Tota, who claimed, quite plausibly, that she was lying in bed on a Sunday morning. In theory, the neighbouring farm at Hrón had a clear view of the approach to Bjarnarhöfn over the lava field, and the farmer had been out on the home field checking his own fences before the lambing season. But the weather was so bad that he hadn't been able to see anything. He couldn't remember hearing Magnus's car approach, or any other, and there was no chance that he could have seen as far as Cumberland Bay on the far side of the farm, where Anita claimed to have ridden. Okay, what about forensics, Edda? The crime scene is a joke. Blood has been trampled everywhere. There was a horse hanging around for 20 minutes. Magnus's fingerprints are on everything, except those surfaces that have been wiped down. Wiped down? Looks like it to me, said Edda, unless the place was thoroughly cleaned very recently. There was a broom just outside the church with a set of Magnus's prints on it, and no one else's. You mean Magnus swept the church? Adam asked. No, that's not what she means, said Emil, stroking one of his chins. She means Magnus wiped the handle clean. A broom handle like that should be covered with the prints of whoever usually uses it, said Edda, presumably Sylvia or perhaps Anita. They should still be there under Magnus's own prints. If they are not, it means that someone wiped the broom handle down before Magnus touched it. Not necessarily Magnus. That's up to you guys to decide. But he is an obvious possibility, said Emil. The footprints are Magnus's, and he has blood on his shoes. Also some blood on the cuff of his shirt. We assume that's Hallgrímur's, but we will check it, obviously. We'll check his clothes more thoroughly in the lab back in Reykjavik. Did you find anything in the church? Some white hair, which is probably Hallgrímur's, but we will need to check. It could be Sylvia's. And this. She held up a small, round silver earring. The design is a flower. We need to find its twin. I'll ask Sylvia and Anita, said Emil. The body has been taken to the morgue in Reykjavik. They'll do an autopsy today. Our best guess at the moment is that Hallgrímur's head was pounded into the floor by someone holding his hair, which suggests anger rather than premeditation. A blunt instrument is a possibility, but we'll know more once we've heard back from the autopsy. Could the broom have been the murder weapon? Asked Adam. I doubt it very much, said Edda. It wouldn't have left those wounds, and there would probably have been some signs of blood, even if it had been wiped down. We'll take it down to the lab to be sure. I think Edda's right, said Emil. We started work on the cottage, but only in the kitchen, said Edda.
Magnus claimed he was washing blood off his hands and then took a drink from a mug. Anita claimed she saw him washing it up. No sign of blood, Ada said, but the mug had been washed up, and there were Magnus's prints on it. It wasn't lost in the fire, was it? Of course not, said Ada. It's safe in our van. Good. Can you check for Magnus's DNA around the rim? To see whether he drank from it? Yes. It will take a while to get the results, especially with the volcano doing its stuff. DNA needed to be flown to a lab in Sweden for analysis. Turnaround was frustratingly slow at the best of times. With the airspace full of ash, who knew when they would get the sample there, let alone receive it back? It might be useful for the trial. You're pretty sure Magnus was lying about the mug? Runar asked. I'm pretty sure Magnus is lying about a lot of things, said Emil. I've arranged a hearing with the judge in Borgarnes this morning, and then we'll send him down to Little-Hraun. Little-Hraun, meaning Little Lava Field, was Iceland's only major prison, and it was where suspects on remand were held. It was on the south coast of the country, about a 3-hour drive away on the other side of Reykjavik, which was going to be inconvenient. But as I said, we need to keep an open mind, and I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus's brother, Olli, is also involved in this somehow. Do you two speak English? Emil asked his new assistants. I do, said Adam confidently. Björn shrugged, not wanting to admit to poor language skills. Good, because he seems to have forgotten all his Icelandic, and we may want to interview him again later. I'll go back to Bjarnarhofen after the hearing with you, Adam. Then I'll head down to Reykjavik. I'd like to be present at the autopsy, and I need to find out more about Magnus. What about the press? Said Runar. There's a guy from Morgunblaðið downstairs, and RUV have just arrived. Emil sighed. There was no way of avoiding the press interest. A murder was a big deal. Will you talk to them, but keep them away from the farm? He turned to the two detectives. Adam and Björn double-check everyone's alibis. Look for any other witnesses. Björn, check the cameras on the Kjallfjörður tunnel. Any car driving up from Reykjavik would be bound to go through the tunnel under the deep Whale Fjord, which had a toll at its northern entrance with cameras. Look out for Magnus's Range Rover and also Johannes Benediktson's car. He turned to the blank board behind him, staring at him with white insolence. And someone write something on that. As they broke up, Ada approached Emil and touched his sleeve. Do you know Magnus? She asked him. No, I've never worked with him before. Well, I have, Ada said. Just last week I was up at a crime scene with him on Eyjafjallajökull. He seems like a good guy to me, and I find it hard to believe that he's a serious suspect for this. But if he is, you should know that he is smart. Very smart. Chapter 12. January 2010. Magnus opened his eyes. Colby was lying next to him, smiling. You were asleep. Was I? For how long? Only 10 minutes or so. Jet lag. Plus, I went out last night with Stu and the boys. Huh. She raised herself up onto her elbows, leaned over and kissed his lips. Her breast brushed his arm. You think I'm a manipulative bitch, don't you? No, I don't, Magnus protested. Yes, you do, said Colby. But you know why I went to bed with you? It wasn't to get you to leave Iceland and come back to Boston. It wasn't because I want to start something again. No? No. She grinned. It's because I wanted a really good fuck. Really? Yeah, really. And you know what? What? Said Magnus. Now I want another one. An hour later, Magnus was heading south on Route 3. He was grinning. He couldn't help it. He remembered why he liked Colby. She was right, he had thought her manipulative. When they were living together, it was clear that she wanted to change him, get him to quit the police and become a lawyer, then earn a lot of money. She had wanted to marry him. He didn't want to be the man she would have insisted he become, so their relationship had broken up. That, and the gangsters trying to kill her. Magnus had to admit she had been pretty forgiving about that. He smiled again. In Iceland he had met Ingeleif, and she had seemed to be everything that Colby wasn't. She didn't care what he did for a living. She didn't seem to take herself or him very seriously, and she was fun to be with. In fact, she teased him about what she called his rigid American views on what a relationship should be. But that meant that when she had been offered a good opportunity in a gallery in Hamburg, he couldn't really stop her, even though he wanted to. While he had been growing up in America, Magnus was sure that Iceland, the country of his birth, was his spiritual home. And there was a lot he loved about the place. But was it really home? Was he really an Icelander? People like Baldur could never accept him as such. Whereas here he had friends, a lover, and the familiar day-to-day rhythm of homicide investigations. But exactly how healthy was it to need that? The snow was piled thick on the sides of the highway. The outskirts of Boston gave way to white trees with occasional glimpses of marsh. He was heading to the town of Duxbury, just a few miles north of Plymouth, and the place where his father had been murdered. His father had been a mathematics professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The family, Ragnar, Magnus, Ollie, and Ragnar's newish second wife, Kathleen, lived in a small house in Cambridge, but for 2 summers, 1995 and 1996, Ragnar had rented a property in Duxbury from a colleague at MIT. Magnus turned off the highway and along a winding, tree-lined road towards town. Duxbury had been a prosperous shipbuilding centre 200 years before, but then the bay had silted up and industry had left, leaving only the clapboard houses of the wealthy shipowners. Since then, not much had changed. The town was a network of small roads, passing beautiful wooden houses and white churches, with occasional views of the marshes or the bay. It was the sort of place that would be called sleepy, yet even in winter there were runners and cyclists on the roads. An active bunch, the citizens of Duxbury. Magnus drove past the harbour and the small group of stores bunched around a flagpole that constituted the centre of town, out onto Standish Point. This was a promontory in Duxbury Bay named after Captain Miles Standish, the leader of the Mayflower colony at Plymouth, who had built himself a house there. There were some fine, large houses, but the property belonging to Ragnar's colleague was small and simple, clad in weathered grey wooden shingles, built sometime in the 1920s. It perched on the edge of the bay, facing out to Clark's Island, where the Mayflower had first made landfall, and the inland edge of the 7-mile spit of sand that was Duxbury Beach. Magnus parked opposite the house. The air was crisp, but still. The sun shone brightly off the snow and the blue bay. An old Volvo stood guard outside the house. Magnus had no idea if the place was still owned by the MIT professor or his family. Magnus himself had been in Providence at the time of his father's death, waiting tables. Ollie had been at the beach with his girlfriend. Kathleen had been busy elsewhere. And Ragnar had been in the living room with a view over the bay, working on his math. That's why they were there, really, so that Ragnar would have time to think. His subject was Riemann surfaces, an esoteric branch of topology, and he liked to link up with a couple of collaborators around the world. He'd fixed up a modem so that he could exchange ideas with a British and a Canadian mathematician. Afternoons were his mathematics time. Someone had come and knocked on the front door. Ragnar had let the person in. This didn't necessarily mean Ragnar knew him or her. In a small town, it would be natural to let in a friendly-looking stranger with a plausible story. Ragnar had turned his back on his visitor, who promptly stabbed him. No one had seen the murderer. Magnus looked up and down the small lane that led down to the water. It was hidden by trees and bushes that would have been even thicker in summer. He doubted whether he himself could be seen by anyone at that moment. A neighbour had seen a man with a beard, whom Magnus had eventually tracked down, but this had turned out to be a birdwatcher from Worcester, a small city to the west of Boston. Magnus looked around. Had he missed anything? Had Sergeant Fearon, the detective who had led the investigation all those years ago, missed anything? Even now, with his years of experience, Magnus couldn't figure out what that might be. Apart from one small piece of evidence, which was why he had made an appointment to see former Sergeant Detective Jim Fearon. The ex-policeman was sitting waiting for Magnus in the bakery just by the town's small harbour. He was in his early 60s with a grey moustache, a belly peeking out over his pants, and kind blue eyes that didn't miss a thing. "Hey, Magnus, how are you?" He shook Magnus's hand. "I'm doing great, Jim. Thanks for seeing me." "No problem. Anything Patty can do to get me out the house." Magnus smiled. "So how long you been retired now, Jim?" "Nearly 5 years. She still hasn't gotten used to it. I make myself scarce during the day. I've got a boat down here that I tinker with in the summer. Do some fishing." "Sounds like a good life." The winter drags a bit, you know." They went up to the counter. Fearon ordered a complicated pastrami sandwich, and Magnus splurged and ordered a lobster roll. They had lobsters in Iceland, just not as many as in New England. Another thing he missed. Fearon took a bite of his sandwich. "So, you said you're only around for a couple of days? You moved out of the area?" "Iceland," Magnus said. "I'm attached to the Reykjavik Metropolitan Police." "Gee, that must be different." "It certainly is, and it's been good to go back to where my family originally came from." "Well, that's all I know about Iceland," said Fearon. "Your family." "You sound like you regret it," Magnus said. "Hey, we didn't solve the case. You're a cop now. You know what that's like." "I also know you tried pretty damn hard." Fearon smiled. "With some serious prompting from you." "Sorry about that." Magnus winced. "In retrospect, you were incredibly patient putting up with me. I must have been a pain in the ass." "You were. You acted like you were taking what happened to your dad well, but I could see it was real tough on you." He wiped his lips with his napkin. "My guess is you haven't quit being a pain in the ass. Am I right?" Magnus nodded. "That's why I'm here. You see, while I was in Iceland, I discovered a link between my father's murder and another one 10 years before." Magnus explained about the stabbing of Benedict Johannesson. Fearon listened closely. "That must just be a coincidence, surely. I agree it's the same M.O., but we're talking thousands of miles in distance." "True, but Benedict grew up on the neighboring farm to my grandfather Hallgrímur, who, by the way, hated my dad." Fearon considered this for a moment. "It still could be a coincidence, but I see your point." He frowned. "But no one saw any Icelanders around here, and as you well know, we've tried just about every avenue. There are no loose ends." Magnus took a deep breath. "What about the DNA on that strand of hair?" "They analyzed it to death, you know that. They couldn't get a complete sequence, no matches. All we know is its color, blonde." "Yes, you can only get the mother's mitochondrial DNA from hair, unless you've got a root. That made it hard to get a match, especially back in the 90s. "If you say so," said Fearon. "But if two people are related on the mother's side, you should be able to figure that out from the hair sample." Fearon frowned. Magnus took out a pair of latex gloves and put them on. The middle-aged couple at the next table stared. Then he took out a sample envelope from his jacket pocket. His name was already written on it. "Hey, Magnus, what are you doing?" Magnus didn't answer. From another pocket he took out an envelope, opened it, and extracted a cotton swab. He opened his mouth and wiped around the inside of his cheek. He popped the swab in the sample envelope and put it on the table between them. Both men, and the couple at the neighboring table, stared at the sample. "Do they still have the hair?" Magnus asked. "Well, they should in theory. But you know what police files are like. It's 13 years ago." "Can you take a look?" "I told you I'm retired," said Fearon. "And you never talk to your old buddies at the station?" Fearon smiled. "If we do have the hair, you want it reanalyzed?" Magnus nodded. "See if the hair belonged to someone related to me on my mother's side." I think they can do that." Jim Fearon thought. "I guess they can try," he said. He came to a decision. "Okay, I'll see what I can do." He grinned. "You are still a pain in the ass, you know that." "I know it," Magnus agreed. He shook his head. "I'm sorry about all that grief I gave you about Kathleen." Fearon sighed. "You were right. She wasn't telling you the truth. You just weren't right about why." The 20-year-old Magnus had been perplexed as to why, after an initial flurry, the police seemed to have pulled back from investigating his stepmother. He knew that things were going badly between her and his father, and he didn't trust her an inch. What Fearon had discovered, and what he didn't tell Magnus for several weeks, was that at the moment Ragnar was murdered, Kathleen was in bed with an air-conditioning engineer from Pembroke, a neighbouring town. They had met the previous week, when he had come round at her insistence to install a unit in the unconditioned house. "You know, I haven't seen her at all since then." "Probably a good thing," said Fearon. The ex-detective hesitated, and then returned to his sandwich. Magnus picked up the hesitation. "What is it?" Fearon glanced at Magnus and carried on munching. "Come on, Jim. Don't hold out on me now. After all these years, tell me, whatever it is." Fearon leaned back and nodded to himself. "All right," he said. "Do you still see your brother?" "Yeah," said Magnus. "In fact, I'm planning on seeing him tonight." "Oh. Jim, tell me." "You're right. There was a lot of tension between your father and stepmother. You probably noticed that it got worse a couple of weeks before he died." "I told you that at the time." "You did," said Fearon. "What you don't know is why it got worse." "I assumed she was having an affair. The aircon guy, not him. Your dad never found out about him." Fearon paused and looked straight at Magnus. "She'd slept with your brother." "What?" Magnus was stunned. "He was only 18. She didn't even like him." "That was old enough for her. And turned out she did like him, after all. High school had just finished. He had been drinking. He came home. Your father was at work. She gave him another drink. She had a couple herself. And one thing led to another." "How many times?" "They said 3. I believe them." "And did Dad know?" "Yes. She hadn't tried very hard to hide it. My guess is she let him find out. She wanted to hurt him. Anyway, she admitted it to him." "I can't believe it. Why would Ollie do something so stupid? With her, of all people." But he knew why Ollie would do it. He was vain at 18, and the idea of seducing an older woman would have appealed. Kathleen was about 37 at that stage, and still attractive. Red hair, full body, but Jesus Christ. "Why didn't you tell me this then?" "Kathleen and your brother begged me not to. They thought you wouldn't understand, that it would upset you. It wasn't relevant to the investigation. Both Ollie and Kathleen's alibis were rock solid." "You thought I wouldn't understand?" "Actually, I thought you would understand perfectly well. But I did think it would upset you. It seemed to me you and your brother needed each other. You know how it is in murder investigations." Fearon caught Magnus's eye. "The dirty secrets come out. A lot of the time you got to confront the victim's family with all that filth. But if you don't have to do it, you don't. At least I don't." Magnus did know what he meant. Everyone has a secret, and when a person is murdered, that secret comes out. Some of his colleagues enjoyed getting it all out into the open, shaking the tree to see what fell out. Magnus didn't. Often he had had to tell relatives brutal truths. So he understood why Fearon had dodged that task if he could. "I missed all that," Magnus said. "I stayed up in Providence that summer after college ended, working in a restaurant. I had a girlfriend who was working in the city on some youth project, and I wanted to spend the summer with her. But I remember coming over to Duxbury the weekend before, and there was a lot of tension in the house. They were all on best behavior, but I could tell it was for my benefit. And I do remember my father being angry with Ollie, but he was often angry with Ollie at that stage. Ollie had gotten himself into trouble over drugs, I think. He'd been very lucky not to be expelled from high school. Yeah, I recall something about that, said Fearon. But I think what really pissed your dad off was that his son was banging his wife. Can't really blame him. Oh, Ollie. Magnus shook his head. He had done his best his whole life to look after his kid brother, but Ollie had always seemed to find new ways of screwing up.
Chapter 13. Monday, the 19th of April, 2010. The spot wouldn't come out of the kitchen floor tile, no matter how hard Anita scrubbed. She had no idea what it was, and she didn't care. She just scrubbed harder. It was good to be on her hands and knees, doing something. She was scared, as had been Grona. They had cantered back to the farmhouse from the lava field, and Anita had hurriedly unsaddled the mare and let her into the paddock with the other horses. Kolbeinn and Vili were working on one of the fences of what would become the lamb's meadow. Sylvia had come in from the chickens and was looking lost, so Anita had put her in front of Shrek with Tota, who thankfully hadn't complained that she was too old to see the film again. She knew things with Sylvia were serious, and she was prepared to do her bit. As Anita scrubbed, she remembered Johannes's visit of the evening before, and his claim that Hallgrímur's father, Gunnar, had killed his grandfather, also called Johannes. That was clearly whom the woman Marta had been talking about. Perhaps it wasn't Marta. Perhaps Anita had dreamed it all, prompted by Johannes's story. And perhaps Anita had just dreamed about Hallgrímur. Dreams were supposed to be like that, weren't they? Rehashing and reordering in your sleeping brain the events of the previous day. But you couldn't dream something in the middle of the day on a horse that had bolted at the same thing. What scared Anita most was that, having seen 2 ghosts in less than 24 hours, she would soon see another. She really didn't want to see Hallgrímur again. What she wanted was for her grandmother to appear, tell Hallgrímur to leave her granddaughter alone, give Anita a bit of comfort. She had told Kolbeinn about Hallgrímur's visit the night before, when they had finally got to bed in the small hours of the morning after the policemen and firemen had left. He had listened closely, accepting what she said, and then he held her tight until they both went to sleep. That was the thing about Kolbeinn. He was big, reliable, he loved her, he never doubted her, and he was always there. She heard barking outside. Someone was coming. Anita allowed herself a brief smile. Wouldn't it be wonderful if her grandmother walked in? "Hello?" It wasn't her Amma. It was Gabrielle. Anita's heart sank. She liked Gabrielle, but she wasn't sure she was up to the serious gossip session that Gabrielle would want to embark upon. "Oh, leave that," the Frenchwoman said as she saw Anita on her hands and knees. "That can wait." "It's just good to be doing something," said Anita, getting to her feet. "Let me put this away and then I'll make us some coffee." "I wondered how you were coping," Gabrielle said. "I heard about the fire, and I saw the cottage just now. It's crawling with people wearing those funny plastic bags. Don't they know Sylvia started it?" Anita put away the scrubbing brush and bucket and made coffee, while Gabrielle nattered on in her strong French accent. Actually, it was nice to have her there. Anita didn't have to think too hard about what she was saying or how she replied. She was sure Gabrielle's concern was genuine, but it was clear that her sister-in-law was excited by the drama. "Can I have another one?" Gabrielle said, reaching for the plate Anita had put out. "They are delicious." Gabrielle was excited by the cakes, too. She had olive skin, big brown eyes, and thick dark hair cut short. She wore a pretty green scarf around her neck. She was several years older than Anita, but Anita was jealous of the way she always managed to wear the simplest items with a hint of sophistication, even on a farm in the middle of nowhere. "How's Sylvia?" Gabrielle asked. "She's watching a DVD with Tota now, but I'm worried about her. She seems really confused. She knows her house has burned down, and she seems to know she did it, but she won't say how, and she doesn't seem to understand that Hallgrímur has died, let alone been murdered. I was hoping Ingvar would come over and look at her. He's got a clinic this morning.
Gabriel said. I know Willie called him earlier this morning, and they were talking about getting her to see a specialist in Reykjavik. Ingvar is surprised she has deteriorated so fast. But he's hardly spoken to her, said Anita. How could he know how bad she was before? He said he'd come over later. I hope so, said Anita. I mean, I know he's wary about treating his own family, but his mother really needs his help. Gabriel nodded. He understands that now. Willie told him so this morning. Anyway, how are you? I thought you were bearing up well last night at dinner, but you don't look so good this morning. I don't feel it, said Anita. Gabriel reached over and took Anita's hand. Her fingers were surprisingly cold, but Anita appreciated the gesture. When this is over, you and Colbain should spend a week in our flat in Paris. Anita smiled. That's kind of you, but you know we can't leave the farm. Although actually the idea of running away abroad at that very minute sounded attractive. That's a shame, said Gabriel. Maybe later in the year. At least we'll be able to keep it now. What do you mean? Said Anita. The bank was all set to take it back. We had a big euro mortgage on it when we bought it, and after the crash, we've had a lot of trouble keeping up with the payments on our flat and our place in Stikisholmur. Oh, I didn't realize. Anita had assumed that they were fairly well off, especially since Ingvar was a doctor. Yes, that's why Ingvar and his father fell out last year. Ingvar asked for some money, and Hallgrímur said no. I'd noticed Ingvar had seen less of him recently, said Anita. I wondered why. But then Hallgrímur had a pretty strange relationship with all of his sons. You're telling me. In some ways, Ingvar seemed almost to hate him. He wanted to keep his distance, and yet Hallgrímur had this power over him. It was irresistible. I mean, we had the whole of Iceland to live in, and we chose Stikisholmur. Ingvar did very well at medical school and was a star in Paris. He could have been a top surgeon at the National Hospital in Reykjavik by now. But we are here. Ingvar always says it's because he loves the area. But the reality is he couldn't tear himself away from his father. It's unhealthy. He seemed to take Hallgrímur's death pretty well. They all did, apart from Tota. Don't be so sure. You know Ingvar. He always seems so cool and detached, never lets anyone see what he's thinking, even me. But he's a mess. He couldn't sleep last night. I woke up in the middle of the night to find him sobbing. He got up and drank half a bottle of brandy. He never does that. Anita had never really liked Ingvar. She respected him, but thought him too cold, too arrogant. She expected more warmth from a family member. Even Hallgrímur could be warmer than Ingvar. In fact, the doctor took after his mother more. Ever since Anita had first known her, Sylvia had seemed permanently detached from everything. It had always struck Anita as odd that a doctor could appear so little moved by humanity. She was glad in a way that Ingvar's father's death had had an effect. But Gabrielle was right, it was an unhealthy relationship. That burn on Ingvar's face wasn't really an accident, was it? Anita said. Gabrielle glanced at Anita conspiratorially and shook her head. Ingvar won't tell me what really happened, but I know his father had something to do with it. I'll bet he threw boiling water at his face when he was a little kid, and none of them are allowed to talk about it, even now. Willie was the smart one, said Anita, escaping to Canada. Yes, although I sometimes get the feeling that Hallgrímur's power stretched over the Atlantic. So why did Ingvar ask him for the money? Said Anita. Hallgrímur was always going to say no, wasn't he? He shouldn't have done, said Gabrielle, considering Ingvar was responsible for Hallgrímur making all that cash in the first place. All what cash? Anita said. She was vaguely aware that there was some arrangement between Hallgrímur and his sons about who should have what, which had led to Colbain taking over the farm, but she had never troubled to find out the details. You know Hallgrímur had a small quota in Stikisholmur. Yes, said Anita, but didn't he sell it? In the early 1980s, fishermen had been given the windfall of a quota or proportion of the total Icelandic fishing catch. This could be transferred, and many of the smaller fishermen, especially the part-time ones like Hallgrímur, had sold theirs to fishing companies for useful lump sums.
He did, and Ingvar helped him invest it. He did spectacularly well. You remember Oskar Gunnarsson, the chairman of Oddinsbanki, who was killed last year?
Yes.
Well, Ingvar is good friends with Oskar's uncle, who lives in Stykkishólmur. He gave Ingvar a tip that Oddinsbanki shares were going to soar. Ingvar told Hallgrímur, and he made several times his money on them.
But didn't all the banks go bust?
Not before the uncle told Ingvar to sell.
So how much does Hallgrímur have then?
I don't know precisely. Probably a couple of 100 million kronor.
No. Anita blinked. She hadn't thought at all about Hallgrímur's will. She hadn't even thought about what would happen to the farm, which she knew still belonged to Hallgrímur. Does Kolbeinn know this?
Probably not, said Gabrielle. I know Hallgrímur wanted to keep their success a secret from everyone, including Sylvia and his other sons. And I have no idea how it will all be split up. But you can see why it was reasonable for Ingvar to ask his father for some of the cash he had made him.
Yes, I can, said Anita.
Anyway, at least we should be able to keep the flat, which is a great relief to me. I love Iceland, but I need that place in Paris to stay sane.
I should tell Kolbeinn this, Anita said.
Actually, it's probably best if you don't, said Gabrielle. He'll find out very soon himself, won't he? And it would be bad if he discovered it from me. I don't want to create tension between the brothers if Ingvar hasn't told Kolbeinn. I probably shouldn't have told you. It will only be for a few days. As soon as they look at Hallgrímur's bank statements, it should all be clear.
If they weren't burned, said Anita.
In which case they'll ask the bank for them, said Gabrielle.
Okay, I'll pretend I don't know when Kolbeinn finds out, said Anita.
Thanks, said Gabrielle. Now I should go and leave the housework alone for now. Give yourself a break.
You Icelandic women don't know how to relax. Anita tried not to laugh. Relax? No chance. But she appreciated her sister-in-law's friendship. Why don't you come over for a ride tomorrow morning, she said.
Gabrielle smiled. Would you like the company?
Yes, I would, said Anita. She couldn't be sure, but there was probably less chance of meeting Marta if she had a chattering Frenchwoman with her. I would really like it. Arno was waiting for Vigdis when she arrived at Café Roma. It was around the corner from the police station and one of Arno's favourite haunts. Vigdis was amazed at how many of their pastries he could stuff into his mouth and still remain so skinny. He was wearing his sling. How's the shoulder? Hurts a bit. I've taken some painkillers. Shouldn't you be resting it? A man's got to type what a man's got to type, Arno said in American English. Vigdis didn't precisely understand what Arno had said, but she laughed anyway. You had to laugh with Arno. He was tall and weedy and painfully thin, famous within the department for his cock-ups, but he was brave. There was no doubt Arno was brave, even when it came to typing. Sorry about David, he said. Yeah. He's trying to get on a flight tomorrow, Vigdis said. It will only give us a couple of days, but that's better than nothing. Have you heard anything about Magnus? Nope. Apparently Adam from Keflavik has been put on the case. I know him pretty well. I thought I'd give him a call. Vigdis knew Adam a little too and doubted he would be helpful. The rules on this one would be clear. Don't talk to Magnus's colleagues. Adam was ambitious, and he wouldn't want to break the rules in a high-profile case. I'm not sure that's a good idea, she said. Can't hurt to try, said Arno. Vigdis shrugged. I guess not, but be subtle about it. Fat chance of that, she thought. Also, I spoke to my sister last night, Arno said. His sister, Katrin, was Magnus's landlady, who shared the small house in Jolsgata with him. You know, Magnus's brother, Ollie, was staying there? Yes, said Vigdis. Apparently he left early yesterday morning, saying he was going to the farm where he grew up. A school-teacher friend was taking him. Then Magnus rushed off after him. That's interesting, said Vigdis. That must be Bjarnehofen. Maybe I'll go and talk to her this morning, see if I can find out who this schoolteacher is. Also, I thought I would see if Ingerleif is still in Reykjavik. I know she was planning to fly back to Germany, but her flight will have been cancelled because of the ash cloud. Magnus might have told her something useful. And I had another thought. Oh, yeah? A few months ago, Magnus asked me how to get hold of an old file. Benedict Johannesson's murder in 1985. Do you remember that one? Arne looked blank. Vigdis had studied it at police college, and she would bet Arne had too. She'd also bet he had forgotten it. A writer who was murdered at his home in Vesterbyre, she said. Stabbed. They never found the murderer. Arne shook his head, unable to remember. So why would Magnus want to read that? Good question, said Vigdis, which is why I suggest you dig it out. Okay, said Arne. I'll see if I can get hold of it this morning. We'll talk later. As they got up to leave, Arne paused. Oh, there is one thing I should mention. A guy called for Magnus last week, some American detective. He said he had some lab results. Interesting, said Vigdis. Do you know what sort of results? The guy wasn't specific. And what did Magnus say when you told him? Arne's Adam's apple started bobbing. Arne, you forgot to tell him, didn't you? There was a lot going on, Arne protested. We were in the middle of a case. It didn't seem relevant. Arne, you are a moron. Arne winced. He didn't show any signs of disagreeing. Call this detective back after lunch. Find out what the tests were and why Magnus wanted them. They went their separate ways, with Vigdis muttering under her breath about the idiot she had to work with. Chapter 14. The warmth and the fragrant smell of hay and wool enveloped Anita as she entered the large barn where they kept the ewes over the winter. The sheep, bellies swollen with unborn lambs, shifted and shuffled as they saw her. A gentle bleat rippled through the flock. Anita loved it in the barn, especially at this time of year. They kept the building scrupulously clean with hoses and a mucking-out machine, much easier than the old-fashioned hours with rake and fork. But it was the air of expectancy that hovered over the mass of warm wool that she felt was so delicious, a maternal mixture of excitement and nervousness magnified 400 times. One area of the barn had been kept clear for the lambing stalls. In a week or so, that section would be bustling. No one on the farm would get much sleep, but Anita didn't mind. It was worth it for the joy of seeing the newborns twitch and flutter into the world. Except when she lost a ewe, especially if it was an older beast whom she had got to know over several years, or one of the Foristuve, the hardy, intelligent leader sheep, who steered the rest of the flock over the mountains and kept them out of trouble. She waded into the flock, recognizing the different animals, all of which the family had named. Moses, one of the rams, had broken into the ewes' field the previous autumn. He hadn't been there long before he was discovered, and so far there was no sign of any early pregnancies. Anita checked a couple of the ewes that she'd spotted earlier that had seemed particularly restless, but no sign of any activity yet. Good. The last thing any of them needed right then was to be up all night worrying about the sheep. The longer they could delay that, the better. In fact, Anita fervently hoped that the murder investigation would be tied up by the time the first lamb was born. Perhaps it already was. The police had taken Magnus away after all. Could he really be a killer? Anita thought not, but she didn't really know him. He did come from a world of gangs and guns and killing, and she knew that Hallgrímur had loathed him. She stood among the rippling pond of wool and thought about what Gabrielle had said. Anita had watched enough cop shows on TV to know that, without realizing it, Ingvar's wife had let slip that her husband had a motive for murder. Now Hallgrímur had died, Ingvar would get his hands on some of the old man's millions. It was strange to think that Hallgrímur was so rich, but not at all strange to hear that he had hidden it from his family. That made perfect sense. Perhaps Anita should tell the fat detective what she had heard. She would be betraying Gabrielle's trust and could get Ingvar into trouble. For all she knew, Gabrielle or Ingvar could have told the police about Hallgrímur's investments, and even if they hadn't, The detective would find out about it sooner or later. Anita couldn't believe that the doctor had murdered his father. Yet if Ingvar had killed the old man, then of course he should be arrested. And if he hadn't, it should be easy for him to prove it. There was also Magnus to consider. Ingvar's guilt would prove his innocence. There was no doubt that the right thing to do was to tell the police. But if she did that, Gabrielle would never forgive her. If Ingvar was guilty, that wouldn't matter, but if he was innocent, which he probably was, it most certainly would. Maybe there was a way of informing the police anonymously. The police always used anonymous informants on TV. But that was in London or New York. She wasn't sure her anonymity could be preserved successfully in somewhere as small as Stykkishólmur. She left the barn, the 2 dogs at her heels. She had lots to do, but she wanted to check how Grana was. She had left the mare earlier that morning, sweating in the paddock on the other side of the farm, close to Cumberland Bay. She crossed the yard. The forensics van was parked outside the burned-out cottage. A technician in overalls was taking photographs of the exterior of the building. A couple of 100 meters out in the lava field, along the dirt road approaching the farm, she saw a group of cars parked precariously along the verge, and 6 people staring towards her, some with equipment, held back by a policeman and some tape. The press. She was glad the police had kept them off the farm. She really didn't want to speak to them. Willy was in the yard, standing by the pickup, looking lost. He waved to her. She couldn't help smiling when she saw him, and waved back a little too enthusiastically. She went over to him. "Do you know where the fence posts are? Colbain needs a couple of new ones. They seem to have moved since the last time I saw them, 30 years ago, which isn't really surprising." He laughed his deep, rumbling laugh. "Just in that shed behind the tops," Anita said, pointing behind him. "There's a whole pile." "I looked in there, but I must have missed them," said Willy. "Thanks." He moved up close to her, too close, and touched her arm. For a moment she met his warm brown eyes. Then she broke away from him and hurried off towards the horses' paddock. Why had she done that? Smiled at him, let him come so close. Why had he come so close? They had agreed to keep their distance. And until now, Willy had done so. He hadn't visited Iceland for 4 years. He was in his 60s, for God's sake, and she was nearly 50. This teenage flirtation was so stupid. Yet for 3 days, 4 years before, it had meant everything to her. It was August. Willy had just retired from the Canadian mining company that had employed him for 25 years and had agreed to teach a semester at Reykjavik University. He had arranged to stay for a week at Bjarnarhofen before term started. But as he was driving there from the airport, Colbain was taking their father in the other direction to hospital in Reykjavik for an emergency heart operation. Willy decided to stay one night at Bjarnarhofen with Anita and the children and his mother, and then go down to Reykjavik the following afternoon to see his father in hospital. Anita had been pleased to see him. She had always liked him, and his company made a nice change. His mother, as usual, had seemed almost indifferent. After lunch, Willy asked if he could ride one of the horses up the fell. Anita offered to come with him. It was a gorgeous August afternoon, warm with only the slightest of breezes. As their horses climbed the flank of the fell behind the farm, they could see for miles the bluish-grey mountains of the West Fjords on the other side of Breiðafjörður, the extraordinary yellow, brown, and green towers of volcanic rock thrown up around the Berserkjarown, Swine Lake lapping against the cliffs of rumpled lava, and over to the east the scattered white buildings of Stykkishólmur. They talked and talked. Anita was very happy with her life on the farm and her friends around Stykkishólmur. She had never regretted turning her back on the tumult of her life in Reykjavik, but she suddenly found herself craving the conversation of a wider world. Willy had a raft of fascinating stories to tell about his adventures with the mining company, and he was interested in her, not in her life at the farm, but the time she had spent in Reykjavik playing her flute, working in the record shop. She found herself talking about the series of unsuitable men who had invaded her life back then. Unsuitable, but interesting, dangerous even. She told Willy things she had never told Kolbeinn, both because he had never asked and because she had never wanted to. Willy was a lot like Kolbeinn, honest, dependable, strong, but he was smarter, and, amazingly, he seemed to understand her better. They arrived back at the farm to hear that Hallgrímur wouldn't need to be operated on after all, and would be returning to Bjarnarhöfn the following day, so Willy decided to stay on. The next morning, Anita suggested another ride with a picnic. Willy asked her to bring her flute. Sylvia ignored them. The weather held. They went further and higher than they had the previous day, to a sheep spire near the summit of the fell. Beside it was a grassy hollow with a view across the mountains to the peak of Snæfellsjökull itself. They sat and ate their sandwiches, facing the beautiful white dome of snow, with its tiny rock question mark right at the summit. Anita played her flute. It was at least a year since she had last picked up the instrument, and it took a few minutes to warm up. But she played Telemann, her favourite composer, and was amazed how she could remember the notes. Willy sat and listened, smiling at her. His smile did something to her playing. Her heart sang in time to the music. Eventually she put down her flute. He reached over and kissed her. They made love, their naked skin chilled by the gentle breeze, but caressed by the sunshine. A pair of golden plovers peeped their support. Afterwards, as she lay in his arms, she ran her hands over his chest, so similar yet so different to Kolbeinn's. "You know, I've never done that before," she said. "Of course you have," said Willy. "No, I mean had sex with another man, since I married Kolbeinn." Willy didn't reply. He just stroked her hair. "You know, it doesn't feel wrong. Up here it doesn't feel wrong." But it was wrong, and it certainly felt wrong when Kolbeinn returned with Hallgrímur the next day. Willy and Anita did a really good job of treating each other naturally, with casual amiability. Anita was certain Kolbeinn had not noticed anything. Sylvia? Who knew about Sylvia? She seemed to treat Willy with mild disapproval, but that was no change from when he had first arrived. No one knew how much Sylvia saw of what went on around the farm. No one knew because Sylvia never told anyone anything. Secrets were safe with Sylvia.
End of CD 4. CD 5.
Anita managed to get hold of Willy alone a couple of hours before he left. They walked down to the little church. She could see in his eyes that he sensed her emotions. "That was about the best afternoon of my life," Willy said. Despite her resolution to be stern with him, Anita couldn't help but smile. "But I know it shouldn't happen again," Willy went on. "I understand that. I'll keep my distance. It will be very difficult for me, but I will do it. I don't want to ruin your life." "Thank you," said Anita. She felt an urge to kiss him, but resisted it. Her fingers twitched with the desire to touch him, to hold his hand, but she clenched them. He did understand. She knew it. And she was relieved. To Kolbeinn's dismay, Willy never came up to the farm again the whole time he was in Reykjavik, though Hallgrímur drove down to see him once, leaving Sylvia behind. It was easier when Willy wasn't around, not exactly to forget what had happened. Anita could never do that, but to keep it in a compartment somewhere up there on the fell, where it could stay safely out of her life. She was appalled at herself for sleeping with her husband's brother, but she knew she could never have betrayed him with anyone from the area. It was only because Willy came from a different country, a different continent, that she had been able to do it. Sometimes Anita took Graunar up the hill to that spot to remember, but she had never played her flute since. She stood by the paddock, and Graunar trotted over to see her. The mare seemed much calmer, yet still relieved to see her mistress. Anita whispered nothings in her ear and patted her neck.
Anita?
She turned to see the fat detective waddling over towards her, with a shorter, younger man at his elbow.
Anita, can we have a word?
Emil accepted the cup of coffee offered to him and sat down at the kitchen table at Bjarnehofen. Whereas the previous day the kitchen had smelled of baking, that morning it smelled of bleach. He was out of breath and his heart was beating unnaturally fast. The out-of-breath thing he was used to, but the heart worried him. He wondered whether he should be drinking caffeine. But one cup of coffee couldn't do any harm. Coffee was one of the few things not on the long list of items his doctor had given him to avoid. After the morning's conference, he had driven down to Borgarnes, a small town halfway between Stykkishólmur and Reykjavik, to the court where a judge was hearing his application to hold Magnus in custody during the investigation. There were no difficult questions, and Magnus himself had said nothing. He hadn't even wanted his lawyer to attend. The police now had 21 days to gather evidence before they would have to appear before a judge again. In the meantime, Magnus had been sent on to the prison at Little Hraun, where he would be held in solitary confinement. There were still some cakes left, and Emil took one. Adam, sitting beside him, notebook at the ready, abstained. As Emil chewed, he examined the two women opposite him. Sylvia was clearly distressed. Her small brown eyes were staring at him and Adam with a mixture of fear and bewilderment. That didn't surprise Emil. Anita, too, seemed to be suffering under the strain.
Delicious,
said Emil, wiping his lips. Anita smiled distractedly in acknowledgement.
Now, do either of you recognize this?
Emil gave a brief nod to Adam, who pulled out a clear plastic envelope containing the silver earring. Sylvia leaned forward, studied the earring, and shook her head. Anita glanced at the envelope quickly, and then at Sylvia. "You recognize it, Sylvia? Kolbeinn gave it to you a few years ago." She turned to the detective. "I know, because I bought them in Reykjavik."
"Are you sure you don't recognize it, Sylvia?"
Emil asked, as gently as he could. The old lady glanced at him with panicked eyes and shook her head again. Anita frowned. "I'm afraid Sylvia is still very upset, Emil. I don't think she is thinking very clearly." Sylvia turned to her daughter-in-law with a scowl, and then stared again at the earring, fascinated.
"Sylvia, we found this earring in the church yesterday morning. Do you know how it got there?"
Sylvia raised her eyes to the detective and shook her head quickly. "Sylvia goes into the church quite a lot," said Anita. "She cleans it, but she also goes in there to pray. She has done for the last couple of years. She could easily have dropped her earring there. The other is probably in her bedroom, if it hasn't been destroyed by the fire."
"We will check," said Emil. "Now, Sylvia, I would like you to give us a hair sample."
"What do you mean?" said Sylvia.
"A policewoman will cut just a tiny bit of your hair. Will you let her do that for us, please? We found some white hairs in the church as well, and we want to see if they are yours, or they might be your husband's."
"Hallgrímur never went to church," said Sylvia.
"That's where he was found, Sylvia," Emil said.
"Dead?" Sylvia shook her head. "Hallgrímur doesn't go to church. He will be back soon." "Do you really need to take the sample?" Anita asked. "You can see how upset she is."
Emil nodded. "We do. We can't force her to give it, but it would really help us if she did. I'll send a policewoman in a moment. I would be grateful if you could persuade her to cooperate."
He turned to Sylvia. He hated to ask her more questions, but he had to try one more time.
"Sylvia, how did the fire start last night?"
"I don't know," said Sylvia. "Hallgrímur was coming home late, and he hadn't had his dinner, so I had to cook it for him. I was cooking dinner when the kitchen caught fire. I don't know why. And Hallgrímur still hasn't come home."
Emil sighed. Sylvia's testimony was clearly unreliable anyway, whatever she said. but they had to ask the questions and write down the answers. He drank the last of his coffee. Anita and the 2 dogs followed him out of the farmhouse, while Adam went off to find a female officer. Forensics technicians were bustling in and around the fire-damaged cottage. "I'm sorry about that," Anita said as they walked across the farmyard to Emil's car. "You can see she isn't thinking clearly at all. That earring is definitely hers." "Will you be able to look after her?" Anita shrugged. "I think she should be somewhere else. This place clearly upsets her now. Ingvar said he would come over and take a look at her. Maybe she can go and stay with him." "If she does say anything to you about the fire or about Hallgrímur, will you let me know?" said Emil. Anita nodded. Emil was about to get in the car when he registered the hesitancy in Anita, the suppressed agitation. She was weighing up whether to tell him something. He stood still. "Aren't you leaving?" she said after a few moments. "I'm waiting," said Emil. "For what?" "For you to tell me something." He raised his eyebrows. Anita blushed slightly, fiddled with the edge of her sweater, made a decision. "Gabrielle came over to see me this morning," she began. "It probably has nothing to do with your investigation, but I feel I should inform you anyway. Just don't say it was me that told you. She said something interesting about Ingvar and Hallgrímur." Sigurbjörg Vilhjálmsdóttir, or Sibba as she was known to her friends and family, was preoccupied as she drove over the high heath to the southeast of Reykjavik. Pylons marched over the snow-spattered lava field towards a geothermal plant crouching under a wrinkled mountain, belching billows of steam into the cold air. It was a clear day with pale blue sky and low sunshine dazzling off the streaks of snow. Siba was going to visit her cousin, in prison. She had got the call the evening before. She was watching television with her husband. In the couple of years since the Kripa had taken hold, she had received a number of these calls at home and at odd hours from bankers or lawyers who had suddenly found themselves confronted by policemen asking difficult questions. Siba was a lawyer, a partner of a firm with smart offices in Borgatun, a boulevard lined with swish modern bank headquarters that ran along the shore of Faxaflói Bay. She was a commercial lawyer, but increasingly her work had become criminal, as her clients had been questioned about their role in various alleged frauds that had taken place during the boom years in the first decade of the century. But this phone call was different. This time she had been asked to defend a murder suspect, and the murder suspect was Magnus Ragnarsson, her cousin. Siba had been placed in a difficult position. Magnus had informed her who the victim was, her own grandfather, Hallgrímur. She had resisted the urge to call her uncle at Bjarnarhöfen and find out what had happened, or even to ring her parents in Canada. She had refused to act for Magnus at first, pointing out the obvious conflicts and her lack of experience of murder cases, but Magnus had insisted. He said she was the only lawyer in Iceland he could trust to do what he wanted her to do. She respected Magnus. He knew what he was doing. So reluctantly, she had agreed to act for him. That was the first strange call she had received that day. The second, later on that evening, had been from her father, who said that he had arrived at Bjarnarhöfen that afternoon to find the place in uproar and his own father murdered. Siba was so surprised to hear that he was in Iceland and concerned about the conflict with Magnus that she hadn't admitted that she knew already. That had been stupid. Her father would discover soon enough that she was defending the man accused of murdering her grandfather. Siba understood why her father hadn't told her he was coming to Iceland, but nevertheless she was a little miffed that he hadn't dropped in on her in Reykjavik on the way up to Bjarnarhöfen. She had a good relationship with him, and both her parents doted on her children, their grandchildren. Still, it would be a big help for Kolbeinn and Anita to have her dad around. He was good in a crisis. He had faced them in mining camps all over the world. He would know what to do. Siba and Magnus had a lot in common. Like him, she had grown up abroad, in her case Toronto, only moving to the land of her ancestors when she graduated from law school. But they were not really close. Sibba had only realized that Magnus was back in Iceland when she had bumped into him in the street about a year before. He was 8 years younger than her, but they liked and respected each other. The idea that he had murdered Hallgrímur seemed preposterous. The road descended sharply, winding down a steep hillside. In front of her, a broad plain stretched down to the sea, cleared of snow at the lower altitude, dotted with farms. And in the far distance, at least 70 kilometres away on the other side of the plain, a plume of white rose high into the deep blue sky, and then bent over to the right as the north wind pushed it towards Europe. Beneath the white, and somehow quite separate from it, were smaller puffs of black. Ash. Not the fine high ash that was travelling across oceans high in the atmosphere, but denser stuff that fell to the ground. Eyjafjallajökull. The sight took Sibba by surprise. She had watched the eruption on the news and seen the disruption to local farms and to air travellers thousands of kilometres away, but she had yet to see the volcano itself. She forced her eyes back to the road, with its switchbacks twisting down the steep slope, and then glanced quickly to the south. Along the shoreline she could see the ribbon of houses that made up the old trading port of Eyrarbakki, and at its eastern edge the white tower and buildings of Little Hraun prison. She'd been there a couple of times over the previous few months to visit bankers charged with financial crimes. It hadn't taken long to get them out, and none of her clients had yet been successfully prosecuted. This was new territory for the Icelandic legal system. But defending a murder charge would be an entirely different story. It was rare in Iceland, once the police and prosecution had put together a case, for a suspect in a traditional serious criminal trial not to be found guilty. There were no juries and few loopholes to seek out. She hoped Magnus's arrest had just been a dreadful mistake that would quickly become clear. Otherwise she would have her work cut out. The prison was surrounded by a high wire fence. Sibba parked in a space outside the gates and introduced herself to the guard. She was led through to house number 1, a low white building fenced off from the others, where prisoners were held in solitary confinement. The building held a mixture of prisoners on remand and troublemakers from the main prison, who had been sent there as a punishment. Conditions in the main prison were quite lax, but solitary was tough. No contact with other prisoners or visitors, 1 hour per day exercise alone in a walled courtyard. And this for citizens who had not yet been found guilty. The permanent residents, by contrast, had a shower in their cells, a widescreen TV in the communal area of each wing, a gym, a snack shop, classrooms, and plenty of social life. The setup was quite an incentive to confess, really. Sibba was searched and then led into the interview room. She waited a moment, and then Magnus came in. It struck her again how he looked like a younger version of her father, big, square-shouldered, with red hair and an air of strong composure. He was wearing sweatpants and shirt, no doubt provided by the police. He grinned when he saw her. She hesitated, torn for a moment between her role as cousin and lawyer, and then gave him a hug. The guard was surprised and made no effort to stop her. They sat down, and the guard left. "I'm used to being in your chair," said Magnus. They spoke in English, as they usually did. Neither Magnus nor Sibba's accent had any trace of Icelandic. "It's weird to be on this side of the table." "This whole thing must be pretty weird for you," Sibba said. "It is." "How long have you been here?" "Half an hour, maybe," said Magnus. "Haven't had time to decorate my cell yet." "Did you see the volcano on the way down?" "Yes, spectacular. Can't see it from my cell, though. Can't see anything from my cell." "How did the hearing go in Borganes?" Sibba asked. "As you would expect. They've got me here for 21 days. I'm sure they will show you the paperwork." "You should have let me come," Sibba said. "You and I know there is nothing you could have done," said Magnus. "It was a formality. The judge was always going to send me down here." "Possibly," said Sibba. "But before we start, I have to ask you. Are you sure you want me to act for you?" She looked closely at her cousin. "I can find you another lawyer with more experience of violent crime." He smiled. "No, I've thought this through. I want you."
But what about the fact that Haralgrímur was my grandfather, too? You know my father showed up yesterday at Bjarnarhofen. I'm going to have to explain to him that I am defending the man who is supposed to have murdered his own father.
Magnus sighed.
I know it'll be difficult for you, Sibbe, but I would really like you to represent me. I've thought about it hard. You are about the only person in this country I know who I can trust to do what I want. You and me are pretty similar. As you said, we both shared the same evil grandfather. You've been in this country a lot longer than I have, but I think you at least understand what it's like for me to be here. Maybe I do, said Sibbe. Look, if I promise not to lie to you, will you promise to do what I instruct you to? As my lawyer.
Sibbe paused. This was getting strange. She was wary that Magnus was leading her into some kind of trap. But on the other hand, he seemed to need her. Sibbe liked to be needed, by her family as well as by her clients. That was why she had become a lawyer in the first place. And although some of the bankers who had defrauded their shareholders out of millions needed her too, that was not quite so satisfying.
Okay, said Sibbe, pulling out a notepad. Let's start. Tell me what happened.
In calm, clear tones, Magnus did just that. He explained how he had driven up from Reykjavik to see his grandfather, how he had found the body, how he had called the police, and how he had answered their questions. Sibbe took detailed notes. After he had finished, she looked them over. She realized that he had told her nothing more than what he had told the police. Not one tiny bit more. Usually her clients had plenty to say that they hadn't included in their statements. Maybe Magnus had nothing to hide. But no one had nothing to hide, especially someone sitting in jail charged with murder.
So what aren't you telling me? She asked him.
He just shrugged.
She leaned forward. From what you said, the case against you is pretty strong. The evidence is all circumstantial, but that can be enough. If the police and the judge are convinced you are guilty, they will find you guilty. There's no jury for us to bamboozle. You'll go to jail for a long time. Obviously, you will be fired from the police force here, and when you get out, everyone in this country will know who you are forevermore. The American cop who killed his Icelandic grandfather. If you go back to the States, no police department will take you with a murder conviction. Do you want all that?
Magnus looked at her steadily, his expression grim. He blinked once, but he didn't answer.
Why didn't he answer? There must be other details you know that you haven't told the police yet that can help establish your innocence. I need to know what those details are.
Still nothing.
You promised you wouldn't lie to me. Sibbe stared hard into Magnus's blue eyes.
He held her gaze.
I did. Very well, then. Why did the police think you were a suspect?
They say I tampered with the crime scene. They say I hated my grandfather and that I believed he was responsible for my father's death. And I discovered the body, which means I could have killed the old man.
Did you? Sibbe asked.
Magnus didn't answer at first.
Did I what? He asked slowly. Did you tamper with the crime scene? Sibbe asked.
Magnus didn't answer.
Okay. Did you hate your grandfather?
You know I did, said Magnus. And that left the big question, the one that lawyers had to be very careful about asking their client. But Sibbe realized that she couldn't defend Magnus unless she knew the answer.
Did you kill Haralgrímur?
Chapter 15. Vigdis realized she had probably woken Katrin up. Arne's sister took an age to answer the doorbell of the brightly painted little house in Njolsgata. She was bleary-eyed, with the remains of the previous night's makeup staining her face. She was a tall woman with black dyed hair and a penchant for facial metal, so different from Arne. Vigdis didn't know her well, but she rather liked her.
Hi, what do you want?
Perhaps Katrin was not so keen to see her. Sorry to disturb you. Did you hear about Magnus?
Yeah. My brother told me you've arrested him for murder.
And if you're that stupid, I'm not going to answer any of your questions. Hold on, said Vigdis, raising her hand to stop Katrine shutting the door on her. I've got a day off. I know Magnus didn't kill anyone. I'm here unofficially to help him prove it. Katrine blinked, hesitated. Oh, okay. Come in. I'll make some coffee. The kitchen was surprisingly tidy, and Katrine began to fiddle with the coffee machine. Has anyone come around to speak to you yet? Vigdis asked, officially. Not yet. I'll tell them where to go when they do. Actually, it's in Magnus's interests if you answer their questions honestly. I believe the truth is that Magnus didn't kill his grandfather, so we want the police to figure it out. Katrine didn't sound convinced. What is it? The police in Stygisholmur have their very own Harne? They must be stupid. Magnus would never kill an old man. They must have strong evidence, or they wouldn't have arrested him. But they are making sure that none of us in Reykjavik has anything to do with the case, so I don't know what that evidence might be, which is why I want to talk to you. Magnus's brother Olli has been staying here, hasn't he? The coffee maker began to bubble. Katrine sat down, waiting for it to do its stuff. She lit a cigarette and offered Vigdis one. Vigdis shook her head. Yeah, he came the middle of last week. Magnus hardly saw him. He was working on that murder case. Olli was a bit pissed off. I ended up entertaining him. Vigdis raised her eyebrows, wondering if Katrine meant what she thought she did. From the other woman's small smile, she saw that she did. What's Olli like? Vigdis said. I've never met him. A little Magnus? Oh, no, said Katrine. Olli is a bad boy, which is why I like him. That little smile again. Did Magnus approve? Of me fucking his little brother? I think he was a bit shocked. Olli and I thought that was pretty funny. And did Olli talk much about Magnus? No, not really. I mean, we joked about him a bit, but they have issues, as the Americans like to say. Something to do with their father and their grandfather, all that shit. I wanted to stay well out of it. That's a shame, said Vigdis. Sorry. All I know was they were having some kind of argument. I could tell Olli was upset, although he didn't want to talk about it. I didn't see much of Magnus last week, and then, of course, Ingeleif showed up. What happened there? You know she's been in Germany for the last few months. Vigdis nodded. I think she just appeared unannounced. I didn't see her the first evening she came, but they spent the night together. Then they had some kind of row, I think. Yes, he told me, said Vigdis. Not a great week for Magnus last week, said Katrine. Except he made some arrests, said Vigdis. That always makes him happy. Katrine shrugged. Whatever turns you on. Arne said that Olli left early on Sunday morning to drive up to Bjarnarhofen with a school teacher. Do you know what time? No. I rolled over and went back to sleep, but it was early, 6, 7, something like that. Did you see the school teacher? No, and I don't know his name, but I bet I know where you can find it. Where? Have you ever been in Magnus's room? Katrine asked, that little smile hovering on her lips. Certainly not, said Vigdis, trying to suppress a flash of anger. We are just work colleagues, she added unnecessarily. Let me show you. They went up some narrow stairs into a bedroom with a bathroom off to one side. There was very little furniture. A bed, a desk, 2 bookshelves, a closet. The bookshelves were full, with volumes overflowing onto the floor. A laptop was sitting open on the desk. Through the window was a view of the smooth spire of the Hallgrímskirkja, thrusting up between the red metal roofs of the houses opposite. There were 2 books on the bedside table, Moore and the Man, by Benedict Johannesson, and The Good Soldier by Ford Madox Ford. Vigdis was about to pick them up, but then decided against it. It was unlikely, but if a forensics officer came to take prints in the room, it would not look good if hers were on everything. Take a look at that. One wall was a patchwork of photographs, newspaper cuttings, drawings, and post-its in several different colours. Wow, said Vigdis. Some men have pictures of women or football players on their walls, said Katrine.
And Magnus has this. I'll leave you to it."
Vigdis stared at the wall. She could discern a pattern. One half dealt with the murder of Ragnar Jonsson, Magnus's father, in 1996 in Massachusetts. The other half centered on Benedict Johannesson, the author who had been killed in 1985. The space between was a mess of arrows and plain sheets of paper on which ideas had been scrawled and crossed out. Vigdis took out her notebook and began to write. It wasn't far from Magnus's house to the gallery in Skåla for Stigor, which Inger-Leif still owned with a group of other female designers. Vigdis was betting that that was where Inger-Leif would decide to hang out when stuck in Reykjavik. And even if she wasn't there, someone at the gallery would probably be able to give Vigdis a clue where to find her. Her phone rang just as she was about to enter the gallery. It was Aune. "I called the American detective. His name is Jim Fearon." "It's a bit early, isn't it? They get up early in America." "And?" "Fearon said that the lab results were personal information. The only person he would speak to was Magnus himself." "Did you tell him that would be difficult?" "Yes, I said that Magnus was in jail accused of murder." "You did what?" "I figured Fearon would have to give me the information then. You know, he'd think I was investigating Magnus." "And did he?" "No. He said, in that case, if the Icelandic police wanted the evidence, they would have to go through the proper channels. That means Interpol, isn't it?" "Oh, Aune!" Vigdis couldn't control her frustration. "Couldn't you have been a bit more subtle? Didn't I tell you to be careful?" "That was with Adam, although that conversation didn't go very well either. Anyway, we don't know what the lab tests were for. Maybe they were nothing." "Aune, what kind of detective are you? Maybe they were nothing. Jesus Christ!" Vigdis hung up. Aune and Vigdis had no chance of getting the information through Interpol themselves. They could tip off the dumpling, but without knowing whether the lab results helped or harmed Magnus's case, that was a bad idea. Perhaps Magnus's lawyer would be able to help, whoever he was. Vigdis knew all the criminal lawyers in Reykjavik. She wondered which one Magnus had chosen. Worth finding out. But first, Inger-Leif. Vigdis took a couple of deep breaths to calm herself down and entered the gallery. She was in luck. Inger-Leif was serving a customer, a Danish tourist. Vigdis was instantly reminded of the first time she had encountered Inger-Leif. It had been with Magnus in this very gallery. Inger-Leif was a witness in a murder inquiry, and Magnus had suggested they wait and observe her before talking to her. At that stage, Vigdis had no idea that Magnus's interest would become more than professional. But Inger-Leif was undoubtedly attractive, slim, blonde, very Icelandic, with a lively smile. Vigdis could see how Magnus had fallen for her. Inger-Leif caught sight of Vigdis and flashed her a quick smile as she sold some earrings to the Danish woman. "Hi, Vigdis," she exclaimed as the customer left the shop. "It's great to see you." She kissed Vigdis on the cheek. "I didn't want to interrupt," said Vigdis. "It's deathly quiet these days," said Inger-Leif. "The only hope is that some of the tourists who are trapped here by the volcano decide to go shopping. I thought it was bad when I left, but things haven't got any better." "I take it you're trapped here too?" Vigdis asked. "Yes, I was supposed to go back to Hamburg on Friday, but my flight was cancelled. I'm trying not to get myself too worked up over it. I'll be helping out here until the ash cloud moves." "Can we talk?" Vigdis asked. "Sure. But if a customer does come in, I'll have to do my stuff. What do you want to talk about?" "Magnus," said Vigdis. Inger-Leif frowned. "Oh, Vigdis, you're not some kind of messenger, are you? A peacemaker? That's a bit teenage even for Magnus." "He's in jail," said Vigdis coldly, "charged with murder." "Oh, God!" exclaimed Inger-Leif. She put her hand to her mouth and blushed. "Oh, I'm sorry. What did he do? Lose his temper? Beat up some criminal?" "It was his grandfather." "Hallgrímur? He killed Hallgrímur?" "Of course he didn't kill Hallgrímur," Vigdis said angrily. "How could you think he did?" Inger-Leif blinked. "I thought you just said he did. I'm sorry, I'm confused." Vigdis realized she was losing control. "Yes, sorry, I'll explain.
The police in Stykkishólmur believe that Magnus murdered his grandfather at his farm at Bjarnarhöfn. I think they've got it wrong, so I want to help Magnus. I'm off duty now, and this conversation is off the record." Okay, said Ingolf. "I understand now, but it's still a lot to take in." "Do the police have any evidence?" "They must have some," said Vigdis, "or they wouldn't have sent him down to Litla Hraun. They are keeping his colleagues in Reykjavik out of it, but any help you can give me about Magnus's relationship with his grandfather, or his brother for that matter, would be very helpful." Ingolf frowned. "What is it?" Vigdis asked. "If there was any reason why Magnus might kill anyone, it would be to do with his grandfather," Ingolf said. "That and his father's murder." "I saw the wall in Magnus's bedroom," Vigdis said. "When?" asked Ingolf sharply. "Just now," said Vigdis. "I've just been talking to Katrin. She showed it to me." "Sorry," said Ingolf. She shook her head. "Sorry. Yes, Magnus had a bad time as a kid at Bjarnarhöfn, staying with his grandfather. As did Ollie. And since he's been back in Iceland, he's begun to think that there is a connection between his father's murder in America and Hallgrímur. Magnus wanted to find out more. Ollie wanted to leave it alone. In fact, that's why Ollie came over to Iceland, I think, to persuade him to leave it all alone." "Did Magnus talk to you about all that?" "Oh, yes," said Ingolf. "Many times." Vigdis took out her notebook. "Do you mind if we go over some of the details?" They spent an hour going over Vigdis's notes, interspersed with the odd visit from a customer. Ingolf was an expert at getting them to buy, Vigdis noticed, gentle with some, more forceful with others. Eventually they had finished. "One last question," Vigdis said. "Did Magnus mention any lab results he was expecting? He got a call last week from an ex-detective, Jim Fearon, in the town where his father was murdered, saying he had some results for him. Auna took the call." "Meaning that the detective won't tell you what he's got?" "Meaning that the detective wants a notice from Interpol before he tells us what he's got." "Oh dear," said Ingolf. "Yes, oh dear." Ingolf shook her head. "No, Magnus didn't mention anything to me about that." "Okay," said Vigdis. "Thanks for telling me all this." She shook her head. "I thought I knew him pretty well, but he never said anything to me." "He's a private person," said Ingolf. "Yes," said Vigdis. She was about to leave it there, but she couldn't help herself. "But he did mention you." "No, yes?" "Yes. We went out for a drink last Friday. He told me about the Turkish guy, and you blaming him for being jealous." Ingolf's eyes narrowed. "I don't see what that has to do with you." "Magnus did," said Vigdis. "He was upset." "I'm sorry he was upset," said Ingolf. "But he knew what our relationship was. He's an American. He doesn't understand how life is in Iceland. You know, he thinks that a man and a woman seeing each other is the same as being married." "That's the thing," said Vigdis. "You were telling him that he was an uptight American, putting too much emphasis on his relationship with you, when actually all you were trying to do was fix it so that you could fuck him and fuck someone else at the same time." "Vigdis? What is this?" said Ingolf. "As I said, this has nothing to do with you. The poor guy is in prison. Can't you just focus on getting him out? While you go back to Hamburg and your Turkish friend?" Ingolf's face was bright red. "Vigdis, I think you had better leave." It was all Ingolf could do not to scream at Vigdis as she left the gallery. Who the hell did she think she was? Okay, Magnus had confided in Vigdis more than he should, probably knowing Magnus after he had had more beers than he should. But what was he doing talking about their relationship with someone else anyway? Ingolf paced around the small space, picking up a lampshade that was askew and putting it down again, more askew. It was clear that Vigdis had a thing for Magnus, and it was true that she was a beautiful woman, tall, long legs, great body. Would Magnus care that she was black? Ingolf knew the answer to that. How unprofessional, lusting after the boss. Ingolf remembered when Vigdis and Magnus had come into that very gallery. She had spoken to Vigdis in English, naturally assuming that she was a foreigner. Vigdis had been insulted and replied in Icelandic. Ingolf winced.
That had been embarrassing. She stopped pacing. She blinked. She felt a tear run down her cheek, and then another, the anger leaking away. She knew why she was so angry, because Vigdis was right. She was right, damn her.
Ingeleif, are you okay?
It was Sunna, a painter and one of the co-owners of the gallery. Ingeleif sniffed.
Not really.
She coughed, trying to force back the tears, but she could feel them coming.
I've had some bad news. Do you mind if I go out for a walk? No, said Sunna, her face full of concern. No, go on. I look after things here.
Ingeleif blundered out. She stalked up the hill towards the big church, and then turned down towards the bay. She liked Magnus. She liked Magnus a lot. And she had hurt him. She knew that. She told herself that she wasn't doing anything wrong. She had never pretended that their relationship was serious. When she had told Magnus she was going to the gallery in Hamburg, he hadn't stopped her. He hadn't even tried to stop her. That wasn't how their relationship was. They had the freedom to spend time with each other or not, as they chose. So when Ingeleif had returned to Reykjavik and had chosen to spend time with Magnus, he had seemed happy. Then she had told him about Kerim in Hamburg. She couldn't lie about that, could she? And he had been jealous, and, it had seemed to her, tried to use his jealousy to control her. She said he could make his own friends when she had gone to Germany. She had even set him up with a Facebook page, a necessity for a social life in Iceland. But there was nothing on it, of course. She had thought that he liked that about her, her spontaneity. He had mentioned an old girlfriend back in America who had wanted to force him to become someone he wasn't. Ingeleif had never tried to do that. That was against everything she believed in. She was down by the shore of the bay now, the breeze skipping in from the northwest. She turned along the bike path to the Höfte house, the small white mansion that squatted between modern office buildings and apartment blocks at the edge of the main road that went along the water. She and Magnus had met there once, when she was still a witness to another murder. It was where she had realized that he was something more than a cop, and she knew that he had felt the same. She had enjoyed their time together, but had he? She smiled to herself. Of course he had. It was their separation that was the problem. For him, not her. Because Ingeleif knew Vigdis was right. Ingeleif had always been in charge. She was the one who dictated the rules of the relationship, who delighted in keeping Magnus off balance, who confused and, yes, excited him. She knew that was one of the reasons that he liked her. But she had taken advantage of him. She had treated him badly. Ingeleif thought of the flash of jealousy she had felt towards Vigdis. Of course Magnus was jealous of Kerim, and if Kerim ever found out, he would be furious. But if dropping in on Magnus, as she had done the week before, was wrong, then there were some difficult decisions to be made. She would have to choose between Kerim or Magnus or nobody. Ingeleif's desire not to be tied down wasn't just a pose. She meant it. Tricky. But she would worry about that later. Right now, Magnus was in jail and he needed her. She thought she had done a good job of hiding from Vigdis what she really knew about Hallgrímur's death. She wouldn't let him down.
Chapter 16. Ollie spilled out of his hotel room into the street and headed downhill towards the harbour. He had spent a frustrating hour on the phone to Icelandair before eventually rebooking a flight to New York for Thursday afternoon. Flights to Boston had been impossible, but frankly he would have accepted Moscow if it got him out of the damned country. He needed to escape his tiny hotel room, get some air, the semblance of freedom. He felt trapped, alone, and scared. He never should have come to Iceland. At least in America he seemed safe, even though he knew that the errors of his past were closing in on him. Here his precarious position was much more obvious. He was stuck in some god-forsaken town in a country he hated, where they all spoke a language he didn't understand. He had no car, and a volcano had trapped him on the island. And at any moment the police were going to arrest him. The sun peeked through the clouds, and a few rays sprayed the water in the harbour with a bright golden sparkle. Stykkishólmur had a small natural harbour,
protected on the fjord side by a basalt rock of steep cliffs. Brightly coloured fishing boats bobbed and rattled, and a large ferry was manoeuvring its way past the rock out towards the open water of Breiðafjörður. Ollie walked along the harbour wall, the breeze refreshing on his cheeks. The fjord was dotted with innumerable islands. From somewhere in his distant past, Ollie remembered something his Amma had told him. There are two things that cannot be counted, the stars in the night sky and the rocky islands of Breiðafjörður. The thing was, Ollie was scared for his life. He remembered when the gangster had broken into his house in Medford and stuck the revolver in his mouth. He remembered the taste of the metal, the sound of the click as the man pressed the trigger, the feeling of relief and amazement when he realized there was no bullet in the chamber, the fear that there might be a bullet in the next one, or the one after that. The man had wanted to know where Magnus was. Ollie had betrayed his brother then. Ollie had always betrayed the people closest to him. It was how he had survived. He walked up the steep path on the rock to the seaward side of the harbour. The breeze was stiffer up there. He turned to look at the bright little town with its harbour, its fish factory, the hospital, the brightly painted metal houses, light blue, green, dark red, white, cream, peach, and on a bluff to one side of the town, the space-age white church. Why was it only he who was faced with these horrible choices, to betray or be killed? Okay, he had taken a wrong turn or two back when he was a kid, but surely he had paid for those. His phone buzzed. An SMS. Ollie checked it. He recognized the sender. Meet me outside the church this afternoon, 4 p.m. Ollie looked at his watch. 1:30 p.m. Shit. He really didn't have any choice. Siba found a spot in the car park outside her office on Borgartún and entered the lobby. There was a fresh breeze and the sun was dodging between the clouds. Magnus hadn't answered her question, which meant she probably shouldn't have asked it. If he had admitted that he had killed their grandfather, she would have had to withdraw from representing him there and then. But as it was, she didn't know. She just didn't know. He was clearly hiding something, and that something could be that he had driven up to Bjarnarhöfn and cold-bloodedly murdered the grandfather whom he had hated since childhood. Or it could be something else. She didn't know. The police didn't know. But she did know that Magnus hated their grandfather. She hadn't had as much of a problem with him. The old man had always been nice to her. Every few years, she and the rest of the family had made the pilgrimage to Bjarnarhöfn, often at Christmas. Icelandic Christmases were something special. The visit of the Yule lads, singing carols around the tree on Christmas Eve, the candles and the gifts. Her grandmother was cold to Siba and her little brother, but her grandfather was always eager to see her, eager to play. He had taken them out into the Berserkjarón and told them wonderful stories of berserkers and the Vikings who had lived at Bjarnarhöfn and the farm opposite. She forgot the name. She had enjoyed the attention, but as she grew older, she began to notice the fear that everyone in the family felt towards Hallgrímur. His wife, her Uncle Kolbeinn, even her own father. And the time she had visited as a teenager, when Magnus and his little brother Ollie were staying there, it was clear Ollie was terrified. She remembered Magnus's misery mixed with stoicism. He was a brave kid. She should resign. Yet Magnus needed her. If he had wanted an experienced criminal lawyer to negotiate a guilty plea, he would have hired one. But he had hired her to do as he instructed. Which was what exactly? It was hard to tell. Siba was becoming more used to criminal trials, or at least criminal investigations, but those all involved paper. Lots and lots of paper. Statements, financial records, articles of association of offshore companies, shareholder agreements, loan agreements, and emails. Hundreds, no thousands of emails. The role of a lawyer was to read the documents and figure out which ones would help and which ones would hinder her client. But in this case, Siba wasn't entirely sure what to do. Magnus's strategy of simply refusing to answer any of the police's questions was probably a good one, but it didn't give Siba anything to get her teeth into. The police were under no obligation to share any of the evidence they were gathering until after 21 days. In the meantime, Siba didn't even know whether Magnus was planning to plead guilty. Perhaps they could argue that Hallgrímur had accidentally fallen over, or perhaps he had attacked Magnus and Magnus had pushed him away so that the old man had tripped and cracked his head. That didn't seem to fit with the medical evidence, but that could be discredited with a little ingenuity. It would help that the victim's son had been the attending doctor. Or perhaps Magnus really had just shown up at Bjarnehofen to find his grandfather dead. In which case, what was he hiding? Siba stepped out of the lift into the reception area of her law firm. The receptionist caught her eye. "There's someone to see you." Siba turned to see a tall black woman wearing jeans and a traditional lopi sweater sitting on a sofa. Who the hell was she? Siba ran through her clients in her mind. She didn't really look rich enough to be a girlfriend. "Good afternoon," she said in English. "I'm Sigurd. I understand you are waiting for me?" The woman stood up. She was a good 30 centimeters taller than Siba. "Sæl," she said. "My name's Vigdis Odadottir. Detective Vigdis Odadottir. I am a colleague of Magnus. I believe you're representing him?" The woman's Icelandic accent was perfect. Siba raised her eyebrows. "Do you have ID?" The woman's lips pursed in frustration, and she pulled out a Reykjavik Metropolitan Police identity card. Siba examined it. "You had better come into my office," she said. They sat at Siba's small conference table. "Are you here in an official capacity?" she asked the detective. "No, not at all," said Vigdis. "In fact, I am off duty at the moment, and I would be grateful if you wouldn't mention to the police investigators that I have come to see you." Siba examined the woman opposite her for a moment. She looked sincere. Magnus had mentioned that the police were keeping officers from Reykjavik outside the investigation. She was inclined to trust the woman. At least she might learn something from her, if not from Magnus. She smiled. "Would you like some coffee?" Vigdis nodded, and Siba asked the receptionist to bring some. "I've just come from Litla Hron," Siba said. "How's Magnus doing?" Vigdis asked. "He'd only been there half an hour," Siba said. "But he seems to have things under control." She chose her words carefully, not wanting to give too much away. "Do you have some information for me?" "First of all," Vigdis said, "I know he didn't kill his grandfather." "Oh?" Siba leaned forward. "And why is that?" "I've worked with Magnus for the last year. He solves murders. He doesn't commit them. It's just not his nature." "You're a detective," Siba said. "That's not exactly great evidence, is it?" "No, but you're a lawyer. It's useful to know whether your client actually committed the crime they're accused of, isn't it?" "Sometimes," said Siba. "Anyway, please tell Magnus I'll do anything to help him. And if there is something I can do for you, just ask." "I will," said Siba. She realized Vigdis meant what she said, and she decided to be a bit more forthcoming. "The trouble is, it seems like Magnus doesn't want much help." "Typical," said Vigdis with a tight smile. "I managed to call him just before he was arrested, and he told me to leave it alone. He can be stubborn, but he also might need me." "Perhaps you can do something for me," Siba said. "Like give me some background?" Vigdis described what Katrin and Ingeleif had told her about Magnus and Ollie's movements in the days before Hallgrímur's murder. She also talked about the link that Magnus was trying to make between his father Ragnar's murder in 1996 in America and the murder of Benedict Johannesson in 1985 in Reykjavik. She pulled out the police file on the Benedict case. "Should you have this?" Siba asked. "Not really," admitted Vigdis. "In that case, please put it away. I don't want to see it." "I understand," said Vigdis. "Perhaps I can tell you some of the details of the case. I studied it at police college." "Good idea," said Siba with a smile, "but put that file back where it belongs so that I can request it officially." Vigdis closed the file and slipped it into her bag. She explained how Benedict had been found murdered by his son Johannes at his house in Vesturbyr. How he'd been stabbed once in the back and twice in the chest by someone who was right-handed, just like Ragnar 11 years later. And how that same Johannes, a schoolteacher, had made contact with Magnus and Ollie the previous week, and then driven Ollie up to the Snæfell's Peninsula. Sibba took detailed notes. She remembered that Magnus had asked her the previous year about the rumour within the family that Ragnar had had an affair with his wife's best friend, but she had had no idea how far Magnus's investigations had taken him. Why the hell hadn't Magnus told her all this that morning? Vigdis then explained what she had gleaned from the wall in Magnus's bedroom about Ragnar's murder in the small town of Duxbury. "There's one interesting lead that you might be able to follow up," Vigdis said. "Tell me," said Sibba, pen poised. "The detective in charge of the investigation in Duxbury back in 1996 was a Sergeant Jim Fearon. He called for Magnus last week, said he had some lab test results for him. Magnus never got the message, and when one of my colleagues called Sergeant Fearon back, the detective refused to give him any information. Unfortunately, my colleague told the detective that Magnus was under arrest for murder, and Fearon said he would only release the test results after an official request." "A blue notice," Sibba said, mentioning the standard Interpol form. "I guess so. Do we have any idea what the test is about?" "None, but presumably it has something to do with Ragnar's murder." "I'll talk to Magnus." Sibba frowned. "You're worried he won't tell you anything about it, aren't you?" said Vigdis. Sibba nodded. "Not an easy client, your colleague." Vigdis smiled. "Not always an easy boss, either. Maybe you could call Fearon yourself. Here is the number." She handed Sibba a sheet from a notebook with a U.S. number on it. "Maybe I will." After Vigdis left, Sibba stared out of her window across the bay. Somewhere over there, 100 kilometers away or more, lay the Snæfell's Peninsula. At that moment, the Snæfellsjökull was hidden behind cloud. Sibba was pretty sure she could trust Vigdis, but could she trust Magnus? There was one awkward phone call she had to deal with first. She dialed a Canadian number, a cell phone. "Hi, Sibba." "Dad, I have something to tell you," Sibba said. They spoke in English, as they had always done since Sibba went to high school. "Yeah?" "I'm defending Magnus." "Really? Why are you doing that?" Sibba was relieved that her father sounded more puzzled than angry. "He asked me to." "Is that okay? I mean, can you defend a relative?" "We've discussed conflicts of interest, and Magnus is comfortable." "You're the lawyer," said her father, "but if I were you, I would be pretty uncomfortable." As usual, her father took the common-sense approach. "Am I going to get to see you?" Sibba asked. "The kids would like it." "How are they?" said her father, his voice warm. "They're both good." "Well, I'd like to see them too. Trouble is I'm needed up here. Your grandmother is not coping well. Her Alzheimer's is much more serious than I thought. She won't even accept that her husband is dead." "I didn't know Amma had Alzheimer's." "That's why I came over," said her father. "Afe asked me to." "Perhaps I can come up there at the weekend?" "I don't know when the funeral will be," her father said. "Presumably you could come up for that, eh?" "That's going to be a problem," said Sibba. "There's a murder investigation. The police will want to hold the body." "I thought the autopsy was supposed to be today." Sibba shuddered. She didn't want to explain that the body would have to be kept in the morgue in case the defense lawyer demanded further evidence, especially since she was the defense lawyer. Her father was right. Sibba was in a very awkward position. The church in Stickisholmur was seriously weird, like everything else in the country. Large for the small town, and painted white, it reminded Ollie of an ultra-modern reincarnation of some of the churches he had seen in New Mexico. It was isolated on a rock on the edge of town. No one was about, so he went inside. The painting behind the altar creeped him out. It was a massive picture of Mary and Jesus against a bright blue background, staring at him. It was like they knew he shouldn't be in a church. He went outside and lit a cigarette. He had to keep his shit together. He'd figure a way out of this mess.
Somehow he always did. He just had to keep his head clear and keep talking.
A car pulled up into the lot. Ollie straightened up. The car stopped a few feet away. "Hi, Ollie." The man got out of the car. "I never thought I would see you back in Iceland."
"Uncle Billy."
There was something almost comforting in his uncle's deep Canadian accent, but Ollie wasn't comforted. "Do you want to talk inside the church?"
"You've got to be kidding," said Ollie. "Let's stay out here."
Billy looked around. There was no one about.
"Have the police spoken to you?"
"Yes."
"And?"
"And I think I did okay. Don't worry, I didn't mention you at all. In fact, when they interviewed me, I don't think they even knew you were in the country."
"Good. I was thinking on the way here, if they check phone records, they might know we have been in touch. Just say I am a concerned uncle, okay? Because I am worried about you, Ollie."
"That's nice," said Ollie, his voice laced with sarcasm. Billy turned away from his nephew to look out over the town.
"Ollie, now your grandfather is dead. There are only two people who know about your role in your father's murder, and that's me and you. Unless you told your brother."
"There's no way I tell my brother that," said Ollie. "He'd freak out. He'd probably kill me."
"Good," said Billy. "I'm not going to talk, and I really hope you are not going to talk either, because if you do, you won't go to that comfortable jail where they have sent Magnus. You'll be back in the States in a maximum security hell. Your life won't be worth living."
"You'll be there too, Uncle Billy."
"Ollie, are you trying to threaten me?"
Ollie tried to hold his uncle's eyes, but he couldn't. He swallowed, turned away towards the fjord, and took a drag on his cigarette. The damn thing was jumping about in his hand. Billy sighed.
"Because, actually, if I thought you were going to say anything, I might have to take what they call preemptive action."
End of CD 5. CD 6.
Ollie swallowed. "What do you mean by that?"
"You know what I mean."
Ollie did know. His psycho uncle would kill him. That's what would happen. "No need to worry about me, Uncle Billy."
Billy smiled. "Excellent. So tell me about this school teacher. He came to Bjarne Herfen last night. He seems to think there's a feud between our family and his."
"That is his theory, and he's not entirely wrong, is he? But he knows nothing about you, I promise."
"Keep it that way, eh?"
"The police have let him go. He went back to Reykjavik last night."
"Good."
Billy turned back towards his car.
"Now enjoy your stay in Iceland. If I were you, I would get on a plane home as soon as you possibly can."
"Don't worry, Uncle Billy. I will." Chapter 17. St. Francis's Hospital in Stykkishólmur was an angular, cream-coloured building down by the harbour. It had been founded by the Catholic convent next door as part of their mission to save backward Protestant Iceland. The hospital was now run by the state and was really too big for the 3 doctors and associated staff who worked there. Adam argued with the receptionist, who wanted him to wait until the last patient was seen before he spoke to Dr. Ingvar. The patient in question, a stout woman in her 60s, glared at Adam as the detective insisted on priority. When a girl of about 16 emerged from the consulting room, Adam walked right in. The first thing that struck Adam about Ingvar was the purple burn mark across one side of his face and his nose. The second was the frown. "Who are you?" he demanded. Adam produced his ID. The doctor took it from him and examined it. "Keflavik, eh?" He handed it back. "Can't this wait until I finish my surgery?" "I'm afraid not, Ingvar. "I have some questions I must ask you," Adam said, lowering himself into the patient's chair. He was damned if he was going to let this doctor intimidate him. The dumpling had gone down to Reykjavik, and Adam was pleased that he had been given this interview rather than Björn from Akureyri. He was determined to make the most of it. He took out his notebook. "You should have that mole on your forehead seen to," said Ingvar. Adam's fingers flew to his brow before he could stop himself. A small, misshapen mark had appeared there a year or so before. What did he mean? Get it checked? It couldn't be skin cancer, could it? "Please make it quick," Ingvar said. "I really need to get back to Bjarnahofen to see my mother. Anita says she is deteriorating." "She is," said Adam, recovering. "I want to speak to you about your father's finances." Ingvar sat back in his chair and raised his eyebrows. "Yes? I understand that you had been helping your father with his investments?" Ingvar nodded. "I had. I think I gave him some very good advice, actually." "From sources at Odinspunki?" Ingvar hesitated. Adam realized the doctor was no dummy. He would know all about the insider trading and market manipulation investigations going on in Reykjavik. "I think I have a good general overview of the financial markets. It's true that I recommended that my father invest in Odinspunki, and again that I told him to sell just before the peak." "Very impressive," said Adam. "And is it also true that you asked him for a loan as a result a few months ago, as an advance on your inheritance?" "Where did you get this information? Just answer the question, please." Ingvar's disapproval was obvious. He leaned forward and fixed his eyes on the young detective. "Very well. Yes, I did ask my father for a loan. Last August, I think. We have quite a lot of debt, a mortgage on our house here and another on our flat in Paris." Adam showed no signs of sympathy. "And what did your father say to that?" "He said no." "Did this anger you?" "Yes, it did." "Would you say that there was tension between yourself and Hallgrímur as a result?" "Yes, I would," said Ingvar carefully. Adam examined the doctor. He was cautious but not nervous. He seemed to be in control and expecting the next question. "As a result of Hallgrímur's death, can you expect to inherit a significant sum of money?" Ingvar smiled. "No." "No?" "No," said Ingvar. "Does that surprise you? Didn't your informant tell you that?" Adam ignored the question. "So what will happen to Hallgrímur's fortune?" "He has no fortune," said Ingvar. "He sold when I told him to. The market fell a bit, and one of his old buddies told him it was a good time to get back in. So he did. He bought a lot of bank shares, most of which are now worthless. Oh, he probably has some money, but not enough to bail me out." Ingvar shook his head in disgust. "That's what really made me angry. Not that he wouldn't give me a loan. I almost expected that from the old bastard. It was that he had been stupid enough to lose it all. He enjoyed telling me that the inheritance I had been counting on had disappeared. You can check this with my father's lawyer and his bank." Adam wanted to ask why Ingvar hadn't told his wife about Hallgrímur's investment losses, but the question wasn't important. There were a dozen possible reasons, and he didn't want to confirm to Ingvar that Gabriel was the indirect source of his knowledge. But Adam could tell from the way Ingvar was looking at him that he knew. "I won't take up any more of your time." "Good," said Ingvar. "Now please ask my next patient to come in." Adam felt a bit of a fool as he left the hospital. How was he to know that Hallgrímur had blown his profits? He hadn't actually been with Emil when Anita had informed him of Ingvar's money problems, but Adam doubted that either she or Ingvar's wife knew about the old man's investment losses. He would verify that with Hallgrímur's bank, but he suspected that Ingvar was telling the truth. The hospital was only 200 meters from the harbour. Time to check whether Ingvar really was there working on his boat the previous morning when his father was murdered 20 kilometers away. Emil had forgotten what a jerk Baldur Jakobsson was. He was in Baldur's office at police headquarters in Reykjavik, listening to the inspector doing his best to belittle him. Baldur wasn't being that subtle about it either. Emil was older than Baldur, and had been senior to him when Baldur had started in CID, but Baldur now outranked him. Baldur had stayed on in Reykjavik, whereas Emil had moved to Akranes to be near his wife's family farm. That was why Emil's career had been put on hold, yet here was Baldur acting like Emil was a failure. "So you haven't had any support yet from Keflavik?" Baldur was saying. "Actually, they sent me a detective, a guy called Adam. Do you know him?" "I've met him," said Baldur, "but not Thorstein. I would have thought he would have the right level of experience. Thorstein was an inspector in Keflavik's CID. Keflavik had more serious crime than Akranes, so Baldur was right. It would be natural for Thorstein to take charge. Except Emil knew he had the confidence of Snorri, his former colleague, and the current National Police Commissioner. "Not yet," Emil said. "Soon, I expect," said Baldur. "We do have a suspect in custody," said Emil, "one of your officers." "Magnus is not my officer. He just has a desk here. He reports directly to the Commissioner's office." "What's he like?" asked Emil. "I hear he has been quite successful." Baldur didn't like that. "It's true that the team have had some successes over the past year, but it's a team effort. Like the arrests we made on Saturday. A team effort. And Magnus isn't really a team player." "No?" "No. He likes to do things his way. Sometimes he gets lucky, but just as often he messes up the investigation. You should know something about Magnus." Baldur leaned forward conspiratorially. "What?" "He's not really an Icelander. Sure, he speaks the language, but he's a Yank through and through. And a Yank policeman at that." "Well, what does that mean?" "It means he is used to violence. And I mean extreme violence. When he was in Boston, he was dealing with violent death all the time. It means he demands to carry a gun, and my guess is if we let him carry one out here, he'd use it. It means he doesn't ask the right people the right questions in the right way. It means he knows all these modern investigative techniques, but he doesn't know good old-fashioned police work." Baldur shook his head in disappointment at the way things had come to pass. "He's here because the Commissioner thinks that Iceland is beginning to suffer the kind of crime that places like Boston experience every day. But you know what? I think that when the police start behaving like Magnus, the criminals will start behaving like gangsters, too." "I see," said Emil. "What I'm saying is that an Icelandic policeman couldn't possibly commit murder. None of us could. But Magnus comes from a more violent world. To him, murder is different. It's day to day." "So you think he killed his grandfather?" "I assume he did, which is why you've arrested him," said Baldur. "What I'm saying is, I'm not surprised." Emil felt almost sorry for Magnus. But maybe Baldur had a point. Maybe violent death was less extraordinary to Magnus than it would be to an ordinary Icelander. "Do you mind if I question some of the detectives he has been working with? Find out what they have noticed over the last few days?" "Not at all. He works with two of them primarily. One is off duty, but the other is right here in the department." Baldur introduced Emil to Arne Holm, and then left them. Emil liked the young detective. He knew of him already. He was Thorkell Holm's nephew. Thorkell was the chief superintendent in charge of CID, which was no doubt how Arne had got his job in the Violent Crimes Unit. Where Baldur had been disparaging about Magnus, Arne was gushing in his praise. Such innocent, blind loyalty was touching. Arne took Emil through everything that Magnus had done over the previous week in the investigation involving the Italian tourist killed on the volcano. Emil couldn't see a link to Harald Grimor's death, but unless he asked the questions, he wouldn't know for sure. "Did Magnus talk about his family much?" Emil asked. "Not really," said Arne. "He's quite private. I met his cousin once, a lawyer called Sigurbjörg Vilhjálmsdóttir, and I knew he had spent time with his grandparents in the Snæfell's Peninsula. Also his brother from America is staying with him, but I'm sure you know that." So Sigurbjörg Vilhjálmsdóttir was Magnus's cousin as well as his lawyer. That was interesting. In Iceland's closed society, it wasn't remarkable that a lawyer should act for her cousin, unless the cousin had murdered their common grandfather. Now, that was strange. "Did he mention his father's murder in 1996? Emil asked. "No." "Or the murder of Benedict Johannesson in 1985? Arne scratched his ear and shook his head. "Are you sure, Arne?" "Yes," Arne nodded vigorously. "Quite sure." "In that case, can you explain why the file is signed out under your name?" Arne's eyes were wide, startled. Emil could see him trying to put together an explanation. Emil almost felt sorry for him. "Take some advice, Arne. Don't lie to me. Whatever you do, don't lie to an investigating officer. Just tell me the truth." "I think I'll stick with her," said Arne. Emil shook his head. "Can I have the file, please, Arne?" Emil raised his eyebrows. "The file is somewhere else. I'll get it to you soon, very soon." Emil's tone hardened. "I don't know what you are doing with that file, Arne, or why it isn't right here on your desk, but wherever it is, I want it here in the next hour. Do you understand?" "Yes," said Arne crisply. "Good. One last thing. Were you on duty here yesterday morning?" "Yes," said Arne. "When did you hear that Magnus had discovered Harald Grimor's body?" "Sometime that morning." "Who told you?" "Baldur. He got a call from the commissioner." "Magnus didn't tell you himself?" "No." Arne noticed the expression on Emil's face. "I mean, don't even try to lie about that," said Emil. "I understand your colleague Vigdis is on leave for a couple of days. I'd like to talk to her. Give me her number." Arne examined his phone and dictated some digits. Emil wrote them down and left. The morgue wasn't far from police headquarters, just up the road on Barónsstígur. But Emil opted to drive. He slumped into the seat of his car, panting, and wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. His heart was beating too fast again. He rested for a moment, and then took out his phone and called Björn in Stykkishólmur. "I know it's early, but have we got the records on Magnus's mobile phone yet?" "Just come in," said Björn. That was quick. Emil had only got the warrant from the judge in Borgarnes earlier that morning. Sometimes the phone company could take days to provide information. "Told him it was a murder inquiry," said Björn, with a touch of pride in his voice. "Well done. Can you check what calls Magnus made after he discovered the body? That would be roughly 11:30 yesterday morning." "Sure. Hang on a moment." Emil heard the rustling of papers. "He called 112 at 11:29, then nothing until 12:02. What was that number? I bet it wasn't anyone at police headquarters." "Let's see. An international call. The country code was 49. Where's that?" "That's Germany," said Emil. "Find out who is registered on that number as quickly as possible and call me back." Emil put down his phone. Who the hell would Magnus want to call in Germany? Half an hour later, Emil was in the morgue, kitted out in scrubs, standing over a trolley bearing the pale, wizened body of an old man. The autopsy revealed nothing unexpected. The pathologist confirmed that the cause of death was cerebral bleeding following 5 blows to the skull, and fragments of wood in the victim's scalp suggested that these may well have been inflicted by the murderer banging the victim's head against a wooden floor. There were signs that 3 strands of hair had been pulled out by the roots. There were plenty of other things wrong with Hartlegrimur's body, but nothing that wouldn't be expected from moving parts that were more than 80 years old. In fact, for his age, he had been in good health. The one thing that caught the pathologist's attention was a couple of bruises on Hartlegrimur's arm and legs, both a few days old, and signs of pinprick bleeds. The victim wasn't on any blood-thinning drugs, which suggested a possibility of leukemia, a suspicion that would be quickly checked by analysis of the blood samples he had taken. Afterwards, Emil went on to the house in Jolsgata, where Magnus lived, a search warrant in his pocket. Magnus's landlady, an extraordinary-looking young woman named Katrine, turned out to be Arne's sister. Funny how the detective had failed to mention it. She was surly, but when Emil showed her his warrant, she gave a brief account of Magnus's comings and goings over the previous few days. She told him about his brother Ollie, his row with his ex-girlfriend Ingerleif, and his departure in a hurry to follow Ollie and his schoolteacher friend north. Then she took him upstairs to Magnus's room. She left Emil taking photographs of Magnus's wall. He was writing up notes when his phone buzzed. It was Adam. "How did you do with Ingvar?" Emil asked. "Looks unlikely," Adam said. He admitted that Hartlegrimur had made millions on the stock market with Ingvar's help, but apparently he lost it all later. Ingvar was angry about that, but he doesn't expect to inherit anything. "His wife is in for a bit of a shock," said Emil. "I tried not to let on that was where we got the information, but I think Ingvar guessed. I checked with Hartlegrimur's bank in town, who confirmed that he had a brokerage account there, but that he had closed it down when the shares in it became worthless." "What about the will? Do we know how much he had in his estate and who he left it to?" The question had to be asked, but under Icelandic inheritance law, 2/3 of the deceased's estate had to be divided equally among forced heirs, meaning spouse and children. Only 1/3 could be disposed of according to the deceased's will. "I'll check," said Adam. "Anyone confirm that Ingvar was working on his boat at the time of the murder?" Emil asked. "Yes, the harbour master and the captain of the ferry, who was one of his patients, and saw him." "That's pretty clear, then," Emil said. "Did Bjorn have any luck with the phone number?" "It's a mobile phone, and most of those numbers are unlisted." "Damn. We'll have to get on to the German police." "No, we don't," said Adam. "I dialed the number. Got put through to voicemail. It may be a German phone, but the owner is an Icelander, and her name is Ingerleif Gunnarsdottir." Emil studied the woman sitting behind the desk at the back of the small gallery in Skólafjörður. Her colleague had agreed to leave them for a few minutes and had flipped the sign on the door to closed. She was slender, pretty, with blonde hair hanging down in a fringe over her eyes. Emil noticed a small scar on her left eyebrow. She seemed cool and controlled, but she avoided Emil's eyes. Emil had simply called the number and asked to speak to her immediately. It had taken him less than 10 minutes to drive from Magnus's flat to the gallery. "You have no doubt heard that Magnus Ragnarsson has been arrested for murder?" "Yes," said Ingerleif, "of his grandfather, but I don't believe it. It can't be true." "You were his girlfriend, I understand." "Yes," said Ingerleif. "We met about a year ago, but then last autumn I went away to Hamburg and we finished it." "Finished it? Didn't you spend the night with him last week?" "Yes." Ingerleif smiled quickly. "Yes, I did, but—" She glanced briefly at Emil and then away again. "It wasn't a good idea. You see, I have a friend back in Germany, and Magnus didn't like that, so we had a bit of a row. I stormed out. I haven't seen him since." "And when exactly was that?" Thursday night, I think. Yes, Thursday." "And you say you haven't seen him since?" "Yes," said Ingerleif, raising her head. "Have you heard from him?" "No." Emil let the silence hang. "Are you sure?" he asked eventually. Ingerleif's cheeks reddened. She seemed to feel it, because she rubbed them and then stared down at the surface of the desk.
Not even yesterday morning? Emil asked. She looked up. No. Stronger this time. The phone records show that Magnus called your number at 12:02 p.m. yesterday. The redness spread down towards her chin. Emil reeled her in patiently. He raised his eyebrows. I must have missed it, although I didn't notice a missed call. He spoke for 7 minutes. Did he? Ingeleif looked away at a painting of Madjesha on the wall. Perhaps he was leaving a message. For 7 minutes? Did you hear one? I didn't check. Can you check now? Ingeleif pulled out her phone and began to press buttons. Then she sighed and put it down. Okay. Yes, he did call me. And what did he say? She looked at him, opened her mouth and closed it again. Ingeleif, this is a murder inquiry, Emil said gently. We already have plenty of evidence against Magnus, probably enough to convict him. There will be a trial, and this phone call will be a key piece of evidence. You will have to take the stand and tell the court what Magnus told you. If you lie, it won't get him off the hook, but you will be charged with perjury. In fact, if you lie now, I will charge you with obstructing a murder inquiry. So, think hard before you speak. Ingeleif said nothing. The redness drained from her face. Then she bit her bottom lip and nodded. So what did Magnus say? Emil asked again. Ingeleif coughed. He said he had just killed his grandfather. Chapter 18. January 2010. The house in Wellesley Hills didn't look big from the road, but as Magnus drove up the short driveway, he saw it was expensive. Snow lay across the carefully landscaped yard and upon the cover of the fenced-in swimming pool. It had taken him nearly an hour to find his stepmother's address. The process had involved using a public computer in Duxbury's library and calling her first husband, the one before Ragnar, whose name Magnus could remember. Kathleen was now Mrs. Lichtberg, and she had clearly done well for herself. According to her former husband, Mr. Lichtberg ran an investment management boutique, whatever that was. Magnus rang the doorbell. It was almost 5 o'clock, and he had no idea whether Mrs. Lichtberg would be in. But after a few seconds the door opened. She was probably over 50 now, but she hadn't changed much. Red hair, coloured now, no doubt, a little makeup, expensive top and jeans. Well-groomed, thinner than Magnus remembered her. Yes, can I help you? She clearly didn't recognize him. It's Magnus. Magnus? She almost smiled, and then frowned. What do you want? To talk to you about Dad. Well, I don't want to talk to you. I was hoping I would never set eyes on you again. Magnus was about to protest vigorously when he stopped himself. She would just slam the door in his face. He forced a lopsided grin. Oh, Mom, that's not very nice. I've missed you. The idea of Kathleen being his mom struck both of them as absurd. Although for a couple of years she had indeed been his stepmother, he had never called her Mom, nor had she expected him to. She laughed. Oh, all right. Come in, but only if you have a glass of wine. He followed her through into a large kitchen. There were photographs of kids graduating from something or other. These yours? Magnus asked, although he knew that they were too old to be hers. They're Brian's, stepchildren, you could say, although I get on with them a whole lot better than I did with you. Oh, you got on with Ollie, okay, didn't you? Kathleen had her back to him as she took a bottle of wine out of the refrigerator. When she turned, she checked his eyes to see whether he meant anything significant. Magnus gave no sign that he did. I was glad to get rid of the both of you, she said, pouring 2 glasses. I was going to say, haven't you been able to forget your dad, but that's a bit cruel even for me.
What is it? His estate? No, I know. You're still trying to solve his murder, aren't you? She sat at a stool at the island counter in the middle of the kitchen, and Magnus sat opposite her. He nodded. I've just been to see the detective who investigated the case down in Duxbury, and he confirmed my innocence, I hope. Oh, yes, he was quite sure where you were. Magnus looked around the house. I see you didn't end up in Pembroke. No, I most certainly didn't end up in Pembroke, Kathleen said. Actually, I like where I am now. I'm sure, said Magnus. No, I don't just mean the money. Brian's a good man, and I think I'm a better person. There was 10 years there where you could say I made some poor life choices, like marrying my dad, and other things. Mind you, it was a mistake we both made. I thought he was good-looking, exotic, exciting, but it turned out that your father was dull. The only things he was interested in were math and Iceland. That might be enough for some people, said Magnus, who had been fascinated by his father. Maybe, said Kathleen, but not me. And I could see him falling out of love with me in front of my eyes. I didn't like that. So you started sleeping around? As I say, I made some poor choices, including sleeping with my brother. Kathleen winced. You know about that? Jim Fearon just told me, the Duxbury detective. He promised me he wouldn't, Kathleen said. But I guess it's a long time ago. To answer your question, that was a particularly poor choice of action. And Dad found out? Kathleen nodded. He knew I'd been sleeping with someone else. I told him it was his son. I was really angry with him about something. I can't remember what precisely now. Of course, what I was really angry with was that he didn't love me anymore, and I had been dumb enough to marry him. And how did he take that? He was furious. With me, with Ollie. He shut himself away with his math. It was all very unpleasant. And then someone killed him. And you've no idea who. Kathleen flashed her green eyes at Magnus. No, Magnus, I have no idea who killed him. Ollie was at the beach. I was with the aircon guy. And if you think I hired someone to kill him, which, by the way, your detective friend seemed to believe for a day or two, you're wrong. I felt trapped, but there was an easy way out. Divorce. I had done it before. I knew how. We hadn't discussed it, but we would have done. I'm sure if your father hadn't died, we would have been divorced within a year. Do you remember seeing any Icelanders around in the days before my father died? Icelanders? Kathleen was surprised by the change in tack. No. What sort of Icelanders? My mother's family, perhaps? Kathleen shook her head. No. Ragnar hated the whole lot of them, didn't he? And he didn't have much of his own family left. I never saw any of them. She sipped her wine. I mean, he had a couple of Icelander friends in Boston. You might remember them. Gilfie at Boston College. That guy who worked at one of those biotech companies on Route 128, Haraldur, I think his name was. A couple of others he saw occasionally. I didn't have much to do with them. Those weren't the kind of Icelanders Magnus meant. He examined the woman, whom he had hated so much for so long. He still hated her. He put down his glass of wine. I've got to go, Kathleen. I doubt we will see each other again. He stood up. You don't like me, do you? Kathleen said. Magnus shook his head. No, I don't. For a moment there was something close to sympathy in his stepmother's eyes. Then it vanished. Well, you'd better fuck off then. Magnus sat in his car on Stanton Street in Medford. He had been there for 2 hours. It was dark and it was quiet. His feet were beginning to feel cold, so he turned on the engine. What would he do if Ollie didn't come home at all? His brother could easily be out with some woman all night. Magnus had decided not to give Ollie advance warning of his presence in Boston. He wanted the conversation that he knew would ensue to take place face-to-face, not over the phone from Iceland. It had begun to snow, gently. Two figures approached along the sidewalk, a man and a woman. Even though he couldn't see the man's face, Magnus could tell from his walk that it was his brother. The woman's arm was hooked through the man's. They were both wrapped up in coats and hats. They stopped outside a small white clapboard house, and Ollie opened the door. Magnus gave them 5 minutes, then rang the bell. "Hey, Magnus," Ollie said, his face splitting into a huge grin when he saw his brother. "What the hell are you doing here, man?" He gave Magnus a hug. Magnus couldn't help smiling. Come in," Ollie said. Magnus followed Ollie into the familiar ground-floor apartment. He had stayed there himself a couple of times, most noticeably when the Dominican gangsters had been after him the year before. A blonde woman was sitting on the sofa, very pretty, very young. "Hey, Brandy, this is my brother, Magnus." "Hey," said the girl, giving Magnus a sulky glance. She didn't seem overexcited by the company. "Hi, Brandy," said Magnus. "Can I get you a beer?" said Ollie. "I got Sam Adams." "Great," said Magnus, taking the armchair. "Brandy, could you get us some beers, please?" The girl went to do as she was told. "How old is she?" whispered Magnus as the girl headed through to the kitchen. "Old enough," said Ollie. "Believe me." "Tenant?" Magnus knew that Ollie owned a few properties that were rented by students at Tufts, the university just up the hill from his street. "Tenant's best friend," Ollie replied. "So what are you doing back in Boston? You got your old job back?" "Just here for a couple of days, checking in with headquarters. Thought I'd drop by." The girl returned with 3 bottles of beer and an opener. "Is it okay if I stay the night?" Ollie glanced at the girl, whose sulky expression deepened. "Sure. You got a car out there?" "Yeah, my stuff's in the trunk. I'll bring it in later." "How come you didn't call?" Ollie asked, turning back to Magnus. But there was a hesitancy in his tone, which suggested he could guess the real answer. "Wasn't sure of my plans," said Magnus. "Huh," said Ollie. Magnus cracked the beer and took a swig. It was good. "So where you been today?" Ollie asked, with the look of someone who had a fair idea of the answer. Magnus drew in his breath. "Duxbury." "Duxbury, huh? Now why would you want to go there?" The girl on the sofa was watching the two brothers carefully. She had noticed the tension rising. "I had a chat with Sergeant Detective Fearon. You remember him?" "Oh, man. Can't you just leave all that alone? He told me something very interesting." "What?" Ollie framed the question in a tone that suggested he didn't want to know the answer. "That you slept with our stepmother." "Oh, Jesus." The girl roused herself. "You slept with your stepmother?" "It was 13 years ago," said Ollie. "I was just a kid." "And that makes it better? Isn't that, like, incest? Yuck." "Yeah, yuck," said Magnus. "Hey, I think I'll leave you two guys to chat about old times," said Brandy. "Later, Ollie. Maybe." Ollie let her go. "Nice girl," said Magnus. "Magnus, what the fuck are you doing here?" "I've come to tell you I'm going to ask questions about Dad's murder, back in Iceland and here." "Oh, man, we've been through this before." "What, are you afraid I'm going to discover something unpleasant? Like you banging our stepmother?" "Yes. Yes, Magnus, you'll drag it all up. Me sleeping with Kathleen, Dad getting killed, Kathleen having her affair. And then you're going to bring up Grandpa and all that family of weirdos. Mom's death, God knows what else." "Maybe it's time to face it," said Magnus. "I've held off for years for your sake, but I can't do it any more. I've got to know who killed Dad. Don't you understand that, Ollie? It's been eating me up ever since it happened. It's the one big, enormous, unresolved issue that is destroying my whole life." "Magnus, you're strong," said Ollie. "You know that, and I know that. And believe me, I appreciate it. You've helped me out so many times in the past. I need your strength." Magnus was quiet, watching his younger brother. "But I'm not strong, Magnus. Never have been. Of course I'm ashamed of screwing Kathleen. It's one of the dumbest things I've done in my life, and God knows there are a lot of those. You know what's behind all this, Magnus, for you and for me?" "Yeah, Dad's death." Ollie shook his head. "No, it's Afi." Magnus noted that his brother used the Icelandic name for their grandfather, rather than the American grandpa, which they had slipped into soon after they arrived in the States. "Arthur screwed me up. Screwed us both up. It was him who messed up Mom." "Yeah, and I have a strong suspicion that he was behind Dad's murder as well," said Magnus. "That's why I need to find out more. And if he was responsible, he should pay, even if he is in his 80s. Ollie sighed. "You know, it was about this time last year when that psycho came round here looking for you. Put a gun in my mouth." "Yes," said Magnus. "Yes, I'm sorry about that." "Well, I don't doubt you are used to hitmen sticking guns in your mouth, but I'm not. It shook me up. I did a few more drugs than I should have. I got drunk. I let things slip." Magnus nodded. He wasn't surprised, but that familiar feeling of guilt which was always lurking somewhere at the back of the room whenever he was talking to his brother was beginning to slink out into the open. "Then a girlfriend told me I should go and see a shrink again. I said no, but she made me, so I went to this therapist. She spent the summer trying to get me to tell her about our affair and the farm, and I spent the summer trying not to. Then you called up last September, all excited because you had found some Icelandic links to Dad's death. You remember that?" Magnus nodded. "I do. But then you asked me not to investigate any more, and I said I wouldn't. And thank you for that. It helped. Even so, things got weird back here. But it turned out this shrink knew what she was doing. I've started talking to her about Bjarnarhöfen, and you, and Dad. In fact, I saw her this afternoon." "Does it help?" Ollie nodded. "Yeah, I think for once in my life I might finally be getting my shit together. And that's big for me. I think I'm a pretty successful guy, really. But when things are going right, I screw them up, like I was doing it on purpose. Like in 2007, I could have sold all my properties for a big gain. But what did I do? I turned down the offer and borrowed money to buy more. I knew it was dumb, but I did it anyway. And that's what my shrink said to me. I won't let myself succeed." "So what are you saying?" said Magnus. "If I don't back off, you'll take drugs again? Or are you saying that I'm responsible for your greedy real estate investments?" Ollie took a sip of beer and looked at his brother coolly. "No, I'm saying that I was on the edge, but now things are going well. I'm saying if you'll leave me alone to work on this, I can straighten myself out, and then you won't have to pick up the pieces any more. Here you are, trying to avenge Dad, but think what he would have done, what he would want you to do. It's your call." Magnus was facing the familiar situation. He, the strong, competent one, was being manipulated by his brother's uselessness. But it had to stop. He had made the decision that it had to stop. He just had to go through with it. "Ollie, when I get back to Iceland, I'm going to ask more questions. I'm going to find out whether Arthur was behind Dad's death, and if he wasn't, I'm going to find out who was." "Please," said Ollie. Magnus stared at his brother and shook his head. "Nope. Sorry, Ollie. No." Ollie closed his eyes. "In that case, fuck off. Just get the hell out of here." Magnus was about to say sorry again, but stopped himself. It was time to stop saying sorry. He drained his beer, stood up, and left. He didn't go back to the car, but walked up the hill towards the university campus. Snowflakes were falling steadily. A thin layer of slush lay on the salted sidewalk, but on the verges soft, new snow gently refilled the footprints that had been formed over the previous few days. There was scarcely anyone around. That was twice in a few hours he had been told to fuck off by members of his family. He genuinely didn't care about Kathleen, and he had expected trouble from Ollie. He was glad Ollie was getting somewhere with a therapist. Their father had sent him along a couple of times when Ollie was a teenager, but he had never really cooperated, and so had achieved nothing. Ollie was probably right. Their grandfather was behind his psychological problems, and although Ollie said that Magnus was stronger than him, there was no doubt that Magnus had his own issues. His obsession with his father's death went way beyond a natural desire to see justice done. It wasn't even revenge. Magnus wasn't really sure what it was. An attempt to restore order to his world? Some kind of guilt he felt towards his father,
or his mother, or even Ollie. A therapist would have a field day, if Magnus ever let one near him. Oddly, the one person who had gotten closest to understanding his obsession was Ingerleif, and now she was gone. He hoped that by solving the crime, he would deal with the problem once and for all. That was what was driving him on. That was what drove him to do his day job of solving one homicide after another. But would it? The thought that it might not, that even if he knew who had killed his father and brought whoever it was to justice, he still wouldn't be able to sleep easily, scared him. Unlike Ollie, Magnus had always admired his father. Even when the boys had been abandoned at Bjarnahöfen, Magnus had known that Ragnar would return for him, and he had. Ragnar had read the sagas aloud to Magnus every night. They had enjoyed those tales of medieval murder and revenge together. The saga heroes who sought justice for their relatives were Ragnar's heroes as well as Magnus's. And yet Magnus knew that although his father was very proud of him, he wasn't worried about him. He was worried about Ollie. He had always been worried about Ollie, from when he had hauled the damaged little boy over to Boston, probably even to when he had discovered 8 years later that his son was sleeping with his wife. He had never said it, but Magnus knew that his father blamed himself for how Ollie had turned out. If Ollie really could sort himself out once and for all, then his father would be happy. And if Magnus helped him to do it, then he would be proud of his eldest son. But was Ollie really sorting himself out? Could he ever sort himself out? Wasn't he just a lost cause? Magnus stopped and turned around. He was close to the summit of the small hill, with Tufts University buildings around him. Through the snowflakes he could see the lights of Cambridge, and, beyond that, the city of Boston glowing softly through the flakes. Ollie was a lost cause as soon as Magnus gave up on him. There was no one else. Magnus blinked as a flake fell in his eye. He stood still, letting the decision he was making wash over him. He knew what his father would want him to do. He pulled out his phone and selected Ollie's number. "Yeah," his brother answered. "You win, Ollie," Magnus said. "I'll quit asking questions, but on one condition. You keep seeing that therapist." Magnus could hear his brother exhaling. There was silence for a moment. "Thanks, bro," Ollie said. "Thanks." He hung up. Magnus put the phone back in his pants pocket and hurried down the hill back to his car. He didn't want to stay with Ollie that night. It should be easy to find a hotel room. When he got to the car, he started it up and headed for Harvard Bridge over the Charles to the Back Bay. Chapter 19. Monday, the 19th of April, 2010. Anita stirred the stew. She still felt agitated, and as night came closer, her agitation increased. In the end, she had walked down the track with Kolbeinn to speak to the press. It was clear they wouldn't go away until someone had done so. She had done all the talking, but she couldn't deny that it had helped having Kolbeinn's large presence beside her. She had managed to hold it together, but it had been difficult. But she had had a good conversation with Ingvar that afternoon, who had agreed to fetch Sylvia the following day and have her stay with him and Gabrielle. He would try to take her down to Reykjavik to see a specialist gerontologist in the next few days. He wasn't sure to what extent her confusion was psychological, and to what extent the result of Alzheimer's, or possibly mini-strokes. He was clearly feeling guilty that he had neglected his mother over the previous few months, although, being Ingvar, he wasn't about to admit it. So, one more night to get through. Anita was still worried that Sylvia might start a fire. Vili was in the guest bedroom, and Sylvia was sharing Tota's room. Anita had given her daughter strict instructions to wake her up if she heard her grandmother get up in the night. Anita planned to hide all the matches in the house before she went to bed. Once again, Tota was watching Shrek with her grandmother.
The dinner could look after itself for a few minutes, so Anita decided to go up to Tota's bedroom just to check Sylvia's stuff. The room was reasonably tidy. Tota was sleeping on a camp bed, and Sylvia in Tota's bed. Sylvia's clothes were neatly folded in the small suitcase they had taken out of her cottage the night before. Feeling slightly guilty, Anita ran her fingers through the garments, feeling for a box of matches or a lighter. Nothing there. Sylvia had packed a little wash bag that was on the bedstand. Nothing odd there either. She ran her hands onto the pillow. Nothing. She felt a bit stupid, searching her mother-in-law's stuff for non-existent matches, but not half as stupid as she would feel if the old lady burned the house down that night. She stood back. Her eyes caught the wooden corner of a small box under the bed. She bent down to take a look. She didn't recognize it, but it was clearly very old. The dark-stained wood had split. It was perhaps 20 centimeters long. She hesitated before opening it. People put private stuff in boxes like that. But what if there were matches in there? Anita knew that it was partly that fear, and partly just plain curiosity that made her open the box. There were only a few small items inside. 2 old brooches, a locket containing an old black-and-white photograph of a woman who Anita was pretty sure was Sylvia's mother, a tiny framed photograph of a pretty blonde girl of about 8, Marguerite, Sylvia's daughter. Anita examined the photograph for a moment and decided there was only a superficial similarity with her own daughter, Tota. She heard heavy footsteps on the landing outside Tota's room. Anita had left the door open. She shut the box quickly as Willy poked his head around the door. He saw Anita with the box on her knee. "Oh, it's you," he said. "I thought it was my mother." "No, she's downstairs with Tota," said Anita. She reddened. "I was just checking to make sure Sylvia didn't have any matches or anything." "You don't think she'll start another fire, do you?" "No, but I want to be sure." Anita considered sharing her discovery of the box with Willy, but thought better of it. It would show that she had been snooping. "Frankly, the sooner she's at Ingvar's house, the happier I will be." "He said he would come tomorrow afternoon," said Willy. "I'll make sure he does." "Thanks," said Anita. Willy hesitated. They looked at each other. Anita felt a desire to throw herself into his arms, to explain everything. Harold Grimmore's ghost, the woman in the lava field, her fear that Sylvia would burn the house down, everything, and to look through the box together. But she resisted it. She sat motionless. "See you later," said Willy eventually. "Dinner is in about half an hour." Anita waited a full minute, and then got up to shut the door. She sat on Sylvia's bed and opened the box again. There was an airmail envelope in the box. She lifted it up, and underneath lay a single earring, the mate of the one the police had shown them that morning. The envelope bore a United States stamp and was addressed to Harold Grimmore. Inside it was a postcard. She slipped it out. Anita knew she shouldn't read the card. There were no matches in there. She should just put everything away and replace the box under the bed. But she couldn't help herself. What she read changed everything. Willy stood staring out of the window of the small guest bedroom. He hadn't liked the guilty look on Anita's face. He had hoped that his hesitation would prompt her to be forthcoming, and he sensed that it almost had. She was clearly snooping in his mother's stuff, but what had she found? There was only one way to find out. He waited. The smell of stew wafted up from the kitchen. Anita would have to return there at some point to see to dinner. It was only about 5 minutes before he heard Anita's footsteps hurry along the landing and down the stairs. He slipped out of his own room and into Tota's. It took him only a few seconds to locate the box under Sylvia's bed. He found the little pieces of jewelry and the envelope addressed to his father in his own handwriting.
He pulled out the postcard and scanned the writing on its back, even though he could remember what it said. Shit. What the hell was he going to do now? Dinner was difficult. Willi did his best to play that traditional Icelandic role, the successful relative from the West returning home to his family. He managed to keep his air of calm, even when Anita started asking who was where in the winter of 1985. Willi insisted that it was the following year, 1986, when he'd brought his family over for Christmas. That was before Anita's time. She hadn't married Kolbeinn until the early 90s. Kolbeinn didn't contradict him. Neither, thank God, did Sylvia. After dinner, Willi excused himself and went out for a walk, striding west towards Cumberland Bay. The clouds had mostly gone, and the sun was dipping down towards the horizon. The shadow of the snow-topped Bjarnahöfn darkened the Berserkjörn behind him. A small group of Anita's horses ambled across their paddock towards him. What was he going to do with her? Life was so much easier in Canada. There he was the man he wanted to be, a well-respected retired civil engineer, reliable, honest, not exactly a pillar of his local community, but someone most people liked. He had been a good husband, almost faithful. He had brought up 2 decent children with good jobs and nice kids of their own. But here in Iceland, he was something else. A murderer. It was the night of the Svitabar, the summer dance in Stykkishólmur. He got drunk. All the kids got drunk. It was a lovely summer's night, one of dusk rather than darkness, when the sun rolled under the horizon for a couple of hours before rolling up again, unnoticed. He had kissed a girl. He couldn't even remember her name. He had taken her off to a cove a few 100 meters away from the dance. She had come willingly. So had her boyfriend. Willi could remember his name, Atli. He was a year or so younger than Willi, and quite a bit smaller. Just as drunk, and angry as hell. He had jumped Willi on the path down to the cove. They were maybe 10 meters above the sea. It had all been over in seconds. Atli had swung at Willi, who had parried his blow and stumbled backwards. Atli had shoved Willi hard, and Willi had nearly fallen. The anger had risen in Willi. The bastard had nearly killed him. Atli lunged again, and this time Willi moved out of the way. He hooked his own foot around Atli's, and Atli fell. There were rocks down below, and the sea rose in a swell against them. Willi looked down at the body of Atli, which was being thrust against the rocks in a macabre rhythm. Atli seemed to be head down in the water. There was no easy way down there, and besides it looked dangerous. Willi knew how drunk he was. If he went down to try to help Atli, he would probably fall in too. The girl had run away back up the path. She was just as drunk as the 2 boys. Willi turned and hurried after her. That was his mistake. If he had only tried to fish Atli out of the water. Even if he had failed, he could kid himself that it was all an accident. It was all Atli's fault, that Willi had done everything he could. But because he walked away, he couldn't rid himself of the memory of hooking his foot around Atli's. Willi had killed another boy. From that fact, everything else had followed. Willi reached the shore of the inlet that was known as Cumberland Bay after the English traders from that county who used to put in there in the Middle Ages. Now there was just grass and cormorants. It was strange to see Anita again. She was still beautiful, although she must have been nearer 50 than 40. He remembered those 3 magical days. For him it had been a form of escapism, not escape from his respectable life in Canada, but from those other memories that Bjarnahöfn brought back. Atli, and his father. He didn't give a damn about Ollie. The sniveling little bastard deserved all his troubles. But Anita... Oh, Anita... What the hell was he going to do about Anita? Vigdis jogged down the hill from her apartment building towards the harbour. She lived in the fishing port of Hafnarfjörður, a few kilometres southwest of Reykjavik, just off the highway to Keflavik. It was 9 o'clock and still light. Vigdis was amazed how quickly the evenings lengthened in April.
It was less than 4 weeks since the equinox. What Icelanders laughably called the first day of summer was only 3 days away. The last weather report she had seen had forecast a 30% chance of snow. It had been a bad evening. After a panicky phone call from Arna, she had met him in Café Roma to return the Benedict file, and then she had headed out to Keflavik to see her mother. She had cooked them both an early supper of pasta. Things weren't too bad. There was no sign of the pole. Her mother had only been 10 minutes late to work that morning, and she seemed cold sober. But she had drunk just 1 glass of red wine at supper. There was 3/4 of a bottle left when Vigdis had gone home. Her mother had insisted that the night before had been a one-off, but Vigdis had learned enough about her mother to know that a one-off became a two-off, which became an every night, which became an every day. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Was she kidding herself to believe that her mother could ever kick the habit? She ran along the edge of the harbour, a natural cove formed by the lava flow from a prehistoric volcanic eruption. A massive blue trawler was unloading its catch on the far side. The town was just a bunch of buildings plonked on top of a lava field. The cold anger of the earth was never more than a couple of meters below you in Hafnarfjordur. Tomorrow morning she would be up early to drive out to the airport at Keflavik again. This time she really hoped David would be there. She needed cheering up. She ran around the harbour and up the lava hill on the other side. The details she had quickly read that afternoon in the file on the murder of Benedict Johannesson jogged around in her mind. The investigation, led by Inspector Snorri Gudmundsson, who had gone on to become National Police Commissioner, was thorough. Vigdis had been unable to spot any leads that should have been followed up, but weren't. Family members had been investigated, including Benedict's son, Johannes, the school teacher, as had all known local burglars. Nothing. There wasn't even any forensic evidence that might yield results to modern analytical methods in a cold case review. Unlike the Duxbury murder 11 years later, Vigdis was sure that the lab results the American detective had referred to related to that. If there was to be a breakthrough, that was where it would come from. If only Auna had been more tactful. Now the detective knew Magnus was a murder suspect. Vigdis doubted he would give up whatever information he had to anything but an official request.
End of CD 6. CD 7.
At least after her day of asking questions, and particularly looking at Magnus's wall, Vigdis had a pretty good idea what Magnus knew, how he was piecing together the evidence relating to his father's death, how he might suspect that his grandfather was involved, why, indeed, he might go up to Bjarnehofen to see him. To do what, exactly? To confront him? Or to kill him? Vigdis kept the pace up as she ran up the hill, back towards her apartment building, past the twisted lava garden that, according to its owner, was teeming with hidden people, that parallel invisible population that many Icelanders believed inhabited the rocks and stones around them. Although she passed it almost every day, Vigdis had yet to see one. Okay, so that was Magnus, but what about his brother Ollie? Vigdis wasn't completely clear why he had suddenly decided to come to Iceland, and then why he had taken off up to Bjarnehofen with the schoolteacher. Magnus had probably been asking himself the same question. There was a photograph of Ollie pinned bang in the middle of his wall with a yellow post-it bearing a large question mark stuck over his face. Why was Magnus so stubborn? Surely after all they had been through over the last year he would trust her. He might be a private person, a bit grumpy sometimes, but she thought of him as a friend. So why hadn't he opened up to her, allowed her to help him? And then the awful thought hit her. Maybe the real reason was the obvious one. Maybe Magnus had killed his grandfather after all. Anita was scared to go to sleep, but she was also exhausted. The thoughts that had been jumping around her head all day had pummeled her brain to the point where it just wanted to quit. Her husband was snoring gently beside her. Kolbeinn always slept well. Anita. Anita.
The whisper woke her. She must have drifted off. She opened her eyes and across the room saw the familiar figure of her grandmother, sitting in her rocking chair, her form faint in the dim moonlight that seeped into the room through the curtains. Anita sat up. "Amma, Amma, I am so pleased to see you. I am so frightened." "So you should be, Anita dear," her grandmother said, in the tone of an adult admonishing a child. "So you should be. I saw Grimur last night, downstairs, with a boy. I thought it was Chrissy, but it wasn't." "No, it wasn't Chrissy," said the old lady. "It was another boy. But don't worry. I have told Grimur to leave you alone. He won't bother you." "Oh, thank you, Amma. But I have come to warn you. You must leave Bjarnarhofen first thing in the morning. The very first thing. Do you hear me? You must listen to your grandmother this time, Anita dear." "Why? Why must I leave? Please don't ask questions, Anita. Just promise me you will leave. Do you promise me?" "Yes, I promise you. I promise you, Amma." "Good." Anita turned to her husband and shook him awake. Kolbeinn, Amma is here." But when she turned back towards the rocking chair, the old lady was gone. Kolbeinn snorted, opened his eyes and grimaced. "What is it, Anita?" Amma was here." He hauled himself onto his elbows and leaned back against his pillow. Anita could see in the darkness he was blinking. "What? Where?" "She was in a rocking chair just now. I was talking to her." "Well, that's better than Dad, I suppose." "Much better," said Anita. "But she said we should leave first thing tomorrow." "What? Why?" "She didn't say, but she made me promise." "Did you?" "Yes." Kolbeinn cleared his throat. "What about the sheep? They'll be lambing any day soon." "Yes, I know," said Anita. "But Amma said I promised." "Look, Anita, be reasonable. Our livelihood is out there in the barn. We can't take them with us. We can't leave them alone. I know you can see things, but we can't leave here just like that." Anita nodded. She knew you couldn't ask a farmer to abandon his sheep. But she had promised. "Perhaps I'll go. Take Tota and Chrissy with me." "And leave me by myself? Now, of all times." "Billy is here. He can help." Kolbeinn rubbed his face. "Anita, no. Absolutely not. We both have to be here for the lambing, and so do the kids. We need their help. I'm sorry, but no." Kolbeinn never said no to Anita, but she understood why he was saying no now. And yet, Anita had ignored her grandmother before, with terrible consequences. Kolbeinn didn't know about that, and Anita didn't want to explain it to him. "We'll talk about it in the morning," she said. "The first lambs could be here in the morning," Kolbeinn replied, and rolled over with a loud grunt, facing away from his wife.
Chapter 20. Tuesday, the 20th of April, 2010.
Emil stared out of the window of the tiny office he had been given in the National Police Commissioner's building. It was another clear day, and he could easily see the tall chimney at Akranes over the bay. The snow across the long ridge of Mount Yesja glimmered in the morning sun. He munched one of the two kleiner he had bought on the drive in to Reykjavik and sipped a cup of coffee. His chest felt fine, which was a relief. At breakfast his wife had hit him with an estimate for the repair of the roof of the new barn, which was more than they could afford, unless they stopped making the payments on the mortgage. A lot of people were doing that these days. The banks weren't foreclosing yet, but it was something Emil really wanted to avoid if he could. The office was at the end of the corridor that housed the International Department, one floor down from where the Commissioner himself sat. It had been half full of junk, stacked chairs, cables, and cardboard storage boxes.
But Emil had shoved them all to one side to make a little space for himself. He had a phone and a computer from which he could log into the police system. He heard the door open behind him, and a small man with thick silver hair and bright blue eyes bounded into the room. Emil hauled himself to his feet. "I've found you!" The Commissioner stepped forward and held out his hand. Emil shook it and grinned. He had always liked Snorri. "You have? Thanks for the offers. I needed somewhere to base myself in Reykjavik, and I couldn't really do it at headquarters." "It's small, but at least there's a view," said the Commissioner. "How's Linda? Still busy with the horses? Is she bringing them in?" "You mean because of the ash?" said Emil. "So far she's kept them outside. As long as the wind sticks from the north, we should be okay. But she's ready to move them if things change." Snorri looked for a free chair, decided against untangling the two in the corner, and perched on the desk. "How's the case going?" For a moment Emil hesitated. Baldur had been right. Technically, Magnus reported directly to the Commissioner, and so technically the Commissioner should be kept out of the investigation. But then Snorri was the boss, the Big Salmon, as he was known, and, more importantly, Emil trusted him. "Magnus is at Little Hron. I'm building up a case. Still some leads to follow up." "Are you sure he did it?" Snorri asked, watching Emil closely. "It's looking that way," Emil said. Snorri sighed. "Pity. I liked him, and I liked what he was doing here. But if he did murder his grandfather, make sure you put him away. The case against him has to be watertight." "I understand," said Emil. "I know I can rely on you," said Snorri. "Keep Kari informed." Kari was the senior prosecutor. "And let me know if you need more resources. It's difficult without using Metropolitan Police officers, but I could get Inspector Thorstein from Keflavik involved." With that he bustled out. Emil appreciated that the Commissioner had made the effort to come and find him, rather than summoning him upstairs to his office. He was a good guy, Snorri, but he had been bearing a message. Don't screw this up. He checked his watch. Nearly 8 o'clock. Time to call Stykkishólmur. Adam, Björn, Runar and Eda were all gathered in the conference room they were using as an incident room at the police station in Stykkishólmur. They were on a speakerphone. "I hear Magnus confessed," Runar said. "Yes, to his girlfriend Ingeleif," Emil said. "I've got a signed statement from her." "Have you gone back to Magnus?" Runar asked. "See what he has to say about that?" "No," said Emil. "I'll leave him stewing in Little Hron for a while. I don't want him or anyone else to find out what Ingeleif told us. I'd like to build the case against him and then confront him with overwhelming evidence." "Okay, so what do we do next?" said Adam. "We focus on Magnus's brother and the schoolteacher. I don't know what they were doing up in the Snæfell's Peninsula, but I'm sure they haven't told us the whole truth. Any luck with the Kjellfjordur tunnel cameras?" "Yes," it was Björn's voice. "Johannes's car came through at 8:06, Magnus an hour and a half later at 9:40. The timings match their accounts." "All right," said Emil. "We need to find the connections between the three of them and Hallgrímur's murder. Did they know what Magnus was going to do? Did all three of them plan it? Maybe one of the two of them killed Hallgrímur after all. We pull them in and make them sweat for 24 hours, see what they tell us. I'll take Johannes, since he is here in Reykjavik. Adam, you go find Ollie, see what you can get out of him. I might have a go with him myself after I have interviewed Johannes." That would mean another long drive up to Stykkishólmur, but it would be worth it. In all this, Ollie was probably the weakest link. "Anything on the Hallgrímssons?" he asked. "How do their alibis hold up?" "Ingvar's alibi holds for Sunday morning," said Adam. 2 witnesses at the harbour. "What about the other 2? "I checked with the basketball coach," said Björn. "The boy Chrissy was there on Sunday." "And his dad?" "I assume he must have been, or else how would Chrissy have got there?" "Don't assume. Check." "What about Willy?" "We know he drove direct to Bjarnarhöfen from Keflavik Airport," said Adam. "Do we know when his flight landed?" said Emil. No," said Adam. "Okay, check that, and double-check it with the airline." Emil wasn't surprised at the young detective's slips. They were inexperienced, and the focus of the investigation was on Magnus.
But he knew from experience that if you only saw what you expected to find in an investigation, you missed vital leads.
Edda, anything more from the crime scene?
Nothing from the murder scene, but the cottage fire looks like arson, pretty amateurish arson.
Really?
Yes. A curtain was soaked in cooking oil in the kitchen, and some papers were soaked in more oil and scattered around and set alight in the living room. The irony is that cooking oil is a lousy accelerant. It was the living room sofa that really got things going.
Cooking oil isn't an accelerant. I didn't know that,
said Emil. Neither did whoever set the fire, said Edda, which isn't really surprising. Most people would think it was. But in fact, some of the curtain didn't even burn. I can't think why anyone would pour cooking oil on a curtain unless they thought it would start a fire.
No,
said Emil.
Interesting.
It must have been Sylvia, Adam said.
The question is, did she know what she was doing?
She's very confused. Shall I go ask her? Adam said.
No, not yet.
She's not going anywhere. We'll need to be very careful about an interview. We should do it in the police station with a psychologist and a lawyer present. If Sylvia is prosecuted, it will all turn on what state of mind she was in when she set the fire. I'll organize it, said Adam.
Bring in Ollie first,
said Emil.
As Emil hung up, there was a knock at the door, and a tall black woman entered.
Emil had only spoken to Vigdis once or twice, but she was Reykjavik's most easily recognizable detective.
Hi, Vigdis. Thanks for coming in. If you can extract a chair, please sit on it.
Vigdis untangled a chair from the corner and pulled it up to Emil's desk.
A cleaner?
Emil offered her his second pastry, and when she shook her head, took it himself.
So, tell me about Magnus.
No, you may not come in. The deputy governor of Little-Hraun was a tall man with kind eyes and a soft voice. They were in the car park just outside the high prison fence, and he was standing between Ingerleif and the pedestrian turnstile just to the side of the vehicle gate.
I want to see the governor, Ingerleif said. I demand to see him.
He is a she, said her deputy, and she is not here. It won't make any difference. Magnus is in solitary confinement. He is not allowed any visitors apart from his lawyer and the police.
But I'm his girlfriend. I have a right to see him.
The big man shook his head. I am sorry, Ingerleif. You don't. It's that simple. Ingerleif tried to push past him, but he was unmovable. She felt tears spring to her eyes. The man was so big. She stood in front of him and shoved hard at his chest. He raised his arms, but didn't budge.
Why don't you leave now?
He said, so softly it was almost a whisper.
Fuckwit,
Ingerleif muttered and turned on her heel. She ignored her car and stomped off towards town. Her cheeks were burning and she was breathing heavily. She was so angry.
Didn't they realize she had to talk to Magnus? She absolutely had to.
It had never occurred to her that they wouldn't let her in. She had been prepared to wait all day if necessary. That was why she had driven down there so early, but she hadn't been prepared to be turned away.
She had things to explain to Magnus, things he had to hear.
Until that moment, she had done a very good job of keeping calm. She knew Magnus was in a bad situation, but she trusted him to get himself out of it, with her help. She felt guilty about how she had treated him, about what she had said. But somehow she had thought that if she could only show him how much she cared about getting him out of there, if they could discuss what she could do to help him, it would be all right. It was partly seeing the prison itself, the place where he would spend many years of his life if things went wrong. It would destroy him. She didn't want Magnus destroyed. She couldn't let him be destroyed. She had to do something for him. Anything. The small town of Eyrarbakki ran along a road just parallel to the sea. 100 years before, it had been the foremost trading port on the south coast. Farmers would travel for days to trade there with Danish merchants. Many of the old houses from that period survived, prosperous by Icelandic standards of the time, clad in red, blue, and green-painted corrugated metal. Between the road and the sea ran a 3-metre-high grassy bank, a defence against wind and tide. The town was quiet, with only the occasional car passing Ingerleif, carrying someone off to work somewhere. She dodged a bunch of 9-year-old girls meandering across the road on bikes on their way to school. She cut up between two houses onto the sea wall,
the highest land for miles around. The sky was clear, and there was a gentle breeze coming in from the ocean. Over to the east she could see the plume of the volcano stooping and stretching southwards. Only the week before, Magnus had been up there, investigating a crime. A raven, sitting on the bright blue metal roof of one of the houses, croaked at her. She checked her phone for Vigdis's number and found it. "Hi, Vigdis, it's Ingeleif." "Oh, hello." Vigdis sounded flat, Ingeleif thought, as flat as Ingeleif felt. "How is the evidence against Magnus?" This was Ingeleif's way of asking whether Vigdis had heard about Magnus's confession to her. "Not good," said Vigdis. "I've just been talking to the investigating detective. They seem to think they are building a strong case. Has Magnus himself said anything?" "From what I understand, he's refusing to talk," said Vigdis. "Why, do you have some more information?" It sounded as if the fat detective, for whatever reason, hadn't told Vigdis about Magnus's confession. "Good." "No, I haven't," said Ingeleif. "But is there anything I can do to help?" Vigdis sighed. "I don't think so. Any news from the detective in America about the lab results?" "Nothing. He's not giving us anything without an official request, which is a pity. I think that's our most promising line of inquiry. At any rate, it's about the only one we've got." "Can I try and speak to him?" Ingeleif asked. "I don't see how that will help," Vigdis said. "Siba, Magnus's lawyer, called him, and even she didn't get anywhere." "What was the guy's name again?" Ingeleif asked. "Jim Fearon," Vigdis said. "But really there's no point, Ingeleif. Just leave it to us." "All right," said Ingeleif. But as she walked back to her car through Eirabaki, Ingeleif had no intention of just leaving it to them. Vigdis walked out of the police commissioner's building and turned left to where she had parked her car, further along the shore of the bay. Her conversation with Emil had depressed her. Although he hadn't been specific, it was clear that he was pretty certain of Magnus's guilt. He wasn't on a fishing expedition. He already had good evidence. Vigdis had been happy to tell him all she could about Magnus, on the theory that the more of the truth Emil knew, the more likely he would be able to figure out that Magnus was innocent. If he really was innocent. It was all very well for Ingeleif to offer to help, but there was nothing she could do. She would just have to live with her guilt. Vigdis was beginning to worry that there was nothing any of them could do. The morning had started off early and badly. She had woken at 5, and when she checked her computer, she saw David's flight had been cancelled. Again. While she was speaking to Emil, she had received a text message from him to call him. She paused, staring out over the bay towards Mount Yesya, and selected his number. It was probably only 5 in the morning, his time, but so what? She had had to wake up that early herself. "Hello?" His voice was thick with sleep. "Hi, David. I can't believe your flight was cancelled again. Why was that? Most of the other flights from America are getting through." David sighed. "The airspace is clear, but apparently all the planes are in the wrong place. It's going to take days to sort it out." Vigdis swallowed. She hardly dared to ask her next question. "Can you come tomorrow?" "No," said David. "No, I'm sorry, Vigdis. I've got a meeting on Thursday back in New York I can't miss. It didn't really make sense to fly over today, and it makes no sense at all tomorrow." Vigdis couldn't say anything. "Vigdis?" "Yeah, yes, sorry, okay. I get it. We'll talk later." She hung up. Couldn't he cancel his damned meeting? Use the volcano as an excuse? From what she heard on the news, the whole world had been disrupted by the volcano, so why couldn't he disrupt his piddling little meeting? She knew she wasn't being fair. It was she who usually cancelled, changed plans, missed trips. She had to face it. She and David were never going to make it. She would end up like her mother, 50, alone, picking up fat Polish guys 10 years younger than her. Except she wouldn't have a daughter to scream at her. What now? She couldn't really cry off work any longer. She may as well turn around and head back to Kvirviskata and the police station. She called Arna. "What's up, Vigdis?" "David's flight was cancelled. Again," Vigdis said. "Hey, I'm sorry. I think I'll come in this morning," she said. "I just spoke to Emil. It doesn't look good for Magnus." "Did he tell you about the confession?" "Confession? What confession?" "There's a rumour going around that Magnus confessed to the murder. To Ingerleif. She told the dumpling about it yesterday afternoon." "Ingerleif?" Vigdis thought back to her phone call a few minutes earlier, and Ingerleif's request to do anything she could to help. "I don't believe it. The bitch." Chapter 21. Johanna stood in front of the class of 13-year-olds and put everything he could into his performance. His ability to transfix a group of teenagers with his readings from the sagas was legendary. Despite that, or in his view, because of it, he had been given the sack the week before. The principal was a slave to the national curriculum. Johannes wanted to set his pupils free to delight in their nation's great literature. The principal was a moron. He was still supposed to see out the term, and he was determined if there was one thing he did in the weeks left to him, it would be to bring the sagas alive to all of his students. He was reading The Tale of Thorstein Staffstruck. The piece was off syllabus, but so what? It was a short saga, less than a dozen pages, but it recounted the feud between two neighbouring farms, Sunodal and Hof. Thorstein, the son of the farmer from Sunodal, had been struck by the staff of a worker from Hof, and had been reluctant to take any action in revenge, but Thorstein was goaded on by his old and blind father, and blood flowed. There was a fault line running between Sunodal and Hof in the 10th century, just like there was between Hron and Bjarnahofen in the 20th, and probably the 21st. Johannes was coming to one of his favourite passages. He lowered his voice, combining menace with weakness, as Thorstein's aged father spoke these words to Thorstein. "I would rather lose you than have a coward for a son." Was that what Haralgrímur's father had said to Haralgrímur, he wondered. Indeed, Johannes remembered how, as a child, he had once asked his own father why people today didn't take revenge as they used to in the sagas, and been told, "Sometimes they do." Johannes was immensely proud of his father, whom he considered one of the greatest novelists Iceland had produced, certainly better than that rambling, self-important communist Halldur Laxness. His father had shown him what was important in life: education, literature, truth, moral self-confidence. In his own novels, and in his response to the sagas they read together, Benedict had recognized that there was a place for revenge, even in modern Iceland. Johannes realized that his pause for effect had become much more, and he looked up to see his class's reaction. The children were transfixed, but standing listening with them at the back of the classroom was a very fat man wearing a baggy suit. Inspector Emil. "Can I help you?" Johannes said, lacing the question with disapproval. He had worked hard to build the magic. An interruption would disperse it in seconds. The man pushed past the desks towards him. Johannes glared at him, raising his bushy white eyebrows. Johannes's eyebrow-enhanced glares could stop a child dead in his tracks, and usually had the same effect on adults. But not this time. "Johannes, I would like you to come down to the police station with me." The combined intake of breath from the class was audible. "I have some questions I want to ask you about the murder of Haralgrímur Gunnarsson." Adam and Páll made their way towards Páll's patrol car, parked outside Stykkishólmur police station. They were going to pick up Ollie at the small hotel near the harbour where he was staying. Adam's phone rang. "Adam, it's Anita from Bjarnahofen. I have something I would like to discuss with you. I think it might be related to Haralgrímur's murder." Adam thought for a second. Ollie could stew in a cell for a bit. It would do him good, get him in the right frame of mind. But Adam wanted to be there when Ollie was picked up, see his reaction. Then he would go on to Bjarnahofen. "All right, I'll be with you in an hour or so." He hung up and turned to the mustachioed constable. "Let's go." Ollie looked down over the cliff edge to a small beach. It was just around the headland from the harbour. A few boats were pulled up on the sand to the grass above the high water mark. There was very little he remembered from his childhood in Stykkishólmur Moor, but he had the feeling he had been in that exact spot before. It was amazing how little he recalled of his life before the age of 10. There were things at the farm that his conscious brain had tried to black out, but what was extraordinary was how good a job his unconscious had done of obliterating everything. He had been to school in the town, he'd had friends, but he could scarcely remember them. There was a tall, thin boy with buck teeth, but he couldn't for the life of him remember his name. Maybe the two of them had stood on that cliff together 20-odd years before. He clambered down the cliff path and perched on a rock a few feet away from the tiny waves nibbling at the sand. He was scared, so scared, and it was just getting worse. Uncle Willy just never left him alone. Wherever he went, whatever he did, Uncle Willy would pop up with his veiled threats. And Ollie believed the threats. There were a lot of dead bodies to back them up. Benedict Johannesson, his own father, Afi. Ollie had the feeling that Uncle Willy was losing patience with him, and when that happened, Ollie would be added to the list. He couldn't wait to get on that plane on Thursday. That is, if the police let him go. The police had to let him go by then, surely. Ollie felt the panic rise in him. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe Uncle Willy would get him first. He had to get out of this damn town somehow. Could he hire a car? Stykkishólmur Moor was far too small to have an Avis or a Hertz, but there must be some guy in a gas station somewhere who would rent him a car. And then what? He could drive into the empty interior of Iceland where no one would find him. He wished Johannes was still around. He would know where to hide out, all the places from some damn saga. Who was that outlaw? Grittle the Strong, something like that. His eyes fell on the boats. One of them, a 12-foot skiff, had an outboard motor attached. Perhaps he could just get in that and head out over the Atlantic. The States were thousands of miles away. Greenland was too cold. How about Ireland? How far was Ireland? He had no idea. He was being ridiculous. He had putted around the coast of Maine in a motorboat in the past, but he wouldn't survive a night in an open boat in the North Atlantic. He hopped off his rock and climbed back up the cliff path. He wished he could talk to Magnus. This was the kind of situation where he really needed his older brother to help him out. Magnus would figure out something. But Magnus had his own problems. The police had taken him away, God knows where. He would be little use to Ollie. Besides, Ollie had a different fear when it came to Magnus. Not a physical fear, but a fear that his elder brother would one day find out what Ollie had really done. A short distance beyond the cliff top, Ollie was back in town. As he approached the hotel, he saw a large police four-wheel drive draw up right outside. A uniformed officer with a big moustache, accompanied by a smaller man in jacket and jeans, jumped out and strode in through the entrance. It was clear they were coming for Ollie. Ollie halted and took a deep breath. Keep calm. Tell them nothing. Tell himself he had nothing to hide, and then hide it. When Ollie had been interviewed before, the knowledge that the big schoolteacher was in the same building had helped calm him, and he had managed to keep quiet. But Johannes was gone now, and Ollie was in much worse shape. His nerves were frayed. He could almost feel the fear and the panic mingling like an unhealthy fuel mixture deep inside him, combining, expanding, ready to explode. If the police hauled him back to the station, he would tell them everything. He knew it. He could feel it. And that would be bad. That would be very bad indeed. Ollie turned on his heel and jogged back towards the cliff path. He scrambled down to the cove, which was still empty. He dragged the skiff down to the water and waded after it. Once it bobbed free of the sand, he jumped in. It was several years since he had piloted a motorboat, but the engine looked familiar. He pulled the cord. A cough, and then nothing. He tugged again. Still nothing. He sat facing the engine, studying it, trying to remember. The shift lever was in neutral and the throttle on start. He recognized the primer bulb and squeezed it. He spotted a knob that was almost certainly the choke,
pulled it all the way out, tugged at the cord. Success! He pointed the boat out into the fjord. "How are you doing, Magnus?" Sibba examined her cousin, sitting across from her in the interview room at No. 1 house in Littlehron. He had shaved, and he looked clean. He seemed calm. "I'm okay, Sibba. I get time to think in here, which is good. Not much exercise, just 1 hour a day, walking around a little yard. But the prison staff are pretty friendly. Do you need some more clothes? I can get some from your house if you like." "Yeah, that would be good. Just jeans and T-shirts. And underwear." Magnus grinned. "Sorry about that." "That's what lawyers are for," said Sibba with a small grin. "Sorting underwear. I do it for the children, I can do it for you. No word from our friend Emil?" "No, nothing. He is letting me stew while he builds a case. He knows I'll say nothing anyway." "I've been in touch with Vigdis," Sibba said. "She has offered to help." "I know, I told her not to," said Magnus. "Why?" Sibba asked. Magnus hesitated, considering his answer. "She's better off staying out of it. I don't want to bring her down with me." "She doesn't care. I get the impression she would do almost anything for you." "Precisely. Is David here? Her boyfriend?" "No, his flight was cancelled again." "Poor Vigdis." Sibba nodded. "She did tell me that a detective called Jim Fearon from Duxbury called Arna a few days ago to say that he has some lab results for you." Magnus leaned forward, and for the first time Sibba saw interest flickering in his eyes. "Really? Did he give them to Arna?" "No. Fearon insisted on talking to you directly. Then Arna called him back and said you were in jail. Fearon said in that case he would only release the results through official channels." "Arna said what? Why did he do that?" Sibba shrugged. "I think he thought Fearon would be more likely to tell him the results." "Idiot!" "I called Fearon myself, said I was your lawyer. No dice. We only get the results the official way or not at all." "Yeah, I'm not surprised. Fearon is actually retired, so he probably shouldn't have seen the results himself. He will have gotten a buddy to request them for him. So now he's trying to cover himself and his buddy. So the question is, should we go through official channels? I could tell Emil I knew the results existed. Then he could send an Interpol blue notice. The Duxbury police would probably release them. I've no idea how long it would take." Magnus mulled it over. "Of course, as a defense lawyer, I'm wary of asking for evidence when I don't know where it will lead," Sibba said. "Meaning?" Magnus asked. "Meaning, will it incriminate you?" Magnus didn't answer her, or at least he didn't answer that question. "Thinking about it, we don't tell Emil, at least for now. I'd love to know what those results are, but don't forget if the Icelandic police do get them, they are not required to disclose them to us until the 3 weeks from my arrest are up, and I doubt very much that Emil would disclose them. So let's wait a couple of weeks. Then maybe we tell him." "Are you sure?" Sibba asked. Magnus nodded. "This is so frustrating, Magnus. Here I am, supposed to be defending you, but you won't give me anything to go on." "I know," said Magnus, "and I'm sorry. But I'm not saying anything. Not to the police, and not even to you." Anita tightened the girth under Sol, the horse that Gabrielle liked to ride. She checked her watch. It was 9:20. Gabrielle was late, but then Gabrielle was always late. Anita didn't mind. She was nervous about the call she had just made to the police. She knew it was the right thing to tell them about the postcard of Sylvia's she had found the night before. She wasn't sure herself what it meant. That was part of why she had called them. She would rather they figured it out than her. She was afraid of what would emerge. She heard a car approaching along the dirt track to the farm and saw it was Gabrielle's. The press had gone. It had been sensible, after all, to talk to them the day before. Now they had no reason to hang around at the farm. She could tell from the morning paper that they were still interested in the case, but they were bugging the police in Stykkishólmur. Luckily, the volcano had kept the story off the front page. Gabrielle pulled up close to the horses. Anita was surprised to see that she wasn't wearing her riding boots. Then she saw her face. Gabrielle was not happy. "Anita," she said, "you told the police, didn't you?"
Anita stepped away from Sol to face her sister-in-law. This was going to be difficult. Yes, I did, Gabrielle, and I'm sorry. What do you mean, you are sorry? I asked you not to tell anyone. Gabrielle looked over her shoulder towards the cottage, where forensics technicians were still at their work, and a police constable was reading the paper in his car. They were too far away to hear anything, but Gabrielle lowered her voice to an angry whisper anyway. When I said, don't tell Colbain, I didn't mean, do tell the police. I know, but the more I thought about it, the more I was sure it was important evidence. I had to tell them, and I asked them not to say where the information came from when they spoke to Ingvar. Did they tell him it was you? No, but whatever you may think about Ingvar, he's no dummy. He knew it was me, and he was angry. I can't say I blame him. I trusted you, and you let me down. But if he's innocent, it won't matter. Of course he's innocent, you fool. It turns out that Grimor lost all the money that Ingvar made him. So there's nothing. We'll have to sell the flat in Paris after all. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, Gabrielle, I really am sorry. Do you want to come riding with me after all? No, I don't. Gabrielle turned back to her car, muttering something in French. Anita watched Gabrielle's car speed out of the farmyard, scattering a couple of chickens on the way. One of the forensics technicians stopped and stared, then turned towards Anita. The policeman had put his newspaper down to see what was going on. Anita guessed that it was as much the fact that there was no money left as Anita's betrayal that had upset Gabrielle. Of course, Gabrielle was correct. Anita had been foolish to expect the police to keep the source of their information from someone as smart as Ingvar. But she still thought she had done the right thing. She just should have figured out a better way of doing it. And what about the postcard she had found? What trouble would that cause? More, probably. Well, that was their problem, the whole damned family's, including Gabrielle. Anita unsaddled Sol, but decided to take Grauner out herself. Marta didn't hold quite the terror that she had the day before. The woman in the lava field might be creepy, but she wouldn't actually hurt Anita. Sylvia emerged from the chicken shed and stared at her. Anita waved, but the old woman's expression didn't change. Thank God Ingvar had finally promised to come and fetch his mother that afternoon. As she hoisted herself up on Grauner, Anita thought about the old woman and the postcard. She wasn't surprised that Sylvia had hoarded it and not told anyone about it. There was a lot that Sylvia must have seen over the years that she hadn't talked about, from when her own children were small, from when Magnus and Ola were staying at the farm, other things that Anita couldn't even guess at. Anita had noticed a change in Sylvia in recent years, a slow change. It had coincided with Sylvia beginning to attend church. She had always shown up for the occasional service at the little church at the bottom of the farm, but a couple of years before she had begun to go to the big church in Stikkisholmur, at first every couple of months or so, and then more frequently. Anita also occasionally found her just sitting in the Bjarnehofen church, staring at the old altar painting, the one of the Last Supper that was supposed to have been given by grateful Dutch sailors who had been shipwrecked nearby. Was she praying, or just thinking? Was there a difference? Anita didn't know. During that time, Anita got the impression that Sylvia was trying to become more involved in the family around her. She seemed a little less aloof. It was partly because of that Anita had decided to pass on the enigmatic message from her grandmother. Open your eyes and see what is in front of you. Anita had no idea what it meant, but Sylvia had, and she had taken it seriously, not doubting Anita for a moment. Sylvia had known Anita's grandmother when she was alive. She had spoken very little about her, but she did say that she was always worth listening to, that she knew things. Anita and Grana headed along the edge of the lava field, which brought Anita back to the warning she had received the night before, the instruction to leave Bjarnehofen first thing in the morning. It was already past that time. How could she ignore such an explicit warning? But on the other hand, how could she follow it? Colbain was right. There was a barn full of pregnant ewes to think about. Anita passed the point where she had seen Hallgrímur's mother the previous day.
There was nothing, just a pair of ravens wheeling among the twisted fingers of lava. It was a clear day, and she could see over the Berserkjaron to the Farmhouse on its knoll. The family who had lived there for the last 70 years had had nothing against the inhabitants of Bjarnehofen, but the family before that, the family of Johannes and Benedict and the other Johannes. She had to persuade Kolbein to let her go. Perhaps she should speak to Willy about it. He had disappeared somewhere in his rental car after breakfast. Anita hadn't told him about her grandmother, but she was sure that he would take her seriously. But then there was Sylvia's postcard. She couldn't really trust Willy until she understood what that really meant. She couldn't trust any of them. Fear clutched at her chest. What was she thinking? She had to do what her grandmother had instructed her. She had to leave. She had to leave now. She turned Grauner around. The mare seemed to sense her mistress's rising panic and skidded over to one side, away from the lava field. Then a rock embedded in the slope of the fell behind them erupted in a spurt of lava fragments. An instant later, Anita heard a sharp crack that echoed off the stones. She recognized the sound of a rifle shot. Grauner surged forward, and Anita bent low, letting the mare go her own way. Something hit her chest so hard it almost knocked her out of the saddle, just as she heard another crack. There was no pain, yet she could feel the strength seeping out of her. She just had to hang on until Grauner got back to the farmyard. Hang on. Chapter 22. Ollie headed northeast out of Stykkishólmur, keeping a sharp eye out for rocks and skerries, and also giving a wide berth to other boats. He was wearing a fleece on top of a cotton shirt, but he was cold out on the water. He gritted his teeth. Time to be a tough Icelander, or even a tough New Englander for that matter. The engine was powerful and the skiff made good speed, but Ollie didn't want to open the throttle all the way in the slight chop. He headed for the nearest bunch of the countless islands of Breda Fjordur, hoping to put some of them between himself and the town. After about half an hour, he slipped behind a strip of grass and rock. There was another island, and another. In the distance he could see the mountains behind Stykkishólmur, and also hills from some other chunk of mainland in the opposite direction. He had no map. He had no idea where he was. He came to what seemed to be a slightly larger island with a small hill at its center. A single house stood cold and alone a few yards inland. The building looked derelict and uninhabited. Ollie found an inlet out of the line of sight of the open water, slowed the engine right down, and nosed the boat in among some rocks. He jumped out and heaved the skiff up to the stony shore. There was nothing to tie the painter to, so he dragged the boat over the stones. It was hard work, and God knows what damage he was doing to the hull, but he had no choice if he didn't want the boat to drift off at high tide. It wasn't completely hidden. It was impossible to hide a boat on a mostly flat, treeless island, but at least it was only visible from a channel between two islands, and then only at a certain angle of approach. With the engine off, Ollie could hear the seabirds, whistles, whoops, and chuckles. They swooped and flitted, eager, busy, ignoring him. His feet and ankles were wet and cold. In fact, all of him was cold. He walked over the grass to the small house. It was more of a cabin, really. It had a rusted metal roof and wind-bleached grey wooden walls. The door sported a large padlock, but the window right next to it was broken. He climbed in. There were 2 rooms downstairs, a kitchen and a living room, and some simple furniture. The stairs themselves looked dodgy, so Ollie didn't try them. There was an old rug on the floor. Ollie wrapped himself in the rug against the cold and sat on the floor, wondering what the hell he was going to do next. After they failed to find Ollie at the hotel, Adam and Poutel drove slowly around the center of Stykkishólmur, looking out for him, wandering around. After 20 minutes or so, Adam decided to go on to see Anita at Bjarnehofen, leaving Poutel and another constable to extend the search for Ollie. At this stage, Adam still thought Ollie was out somewhere for a walk. There were only a finite number of places he could go without transport. The sky was clear and the visibility good as Adam reached the Berserkjaron
and turned off towards Bjarnarhofen. The sun glinted off the snow on the fell above the farm and the sharp ridge of mountains along the backbone of the peninsula. The lava field itself was quiet, although there was a vehicle of some kind pulled over 100 metres or so in from the road to Grundarfjörður. Some movement caught his eye, and Adam spotted a horse bolting along the edge of the lava towards the farm. A riderless horse. Adam put his foot down, spraying stones on all sides as he sped towards the farm. The horse beat him to it. As Adam careered into the farmyard, he noticed the forensics van and a police car parked outside the cottage. He scanned the fields and saw Kolbeinn carrying a fence post across one of them. Adam was driving his own car, which was not too robust, but he swerved into the open gate of the field and drove towards Kolbeinn, flashing his lights and hooting his horn. Kolbeinn dropped the post and jogged towards him. Adam rolled down his window. "There's a horse back there, loose without its rider. I saw it galloping in from the lava field." Kolbeinn glanced back at the horse, which was shying in the farmyard. "Anita," he said. "That's Grona. Anita was riding her. She must have fallen. But Anita never falls." "Looks like she has now," said Adam. "I'll take the truck," said Kolbeinn, running towards the Toyota pickup parked near the gate. "I'll follow you in the police car," said Adam. "It's got a first aid kit." He spun his car around and drove back to the yard, where the constable was waiting, standing by his own vehicle, watching what was going on. Adam leaped out of his car. "Get in and follow him," Adam shouted, pointing to the pickup, which was already nearly at the farm entrance. He jumped into the police Hyundai, and the two men took off after the Toyota, keeping good pace with it, even though the ground was rough. "That horse was bleeding from its rump," said the constable, a man in his 40s whose name was Gudjon, Adam remembered. "It was in a right state." "Did you see Anita ride out?" Adam asked. "Yeah, about half an hour ago," said Gudjon, wrestling with the wheel as his vehicle nearly rolled. "I'd put that seat belt on if I were you." Adam did as he was told. Ahead, in a hollow right next to a rock, he could see what could either be a long, dark stone or... "Is that her?" "I think so." It was. Kolbeinn rushed towards his wife and was about to pick her up when Gudjon stopped him. "Wait, let me take a look. Grab the first aid kit, Adam." She was breathing. Just. She had a gash on the side of her skull and blood seeping out of her chest. Christ, she'd been shot. Adam left the kit with Gudjon and ran back to the police car to radio for an ambulance. It took 20 minutes for Emil to find an empty room in the police commissioner's office, installed with the necessary equipment for a recorded interview. As he was negotiating access to it, he got a call from the pathologist. The doctor had done the complete blood count, and his suspicions were correct. Hallgrímur had leukemia, undiagnosed according to his medical records. The blood count suggested that the disease wasn't yet in an advanced stage, but it was likely that Hallgrímur would have been showing signs of fatigue. Emil wasn't sure whether that discovery had any significance. A terminal illness could cause sufferers to do things they might not have done otherwise, but only if they knew they had got it. He would double-check that Hallgrímur hadn't mentioned his cancer to anyone. His heart sank at the idea of asking Sylvia that question. Eventually he found the room with video recording equipment, switched it on, and seated Johannes. The schoolteacher appeared calmer than he had when Emil had confronted him in the classroom. Emil had quickly reread the statement that Johannes had given him 2 days before. He was watching for discrepancies. "Now, Johannes, tell me again what you did on Sunday morning, from when you woke up." Johannes told him, slowly, clearly, and in detail, like a schoolmaster describing a particularly complicated historical event. Emil took notes, occasionally asking for more details. The greater the level of detail, the harder it was to lie consistently. There were patches of vagueness, in particular the conversation with Ollie on the way up to the Snæfell's Peninsula. "Did you speak to Magnus at all that morning?" "No," said Johannes. "Did Ollie?" "No." "You sure?" "Yes, he would have told me if he had. Or I would have seen him do it. He wasn't out of my sight the whole trip." "I see," said Emil. He changed tack. "So, tell me why you suddenly decided to go on a little tourist trip." "We were going to be too early, like I told you before." "How early?" "I don't know. A couple of hours. We decided it would be best to wait until
Hartle was up and awake. It was Sunday morning. But Hartle is a farmer. He doesn't have a lie-in, surely, even on a Sunday. We didn't know. We thought he did. Who thought he did? Emil asked. You or Ollie? Johannes hesitated. I don't remember. Of course you do, said Emil. Johannes regained his composure, shook his head. No, I don't. So how did the subject come up? You were driving along. You suddenly say, it's too early to see the old man. Let's go for a walk along the cliffs. Something like that. How like that? Johannes was silent. Emil waited. Then Johannes shook his head again. I can't remember. Funny it's that bit you can't remember, said Emil. You can remember the rest of the trip perfectly well. Johannes shrugged. Never mind, said Emil. I'm sure Ollie will tell me when I ask him later on today. For a moment doubt flickered in Johannes's eyes, and then it was gone. I'm sure. And why did you suddenly decide to call Hartle? To tell him we were on our way. And before you ask me, I've no idea why Ollie panicked when the police answered the phone. Why not? Why not what? Why don't you have any idea? I mean, didn't you ask Ollie? Yes. He said he didn't like talking to the police. His exact words, said Emil, making a show of writing it down. Johannes folded his arms. I think I've said enough. I don't think you have, said Emil. I have plenty more to ask you. I want to speak to a lawyer. But why do you want to do that? I thought you said you knew nothing about Hartle murder. Because you clearly don't know anything either, and I don't want to create any misunderstandings, implicate myself or Ollie in error. The inspector tried a few more questions, but Johannes wouldn't budge. A pity, but Emil had got what he wanted, a detailed statement with which to confuse Ollie. Unless by some miracle Johannes was indeed telling the truth, and nothing but the truth, Emil was confident Ollie would slip up. Emil left Johannes in the interview room and went off in search of a constable to take the schoolmaster over to the cells in police headquarters and to arrange a lawyer. Unsurprisingly, it was proving impossible to keep the whole Reykjavik Metropolitan Police away from the investigation. He was talking with the custody sergeant when his phone rang. "It's Adam." "What is it?" Emil was alerted by the urgency in his subordinate's voice. He sounded breathless. "It's Anita. She'd been shot. She was riding by the Berserkjörn. She's alive but badly injured. A bullet in the chest and she hit her head when she fell off." "Any idea who shot her?" "No. I saw a vehicle in the lava field earlier, which seems to have gone. It wasn't Colbain, because he was working in the field when I arrived just after it had happened. But Ollie wasn't at his hotel when we went to pick him up." "Where is he, then?" "We don't know," said Adam. "Powdell is looking for him in Stikkishólmur." "Well, go find him." Emil took a deep breath. "I'm on my way up there. Keep me posted." Who could have shot her? Ollie was an obvious suspect, but Johannes wasn't. And neither was Magnus, safely tucked up in his cell 200 kilometres away at Litlochron. Damn! Emil just didn't have the resources to do the job properly. He'd need more help from somewhere. Time to swallow his pride. He picked up the phone on his desk. "I need to see the commissioner," he told the woman who answered. "Right now."
Chapter 23. Adam was trying hard to keep a clear head. He had left Colbain and Gudjon with Anita and driven back to the farm in Colbain's pickup and then out on the track through the lava field. The vehicle he had seen earlier was no longer there. At least he didn't think it was. It was difficult to be sure because it had been parked in a hollow in the lava, which was only visible from a certain angle. So he drove all the way back to the main Grundarfjörður road and then found a small track back into the Berserkjörn. That must be the road. There was definitely no sign of a vehicle of any kind there. He tried to remember what make the car was. He couldn't, other than that it was some kind of dark-coloured four-wheel drive. Or was it silver? Damn it, he was a police officer. How could he be vague about the colour of a vehicle he had seen less than 20 minutes before? He decided not to drive down the track, for fear of messing up tyre marks or other forensic evidence,
so turned back to the farm. Ada was waiting for him with another technician.
"What can I do?" she asked. "How many people have you got here?"
"3. I've sent Siga up to where Anita was shot."
"Okay," said Adam.
Usually the forensics people didn't show up to a crime scene until well after everything had calmed down, but in this case he may as well make use of them.
"On my way here, I thought I saw a vehicle parked in the lava field to the south of where Anita was shot. I've just been back up there and it's gone. But seal off the track and see if you can find any evidence. Okay? Where exactly was it?"
Adam described the location and how to get there.
"And be careful. If you see anyone, don't tackle them. Okay?"
As Adam said this, he realized that Ada had considerably more experience and seniority than he did. But after a moment's hesitation, she smiled.
"Okay. Have you told Emil?" "Yes, he's coming right up."
"He's going to need more resources," Ada said. "A lot more resources.
Give me a call if you need one of us back here."
With that, she left. Adam scanned the horizon anxiously for flashing blue lights. He thought he could see the white of an ambulance on the road in the far distance. He resisted the urge to call Gudjon to check whether Anita was still alive. What should he do next? His brain was scrambled. Slow down. Think. Runar, the chief superintendent, would be there in a few minutes. He would know what to do. Adam hoped he would bring Bjorn, the detective from Akureyri. He could use some support.
"Hey, you!"
He turned to see Sylvia bustling over towards him. This wasn't going to be fun.
"Hey, you! Are you a policeman?"
Sylvia's eyes were concerned and frightened.
"Yes? What's happened? Tell me what's happened. Is Anita all right?" "She's been shot,"
Adam said. He tried to keep his tone soft, but he couldn't keep the panic out of his voice.
"Shot? What with?"
Sylvia's brown eyes were focused. She was definitely understanding what Adam was saying.
"A rifle, we think. Who shot her? Is she all right?" "We don't know who shot her, and she is alive. An ambulance will be here soon." "Oh, no," Sylvia shook her head. "Poor Anita, poor Anita."
She turned back to the house, her head still shaking. The news seemed to have shocked Sylvia into clarity. Adam considered taking advantage of her mental state to ask again about the fire. But Emil had been quite explicit that they should wait for proper interview conditions before questioning her further, so he decided to leave it. Besides, a car was approaching the farm, a small Peugeot. Adam recognized Vili, one of Hallgrímur's sons. He flagged him down. Vili lowered his window. "What's happened?"
"I'm afraid Anita has been shot."
"No.
Is she okay?" "I think so," said Adam. "Kolbeinn is with her. She's out by the lava field."
"I saw the police car out there. I wondered what it was.
I must go to her." "I'd like to ask you a couple of questions first," Adam said. "Later."
Vili opened the door.
"No, now," said Adam firmly. "I mean right now."
End of CD 7. CD 8.
Vili sighed with impatience. "Okay." He stood next to his car, looking down on the young detective.
"Where have you just come from?"
Adam asked.
"Swine Lake."
"Swine Lake? Where's that?"
"Just over the other side of the main road at the other end of the Berserkjörn." "What were you doing there?"
"Going for a hike."
"A hike? Did anyone see you?"
"What is this?"
"It's an interview following an attempted murder. Now just answer the question."
Vili frowned, shook his head. "I don't know. I didn't see anyone. I don't know."
"Do you know where Ollie is?"
"My nephew Ollie?"
"Yes."
Vili shook his head. "No idea."
"You didn't see him at Swine Lake or in the lava field?"
"No," said Vili.
"Why, do you think he shot Anita?" "It's too early to say who shot her. Do you mind if I take a look in your car?" "Do I have a choice?"
Adam peered into the front, opened the rear doors and checked the back seat, and then popped the boot. No rifle, but he would get Ada to do a thorough analysis.
"Now, please wait in the house," Adam said. "Don't leave the farm until we have had a chance to question you properly."
"This is stupid," muttered Vili, with a worried glance over to where Anita lay. but he got back into his car and parked it outside the farmhouse. Adam was glad to see two sets of flashing lights approaching, a police car and, about a kilometre behind, an ambulance.
"Hey, constable!"
Sylvia was hurrying towards him. She seemed agitated. It was all Adam could do not to tell her to get lost.
"Yes, Sylvia, what is it?" "I have just unlocked the gun cupboard," she said. "Colbane's rifle is missing."
Ingeleif stared out of the aeroplane window at the old American radar installations that lurked at the perimeter of Keflavik Airport. The view swung as the aeroplane lined itself up on the runway. The engines whined, and the aircraft began to roll. Ingeleif felt tense but excited. Things were definitely going her way. Keflavik was a zoo, but two delayed planes for Boston were leaving in quick succession. The Iceland air reservation system was a tangle of cancellations, rebooking and overbooking. It was up to the people on the spot to ensure that the planes were filled fairly. One of the supervisors was a good friend of Ingeleif's from her hometown of Luthier, who had found her a seat without actually having to bump someone with a guaranteed reservation. She was on a wild goose chase, she knew, and an expensive wild goose chase at that. But she felt lucky. More importantly, she was doing something for Magnus. She was trying. Even if she didn't succeed, she would know that at least she had tried. Ingeleif didn't know exactly what Magnus's game was. She'd been walking up Skåla Fjordustikjord on Sunday morning when he had called. She could tell right away from the tension in his voice that it was important. She had shut up and listened. "Ingeleif, there is something I'm going to tell you. I want you to remember it, and if the police ask you about it, then tell them, but not right away." "I don't understand," said Ingeleif. "No, I don't expect you to understand. Just do as I ask, please." It was a weird request, but Magnus wouldn't make it without a reason. "Okay." "I have just killed my grandfather," Magnus said. "What?" "I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't think straight." "You sound as if you are thinking straight." "No, I don't." Magnus paused. "I need to talk to you about it. Can I see you?" Ingeleif hesitated. She knew Magnus. She knew this wasn't how he would talk if he really had just killed his grandfather. The tone wasn't right. He wouldn't kill his grandfather anyway. So what was he doing? He'd asked her to tell the police something that wasn't quite true. He couldn't admit to her it wasn't true, or she would become his accomplice if she knowingly passed on what he said. He was protecting her, but he was also asking for her help. He didn't really need to see her. He needed a credible reason to call her. "I don't think that would be a good idea, Magnus," she said. She tried to keep her tone neutral, devoid of emotion, willing him to understand that she knew what he wanted her to do. "Okay," he said. "I thought I'd ask." He sounded unsurprised, pleased even. "Thanks, Ingeleif." Then he had rung off. She had done what he had asked, or at least what she thought he was asking her. She had played the fat detective along, let him think that he had broken her resistance, and then told him about Magnus's confession. Why Magnus wanted her to do that, she had no idea. She just hoped to God that he knew what he was doing. It seemed to her that he had intentionally got himself stuck in prison on a murder charge, and if he wasn't very careful he would be stuck there for a long, long time. The flight time to Boston was 4 hours and 50 minutes. She was too tense to read and too tense to do nothing. She dug out her iPod, selected some Bach, and closed her eyes. He needed her help, and she wouldn't let him down. She would fix things. She smiled. She felt lucky. Emil slowed as he came to the police checkpoint just to the east of Vegamot, the restaurant and petrol station at the turn-off to Stykkishólmur on the south shore of the Snæfell's Peninsula. There was a small queue of 2 or 3 cars and a truck waiting for the constable to let them through. Emil recognized the constable. He slowed his car and wound down the window. "No luck, Henrik? No one remotely like Ollie Jonsson?" This was one of only 2 roads off the peninsula. The other was a dirt track that ran along the north coast. "What about the N54?" Emil asked. "The guys from Budadalur have got that covered." The truck hooted, followed by 2 of the cars. The constable ignored them. "I suppose he could have passed before you got here," said Emil. "Runar called Borganis.
They set up something just north of the turn-off for the N1, said the constable. That would have caught him, even if he had driven south directly.
Oh, yes, I saw it, said Emil. Do you have a weapon?
No?
Well, if he does come by and he waves a rifle at you, let him see you are unarmed and don't try to stop him.
Hinrich nodded. The policeman didn't look nervous, although he had every right to be scared. It was probably best if a lone policeman didn't have a sidearm anyway, thought Emil. A cop with a gun would only encourage Ollie to shoot first.
"Come on!" yelled the truck driver. "Stop chatting! We've got places to go!"
"I'll let you get on with it," Emil said, marvelling at how impatient people were, even here in the middle of nowhere. He pulled away and turned north over the Kerlingen Pass towards Bjarnarhofen. He was the first in a strung-out convoy. Several minutes behind him would be Baldur and a couple of detectives, followed by a van with a small number of uniformed officers, and then, when they had mustered, the Viking squad. Emil had admitted he needed help, and he and the Commissioner had decided that there should be no conflict if the Reykjavik Violent Crimes Unit investigated Anita's shooting, since Magnus was definitely not a suspect. Emil himself would continue to investigate Hallgrímur's murder. Clearly Emil and Baldur would have a lot of information to share, but Emil thought it highly unlikely that Baldur would try to steer the investigation away from Magnus. He wasn't so sure about his detectives, Arne and Vigdis, although Emil would much rather deal with them than Baldur. The Commissioner couldn't afford to part with many uniforms. They had already dispatched all the spare officers they had in the capital to Kvolsvöllur to help with the volcano, and cuts in police numbers following the Kreppa in 2008 meant that there were very few spare officers anyway. But if Ollie really had gone into hiding with a rifle, they would need every man they could get, which was why the Commissioner had summoned the Viking squad, Iceland's SWAT team. Emil knew there were a small number of firearms in Stykkishólmur police station, but not nearly enough for every officer. Runar and his men would have to be very careful. Once again, there were 2 or 3 vehicles from the press parked a short distance before Bjarnarhofen in the lava field, but Emil ignored them. Runar and Adam were waiting for him outside the farmhouse. They led him into the living room, passing Kolbeinn and Sylvia in the kitchen.
"I take it no one has found Ollie yet?"
asked Emil. "Not yet. We've set up roadblocks. Gudjon is driving the roads, and Podl is looking in Stykkishólmur. That's all we can do for now."
"How's Anita? I think I passed her ambulance on the way up."
"She's alive, but critical. Unconscious. They've decided to take her down to Reykjavik. Stykkishólmur Hospital couldn't deal with her."
"Forensics found anything?"
"Not so far," said Runar. "No bullet casings from where they think the shooter's vehicle was, but he was probably positioned somewhere further in the lava field. Nor have they found any of the bullets themselves, though the one that hit Anita is still probably inside her. There was no sign of an exit wound. They'll dig it out at the hospital, no doubt."
"Do we know what the weapon was yet?"
"We have a good idea," said Adam. "Kolbeinn's .22 hunting rifle is missing from his gun cupboard."
"No idea when it was taken?"
asked Emil. "Kolbeinn last noticed it was there 2 weeks ago, when he took out the shotgun it's kept with. He has a license for both guns, by the way. The cupboard had been unlocked and locked again by someone who knew where the key was kept, in a drawer in the hallway."
"That could have been any of the family, presumably,"
said Emil. "But not Ollie," said Runar. "Good point. Vili was going for a hike around Swine Lake when the shots were fired," said Adam. Emil had seen Swine Lake as he descended from the mountain pass down towards Bjarnarhofen. It was about 1 kilometre long, shaped like a hook, and was bordered on one shore by black sand and on the other by the Berserker-own lava flow. It wasn't far from there to the part of the lava field where Anita had been shot, but a 100-metre-high conical pile of volcanic detritus stood in the way, obstructing the line of sight.
"Really?"
"Do you want to speak to him? He's upstairs in his room. We decided to keep him away from Kolbeinn. We had Edda examine his hands for gunpowder residue. Nothing." Emil shook his head. "We'd better leave it to Baldur. He should be here soon. He will be leading the investigation into the shooting."
"What about Kolbeinn?"
"He was mending fences in a meadow close to the farm," Runar said. "Constable Gudjon was in his car and could see him the whole time. Kolbeinn wants to go down to Reykjavik with his wife, but we haven't let him. He's in the kitchen."
"Better wait for Baldur for that too," said Emil. "And the kids?
At school, Runar said, but Gudjon said that Gabrielle, Dr. Ingvar's wife, showed up just before Anita went out riding. Anita had saddled up a horse for her. They had a massive argument. Gabrielle drove off in a huff, and Anita went out riding by herself. "Gabrielle can't have shot Anita, surely," said Adam. "Why? Because she's a woman?" Emil threw in some sarcasm. "Not strong enough to pull a trigger?" "Sorry," said Adam sheepishly. "Looks like Baldur will have some leads to follow," said Emil. "There is one other thing about Willy," said Adam. "Björn checked on his flight on Sunday morning. It landed at 6:32 a.m. And he didn't get here until the afternoon, did he? Just after 2. "Interesting," said Emil. "It would take, what, 2.5, 3 hours to drive from Keflavik to here?" "That's about right," said Adam, who had done that drive on Sunday night himself. "So that's 3 or 4 hours unexplained. You know, I think I will have a quick word with Willy before Baldur gets here. Can you fetch him?" A couple of minutes later, Willy appeared in the living room. He looked worried. "How's Anita?" he asked. "Still alive, as far as we know," said Emil. Willy breathed out. "Good." He stared straight at Emil. "Now, what can I tell you?" "A colleague of mine will be here in a moment to ask you some more about what you were doing this morning," said Emil. "But I just want to ask you quickly about Sunday. What time did your flight land at Keflavik?" "Early, 6:30, maybe 7 o'clock. "Why didn't you tell us that before?" Willy shrugged. "You didn't ask me, I suppose." "You told us you drove here directly from Reykjavik." "I don't think I did," said Willy. "Well, you implied it." "I didn't mean to." Emil took a deep breath to calm his impatience. It had been Adam who had originally interviewed Willy, and he clearly hadn't done a thorough enough job of it. "All right, so what did you do between 6:30 and 2 o'clock on Sunday?" "I hung out in Reykjavik," Willy said. "Had breakfast at the Grey Cat, walked around, had another cup of coffee somewhere." "Where?" "Kaffi Tower on Bankstræti." "Why did you do that? Why didn't you drive straight up here?" Willy shrugged. "It was my first time back in Reykjavik for a while. I wanted to look around, enjoy the place." "Do you have receipts from the cafes?" "No," Willy said. "What a surprise," thought Emil. "That's going to make it difficult for us to check your story." "You could ask the people serving, then. They probably wouldn't remember me at Kaffi Tower, but they might at the Grey Cat, and I paid by credit card." Willy pulled out his wallet and showed them a Bank of Montreal card. "Will that help?" "It might," said Emil. "May we take this? We'll return it later on today." "Sure," said Willy, and passed it over. Emil heard a car, or perhaps 2 cars, drawing up outside. "Wait here a moment," he said. He left Willy in the kitchen and stepped out into the farmyard to see the tall, lean figure of Baldur approaching him, with Vigdis and Arna in tow. "Okay, Dumpling," said Baldur. "Tell me what the hell is going on here." Chapter 24. Ollie was cold. His fingers were cold. His feet, which were still wet, were cold. His whole body was cold. The rug was just an old piece of carpet. He was warmer with it than without it, but that wasn't saying much. He was hungry and thirsty. He had only had a cup of coffee and a bowl of Cheerios for breakfast. He had steered clear of the weird Icelandic yogurt, and that had seemed an age ago. He checked his watch. 1:30. Lunchtime, he thought. His stomach rumbled in agreement. Come on, he told himself. Man up. So it was lunchtime. It was possible for humans to miss lunch and not die. The cold wasn't enough to kill him either. At least not yet. He would, at some point, need food and drink and warmer clothes, and that would probably mean a trip back to Sticky to borrow or steal. But it would be good to avoid the town if he could. Ollie had little idea of the local geography. He knew he was east of Sticky and Bjarnahöfen was west, and further to the west along the coast, beyond Bjarnahöfen, was the town of Grundarfjörður.
But that was a long way in a motorboat. What about the other direction? He had absolutely no idea. There seemed to be some mainland to the north of him. There was definitely a mainland-sized hill. That couldn't be the West Fjords, could it? The West Fjords was the fist with outstretched fingers that reached out to the ocean from the top left of Iceland on the map. Surely that was further away from Sticky than the hills Ollie could see. Was there some settlement over there in that piece of land, whatever it was? Ollie had no idea. Knowing how empty Iceland was, probably not. Which meant Sticky. After nightfall. Which around here, even in April, was pretty late. The idea of maneuvering the boat through the sharp skerries at night scared him. At least they hadn't found him yet. He had been on the island for 3 hours or so, and hadn't heard any searches. God, he was cold and stiff. Outside, the sun was shining weakly from a pale blue sky. Maybe he would be warmer out there, especially if he walked a bit. Got his blood circulating? He might even dry his legs a little in the sun. Stuck onto the rug, they were going to stay damp all day. He crawled out from underneath the rug and hopped out of the broken window. It was just possible to see Sticky in the distance. But there was a low hill at the center of the island that obscured the view, so Ollie decided to keep to the eastern shore, out of sight of the town, or, more importantly, any boats puttering in and out of the harbor. It was good to stretch his legs. The island was treeless and would have felt deserted if it wasn't for all the bird life. Ducks, cormorants, geese, little white birds, even smaller brown birds, were all over the place. It was comforting, in a way. After walking for 20 minutes, he found a rock in the lee of the hill and sat down, stretching out his legs to the sun. His thoughts turned for the 100th time to how he had gotten himself into this mess. It was during the series of blazing rows with his father, after Kathleen, stupid bitch, had told Ragnar about her and Ollie sleeping together. She had wanted to hurt his father and had succeeded in that. But she had also seriously screwed him. At some point, when he was screaming at his father, he had yelled that his mother's family were a bunch of murderers. Then, when his father had asked him to explain, instead of shutting up like he should have done, he did just that. He said how, when he was 7 years old, he had come into the kitchen at Bjarnehofen very late one night and overheard Afe and Uncle Willy talking about how a man called Benedict had been stabbed. They saw him, and Afe had threatened him never, ever to tell anyone what he had heard. That was probably their mistake, because Ollie wasn't sure exactly what he had heard. Except when people started talking about a writer called Benedict who used to live at the next-door farm of Hrone, who had just been murdered in Reykjavik. He remembered 2 nights later, when the family were discussing it at the dinner table, glancing at Afi. Afi's glare said it all. Never, ever mention what he had heard to anyone. And he hadn't, until that moment when he had lost his temper and thought, what the fuck? Ragnar had questioned Ollie closely about what he had seen and heard. He was frustrated at Ollie's vague replies, but in fact, Ollie wasn't really sure. All he could clearly remember was Afa's reaction. Ragnar said Ollie should talk to the authorities in Iceland. He said he would fly the 2 of them over there to see the police in Reykjavik. Ollie had no desire to fly to Iceland. He refused. Ragnar said he would call Afe and find out what had happened, and if he didn't get an answer that satisfied him, he would fly out to Reykjavik himself without Ollie. Then Uncle Willy had suddenly shown up from Toronto at their house in Cambridge and suggested he and Ollie go for a walk. None of the rest of the family was in. It was the day before they were all due to go off to Duxbury for a month. Uncle Willy had driven Ollie down to the fresh pond nearby. They had walked and talked. Ollie had tried to persuade Willy that he had refused to go to Iceland with his father, and he promised that if the police ever did ask him what he had heard, he would claim not to remember anything. This wasn't enough for Uncle Willy. He said that Ollie had to stop his father going to Iceland. Otherwise he, Ollie, would die. Uncle Willy was quite convincing about that. It was partly his own strength of character, but it was also that Ollie knew Uncle Willy was Afe's representative.
And even though it was many years since Ollie had seen his grandfather, he was still scared of him. More than scared, terrified. Mortally terrified. Uncle Willie had not been satisfied. A week later he accosted Ollie in the beach parking lot at Duxbury. He asked Ollie when his father was alone in the house. Ollie told him every afternoon. That was when the rest of the family left him to do his math. And then, 2 afternoons later, his father had been stabbed. Ollie was at the beach with his girlfriend, so he had an alibi. But he felt guilty, guilty as hell. He was an accessory, a conspirator. He felt like he had murdered his father himself. It was his information that had allowed it to be done. He knew he should speak to the police about what he had told Uncle Willie, or speak to Magnus, which was more or less the same thing. But he also knew what the result of that would be. He would go to jail. Probably not for as long as Uncle Willie, but still for a few years. It would ruin his life, and he would never be able to look his brother in the eye again. Uncle Willie had reminded him of this fact on and off through the years. He had made it clear that if Willie was ever arrested for the murder of Ragnar, he would bring Ollie down with him. Sometimes Ollie thought he would call Uncle Willie's bluff, but Ollie was a lousy poker player. Whenever he called another player's bluff, it turned out they weren't bluffing after all. So he had stayed quiet. Throughout all the investigation by the police and by his brother, he had stayed quiet. And then his asshole brother had started digging again, asking questions in Iceland where the answers lay buried. Ollie had used every strategy in his book to get Magnus to back off. Although Magnus seemed the decisive brother, Ollie could manipulate him, use his own weakness against him. When Ollie claimed that Magnus's continued investigation into their father's murder would screw him up worse than he was already, Magnus knew it was true. For several months it had looked as if Ollie had succeeded. Magnus had listened and promised to drop it. But then he had changed his mind, which was why Ollie had come to Iceland, a last-ditch attempt to shut him up, and why Uncle Willie had followed him. Ollie heard an engine in the distance. At first it was a gentle hum, almost inaudible among the cries of the seabirds, but it was getting louder. Shit! He looked around the island. It was bare, nowhere to hide, and he was easy to spot from the water. He sprinted back towards the house. As he reached the door, the sound of the engine was louder, but the craft, whatever it was still out of sight. Ollie dived through the window. At least they wouldn't be able to see him from the fjord now. But if they came ashore, they would be certain to search the house. He decided to risk the stairs, which creaked alarmingly as he climbed them. A rotten board split. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, each with 2 beds, just damp mattresses on metal frames. Ollie dived under the biggest of them and listened. The engine sound dimmed. For a moment, Ollie thought that the boat had gone away, but then he heard voices. They had found the skiff. The voices got closer. They reached the door. 2 men speaking Icelandic, so Ollie had no idea what they were saying. There was a series of crashes, and then the sound of splitting wood as the front door shattered. He could hear footsteps downstairs. Then the creak of the staircase. From beneath the bed, Ollie saw a pair of black boots enter the bedroom. And a moment later, a friendly face behind a large, bushy black moustache. "Hi, Ollie. How are you?" "Fucking freezing," said Ollie. 47, 48, 49, 50. Magnus's arms collapsed from underneath him as his chest hit the floor. His arms burned, his chest screamed. Time to torture his stomach. He rolled onto his back, put his hands behind his ears, and sat up. 1, 2, 3. "Okay, Magnus, time's up." Thank God for that, thought Magnus as he flopped onto his back. Sweat was pouring from his forehead and seeping over the front of his T-shirt. The warder, a stocky woman with short red hair and a friendly smile, stood over him. "Come on, up you get. I've seen people do exercises in here before, but nothing quite like you." "Clears my mind," said Magnus. They were in the small exercise yard.
4 white-painted walls, no windows, a basketball hoop and a roof of steel bars and translucent plastic. An hour a day was all the solitary prisoners were allowed in there. Magnus had decided to make the most of it, get his adrenaline going, sharpen his body and his mind. He hauled himself to his feet, and the warder led him to his cell. There were 10 cells in the solitary wing. 2 of them, he knew, housed the people he had arrested only 3 days before. He had no idea who occupied the others. As the door clunked behind him, he flopped against the wall and slid to the ground, still panting. The warder, whose name was Heda, was the only person he had spoken to all day. He knew he was going to be stuck in solitary for a while. The usual period was 3 weeks, at which point he would get to see a judge again, and his lawyer would be given the evidence amassed against him. But in murder cases, he could be in there for months. It was frustrating not knowing anything about how the investigation was going. He had been impressed by the detective in charge of the investigation, Emil, and very glad they hadn't let Baldur have a go at him. He knew what Emil would be doing, letting Magnus stew while he built up the case. But Magnus really wanted to know what evidence they had gathered already, and what had happened to his brother. He had spotted Ollie with Johannes in the car approaching Bjarnehofen on Sunday afternoon. He had no way of knowing whether Ollie was under arrest too. He might even be in a cell a few meters away at Litlachron. But he thought not. If they had had strong evidence that Ollie had killed their grandfather, then they would have had to let Magnus go. Magnus looked around his cell. At the bed, the pillow, the duvet, the desk, the stool, the toilet, and the red plastic sink. He was doing all this for his stupid little brother. He wondered whether the police had got his confession out of Ingeleif yet. He hadn't heard anything, which was frustrating, but then he didn't expect to hear anything. Unless Emil was totally incompetent, he should have checked Magnus's phone records and asked Ingeleif about the call. He was confident that Ingeleif knew what he wanted of her, and confident that she would do it. She was smart, that woman, and a quick thinker. God knows what she thought he was up to, but he trusted her not to believe that Magnus had actually killed his grandfather. Whereas Ollie almost certainly had, maybe with the help of Johannes, the schoolteacher. Maybe it was actually Johannes who had staved in Afi's head. But if that was the case, Magnus was sure that Ollie would have been right there beside him. As long as Magnus remained the prime suspect, Ollie might get away with it. Eventually, volcano permitting, they would let him fly back to the States. It wouldn't be impossible to get him back, to extradite him to Iceland, but it would be difficult. And Ollie was smart enough to get himself a good lawyer back in the States. So, at that point, Magnus would have to try to negotiate his own freedom, deny his confession. At the time, in the half hour or so after he had discovered Hallgrímur's body, it had seemed like a good idea. Because he hadn't actually killed Hallgrímur, he knew that there was no evidence that would conclusively prove that he did. If he had been in the United States with a good lawyer, he was confident that the case would collapse. But Iceland was different. Sibba was right. If the prosecutor and the investigating detective were convinced that a suspect had committed a crime, it was more than likely he would be convicted. Magnus didn't think that Emil, or the prosecutor, in this case probably Kari himself, were crooked. But they were effective, and as a quasi-foreigner, no one would be too unhappy to see him take the rap. In which case, he would be moving next door into the permanent wings. So why did he do it? Why did he cover up for his brother? He detested cops who covered up for friends or relatives. It wasn't exactly because he was glad that Afi was dead, although he was. Magnus had read the sagas many times. He understood revenge. But he had also seen enough revenge-related killings on the streets of Boston to know that they were wrong. Ollie had been wrong to do what he had done. But Ollie wasn't an evil person. He was an unreliable loser of doubtful morals, but that was different. It was Afi who had turned Ollie into a murderer. It was Afi's responsibility, his fault. He had paid with his life. And, in a way, Ollie had already paid with his. It was Magnus's destiny to look after Ollie. It had been good to talk to Ingeleif, to feel that she was on the same wavelength as him. When he eventually got out of here, he would go see her again, whatever she said, wherever she was, Hamburg or Timbuktu. But when? When would that be? 3 weeks? Or 15 years? Chapter 25. Emil ran his eyes over Johannes's statement, preparing himself for Ollie's interview. He was sure Johannes was hiding something, and he was fairly confident Ollie would tell him what. Baldur was further down the corridor of Stikkisholmur police station, interviewing Gabriel with Vigdis. Emil had spent half an hour with him going through what he knew of the family at Bjarnarhofen. Baldur had also interviewed Willy, who had stood by his story that he had been walking around Swine Lake, but now remembered that he had seen a young couple while he was there. Also his car, a rented Peugeot, was definitely not the vehicle that Adam had seen parked in the hollow. But the rifle and its bearer were still out there somewhere. The Viking squad was hanging around in the station, watching TV, waiting to be called out. It was a shame that the manpower couldn't be used in the search, but Runar had insisted that the squad be kept at the station in readiness in case the shooter popped up somewhere, shooting. One thing was certain: Ollie could not have shot Anita. Poutel had done a good job of tracking him down with the help of the Coast Guard. He had been noticed by the locals as he had taken the boat out into the fjord, and indeed the owner of the skiff had reported it missing. When Anita was shot, Ollie was out on the water. Emil led the interpreter and Adam into the interview room. Ollie was hunched up in his chair, cradling a cup of coffee in his hands. "Hello, Ollie," said Emil in English. "Must have been cold out there." Ollie grunted. Emil turned on the recording equipment, and the laborious interview started, with everything being translated back and forth from Icelandic. "Now, Ollie, take me through again everything that happened on Sunday morning." The details came thick and fast. They matched what Johannes had said very closely, except Ollie's recounting of why they decided to go to Arnarstapi. In Ollie's version, Johannes simply told him they were going there and didn't tell him why. Emil let Ollie talk and wrote everything down. When he had finished, Emil asked him another question. "When did you last speak to your brother?" "Magnus? I don't know." Ollie frowned. "I suppose not since last Thursday. Although I've been staying with him, I didn't see him on Friday or Saturday." "Did you phone him?" "No." "Are you sure?" Ollie paused. "Yeah, I'm sure. If we look at your mobile phone records, which we will do, will we find any calls to him? Any texts?" "No." Emil would bet that Ollie was telling the truth on that, at least as far as the phone records went. "Why didn't you talk to him?" "He was busy with the case he was working on, and we had had an argument about whether he should ask more questions about Dad's murder and Joe's father, the writer. He was determined. I didn't want him to." "In that case, why did you and Johannes want to go up to Bjarnarhofen to talk to your grandfather?" Ollie didn't answer for a moment. He sipped his coffee. Then he spoke. "Because I felt more comfortable with Johannes than with my brother. Johannes is kind of reassuring. My brother is a nut job when it comes to anything to do with Dad's death." "Do you know what this is?" said Emil, waving the sheets of paper he had brought into the interview room with him. Ollie shook his head. "This is Johannes's statement that I took from him in Reykjavik this morning. I asked him the same questions I asked you. This is what he said about deciding to go to Arnarstapi." Emil read out 3 different passages, all of which contradicted Ollie. "You see, I don't believe that you and Johannes took a detour just to go for a walk on the cliffs." Ollie shrugged. "Whatever. I think you were supposed to meet Hallgrímur there. That's why you called him at the farm. He wasn't there, and you wanted to know why." Ollie shifted in his chair. Emil could see that he was thinking, trying to decide whether to change his story, weighing up the pros and cons. Help him along.
I don't think you killed your grandfather, Emil went on, but it's hard not to mark you down as a chief suspect when you and Johannes are lying so blatantly. All I need is an explanation about why you were there. The real explanation.
Ollie seemed to come to a decision and smiled quickly. Okay, you're right. We were planning to meet Hattel Grimworth there. We wanted to talk about Dad's death. We had questions to ask him.
Okay, but why meet him there? Why not at the farm?
Silence. Emil waited. I couldn't face going back to the farm. You know what a miserable childhood I had there. Johannes mentioned Anastarpa as a neutral place.
I see, said Emil.
Ollie seemed to relax a touch. It was Emil's turn to think.
I still don't see why you chose Anastarpa. Why not a cafe in Stikisholmur or Grundafjörður? Both places are quite a bit closer.
Ollie shrugged. I don't know. Ask Johannes.
What is it about Anastarpa? There are those cliffs there, aren't there? The path to Hegelnar. That's a quiet place where you couldn't be seen. A good place to pitch someone into the sea.
Ollie frowned. What do you mean?
Both you and Johannes had good reasons for wanting Hallgrímur dead, Emil said. You hated him because of what he had done to you as a child. Johannes hated him because he thought he had murdered his father. You didn't want to ask him questions. Johannes maybe, but not you. You wanted to kill him.
I don't know what you're talking about, said Ollie.
Yes, you do. The plan was to lure Hallgrímur out to Anastarpa, kill him, and drop him off the cliffs into the sea, wasn't it?
No, said Ollie. As your theory, he drove out there, we killed him, then drove him back to Bjarnarhofen and dumped him in the church? That makes no sense.
That doesn't make sense. But you intended to kill him. He didn't show up, and then Magnus killed him instead. That makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Did you know Magnus was going to kill the old man?
I told you, I haven't spoken to Magnus for days, said Ollie. And actually, I don't believe my brother did kill him.
You don't, huh? Emil said. Is that because you killed him after all? Killed him and then drove out to Anastarpa afterwards? You know we can use the phone records to check exactly where you were when you made those calls to Hallgrímur.
Then I suggest you should do that, said Ollie. That way you will know I was miles away when my grandfather was murdered.
Emil rubbed the middle of his three chins. It almost made sense, but not quite.
Can I go back to Reykjavik now? Said Ollie. I want to make sure I get my next flight out of this stupid country.
No, said Emil. We can hold you for 24 hours without going to see a judge. And given your previous attempt to run away from us, you'll spend the night in the cells right here.
Ollie winced and closed his eyes.
We'll talk again, said Emil. But if it isn't later on today, have a good night.
Back in the incident room, Emil got Björn to check on Ollie's phone records. And on Vili's as well. That gap in Reykjavik needed to be substantiated. And he told him to take another look at the Kveldfjörður tunnel cameras, in case it was possible to identify the time that Vili's rental car passed through the tunnel. Baldur strolled in, carrying a cup of coffee, and took a seat opposite Emil.
How did it go with Ollie? He asked.
He was lying, said Emil.
I think that he and the schoolteacher meant to lure Hallgrímur out to Anastarpa to kill him. Any proof?
Not yet. Emil didn't want to talk too much more about Ollie's actions on the Sunday. It was more relevant to Hallgrímur's death than Anita's shooting.
How about Gabrielle?
She was very angry with Anita, although she's distraught now that Anita's been shot. At least she seems to be.
What was the argument about?
What you guessed. Her husband figured out that she was the source of the leak to us about his dispute with Hallgrímur over the loan. She had no idea that Hallgrímur had lost the fortune Ingvar had made him. So she was angry about that, and she was really angry with Anita for coming to us.
Makes sense, said Emil.
It's a pity your guy let out Gabriel was the source, Baldur said.
Emil ignored the criticism. Was she angry enough to shoot Anita?
Don't know, said Baldur. She claims that she drove straight back home. She doesn't think anyone saw her, but we will check with the neighbors.
So, we know where Ingvar was at the time of the shooting?
Emil asked. He was seeing a patient out at a farm. We're checking with the farm now.
And anything more on Willy?
Trying to locate the witnesses. Willy thought they looked like tourists, so we're checking the local hotels. Nothing yet. Baldur was asking the right questions, Emil thought. Baldur sipped his coffee. Anita is still an attractive woman, isn't she? I've never met her, but I've seen her photograph. Emil pictured the tall farmer's wife with the clear skin and long blonde hair.
Yes, she is. She has a way about her.
Could she be someone's lover?
I suppose so.
Is she? Emil was taken aback by the question, and then immediately felt foolish.
I have no idea.
Baldur pursed his lips. What about Gabrielle? She has a certain way about her, too. And she's French. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a lover as well. Emil wanted to pick up Baldur on his shameless stereotyping, but the inspector had a point. A good point. Maybe Anita had a lover, Baldur went on. Maybe Gabrielle did. Maybe it was one of the brothers, Kolbeinn or Ingvar. Maybe there's a love triangle, or love rectangle.
I didn't consider that, said Emil, but even if that was the case, I don't see what that might have to do with Hallgrímur's death.
People in town will know who is screwing who, won't they? Baldur said. Emil nodded. Talk to Runar. If he doesn't know, he will know who does. I will. Then Baldur frowned. You know, maybe there is someone else out there, someone we don't even know about. A jealous lover with a rifle, looking for revenge. It was just getting dark when Ingeleif pulled out of the Avis parking lot at Logan Airport in her small hire car. She decided to trust her map reading rather than the mysteries of the GPS, and set off through the maze of tunnels and highways out of Boston. She had only been to America once before in her life, to New York, and she hadn't driven then. She found the sheer scale of the place daunting. There were so many cars, so many people, and, as she got out of Boston, so many trees. She could feel her confidence waning as she neared the exit for Duxbury. What if this Jim Fearon guy flat out refused to speak to her? What would she do then? Just turn around and drive back to Logan? She thought of the time and the tens of thousands of kronor she would have wasted. But at least she would have tried. She took the Duxbury exit and paused several times to study the printout from Google Maps she had brought with her. Fearon's address had been easy to find. There was only one entry under that name in Duxbury in the directory she had consulted on the internet. He lived in a place called Tinkertown, which seemed to be a neighborhood in Duxbury reached through a twisted network of wooded roads. She finally came to the address and pulled up outside a small, neat wooden house with a boat on a trailer in the yard. She took a deep breath and rang the bell. The door was answered by a forbidding woman in her 60s, tall, thin, with blonde hair and a lined, freckled face. But when she saw Ingeleif, she smiled, an unexpected burst of warmth. "Can I help you?"
"My name is Ingeleif Gunnarsdottir. May I speak to Jim?"
The woman yelled over her shoulder, "Jim, there's a young woman to see you." Jim Fearon eyed Ingeleif with suspicion. He had grey hair, a silver moustache, and a comfortable middle. "Yes?"
"Hello, Mr. Fearon,"
said Ingeleif, holding out her hand and launching into her prepared spiel.
"I am Magnus Jonsson's girlfriend, and I have just flown in from Iceland today to talk to you. May I come in?" "My, that's a long way," exclaimed Mrs. Fearon. "Of course you can come in." But the suspicion in her husband's eyes deepened. "Come on, then," he said, and led Ingerleif into the living room. "Have a seat." "Is this some kind of police business?" said Mrs. Fearon. "I expect so," said the former detective. Ingerleif smiled at the woman and nodded. "I'll leave you to it, then," Mrs. Fearon said, and withdrew to the kitchen area, but she was still within earshot. "So you are Magnus's girlfriend?" said Fearon. "Yes, we've been going out for almost a year, since he arrived in Iceland." "Lucky guy," said Fearon. Ingerleif smiled. "You're not a lawyer or a police officer, then?" No, I promise you I'm not." But Ingerleif could see that Fearon didn't trust her assurances. "As you may know, Magnus is in custody in jail at the moment, accused of murder. He heard that you had some important evidence for him, some lab results, and he asked me to get them from you." "Did he?" said Fearon. "Yes," said Ingerleif. She swallowed. She could feel her cheeks warming up. Damn it, why did she always blush when she lied? The detective noticed. Of course he noticed. "He can't come himself, you see," Ingerleif added unnecessarily. "Did he tell you who I am?" Fearon asked. "Yes, you are the detective who investigated Magnus's father's murder here 13 years ago." "Did he tell you I'm retired?" Yes," said Ingerleif unconvincingly. "And did he tell you what the lab results were about?" "No," she said, "but he said they were important, so please can you give them to me, so that I can take them back to Iceland and pass them on to him?" Fearon studied Ingerleif's face carefully. Ingerleif became more uncomfortable. "I'm sorry,
Ingerleif."
"Yes, Ingerleif. I'm sorry, Ingerleif. I just don't believe you. I don't know why you're here, but I do know you are not telling me the truth." Ingerleif's shoulders slumped. The optimism and energy that had lifted her over the Atlantic left her. It was late, she was tired, and she had made an enormous fool of herself. She sighed. "You're right. I went to see Magnus this morning at the jail in Iceland. They wouldn't let me in to see him. He's in solitary confinement. One of his police colleagues told me about the lab results and that you wouldn't release them without proper authorization, and I thought I could persuade you. I am persuasive, you know, usually." Fearon smiled for the first time. "I don't doubt it. But you are not a very good liar." Ingerleif returned his smile nervously. "No, but I suspect you were a good detective." She felt a tear appear in the corner of her eye. "I'm not even Magnus's girlfriend anymore. We've split up." Fearon got to his feet. "I'm sorry you've wasted your journey." Ingerleif rose also and nodded. "And I'm sorry I wasted your time, Mr. Fearon." She held out her hand, and Fearon shook it. He ushered her towards the door. "Wait a moment, young lady," said Mrs. Fearon. "Did you really come all the way from Iceland this morning?" Ingerleif nodded. "I drove here straight from the airport." "And where are you going now?" "I don't know. I suppose I will find a hotel somewhere. Have you eaten?" Ingerleif had been too tense to eat anything on the plane. She shook her head. "Not for hours." "Then why don't you stay here? I've got some meatloaf left over from dinner. Do you like meatloaf?" Ingerleif had no idea what meatloaf was, but nodded. "You don't mind, do you, Jim?" Fearon smiled, unwilling to stand up to his wife's hospitality. "As long as we don't talk about lab results." And they didn't. They sat in the kitchen as Mrs. Fearon, or Patty, as she asked to be called, warmed up the meatloaf. Ingerleif liked Patty, who had all kinds of questions about Iceland. She had a friend who was nuts about Icelandic knitting patterns, and she had tried some herself. Ingerleif knew a lot about the subject, and the conversation became quite detailed. Patty claimed that she had always wanted to travel to Iceland, and hinted that it was only her husband's lack of imagination that had stopped her. The meatloaf turned out to be delicious. Jim Fearon clearly thought so, helping himself to more. Ingerleif found herself relaxing in the warm welcome of the kitchen. The Fearons were parents and grandparents. Ingerleif had lost both her own parents and her brother. She had left her homeland to go to live in Germany. She suddenly realized how much she missed family, home. "It's strange thinking of Magnus growing up here," she said. "I never know whether to think of him as an Icelander or an American. Neither does he, for that matter."
"His father's death hit him badly," said Viren.
"He hasn't got over it," said Ingerleif. "It drives him on in almost everything he does. I sometimes worry that if he ever did really discover what happened to his dad, there would be a huge hole in his life. He wouldn't know what to do with himself."
"Tell me about him," said Paddy. "I can see you are very fond of him."
"Can you?" said Ingerleif. "Yes, I suppose I am." She paused. "He's a good man. He cares about me. I mean, really cares about me. I tease him about it sometimes, about how serious he can be, but I suppose I like it, really. I just can't admit it to myself." She pulled herself up short, marvelling about how she was saying things to these two perfect strangers that she could scarcely say to herself. But thousands of miles from home, in this little house in the Tinkertown woods, she felt safe. "I was having a bad time when we met last year. Magnus helped me a lot. He's a private person, and I'm not really, but I think the two of us understand each other. I've had lots of relationships, but Magnus is different. He knows who I am, and he likes who I am." She smiled. "I'm sorry, I must not be making any sense."
"Oh, yes, you are," said Paddy. "So what went wrong, if you want to tell us?"
Ingerleif did want to tell them. She wanted to tell someone. "It was my fault. I went to work in Germany. I think Magnus wanted to continue the relationship, but I didn't. I don't like to be tied down. I sort of think Magnus does. And now he's locked up in jail, and they think he murdered someone, which he didn't, by the way. I'm quite sure he didn't."
She paused to see whether she had convinced the retired detective. He showed no sign of it, although he was listening closely.
"So I came over here to help him, to show him and me that I—" She stopped. The Virens stayed silent, letting her say what she wanted to say. "I suppose that I love him." She took a deep breath. "I'm an optimistic person. I believe in myself, usually. It never really occurred to me that you wouldn't give me the lab results. But, of course, there's no reason why you should. I don't know if they're important anyway. It may not even matter."
"Oh, I think they are important," said Viren quietly. Ingerleif glanced at him.
"Oh, I wasn't trying to get you to tell me, I promise."
Viren laughed. "I know." His blue eyes, suspicious before, now twinkled. "That's the point. But I will tell you, and you should find a way to tell Magnus." Vigdis went to bed early. She was staying in the same small hotel in Stikkersholmur as Ollie. In fact, her room was only 2 down the corridor from his, empty for the night. Despite her early start that morning and several nights of poor sleep, her brain was tumbling. David, Magnus, Baldur. Although technically she was restricted to working with Baldur on the attempted shooting of the farmer's wife, she'd picked up some information about Hallgrímur's murder and Magnus's supposed role in it. It didn't look good, and however long she tossed things around in her sleep-deprived brain, it didn't become any better. She must have gone to sleep eventually because her mobile phone's insistent tone woke her up. She checked her watch before answering. 1:30.
"Yeah?" "Vigdis, it's Ingerleif."
Vigdis sat up, the urgency and excitement in Ingerleif's voice jolting her to wakefulness.
"What is it?" "I'm in America, in Duxbury."
"You're where?"
"Yeah, I flew to Boston this afternoon, and now I'm at Jim Viren's house, the detective who worked on Magnus's father's murder." "Okay," said Vigdis. "He can't give me the lab results he had for Magnus, but he did tell me what's in them. If I tell you, can you get the message to Magnus?" Yes, I can call Sibba, his lawyer. She can go see him at Little Hraun." "Good," said Ingerleif, "because I think he'll want to hear them." Chapter 26. Wednesday, the 21st of April, 2010. Sibylle was fidgeting with her pen as Magnus walked into the interview room at Little Hraun. She smiled when she saw him and stood up to kiss him on the cheek, but Magnus could feel the tension. "You're early," he said. It was barely past 8 o'clock. "I've got some news. Lots of news," Sibylle said. "Good, I hope." Sibylle sat down and looked Magnus in the eye. She took a deep breath. "Anita was shot yesterday. She was taken down to the National Hospital in Reykjavik. She's alive, but in a bad way." "Shot? Where? By who?" "In the Berserkjörn, on her horse. A rifle. And they have no idea who shot her. At first they thought it was Ollie, but it turned out it couldn't have been." "Will she make it?" Sibylle shrugged. "I don't know. She was shot in the chest. It was Kolbein's rifle, but they know he wasn't responsible. He was working on the farm in view of the police at the time, and Ollie was on an island in Breiðafjörður. What was he doing there?" "Hiding from the police. They caught him, though." "I'm sure they did. Is he under arrest?" "He is being held for questioning about Grandpa's murder." Magnus paused, taking it in. He liked Anita. In fact, with the exception of Sibylle, she was the only one of what remained of the maternal side of his family he did like. Why would anyone want to shoot her? "You seem to have good information," he said. Sibylle glanced at a computer on her right. "Do you know how to work this thing?" she said. "Is it switched off?" "You mean, is anyone listening?" The computer controlled the recording equipment in the interview room. They both knew that it was absolutely forbidden for the police to listen in to discussions between client and lawyer, but they also knew of a recent case where the recording equipment had accidentally been left on in an interview room. Magnus got up to check the computer. "It's off," he said. "Good," said Sibylle. "I don't want anyone to hear this. You're right. I do have a good source. They've drafted in Inspector Baldur to investigate Anita's shooting, and he has taken Vigdis with him up to Stykkishólmur. She told me." "She should be careful," Magnus said. "She could lose her job." Sibylle nodded. She took another deep breath. She was definitely anxious. "There is something else Vigdis told me." "Yes?" "Ingalife is in America. Duxbury. She saw the detective you spoke to." "In America? How the hell did she get there?" "She seems quite resourceful, your girlfriend." "She is," Magnus said. "Don't tell me Jim Fearon gave her the results." "He did," Sibylle said. "Or at least he told her what was in them. He didn't give her a hard copy." "And?" Sibylle paused. "The mitochondrial DNA suggests that the hair found in the house where your father was killed belonged to a close relative on your mother's side, and it wasn't you or Ollie. As you probably know, the DNA in hair only allows analysis of the mother's genes." A broad grin spread across Magnus's face. "Well done, Ingalife," he said. Then he glanced at Sibylle, and the grin disappeared. Magnus stood up and walked over to the window. There was a view north of the little car park outside the prison, over the flat plain, to the snow-streaked ridge of hills above the towns of Selfoss and Hveragerði. "You know, this is the only room in Little Hraun where I can see the outside world." Sibylle was silent. He turned. "Sibylle, I have 2 important questions for you. I remember that you and your family came to visit us at Bjarnarhöfn one Christmas." "That's right. We came over to Iceland for Christmas several times, but only once when you were living at Bjarnarhöfn." "I don't remember what year it was. Do you?"
End of CD 8. CD 9.
"I do, actually," Sibylle said. "I was 16, so it was 1985. Christmas, 1985. Benedict Johannesson was killed on December 28th, 1985. Sibylle frowned. "And is your father right-handed?" Magnus asked. "Yes." Sibylle's frown deepened. "Wait a minute. What are you suggesting?" "Your father—" "No! The visit is a coincidence.
It's got to be a coincidence, and 80% of people on the planet are right-handed. I take your point about being right-handed, but I remember Fearon saying the hair color was blonde, and your father had blonde hair before it went grey. Fair. Like brown, really, Sibba said. Once again, like many people. I think they also described it as sandy, Magnus said. And you really mean like many Icelanders. But the key point is that it's a pretty big coincidence that a close relative of my mother's was in the house with my father in Duxbury in July 1996, and your father was at Bjarnehofen in December 1985. He never left the farm, I'm sure. He didn't go down to Reykjavik. I would have remembered. 2 hours down, an hour there, 2 hours back. You wouldn't have remembered unless he told you, and he wouldn't have told you. Dad isn't a killer, Sibba protested. You know him. He'd never kill anyone. Magnus looked at his cousin. He had seen it so many times before in his career. Children denying that their parent was a murderer, refusing to contemplate the possibility. On the other hand, he was pretty sure that was why Sibba had been so tense. She knew what Fearon's DNA analysis implied. He touched her arm. I'm sorry. She shook him off. No, I won't accept that. It's just circumstantial. You can't make a case against him. Not yet, said Magnus. He returned to the chair opposite his cousin. Sibba glared at Magnus. No, I'm definitely going to have to resign as your lawyer. Magnus nodded. Thanks for what you've done so far, Sibba. But I haven't done anything. Sibba's voice rose in frustration. You wouldn't let me. You did what I asked you to do, even when it didn't seem to make any sense. Sibba shook her head and shrugged. So who do you want to replace me? She paused for a moment, running through the possibilities. What about Christian Gylfason? Magnus had sparred against Christian before. He didn't like him much, but he was one of the best criminal lawyers in Reykjavik. Maybe. He nodded. But first, can you do one last thing for me? Sibba collected herself, once more the lawyer. What is it? Call Emil. Tell him that I have some information for him that he's going to want to hear. But tell him I will only talk if he brings me up to Stikkishólmur. No video link from here, no interviews at police headquarters. Stikkishólmur or nothing. Sibba nodded. I'll tell him. She hesitated. Magnus? Yes. Now I'm not acting for you. Can I make an observation? I guess. You didn't kill Hallgrímur, did you? You think your brother did. You're covering for him. I don't know who killed our grandfather, Sibba, Magnus said, but I fear it was someone very close to one or other of us.
Half an hour later, Magnus was sitting in the back of a police car in handcuffs, speeding northwards along the banks of the broad river Ölfusá towards Selfoss. Over to his right he could see the high bent plume of Eyjafjallajökull. He marvelled at how Ingerleif had managed to defy the volcano that seemed to have grounded the rest of the world. It was clear, despite Sibba's protestations, that her father, Magnus's uncle Willi, was a suspect for the murder of Ragnar and of the writer Benedict Johannesson. Magnus could see that. Sibba could see that. Would Emil? Magnus realized that the moment he had been waiting for 13 years was close, very close. Soon he would know for sure who had murdered his father. The excitement bubbled up within him. He was grateful that Emil had agreed to his request to be driven up to Stikkishólmur. Given what he now knew, he would have found it very hard to stay cooped up in Little Hraun. He might be in handcuffs, but at least now he was moving north towards the Snæfell's Peninsula, and an answer. Of course, even if Willi had murdered 2 people in the past, it didn't necessarily mean that he'd killed Hallgrímur. Hallgrímur's killer might indeed have been Ollie, who was at that moment being grilled by the police. And, in fact, Magnus would still be their prime suspect. But there must be some connection between those earlier murders and Hallgrímur's, and Emil would be in the best position to find it, with some help from Magnus. The police car bypassed Reykjavik, dived through the tunnel under Hvalfjörður, and sped along empty roads, through heaths and lava fields, beside the remote and beautiful western coastline. Magnus remembered that other trip along the same route,
taken 13 years before at a much slower speed on a bus from Reykjavik to Stykkishólmur. It was a couple of months after the murder of his father, and Magnus had decided to travel to Iceland to build bridges with his mother's family. It had been tough settling back down at Brown. It had been the beginning of his junior year, and he found himself skipping classes. He had begun drinking. His girlfriend tried to support him, but he pushed her away. He felt alone, lost and angry. So he skipped some more classes and bought a ticket to Reykjavik. Ollie thought Magnus was mad to go back to Iceland, but the country of their birth had always meant more to Magnus than to his brother. And now that their father was gone, it was as if Magnus had been cast adrift in America. It was his father who had spoken Icelandic with him, who shared his enthusiasm for the sagas, with whom he walked once a year in the mountains of their homeland. But Magnus believed it was also his father who had been the impediment to a rapprochement with his mother's family. Now he was gone. Magnus thought that perhaps he could form some kind of link with his uncles and even his grandparents. He had to try. Magnus remembered how on the bus he had gone through the 2 notebooks he had filled with thoughts about his father's murder. At that stage, Magnus was still focused on Kathleen. No one had yet told him about her alibi in the aircon engineer's bed. He had stopped the driver as the bus descended over the Curlingen Pass to the main Grundarfjörður-Stykkishólmur road, and jumped off. He shouldered his backpack and walked across the Berserkjörn towards Bjarnarhöfn. He hadn't warned them that he was coming. He knew they would just try to put him off. A feeling of dread gathered around him as he walked through the lava field and remembered his miserable childhood years at the farm. The yard was empty, so he knocked on the farmhouse door. He was surprised to see it opened by a tall, attractive woman in her mid-30s with long blonde hair. Anita. Once Anita had figured out who he was, she ushered him into the kitchen and plied him with coffee and cakes. Her distress and sympathy at the death of his father was heartfelt. She explained how she and Kolbeinn had taken over the farmhouse from Kolbeinn's parents, who now lived in the cottage, and the warmth of Anita's presence made the kitchen feel entirely different than it had when it was his grandmother's domain. Kolbeinn dropped in a few minutes later. He was much as Magnus remembered him, tall, square-shouldered, reserved. His sympathy was more sparingly given, but was genuine nonetheless. He seemed pleased that Magnus had come. They had chatted for almost an hour when Magnus spied through the window an old lady with white hair staring at him. His grandmother. Magnus saw hesitation turn to recognition in his grandmother's eyes. Magnus tried to smile. She turned and scurried off towards the cottage. "She's going to tell Hallgrímur," Anita said. "He's not going to like you being here," said Kolbeinn. "I'm ready for him," said Magnus, turning over in his mind the little speech he had prepared about reconciliation and family. They were silent for a couple of minutes, waiting. Then Magnus heard rapid footsteps in the yard, and the door was flung open. In strode a short, familiar figure, white hair sticking up, blue eyes blazing. And in his hands was a shotgun. Anita let out a small cry. "Magnus? Are you Magnus Ragnarsson?" Hallgrímur spat out the words more as an accusation than a question. The gun was pointing upwards. Magnus realized that although his grandfather was instantly recognizable to him, he himself had changed a bit since the age of 12. Magnus stood up slowly. "I am your grandson, yes." "Hallgrímur, put that gun down," said Anita. "Well, kindly leave my property," Hallgrímur growled, ignoring her. "Now!" "I have come to talk to you, Afi. Now my father is dead, I hoped I could—" "I said leave!" Hallgrímur lowered the gun so that it was pointing at Magnus. "Put the gun down," Anita repeated. Kolbeinn stood and moved towards Magnus. "I can drive him into Stykkishólmur." "Do that!" snapped Hallgrímur. "He just wants to speak to you," Anita said. "He is your grandson, after all." "Go," Hallgrímur said, "and don't ever come back here again, or I will shoot you myself. And if I don't, my son will." So Kolbeinn had driven Magnus into the middle of Stykkishólmur and dropped him off.
Magnus had bought a bottle of scotch on his way into the country at duty-free at Keflavik Airport as a peace offering to his grandpa. He walked along the harbour wall, found a good spot, dug the bottle out of his backpack, and began to drink. As Magnus stared out of the police car at the silver flatness of Faxaflói Bay, a thought struck him. He had always assumed that, by my son, his grandfather had been referring to Kolbeinn. But maybe he hadn't. Maybe he had been referring to another, much more dangerous Hallgrímsson. Willi. Willi manoeuvred the car down the steep slope to the shore of the lake. A clang rang out above the sound of the engine as the floor of the Peugeot dropped onto a sharp rock. He should have hired a four-wheel drive. Swine Lake looped around the Berserkjörón in a hook. The day before, Willi had parked at the northernmost tip of the lake, nearest the main road, and he had been seen. This time he had driven on along a rough track to a part of the lake out of sight of any road. He parked down on the sand by the water. In the summer, people fished for brown trout here. Indeed, he and his brothers had done that themselves many decades before. But in April, the only visitors to this spot would be particularly hardy hikers, and the odd eagle. He climbed out of his car and strolled along the shore of the lake on a beach of black volcanic sand. It was a beautiful spot. The lava here was 20 meters high, a crenulated wall of frozen magma that had created the lake several thousand years before. The lake itself that morning was a bluish shade of grey, reflecting the sky above. A crisp breeze blew in from the fjord to the north. Willi was angry. He was angry about Anita. Kolbeinn had called that morning to say that they had operated on her, and it looked like she was going to pull through, although she was still unconscious. Willi knew that his anger stemmed from guilt. If only Anita hadn't decided to snoop in his mother's stuff in the first place. Willi was losing control. Somehow, since Ragnar's death 13 years before, he had managed to keep a lid on things, or at least to scare Ollie into keeping a lid on things. But Magnus was always the weak link. Willi believed that Ollie had done his best to prevent his brother from asking difficult questions, and indeed Ollie's ability to manipulate Magnus was impressive. But when it had become clear that Magnus was not to be put off any longer, Willi had sent Ollie over to Iceland for one more try. The news from Ollie had been bad, and so Willi had warned his father that he could expect a visit from Magnus at any time, and told Hallgrímur to refuse to say anything. But Hallgrímur didn't like being told what to do. He said that if Magnus came to see him, he would explain how Ragnar had deserved to die, how Ragnar had mistreated Magnus's mother, Margaret, how he had slept with Margaret's best friend. He even muttered about telling Magnus about the feud with Benedict of Hrón's family. Willi didn't know whether the old man was losing it, or whether he was just playing games, taunting his son, as he so loved to do. But he knew he had to be stopped, which is why Willi had flown to Iceland unannounced. The story about checking on his mother's dementia was just an excuse. But Willi had lost control, as Anita's shooting showed. Somewhere, a long way in the past, he had taken decisions, bad decisions, from which he had never been able to recover. The obvious one was not turning back to help Atli when he had fallen into the cove the night of the Svetaball. But perhaps there had been another chance. For when Willi had scrambled back up the cliff that night, he had met his younger brother Ingvar, who was then 16. Ingvar denied seeing anything, but Willi swore him to secrecy anyway. Atli was discovered by another couple an hour later, floating face down in the cove. The girl who had been with Willi said nothing, Willi said nothing, and Ingvar, if he had seen something, said nothing. Or nothing to the police. It became clear 2 years later that Ingvar had told their father. Why had he done that? He would have thought that Hallgrímur would have been the last person in the world Ingvar would have told. But Willi never underestimated the power of Hallgrímur, not just to make his children confess, but also to realize they were hiding something. Willi couldn't really blame Ingvar. It was inevitable. He still didn't know how much Ingvar had seen, but it was clear that Hallgrímur knew Willi had killed Atli. His father didn't say much, just the odd bitter or cruel comment when he was angry, just enough to show Willi that he knew and that Willi was in his power. Somehow Willy should have stood up to him then, before it was too late. Willy was the eldest son, but he couldn't face the idea of becoming the farmer of Bjarnehofen and living his whole life in Haralgrímur's shadow, so he decided to study engineering. Haralgrímur was disappointed, but engineering was a good career, and Kolbeinn was a good substitute. The move to Canada had been more difficult. Willy and his new wife were absolutely determined to put the Atlantic Ocean between their new family and Willy's old one. Haralgrímur disapproved, and at one point seemed close to raising the threat of what he knew about Atle and the night of the Svetabottle. But Willy had promised to visit home often, and Haralgrímur had let him go. And he had built a new life, a decent life, a life where he could look at himself in the mirror in the morning when he shaved and like the man he saw. But all along his father had always known what kind of man Willy really was. A murderer. One thing had led to another. Haralgrímur had made sure of that. Benedict, Ragnar, Ollie. And even though Haralgrímur was gone, even though Willy himself was 64 on the brink of old age, he was still not free of the web that his father had woven. He had gone too far. He had gone way too far. He hated himself, or at least that part of himself that had become involved in murder, that part that, however hard he tried, he seemed unable to erase. He looked down at the water, tiny waves lapping against the volcanic sand. His cell phone buzzed. He was amazed he had coverage, even here. "Yes, Ingvar," he said. "Are you at the lake?" "Yes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Willy waited for his brother, the anger boiling inside him.
Chapter 27. Magnus sat in the interview room in Stykkishólmur police station, marvelling at how fat Inspector Emil was. Obesity was becoming a real problem for some detectives in Boston, but Emil was certainly the heaviest detective Magnus had seen in Iceland. Adam, sitting next to him, pen and notebook at the ready, looked positively emaciated by comparison. Somewhere in the building Magnus knew was his brother. What he didn't know was what his brother had already said. "I don't like being dictated to, Magnus," said Emil sternly. "I'm sure you don't, and I apologize. But at least you haven't had to drive all the way down to Reykjavik, and this will be much better than a video interview." Emil grunted. "Where's your lawyer?" "I fired her. Not her fault. You'll see why in a minute." "Do you want another one?" "I'll be okay for now," Magnus said. "All right," said Emil. "Talk to me, and I hope what you have to tell me makes dragging you up here worth it." So did Magnus. "By now I am sure you have discovered that I have spent much of the last 13 years investigating the death of my father." "I've been to your flat. I've seen the wall," said Emil. "Good. In that case you will know that I believe there is a link between the murders of Benedict Johannesson in 1985 and my father in 1996. "Same M.O., Emil said. "Stabbed in the back and then the chest." "Right," said Magnus. "You may or may not have discovered that I recently asked a retired detective in the town in America where my father was murdered to go back and reanalyze a strand of hair found at the scene." "Go on." "He did so, and now has the results. It turns out that the DNA belongs to a close relative of my mother, but not me, or Ollie, for that matter." "I see," said Emil. "I'm sure you have met Willy, my Canadian uncle. I understand that he suddenly showed up here the day Haralgrímur was murdered. You have probably interviewed him." "We have." "He has lived in Toronto for many years. He lived there when my father was murdered. It's easy to get from Toronto to Boston, or easy by North American standards. It's a quick flight, or if you wanted to make sure there were no records of your trip, you could drive it. Probably take 9 or 10 hours, something like that." "You're saying that your uncle, Vilhjálmur, left the hair in the house where your father was murdered? Are you also saying he flew over to Iceland to murder Benedict Johannesson?" "Benedict was killed a few days after Christmas in 1985. Willy and his family came to Iceland that year. They stayed with us at Bjarnehofen, with my grandfather, who hated Benedict and hated my father." "That is interesting," Emil said. "But how does that relate to Haralgrímur's murder?"
It can't be a coincidence that Willy suddenly shows up from Canada the day Haralgrímur is killed, can it?
It could be, said Emil.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you were right. Willy killed your father and Benedict, and let's assume that he did that with the encouragement of your grandfather.
That would give you a motive to drive up to Bjarnarhöfen to kill Haralgrímur.
But why would Willy suddenly show up? Magnus said.
Willy says he was still in Reykjavik when Haralgrímur was killed, Emil said.
And was he?
We're checking it. But right now you remain the number one suspect for murdering your grandfather.
I thought as much.
Did you kill him?
Magnus hesitated. He had to deny murdering Haralgrímur, or how could he possibly get Emil to take his Willy theory seriously?
No. And why should I believe that?
I didn't tell you about a conversation I had with Ingeleif on Sunday, shortly after I discovered my grandfather's body, Magnus said. I'm sure you have already spoken to her about it? Emil didn't answer. He just waited. I'll take that as a yes, said Magnus. You probably heard that I told Ingeleif I had just killed my grandfather. He glanced at Emil. No response. Well, that wasn't true.
You lied to your girlfriend?
Yes, said Magnus.
Now why on earth would you do that? Said Emil.
This was getting difficult. Magnus couldn't admit to trying to take the police off the scent of Ollie, since that would be committing a crime in itself. But he was becoming doubtful that Ollie had, in fact, killed Haralgrímur.
I don't know, he said in the end. You don't know? That's absurd, said Emil. You confessed to the murder, Magnus. I've got to have a better reason to ignore that confession than I don't know.
He had a point, but he was also smart enough to figure out what Magnus was doing, that Magnus was covering for his brother. Magnus couldn't make that link too overtly, but... "How's my brother?" he asked.
"He's right here in the police station,
helping us with our inquiries," Emil said.
"A helpful guy, Ollie," said Magnus. "What did he say?"
"What did he say about what?"
"What did he say about our grandfather's murder?"
Emil snorted. "Magnus, you're a detective. I'm not going to tell a suspect what a witness said."
"Unless it's in your interests to do so," Magnus said.
"And why would it be in my interests?"
"I don't know," said Magnus. "Is Ollie a witness or a suspect?" Emil paused, easing the flesh of his gently wobbling chins. Adam, the young detective, looked at his boss in bemusement. But Magnus knew that Emil knew that Magnus was covering for his brother. And Emil realized that Magnus couldn't admit to it. The detective came to some sort of decision.
"We've heard back from the phone company," he said. "At 10:25 a.m., Ollie made a call from his mobile to the phone in Haralgrímur's cottage. He was on the D54, about 20 kilometers to the west of Vegamot, when he made that call. He made another call at 11:49 a.m. from a location near Anastarpe, which is about 50 minutes to an hour's drive from Bjarnarhöfen. We know that Haralgrímur was murdered sometime before 11:29 a.m. when you called 112 after discovering his body. The timing is too tight. It is physically impossible for Ollie to have driven to Bjarnarhöfen, murdered Haralgrímur, and then driven off to Anastarpe."
A wave of relief washed over Magnus. His little brother wasn't a murderer after all. So it was Uncle Willy.
"Or you," said Emil.
Arno walked the familiar corridors of the National Hospital. It was only a couple of 100 meters from the police station on Kvirvisgata, and it was a regular haunt for officers seeking victims or perpetrators recovering from the effects of their crimes. "Hi, Arno. How are you?" Arno recognized the surgeon who had patched him up a year before, a woman in her mid-40s.
"I'm okay. No leaks."
"That's good to hear. Duct tape works every time." "How's the victim?" "She's in a worse way than you were. It was a hollow-point bullet. It's made a mess. She's conscious, and she should pull through, but she's tired. 10 minutes only." "But I need to take a full statement," Arna protested. 10 minutes. I agreed to the interview so that you can ask the key questions. A full statement comes later. Baldur wouldn't like that, but although Baldur wasn't a good man to displease, he was up in Stikkishólmur, and Arna liked to do what doctors told him. "Okay," he said. "I'll be quick." Anita was lying in a bed, surrounded by tubes and instruments. A large man with a tired face was sitting on the chair next to her. He stood up to let Arna take the seat. "Are you a detective?" he asked. "Yes, Arna Holm. And you are Anita's husband?" "Kolbeinn," the man muttered, every inch a farmer out of his element. "I just want a word with your wife. I won't be long. Would you mind waiting outside?" Kolbeinn paused to protest, thought better of it, and bent down and kissed his wife. "Back in a moment, love," he said. "Hi," Arna said, after Kolbeinn had left. "Hi," the woman replied. Her face was creased and smudged with fatigue, and pain, probably. "Just a couple of questions," Arna said. "Did you see who shot you?" "No." "Do you know where the shots came from?" "Somewhere in the lava field." "Okay." Arna wrote down the reply. "Did you notice anyone in the lava field before the shots were fired?" Anita nodded. "I saw a woman there yesterday." She paused, looking confused. "What day is it?" "I mean the day before I was shot. Marta." "I see," said Arna. "And who is Marta?" "Marta is Hallgrímur's mother." Arna stopped writing. "Hallgrímur Gunnarsson?" "Yes." "But she must be over 100? "No, she was a few years younger than me." "Ah. Okay. Do you have any idea who might have shot you?" "Hallgrímur, perhaps." Arna blew out through his cheeks. "Anita, Hallgrímur died on Sunday. He was murdered." A frown of frustration creased Anita's brow. I know. I mean his ghost. Perhaps his ghost fired the rifle." Arna nodded. "Perhaps." He had stopped writing. The woman was clearly raving. But in a panic, Arna realized that he should still write everything down, even if it didn't make sense. This was a statement that people would definitely want to see. So he resumed scribbling. Have you any idea why someone would want to kill you?" "No," said Anita. "I thought Hallgrímur liked me." "Yes. Okay." Arna wrote down the words. "Could the person who killed Hallgrímur have shot you?" The woman blinked twice. "I don't know. Isn't that your job to find out?" Yes, of course," Arna said. He was getting flustered. He knew his dumb questions would be written down for all to see, as well as the witnesses' dumb answers. Also, time was running out. "Did you know anything? Had you discovered anything that might lead to the killer's identity?" Anita slowly shook her head. Then she blinked again. "Wait a minute. I found a postcard. It was from Boston. It's in a box under Sylvia's bed at the farm. It could be that." The doctor returned. "That's enough, Arna. You can see Anita is tired." "Just a minute," Arna said. "What did the postcard say, Anita?" "It was from Vili. I don't remember the exact words. Go find it. You can read it yourself." "No more questions," the doctor said. "Just a couple more." I said no more questions, or I'll use that duct tape on your mouth. Now please leave." Arna knew when he was beaten. He closed up his notebook. "Thanks for your help, Anita," he said. "I'll be back for a longer chat later on." Constable Powdle drove down the by now very familiar track towards Bjarnahofen. He had been detailed to pick up Vili, and he had 2 armed members of the Viking squad accompanying him. He was nervous, but also excited. He was confident he could handle whatever situation developed. The farmyard was empty. The forensics people had finished with the cottage and the church for the time being, and were out in the lava field with a couple of uniformed officers. Police tape still surrounded Hallgrímur's burned-out cottage.
Vili's car was not visible. Bartel debated with the two members of the Viking squad what to do. In the end, they decided that he would go into the farmhouse alone, and the other two would wait for him. If Vili was armed, then waving weapons around would alert him. Otherwise, there was no real reason to think this wasn't just another in a long line of visits to the farm by the police over the previous few days. Bartel knocked on the door. There was no answer. He knocked again, opened it, and shouted, "Hello?"
"Wait a moment."
It was a girl's voice. After a few seconds, Tota appeared.
"Hi, sorry, I was upstairs."
Her eyes were rimmed with red. Poor kid, thought Bartel. He imagined how his own children would feel if their mother was in hospital.
"I took the day off school," Tota said, "because of Mum. It was stupid, really. She's in Reykjavik in hospital, and Dad won't even tell me how she is. His phone is switched off. Have you heard anything?"
"No," said Bartel, trying a smile. "And that's good news. I would have heard if something bad had happened. And your father has probably been told to keep his mobile phone switched off. They think it interferes with hospital equipment."
"All he needs to do is step outside and call me," Tota said.
Bartel didn't answer. She was right. "I'll tell you what. I'll get a message to the hospital to ask him to give you a ring."
"Thanks," said Tota. "Is your uncle here?" "Really? No, he's gone off somewhere. He left about an hour ago."
"Did he say where he was going?"
"No. He said he would be back in a couple of hours."
Bartel thought. "Did you see him leave?"
"No. Why?"
"Do you know whether he had packed a bag?"
"Why would he do that?"
Tota asked, her eyes widening.
"As I told you, he said he would be back."
"Can I just have a quick look in his room?" Tota looked as if she was about to argue, but seemed unable to summon up the energy to go through with it. She shrugged and led him up to a bedroom. It was neat, except for a suitcase on the floor containing a pair of shoes and a couple of items of clothing. Bartel opened the closet. A jacket was draped on a hanger. "Is this your uncle's?"
"I think so," said the girl.
No sign of departure, Bartel thought. He returned to his colleagues in the car and radioed in to the police station. "Let's try Swine Lake," said Bartel. He might just have decided to go there for another walk, like he did yesterday. They drove back to the main road, and then down to the northern tip of the lake, where Bartel knew Vili had parked the day before. Nothing. As they were driving back to the main road, they passed a lone walker. It turned out he was German, but he spoke English. He said he had noticed a car parked down by the other side of the lake. He had not seen anyone near it, but then it had been about a kilometre away. Oh, and he had heard what sounded like a shot about half an hour before. Bartel drove rapidly back over a rough track. In a few minutes he spotted the car. He recognized it as Vili's hired white Peugeot. As Bartel drove closer towards it, one of the Viking squad cried out and pointed. There was something floating in the lake behind the vehicle. It looked a bit like a log, but it wasn't. It was a body. Emil knocked on the door of the room that Baldur had requisitioned as his office. It was lucky that the Stykkishólmur police station was undermanned. It had been built in more bountiful times, when it was assumed that the Snæfell's Peninsula would need a well-staffed headquarters. Since then, following the Krepa, police numbers in the region had been cut, but they still had the desks and the chairs. Vigdis was sitting with him. "I just spoke to Magnus," Emil said. "On the video link with Litahrón," Baldur said. "I thought he wasn't talking." "No, right here. And he decided to talk." "You brought him up here," said Baldur, beefing up the incredulity. "He wanted to talk. I let him." Baldur shook his head. "Watch him, Emil, or he'll run rings around you." Emil ignored the comment. Baldur was right. There was a chance that Magnus was manipulating him. On balance, he didn't think so. He perched his backside on a desk. It creaked, but Emil was confident it was strong enough to hold him. "He told me about his uncle, Vili." "The Canadian. I spoke to him yesterday. Magnus suspects him of murdering Magnus's father and Benedict Johannesson." "So what?" said Baldur.
Emil told the inspector about the evidence from the retired detective in Duxbury and the fact that Willi was visiting Iceland when Benedict was murdered. Baldur seemed unimpressed. None of this is corroborated. We just have Magnus's word for it.
True, but we can corroborate it, and Magnus knows that.
So are you suggesting that Willi killed Hallgrímur? I thought you had Magnus's confession for that.
Which he denies now.
He denies it? Of course he denies it. What murderer wouldn't?
He doesn't deny making it. He just denies that it is true. He says he misled his girlfriend.
Jesus Christ, Baldur muttered.
Emil noticed Vigdis smiling at this. He realized that he had gone too far discussing the case against Magnus with the police from Reykjavik.
My point is, we know that Magnus didn't shoot Anita because he was tucked up in Little Hraun at the time, and we know that Willi was in this area, so he might be a suspect in your investigation.
We should bring him in, said Vigdis. Baldur scowled at her.
I've sent Paudel out to Bjarnahöfen to fetch him, said Emil.
And you expect me to interview him? Said Baldur.
We both should, probably, said Emil, but I would have thought Baldur's mobile phone rang.
He answered it before it had a chance to ring twice. Emil watched. Yes. Yes?
Yes.
The corners of Baldur's mouth pointed even further downwards. You think it's suicide? Don't touch anything. I'll be right over. Baldur looked up to Emil and gave him a quick, joyless grin. Willi was found floating in Swine Lake. He'd been shot once by a rifle fired from close range. The rifle is at the scene. Paudel says it looks very much like suicide. Emil watched speechless as Vigdis and Baldur grabbed their coats and headed for the door. Chapter 28. Magnus had been alone in the cell for 2 hours, but already he was finding it more difficult than the 2 days he had spent at Little Hraun. His brain was buzzing. Willi had killed Benedict and his father, and probably Hallgrímur too. Ollie was off the hook, yet Magnus still didn't understand what the hell he and Johannes were doing on the Snæfell's Peninsula. Magnus himself was still very much on the hook, although he believed he had gone a long way towards persuading Emil that he was innocent. Ingeleif had done her stuff, as he always knew she would. The false confession had achieved its purpose of keeping the focus of the investigation away from Ollie and onto Magnus, but it now turned out that the whole thing had been unnecessary. Magnus would have to be careful how he extricated himself. His attempt to mislead Emil had clearly obstructed the investigation. If Emil chose to make an issue out of it, Magnus would be out of a job in Iceland, and they might not take him back at the homicide unit in Boston after all. At least he hadn't lied directly to Emil, as had been his first idea. Confessing through Ingeleif was much less of a sin, and it was easier to claim later that he had lied to his girlfriend than that he had lied to the police. Or at least so he hoped. He was getting ahead of himself. If the evidence against Willi for Hallgrímur's murder didn't stack up, then he would keep his status as prime suspect. He wasn't out of jail yet. He heard the sound of heavy footsteps, some wheezing and a key jangling, and the cell door opened. It was Emil himself. They must be short of constables.
Magnus, we need to talk. Come on.
Magnus followed Emil's wide buttocks on their slow journey up the stairs to the interview room. The detective was puffing heavily and his face was red. He slumped into a chair in the interview room, and Magnus sat opposite him. Magnus noticed that Emil didn't turn on the recording equipment. That was a serious lapse of procedure, but Magnus assumed Emil knew what he was doing.
Things are moving fast, said Emil, but I have no idea in which direction.
What's happened?
Willi has killed himself, blown out his brains at Swine Lake. Baldur and Vigdis are there now.
Wow, said Magnus. Well, that's an admission of guilt. Did he leave a note?
Not one we have found. We haven't checked Bjarnahöfen yet.
So we don't know whether Willi killed Hallgrímur as well as Benedict and my father?
Actually, we do, said Emil.
He was still breathing heavily from the effects of the stairs. "He didn't. He didn't. We have 2 transactions from his credit card in Reykjavik, timed at 8:35 and 11:16, and the camera at Fjalfjörður recorded him leaving the tunnel, heading northwards at 12:32, at least an hour after you found your grandfather's body." "Oh," said Magnus. "So, if it wasn't Willy and it wasn't Ollie, who the hell did kill Hallgrímur?" "You are the obvious candidate," said Emil, "and you are still under arrest for that murder. But just for fun, if we assume that it wasn't you, who else could have killed him?" "Just for fun? Is that why the recording equipment is off?" "Maybe," said Emil. "I think I can use all the help I can get." Magnus stared hard at Emil. He could tell the fat detective's instinct was that Magnus was innocent, but he also knew he couldn't admit to it. Magnus thought. Emil waited. "Have you been to the scene of Willy's suicide?" Magnus said eventually. "No," said Emil. "Don't you think you should go?" said Magnus. "And take me with you?" Keflavik Airport was as chaotic as it had been just over 24 hours earlier when Inga-Leif had left it. Once again at Logan, she had blagged her way onto an overbooked departing flight, taking a seat that had become available at the last minute. She had at least slept for a few hours on the aeroplane. She was very pleased with what she had done for Magnus. She was confident that Vigdis would have got the message through to him at Litlahraun. She just hoped it would make a difference. Perhaps they had let him out already. It was a bit much to hope for, especially given what she had told the police about his admission that he had killed his grandfather. But things seemed to be going her way. She still didn't know what he was up to with that confession. She was sure it wasn't true. She just had to trust that he knew what he was doing. She was desperate to see him, wherever he was. She called Vigdis's number. "Hi, I can't talk much now. What is it?" said Vigdis. "Is Magnus still in jail?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Then Vigdis said one word. "Stykkishólmur." Inga-Leif realized immediately that Vigdis couldn't let whoever she was with overhear that she was talking about her colleague. "You mean Magnus is in Stykkishólmur now?" "Yes." "Is he free?" "No, not yet." "Where are you?" "I'm back in Iceland." "That was quick. I've got to go." "Okay, Vigdis, thanks." Inga-Leif rang off and made her way to the car park. Her friend Maria wouldn't mind if Inga-Leif borrowed her car for another day, she was sure, because she was going to take it up to Stykkishólmur. Vigdis hurriedly put her phone away and avoided the quizzical glance of her boss standing next to her. They were at Swine Lake, and Vigdis had just finished erecting the tape around the primary crime scene. The body had been dragged in from the lake and laid on a plastic sheet, but a reddish-brown stain was still visible in the water, where blood had spread out from the mess of soggy tissue that was once Vilhjálmur Hallgrímsson's head. The doctor, not Ingvar this time, but his less experienced colleague from the hospital, Iris, had pronounced him dead. It didn't take any specialist training in forensic medicine to do that. Ada and her team were hard at work, checking the area immediately around Willy's hired Peugeot. They were working against time. Rain was on its way, and it would be impossible to protect the whole area. One of them was erecting a tent to prevent rain falling on the already soaked body. "Who was that?" Baldur asked. "Arna," said Vigdis, keeping her gaze away from Baldur and onto the tight black clouds to the west. "It was nothing." Her mobile rang again. She checked the display. "Arna." She glanced at Baldur. "Hello again," she said. "Again?" said Arna, perplexed. "What have you got now?" "I spoke to Anita," Arna said, and proceeded to tell Vigdis about the farmer's wife's confused statement and the postcard that was under Sylvia's bed. Baldur was watching her closely, and when she had finished, Vigdis relayed what Arna had told her. "Why didn't he tell you all that the first time he called?" Baldur asked. "I was wondering that myself," said Vigdis. "Sometimes I don't understand Arna." "Sometimes," snorted Baldur, and went over to talk to the doctor. Magnus recognized the spot from his childhood. A strip of volcanic sand about 50 meters wide, lay between the high wall of lava and the lake. A group of police vehicles were parked on the track from the road above the lake. Farther on, just before the track met the volcanic sand, stood a small white vehicle and, a short distance from that, a forensic tent. People were milling around, most of them in forensic overalls. The sky and the lake were a dark grey. It was about to rain. Emil parked his car next to the others and led Magnus along the marked corridor towards the crime scene. Magnus was glad to see that despite the presumption of suicide, they were following the proper procedures for a murder. "Hey, Magnus!" Vigdis grinned as she approached him. "Great to see you. Have they released you?" "I'm afraid not," said Magnus, returning her grin. It was good to see an unequivocally friendly face. "I thought Magnus might be able to give us some help," said Emil. "Good idea," said Vigdis. "Do you want to see the body, Magnus?" "Hold on, Vigdis," said Magnus. They were standing at the perimeter of the primary crime scene, some 20 meters from the edge of the lake. "Is Baldur around?" "He's up there with a hiker who saw Vili's car earlier." Vigdis pointed up towards the frozen lava wall, at the top of which stood 2 figures. "He won't be happy with me poking around," Magnus said. "I don't want to get you into any more trouble than you're in already. Just describe the scene to me." "Okay," said Vigdis. "The body was floating about 20 meters from the shore when we got here. You can see the rifle there. No one has touched it yet." About 2 meters from the lake edge, a bolt-action hunting rifle lay pointing away from the water towards Vili's car. "Colbane's? Same model. Ballistics will confirm it. But for now we can assume it was Colbane's. Any casings?" "One, at about the point you would expect it to be had the rifle been pointing towards the lake. No bullet found as yet, but that's hardly surprising. It will be out there somewhere." Vigdis waved vaguely over the water. "So the idea is Vili pointed the gun at himself, pressed the trigger, and the gun recoiled away from him? And he fell backwards into the lake. Where was the wound?" "It just about blew his head off." "Any gunshot residue on his hands?" "None that we have seen yet, but it could have been washed off in the water. Ada thinks once she gets a close look at his hands, she should find some traces." "And the body is in the tent?" Vigdis nodded. "Hi, Magnus. I'm glad they finally let you go." Magnus turned to see the tall figure of Ada approaching him in forensic overalls, smiling, her short blonde hair hidden beneath a hairnet. "He's still under arrest," said Emil, "but I thought he might be able to help us." Ada's smile slipped from her lips. "All right," she said carefully. Magnus couldn't blame her caution. "Vigdis told me how they found the scene," he said. "Anything to suggest it wasn't suicide?" "No," said Ada. But Magnus detected a touch of hesitation in her voice. "Can't see any gunshot residue on the hands, but maybe I just need a closer look. Also, you would expect less with a rifle than a handgun." "What about blood spatter?" "There is none," Ada said. "I suppose it must all have been blasted backwards into the water." You would have thought something would have gone sideways onto the sand." "Yes, you would," said Ada. "We've looked and haven't found anything yet. Maybe it didn't." "Any sign of anyone else at the scene?" "No. There are signs of just one person moving around here. They all look like the victim's footprints." "Do you have a photograph of the victim?" "Yes," Ada said. "I took my own. Here." She pulled out a digital camera, flicked through the images on the display at the back, and then handed it to Magnus. There were several of the body floating in the water, and then of what remained of Vili's head, a mess of bloody pulp. He was unrecognizable. Magnus winced. He had seen suicides before. Shots in the head from close range were never pretty. Then he looked again. The bottom right-hand jaw was still intact. Was the entry wound to the left, do you think? Yes, the left cheek, or possibly temple. Magnus was silent. Vigdis, Emil, and Ada all watched him. "Vili was right-handed," Magnus said eventually. "How do you know that?" asked Emil. "His daughter told me." Ada frowned. "But this is a rifle, not a handgun." "Still applies," said Magnus. "Are you sure?" "Quite sure. I had one of these 3 years ago in Boston. You can look it up in the literature." "What are you talking about?" asked Vigdis. "It is very rare for a right-handed suicide to shoot himself in the left temple," said Edda, who had been trained in forensics at the FBI Academy at Quantico. "At least with a handgun. Think about it. But Magnus claims it is also rare with a long-barreled weapon." "That's right," Magnus said. They turned at the sound of a vehicle speeding across the sand towards them. Baldur jumped out. "What the hell is he doing here?" "I thought it would be useful to bring Magnus to the crime scene," Emil said. "And I think it has been." "Why?" Baldur said. "Magnus has doubts that this was a suicide." "Of course he does," Baldur sneered. "And does he say why? Vili was right-handed and shot himself in the left temple. So what?" said Baldur. "If the victim was shot by someone else, how come we can't see any signs of anyone else at the scene? Answer me that." Baldur stared at Magnus. It was a good question. Magnus shrugged. "Take him away, Emil. We don't have any time to waste. It's going to rain in a moment, and then all the evidence will be washed away." "Okay, sorry to get in your way, Baldur," said Magnus, in as conciliatory a tone as he could muster. Edda looked at him thoughtfully. Magnus knew he had sown doubts. "Baldur is an arsehole," said Emil, as they walked back towards Emil's car. "Always was. So you think it might not be suicide?" "The blood spatter, or lack of it, worries me, and so does the entry wound. But Baldur has a point. How could someone get to this soft sand and murder Vili without leaving a trace?" "Could they have brushed away their tracks?" Emil said. "Difficult to do. Especially difficult to do without Edda noticing," said Magnus. "She's good." He stared at the lake. Behind it rose the steep sides of the mountains that ran along the spine of the Snæfell's peninsula. Stone, moss, streams, and, higher up, snow. Haralgrímur had taken him and Ollie fishing here a few times when they were boys. Ollie had hated it, and in truth, Magnus didn't enjoy it much. They had caught a few trout, though. But they hadn't driven down this track. They had parked around the corner somewhere, out of sight of where they now were. "Come on," said Magnus. He led Emil at a brisk pace down to the side of the lake at a point further to the west of the crime scene. Rain began to fall. Just a few drops. Emil panted to keep up with Magnus. "See how shallow it is here," Magnus said, and indeed the sand slid gently down under the water. "It would be very easy to wade a few feet out in the lake, pulling a body behind you." "I see what you mean," said Emil. "But from where?" "Here, I'll show you," Magnus said. Further along the shore, the frozen lava jutted out into the lake like the tower of a medieval walled city. There was only a narrow strip of sand a couple of meters wide at that point. Magnus led Emil round the rock, and there, out of sight of Vili's Peugeot and the rest of the crime scene, was a small beach at the end of a very rough track. "Careful," said Magnus. "Follow my footsteps." There were 2 sets of fresh tire tracks, and where the tracks halted, footprints. A mess of footprints leading down to the lake edge. Magnus moved carefully towards the point where the footprints stopped, examining the sand. He noticed a small brown stain, and another, and a shred of something pink that was probably brain tissue. The rain was coming down harder now. In a couple of minutes most of the evidence would be gone. Magnus turned and ran back round the lava battlement. "Edda, get your camera!" he shouted. "Quick!" Chapter 29. Magnus and Emil stood back and watched Baldur direct operations. To be fair to the inspector, he was quick to appreciate what Magnus's discovery meant. Someone else had driven down to the lake, met Vili there, shot him with the rifle from close range, and dragged his body around the lava promontory to stage a suicide, returning the same way. He had then driven Vili's car round to where he had dumped the body and left the vehicle on hard rock where no footprints would show. It had almost worked. In the meantime, there was evidence to be preserved from the rain, the bloodstains, the footprints, and, in particular, the 2 sets of tire marks, Vili's and those from the murderer's vehicle. Vigdis paused by Magnus and Emil.
"Well done," she said. "Did you know it wasn't suicide before you got here?"
"I didn't know," Magnus said. "Willy could have chosen suicide as the easy way out. On the other hand, this kind of thing can be staged."
"By whom?" Vigdis asked. "And why?"
"To tidy things up," Emil said. "If we had bought the suicide, Willy might have been blamed for everything. Grimur, Ragnar, Benedict. The real killer would have got away with it."
"If that's right, it suggests that Willy didn't murder those people," Magnus said. "Or at least, not all of them. And it's likely that whoever shot him also shot Anita," Vigdis added. "By the way, it can't be Kolbeinn. I got a call from Arna in Reykjavik, who says Kolbeinn is at the National Hospital with his wife. And Anita said something interesting, something about a postcard she had discovered under Sylvia's bed at the farm, from Willy. She thinks it might be important."
"Important enough to be shot for?" Emil asked.
"You could go and see," said Vigdis.
Magnus glanced at Emil.
"I don't think anyone would miss us here," he said.
It took them 10 minutes to get to the farm. Tota let them in, surprised to see her cousin Magnus.
"Have you heard anything about Mum?" she asked.
"She's conscious," Magnus said. "She spoke to a policeman earlier this morning."
"Oh, that's good," said Tota, but the worry didn't leave her face.
Neither Emil nor Magnus told Tota about her Uncle Willy. There would be time enough for that.
"Can you show us Alma's room?" Magnus asked. "She was sharing with me in my room, but she's not here anymore. She's gone to stay with Uncle Ingvar."
"Can we take a look?" Tota showed them her room. Magnus checked under the bed.
"Did she leave a box here?" he asked. "No, I know the one you mean, though. She took it with her."
"Thanks," said Magnus, and he and Emil left the girl, Magnus feeling guilty that they still hadn't told her about Willy. It was raining as they hurried through the farmyard back to Emil's car. They sat in the vehicle and stared out across the meadows to the little church where the first murder had taken place only 3 days before. "Willy's dead. Grimur's dead. Kolbeinn is in Reykjavik. I was talking to you in Cozy Stykkisholmur police station," Magnus said. "So that leaves one person who could have shot Anita."
"Who?"
"Ingvar."
"Ingvar?"
Emil rubbed a chin. "He was seeing a patient at a farm somewhere at the time of the shooting."
"Was the alibi checked out?"
"Vigdis was going to check it this morning,"
said Emil. "Give her a call," suggested Magnus.
Emil pulled out his phone. Magnus leaned over so that he could hear both sides of the conversation.
"Hi, Vigdis. It's Emil." "Did you find the postcard?" Vigdis said.
"Sylvia took it with her to Ingvar's house," Emil replied. "We have a question about Ingvar's alibi for when Anita was shot. Did it check out?"
"Not very well," said Vigdis. "I went up to the farm earlier this morning. It's over towards Grundarfjörður, only about 7 or 8 kilometres from Bjarnarhöfen. The farmer is ancient, well over 80. His wife was the one Ingvar was visiting. She is bedridden with lung cancer. I don't think she has long to live. The husband was definite that Dr. Ingvar had visited them in the last couple of days, but at first he thought it was on Monday. Then he changed his mind to Tuesday and said it was sometime in the morning. His wife had no idea. He's unreliable. A defence lawyer could easily drive a truck through his statement. And rightly so, the old bastard. You don't like him? He called me a monkey, a police monkey. He thought it was funny. I know some of these people have never seen a black person before, but that's no reason not to treat me like a human being."
"Nice," said Emil.
"It's Ingvar, isn't it?" said Vigdis.
Emil glanced at Magnus, who nodded. "It's looking that way," he said. "I think we'll go along to Ingvar's house now." Ingvar lived in a neat blue house with a white metal roof in the middle of Stykkisholmur on the old main street that sloped down to the harbour. Gabrielle answered the door. The doctor wasn't at home, but Sylvia was. She was in the living room, knitting. She looked out of place among the doctor's stylish furniture, a solid countrywoman perched on the edge of an expensive leather armchair. Outside was a view over brightly painted, rain-swept roofs to the fishing boats bobbing in the harbour. "Hello, Magnus," Sylvia said. To Magnus's surprise, she gave her grandson a small smile.
The two detectives sat next to each other on a white leather sofa. Magnus glanced at Emil, who nodded.
End of CD 9. CD 10.
I have some bad news, I'm afraid, Amma. Magnus could feel Gabrielle tensing. Sylvia frowned. Vili is dead. He was shot at Swine Lake this morning. The news seemed to physically strike Sylvia. She reeled backwards, dropping her knitting needles. She brought her fist to her mouth and bit it. Vili was her eldest son. Magnus wanted to put his arm around his grandmother, but couldn't quite bring himself to. Even in her grief, Sylvia's demeanour said, "Hands off." "My God," said Gabrielle. "You police must really catch the man who is doing all this. Who is next? Ingvar? Sylvia? Me? I want this house protected." "That's not a bad idea," said Emil, "although we are using every man available to try to solve this case." "Well, you are not doing a very good job of it," said Gabrielle. "Amma," Magnus said softly. "Amma, I have a question for you." Sylvia blinked at her grandson. Her mouth was open, her face white. But she knew him, and she knew what he was saying. "Anita said you had a postcard from Uncle Vili to Afe in the box under your bed. Can we see it? I think it might be important." "Snooping in my things, was he?" Sylvia said. "Yes, we think it might be why she was shot," Emil said. "It might be," said Sylvia. She hesitated, pursing her lips, gathering scrambled thoughts. Her eyes focused, brightening. "You know, Magnus, you were the best of the bunch after all. Grimor said so when you were a boy. I think he actually liked the way you stood up to him, at least at first. But when you went off with Ragnar, he took it as a betrayal, which makes no sense. You were only 12. "And you, Amma? What did you think of me going?" The old woman sighed. "I didn't think anything of it. That's what I did then. I didn't think." The room was silent. Gabrielle was listening intently to her newly awakened mother-in-law. "I've changed now. Too late, but I've changed." She looked directly at Magnus. "It was our little church at Bjarnahöfen that did it. Strange. It had been standing there for over 60 years of our marriage, and I had ignored it. But one day I was cleaning it, and I was tired, and I just sat there. It was peaceful. I looked at the cross and the old Dutch painting, and I began to think. I felt brave enough to think." "Think about what, Amma?" Magnus asked. The old lady smiled. "About everything. About our family, about you, Ola, my sons, Margaret, and about my husband. I thought a lot about my husband." She chuckled. "I even started going to the church at Stikisholmur and praying. Can you imagine me, Magnus, praying?" She got to her feet. "So the answer is yes. I can show you the postcard." She left the living room, and they heard her making her way up the stairs. "This is extraordinary," Gabrielle said. "This is the best I have seen her since Grimor died. It's as if the news of Vili's death has unscrambled her brain. Is that possible?" "I don't know," said Emil. "My father had Alzheimer's, and although he had good and bad days, he never made this much of a recovery." Sylvia returned within a couple of minutes, clutching an envelope. She passed it to Magnus. The envelope sported a United States stamp and was addressed to Hallgrímur Gunnarsson in block capitals. Although the postmark was smudged, Magnus could make out the year, 1996. Inside was a postcard. The picture was of Harvard Yard in Cambridge. Magnus flipped it over and read,
Ola very scared, but will keep quiet. No one knows Ingvar was here. Magnus has no idea, but is talking about going to Iceland to see you. I still think it was wrong and unnecessary. I will keep Ola in line. He seems to listen to me. Willi. Magnus glanced at his grandmother. You know what Willi means when he says, I still think it was wrong, don't you? Sylvia didn't respond. She was waiting for Magnus to say it. So he did. He's talking about my father's murder. She nodded. I think he is. When did you find this? Only a couple of weeks ago. I went through Hallgrímur's old papers. There was this and some other letters from Willi to him over the years. The card is in Willi's writing, but the address is disguised in block capitals, so I wouldn't recognize it when it came in the post, presumably. She sighed. I wasn't really surprised. I had seen all this going on in front of my eyes for years. This was just proof of what I had denied to myself. Gabrielle stood up and looked over Magnus's shoulder to read the card. But it mentions Ingvar. It says he was in Boston with Willi. When my father was murdered, Magnus said. That can't be right, said Gabrielle. Can you remember where he was that summer? Magnus asked her. No, not specifically. He used to go to occasional conferences in those days, and a couple of those were in the United States, Florida, New Jersey. I don't remember Boston. Do you keep your old passports? Magnus asked. In those days they stamped entry and exit dates, I think. Gabrielle nodded. Yes, they are all in a drawer in our bedroom. Can you dig out Ingvar's from that time? Magnus asked. Gabrielle hesitated. I'm not sure I should. Look, we can get a warrant for it if we need to, said Emil. But if your husband was never in the U.S. when Ragnar was murdered, the old passport will prove it. All right. Gabrielle left the room. So what happened? Asked Emil. Ingvar travelled to the United States to murder my father, Magnus said, no doubt with Hallgrímur's encouragement. It looks as if Willi was a reluctant accessory. He hesitated. And it also looks as if my brother knew about it. It was Willi's job to make sure he kept quiet. Magnus fought to control the anger that he could feel erupting within him. All those years when Magnus had been trying so desperately hard to figure out what had happened to his father, Ollie knew. It was unbelievable. But he could think about that later. Right now he had to keep his thoughts together, his mind clear. Did you know all this, Alma? I slowly came to realize it, she said. It was only when I found that postcard that I was absolutely sure. So why didn't you tell the police? Emil asked. Sylvia looked at him steadily, but didn't reply. The Alzheimer's was all a sham, wasn't it? Emil said. It was just a means of covering up what you knew. And was that why you started the fire? Sylvia put her hands together on her lap and stared ahead. You could almost feel the stubbornness spreading through the room. Gabrielle returned, clutching a bright blue Icelandic passport with the corner clipped. I haven't looked, she said, handing the passport to Magnus. Magnus flipped through the pages. Here we are. U.S. Immigration. 210 Newark, July 14th, 1996. Gabrielle's eyes opened wide. Newark is in New Jersey, isn't it? That must have been the conference there I was telling you about. It's not Boston. You can easily get to Boston from Newark on the Amtrak, Magnus said, or hire a car, or fly. Yes, but that's not proof that Ingvar actually did it, Gabrielle said. You were living here in 1985, weren't you? Magnus said. I remember seeing you at Bjarnarhofen when I was a kid. Gabrielle frowned and nodded. Yes, we moved here in 1980, but that's hardly suspicious, is it? And is your husband left or right-handed? Right, said Gabrielle, just like everybody else. So what? So you are saying Ingvar killed Benedict Johannesson? Emil asked Magnus. And my father. with Hartl encouragement, and he shot at Anita, and he killed Willy this morning.
What about Hartl?
Emil asked. Probably him too, Magnus said.
No, Gabriel protested. You are making too many assumptions here. Shush, Gabriel, Sylvia said. They are right, my dear. I'm afraid you are married to an evil man. Just like me. You must accept it. Don't deny it, like I did for so long.
Ridiculous, exclaimed Gabriel.
Where is your husband now? Emil asked her. At Verlinik, I think.
Emil pulled out his phone and called the station. Chapter 30. 10 minutes later, Emil and Magnus pulled up outside the hospital car park. Detective Björn had come from the police station to sit with Gabriel and Sylvia to make sure that neither of them warned Ingvar. Emil had taken Gabriel's mobile phone. The 4 members of the Viking squad were in their van outside the hospital. Emil turned to Magnus.
I don't know what I'm doing dragging you around everywhere with me, but it's been useful so far.
I can't go in with you, can I? Magnus said.
No, I'd like to leave you here. Would you give me your word you won't run?
Of course.
Good, but I'd better cuff you. I hope you understand.
Magnus did understand. Emil grabbed some handcuffs from the boot of the car and secured them on Magnus's wrists. Then he took one of the Viking squad with him into the hospital, leaving the others in the van outside. They were out in 5 minutes. The squad member ran to the van, and in a few seconds it was speeding up the hill. Emil waddled out at a slower pace. He opened the car door on Magnus's side.
Not there? Magnus asked. He told his receptionist he was going to see that farmer's wife with lung cancer again.
That makes sense, said Magnus, especially if he was actually at Swine Lake. He could well have gone straight on to the farm to establish his alibi. Are we going?
No, said Emil. If he's there, they'll bring him in. But he might well not be. And I want to think.
Never a bad thing to do.
Emil unlocked Magnus's cuffs. Walk with me.
Magnus climbed out of the car and stretched. It had stopped raining, and the grey clouds had been tugged like a torn curtain eastwards, leaving a clean blue sky. A breeze blew in from the sea. They walked slowly down to the harbour.
We still don't know who killed Hartl, Emil said.
Ingvar's alibi is solid?
I think so. My detective Adam checked it out. The harbour master here and 2 others saw Ingvar working on his boat all Sunday morning.
Which leaves?
You, Magnus?
Emil frowned at him.
It still leaves you. You were at Bjarnehofen when Hartl was killed. No one else was, except maybe Tota. It's conceivable that Anita could have doubled back from riding, but I don't see why she would want to kill the old man. But you had a motive. And everything we learn makes that motive stronger.
I didn't kill him, Emil.
Help me here, Magnus. You've got to do better than that.
Are we going to see the harbour master now?
I am, said Emil.
The harbour master's office was on the quay by the harbour itself. Emil left Magnus and went in. Magnus waited outside and watched him through a large window, chatting with a bearded man in his 50s. Magnus understood what Emil meant. In his position, he would conclude that Magnus was the only suspect as well. He gazed around the harbour at the fish factories, the harbour wall, the tall island of basalt that acted as protection from the sea, the big ferry waiting to go out to the island of Flati and the west fjords beyond, the host of little boats, and, back up the hill, the brightly coloured houses of the town. You couldn't actually see the space-age church of Stykkishólmur from the harbour, but it was up there, behind the convent and the hospital from where they had just come. The spark of half a thought ignited in his brain. Emil emerged from the harbour master's office.
"You didn't run,"
he said. Magnus grinned. "I wondered why you didn't cuff me."
"There is nowhere to go," Emil said. "But if you had run, I would have known you were guilty."
"Not much I can say to that," said Magnus. "Any holes in the harbour master's statement?"
"No. Ingvar was definitely at his boat between 10:30 and 11:45 on Sunday, and possibly longer. That's his boat there." Emil pointed to a jaunty little craft about 50 yards from the harbour-master's office. "Which still leaves you?" Magnus took a deep breath. His half-thought was growing. "What about my grandmother?" "Sylvia? What about her? You don't think she killed her husband? You said she wasn't at the farm. Where was she? At church?" "Yes," said Emil. "At church, here in Stykkishólmur. Are you sure?" Emil frowned. He pulled out a notebook. "Yes, she did go to the service. It starts at 10:30. Apparently she was a little late." "How late?" "I don't know," said Emil, "but that little old lady can't have been strong enough, surely." "I remember her being a very strong, middle-aged lady," Magnus said, "and Hallgrímur was a very old man." "With leukemia," said Emil. "Blood tests at the autopsy showed he had undiagnosed leukemia, so he would have been physically weak." "Shall we go up to the church?" Magnus suggested. The vicarage wasn't far from the large white church, with its swooping bell tower, and the pastor was in. She was a plump, dark-haired woman of about 35, who knew who Sylvia was, and had noticed her arriving late at the service. "How late?" Emil asked. The woman concentrated. "I remember the hymn we were singing. That would have been about 45 minutes in." "So that would have been when? 11:15? "Yes, about that," said the pastor. "That's not a little late," said Emil. "That's very late." The pastor nodded. "I do remember something else." "What was that?" "Sylvia was flustered. She's usually so calm, almost cold, but she seemed in a bit of a rush, and she spilled some hymn books as she came in. That's why I remember it." "Did you speak to her afterwards?" "No, she did stay in her seat praying for quite a long time after the service. Everyone else had gone, and I went to talk to her. When people pray, there's often a reason. But she didn't really answer me, and left. That's fine. I'm here if my congregation wants me, but I don't want to get between them and God." "Thank you," said Emil. They left the vicarage. Emil paused by his car and pulled out his notebook. "Okay, so let's look at the timings. You called in finding the body at 11:29. Emil hesitated. "I believe you told us that you made the call right away. I'm not asking you to change your statement right now, but for these purposes, what time can we assume is the latest that Hallgrímur was alive?" "I got to Bjarnarhöfen 20 minutes before that, so that would have been about 11:10, Magnus said, "and I didn't see Sylvia's car, so if she left the farm, it would have been before then. And we know that Hallgrímur was alive at 10:25, because that's when the phone records say that Ollie called him. So Sylvia could have killed him just after that and left by 11 o'clock. It would take her about 25 minutes to half an hour, I would think, to drive from the farm to the church here. So if she left a little before 11, she could have got here at about 11:15? She could." The two detectives stood in silence. "My grandmother can be quite stubborn," said Magnus. "Shall I talk to her? I think she might tell me what happened." The hostility in Ingvar's house was palpable. Björn answered the door. Sylvia was still in her place on the edge of the armchair, knitting, and Gabrielle was pacing up and down, glaring. "Have you arrested him?" she asked. "Not yet," said Emil. "He wasn't at the clinic, but we will pick him up shortly." "You are making a dreadful mistake, you know," said Gabrielle, "and I want some proper protection. This man you left me with doesn't even have a gun. I don't know how you can call yourselves policemen when you don't carry guns. If this were France, at least he would be armed." Magnus had sympathy with Gabrielle's point of view, but kept quiet. "We do have firearms in the area," Emil said. "In the meantime, would you mind leaving us alone with Sylvia for a few minutes, please, Gabrielle? Björn will keep you company." "Keep me company? Watch over me, more like," Gabrielle muttered. She turned to the young detective. "Come on, let's go outside. Have you got a cigarette?" Björn reached inside his jacket pocket. "And don't listen to her lies about my husband." Emil and Magnus took their seats. Poor woman, said Sylvia. She can't believe what she knows is true.
Amma, Magnus said, I have a question for you. Sylvia put down her knitting for a moment. Magnus noticed she was working on the chest of the traditional Lopi sweater. He wondered who it was for. Daughter, perhaps? What is it, dear? She used the word elskan, a word used by grandmothers all over Iceland through the centuries to speak to their grandchildren. Except Magnus could not remember his grandmother ever using it for him. All Magnus's professional instincts were screaming at him not to do what he was about to do. In America, it would be fatal to a case not to warn a suspect of their rights. A confession wrought from a confused old lady without a lawyer or a warning would never stand up in court. In Iceland, the rules were different, and, of course, Magnus needed to clear his own name. But still, the policeman in him felt that he was taking advantage of a vulnerable suspect. But he was also a son and a grandson, and he needed to find out the truth about his family. Amma, why were you late for church on Sunday?
Sylvia was silent for a moment. Your grandfather was correct, Magnus, dear. You were the brightest one in the family. You and perhaps your mother. Ingvar always thought he was so clever, but I was never convinced.
Amma?
Sylvia looked out of the window into the small backyard, where puffs of cigarette smoke were hovering over Gabrielle and the detective. She sighed. I was detained at the farmhouse.
What happened, Amma?
Sylvia glanced at Magnus and at Emil, who had slid out a notebook. The phone rang. I was in the bedroom. Hallgrímur was in the living room doing his Sudoku. I came through to answer it, but Hallgrímur had already picked it up. I could tell it was Ole. Hallgrímur glared at me. I knew he didn't want me to hear, so I went back into the bedroom and picked up the phone in there. Sylvia licked her lips, remembering. Ole can scarcely speak Icelandic, and neither Hallgrímur nor I speak much English, so the conversation was difficult. I think I heard someone prompting Ole in the background, an Icelander, but Hallgrímur didn't seem to notice. Anyway, Ole said that he wanted to meet Hallgrímur immediately, or he would speak to the police about Ragnar's murder and the murder of Benedict from Hrón. He said he knew that Hallgrímur and Vili were involved in both murders. He wanted Hallgrímur to meet him along the cliffs at Hillnar. It took a few minutes for Hallgrímur to understand what Ole was saying, but in the end he agreed to meet Ole at Hillnar. They hung up. I waited a couple of minutes and then went through to the living room.
Magnus and Emil listened closely, Emil scribbling in his notebook.
I think I must have made some noise at the end of the conversation, because Hallgrímur was staring at me when I came in. Did you hear that? He asked me. I should have just said no, or said I had heard something but didn't understand it. That had been my reaction our whole married life, but something snapped.
Sylvia's speech was quickening and colour was appearing in her cheeks.
I mean, I had heard my husband virtually admit that he had been involved in murdering 2 people. I suspected it already. You've seen the postcard. I just couldn't pretend I hadn't heard what I had just heard. I was suddenly angry, so angry. I had let him get away with his wickedness for years. So I started yelling. I called him a murderer. I told him he was an evil, evil man and he would go to hell. I told him he had made our family evil, Vili, Ingvar, Ole. I told him God would judge him, and he couldn't hide from that.
Sylvia swallowed.
He was shocked at first that I would stand up to him. I had never shouted at him like that. Of course I had been angry with him before, countless times, but always I used to say nothing. Then he said, "Don't talk to me like that, you old cow." And I told him I would go to the police and tell them everything he had done. "Don't you dare," he shouted. "If you go to the police, I will kill you too." I couldn't stand being in the cottage with him a moment longer, so I stormed outside, slamming the door. I found myself going down towards the church. I just wanted to sit in there to pray, to ask God what I should do. I never turned to see whether he was following me, but he must have been, because I had been in the church for less than a minute when he burst in, waving the broom. He started hitting me with it. A couple of years ago that would have really hurt, but he was a very old man, and nowhere near as strong as he used to be, whereas She gave a small smile. I seemed to be stronger than him now. What happened? Said Magnus. He hit me with the broom. I pushed him over so he fell on the floor. And then I was overcome with rage. I jumped on him, grabbed his hair, and banged his head on the floor. Several times. He was screaming. There was a crack, and then he went quiet. She took a deep breath. He was dead. I didn't know what to do. I fled. I got in my car and drove away. To church. I thought if I got to church in Stikisholmur, maybe I could say that I had been there for the whole service. But when I crept in, I knocked over some hymn books and everyone saw me. And when I was sitting there in the pew thinking, I realized that I must have left my fingerprints all over everything. But somehow you didn't seem to notice, Sylvia said to Emil. Because your grandson did such a good job of messing up the crime scene afterwards, said Emil. Why did you do that, dear? Magnus was about to explain about how he was covering for Ollie, but caught himself at the last minute. That was an offence he did not want to admit to. I was looking for evidence, he lied lamely. Emil snorted. So, I killed your grandfather, Magnus. I know it was a sin, and I have repented and asked for God's forgiveness. He was an evil man. It was God's will that he should die a nasty death, and I suppose it was God's will that I should bring that about. She smiled at Magnus. I'm glad you escaped him. You ruined his family, our children. They always did what he wanted. He drove poor Margaret to drink and stopped her going to America with Ragnar. Vili and Ingvar wanted to get away from him, but they couldn't. Hardelgrimur seemed to have some hold over Vili. I don't know what. And though Ingvar tried to keep his distance, he couldn't manage it. Hardelgrimur could always bend him to do his will. It might have been Ingvar who killed Benedict and Ragnar, but you can be absolutely sure that Hardelgrimur put the idea in his head. Some story about family loyalty, revenge for past deaths, a feud. You heard that schoolteacher, Benedict's son, talking about how his own grandfather had been killed by Hardelgrimur's father, and then how Benedict had pushed Hardelgrimur's father off a cliff on his horse. I think all that was true, and that would be enough for Hardelgrimur to fire up his sons to take revenge. Sylvia shook her head. And I watched it. I watched it all and did nothing. Was Ingvar angry about the loan? Emil asked. Oh, Hardelgrimur told me all about the loan, Sylvia said. He thought that was very funny, that Ingvar believed he was going to inherit all that money and he was actually going to get nothing. Yet Ingvar still did what Hardelgrimur told him, Emil asked. Oh, yes, Sylvia said. That's how he controlled Ingvar, don't you see? That's how he controlled all his children, playing with them, dangling something in front of them and snatching it away. Ingvar may be 60, but he would still do anything for his father's approval. The tougher Hardelgrimur was on him, the more desperate Ingvar was for praise. Kolbeinn was like that too, and Margaret, and Hardelgrimur knew it too. He loved it. What about Kolbeinn? Magnus asked. Kolbeinn is a good man, Sylvia said, and not too bright. He just did what his father told him, but I don't think he knew what his father and brothers were up to. Neither did Anita. You know, her grandmother sent me a message once, to open my eyes and see what was in front of me.
I listened to that message. Anita's grandmother was a wise woman.
Was? Is she dead now? Emil asked.
Oh, she's been dead at least 40 years, Sylvia said.
Emil frowned and wrote down her words anyway.
Ingvar shouldn't have shot Anita. I am surprised Willy allowed that. Willy and Anita...
Yes, said Magnus.
Sylvia hesitated. Willy and Anita liked each other. Willy will have been angry at Ingvar for shooting her, I am sure.
Why did you start the fire in the cottage? Emil asked.
I wanted to destroy the evidence. I knew that there would be letters from Willy to Hallgrímur, perhaps from Ingvar too, and you police have all these scientific methods. But I also wanted to destroy Hallgrímur. I wanted to get rid of his things, of his possessions, of him. He was an evil man. He's in hell now, I know he is.
And your memory? Asked Emil. You are not suffering from Alzheimer's?
Yes, I think I am beginning to. And when I came back to Bjarnahöfen from the church at Stykkishólmur, I was confused. I couldn't believe what I had done, and I didn't understand why no one was arresting me. Then I saw everyone was treating me like a muddled old lady, not like a murderer. So I played up the confusion.
You don't sound confused now, said Emil.
I'm not, said Sylvia.
Emil showed her his notes. In that case, if I take you to the station and type them up into a statement, will you sign it?
Sylvia nodded.
Thank you. Now, will you follow me, please?
Sylvia hesitated. I have one question before we go.
Yes, said Emil.
Are you allowed chickens in jail?
Chapter 31. They had just squeezed into Emil's car, leaving Detective Björn with Gabrielle, when Emil's phone rang.
Yes? Yes. Let me think. I'll call you back. Emil put down his phone and turned to Magnus. Ingvar wasn't with the old farmer. He'd been there this morning, but the farmer can't say when. Emil frowned. I wonder where he's gone.
He doesn't know that we know Willy's death wasn't suicide? Magnus asked.
We shouldn't do, said Emil,
which means he is probably still hoping he's in the clear.
So he could be coming back to the clinic? Emil said.
Why don't you give him a call? Said Magnus. Tell him you want a second opinion about Willy. Tell him to meet you at Swine Lake. He'll be bound to come. There will be plenty of people around to arrest him.
Emil grinned. Not a bad idea.
He turned to Sylvia.
I am sorry, but I am going to have to take you back into the house with the other detective for a few minutes.
I hope you catch him, said Sylvia.
Emil hurried Sylvia back into the house.
You drive, he said to Magnus as he returned to the car. I've got some calls to make.
Magnus switched seats and drove Emil's car out of town towards the Berserkjörn and Swine Lake. Emil's first call was to Ingvar. The doctor answered after the second ring. The conversation was brief and matter-of-fact.
He said he'd do it, Emil said to Magnus with a grin. Where is he? I don't know, but he said he'd be at Swine Lake in 15 minutes. Excellent.
Next was Baldur. Magnus could only hear Emil's side of the conversation. It was clear there was some initial prevarication from the inspector, but then he seemed to understand Emil's plan and go along with it. Then Emil called Runar to tell him the plan and arrange for one of the few policemen still available to come to Ingvar's house and escort Sylvia back to the station. They passed the small hill of Helgafell and accelerated over the long stretch of fast road towards the Berserkjörn. Bjarnahöfen Fell was clearly visible ahead. A lone car passed them in the other direction. Magnus thought he recognized the driver, if not the vehicle, and twisted around to look.
Who was that? Asked Emil.
No one, said Magnus, turning his attention back to the road ahead. But if he hadn't known she was in America, Magnus would have sworn he had just seen Ingeleif. Tota lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, dicta blaring in her ears from her iPod. She wished Uncle Willy would come back. She even wished Amma was here, so they could watch Iceland Idol together. And most of all, she hoped that her dad would call from the hospital with news about her mum. She felt alone and scared. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had been so angry with her mother after Afia had been murdered, angry with a lot of them. It seemed to her that she was the only one who really cared that he had died. Even Amma didn't seem too bothered, unless perhaps the shock of it had tipped her over into old biddy confusion. It had been good for Tota to have her grandmother to look after. But then her mum had been shot too. The idea that her mum might die scared the hell out of Tota, and made her feel guilty. She and her mum had been so close when they were younger, all those horse rides they took together. Tota used to think that her mum was beautiful. Now she was embarrassed by her mother's long hair at her age. It made her look like a hippie. Mum had shown interest in the boys that Tota had started to go out with, but Tota had kept her away from them. They were her business, not her mother's. But now that she was in hospital, Tota wanted her mummy back, whole and in one piece. Then her cousin Magnus and the fat detective had arrived, asking questions about Amma. Something was up, and Tota didn't know what. But couldn't they just have stopped and rung the National Hospital like the constable with the moustache had promised to do? And hadn't? She felt, as much as heard, the door bang downstairs. The music coming through her earphones was so loud. She ripped them off and ran to her window. She was expecting Uncle Willy, but it was Ingvar's BMW downstairs. He ought to know how to get in touch with a hospital. She made her way along the landing and down the stairs. She heard banging, the sound of a cupboard door opening and closing. The noise came from just outside the kitchen. The gun cupboard. She stopped on the stairs, craned her neck down so that she could see along the hallway. Uncle Ingvar was standing by the open gun cupboard with his back to her. He was breaking open Dad's shotgun and loading it with a couple of cartridges. Someone had taken the rifle from that very cupboard before and used it to shoot her mother. Could it have been Uncle Ingvar? Maybe. Tota didn't know. But she did know that Ingvar wasn't taking the shotgun in such a hurry because he had a sudden desire to shoot ptarmigan. She crept back upstairs to her room, picked up her phone and dialed 112. She told the woman who answered what she had seen. The police would be there in a few minutes. She put down her phone. There was a creak just outside her bedroom. There, in the doorway, was her uncle, carrying the shotgun and pointing it straight at her. Magnus was passing the turnoff to the Curlingen Pass and the road to Reykjavik when Emil's radio sprang to life. It was Runar's voice. "Emergency call received from Bjarnehofen. The girl Tota has reported seeing Ingvar taking a shotgun out of the gun cupboard there. Is anyone nearby?" Emil snatched the mic. "Emil here. We are on the D54 going through the Berserkir road. Heading over there now." He put the mic down. "Bjarnehofen, now." As the radio chattered with other officers acknowledging the call, Magnus sped past the track to Swine Lake and turned onto the dirt road through the lava field for Bjarnehofen. Most of the police officers at Swine Lake, including the Viking squad, were on their way. "Damn it," said Emil. "We should never have left the shotgun there after that rifle was taken." Dead right, thought Magnus. Let's hope that Ingvar doesn't realize Toto is at home. Emil's vehicle bucked as Magnus drove it over the loose stones. Magnus lost traction as he rounded a bend too fast, but got control back just in time to avoid hurtling into the rocky lava. "There he is," Magnus said. Ahead, a BMW four-wheel drive was speeding towards them. Magnus flashed his lights, but kept his foot on the accelerator. "What are you doing?" said Emil. "Playing chicken?" said Magnus. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" The two vehicles were hurtling towards each other on the narrow track at a closing velocity of well over 100 kilometers an hour. The other car showed no signs of slowing. Magnus was good at games of chicken. The secret to victory was conspicuous, unwavering determination. He maintained his speed. They were 5 seconds away. 4. 3. Emil shifted in the seat next to Magnus. 2. Ingvar wasn't wavering either. It suddenly occurred to Magnus why. For Ingvar, a head-on collision at high speed and instant death wasn't such a bad option. It may, in fact, be the best option. Magnus took his foot off the accelerator and swerved to the right, as did Ingvar. The two vehicles dealt each other glancing blows.
Emil spun around and careered off the track into the lava field, bucking twice before ending nose down in a small depression. The seatbelt bit into Magnus's shoulders as he was flung forward and then whiplashed back into his seat. He felt blood dribbling down his forehead and into his eye. Next to him, Emil was groaning. Magnus's brain was fuzzy. It took him a moment to figure out where he was, which way was up. Then he shoved open the car door and clambered out. On the other side of the track, about 20 yards into the lava field, was Ingvar's car, leaning drunkenly on one side. 2 figures were running through the sea of stone, a man behind and a girl in front, and the man was pointing a shotgun at the girl. Ingvar and Tota. Magnus ran after them. The stone and moss were slick with rain. Magnus slipped, twisted his ankle and fell, but rolled onto his feet again in one motion. His ankle hurt as he chased after Ingvar and Tota. They had joined a narrow path through the cold lava, the Berserker's path, and were making faster progress. They stumbled over the crest of a hillock between writhing statues of gnarled stone and disappeared from view. A few seconds later, Magnus reached the path and followed them. As he crested the rise, he saw Ingvar and Tota standing in the middle of a depression of moss and congealed stone about 30 yards across and 20 feet deep, standing next to the cairn of the 2 dead Berserkers. Ingvar was pointing his shotgun at Tota, who was weeping silently. Magnus slid down the slope of the hollow along the Berserker's path. "Stop right there!" Ingvar shouted. Magnus stopped, and then took a pace forward. "I said stop, or I'll blow her head off." Tota let out a loud sob. Okay, said Magnus, raising his hands. He stopped. "Mind if I sit down?" "All right," said Ingvar. He was breathing heavily, his eyes shining, the burn mark on his face blazing purple. Magnus sat on a stone just to the side of the path and kept his eyes on Ingvar. He was about 10 yards away. "This is it, Uncle Ingvar. The police are on their way. There will be about 20 of them here in a few minutes, including the Viking squad with guns. Your car is a write-off. There is no way out of here." "I've got Tota," said Ingvar. "I can negotiate." "No, you can't," said Magnus. "You are in a god-forsaken corner of a god-forsaken island cut off from the rest of the world by a volcano. I'd say you are stuck." "What about you, Magnus?" said Ingvar. "Aren't you stuck? You murdered Dad. Now you will have to pay for it." Tota was watching Magnus with her eyes wide. "I didn't kill him," said Magnus. "Your mother did. Sylvia." "That's not true," protested Tota. "Yes, it is," said Magnus. "I'm sorry, Tota, but Amma killed Afi. She had her reasons, you could almost say good reasons, but she is a murderer." "I don't believe you," said Tota. "Neither do I," said Ingvar. "It's true." The voice came from above and behind Magnus. All 3 of the people standing around the cairn turned to see Emil panting on the rim of the hollow, his face red, wheezing audibly. "Sylvia did kill Hallgrímur." He bent down, fighting to regain his breath. "Let Tota go and give yourself up," said Magnus. "She hasn't done anything wrong." "Neither have I," said Ingvar. "It was Vili who killed Benedict Johannesson and your father. Then he killed himself." "It wasn't suicide, Ingvar. Forensics can prove it. We found the spot where you drove down to the lake and the place where you shot Vili. When we examine those clothes you are wearing now, we will find traces of Vili on you." "Did you shoot my mum, Uncle Ingvar?" Tota asked through sobs. "Of course he did," said Magnus. His eyes hardened. "And he stabbed my father, didn't you? They found a hair at the house in Duxbury where you killed him. It was yours, wasn't it? Back when you had some hair." In those days, Ingvar was not as bald as he was now, and his hair had been a sandy blonde. "I had to," said Ingvar, "to protect the family." "You mean Afi told you to?" "I was a good son," said Ingvar. His voice caught as he said it. "In the end." The anger welled up inside Magnus. A good son. Here, finally, was the moment for which Magnus had been waiting for his entire adult life. He was face to face with the man who had murdered his father, the man who had ruined his life, ruined Ollie's life, changed everything for both of them. And how did his father's killer justify what he had done? He was a good son. Magnus hated Ingvar with every sinew of his body, more than he had ever hated anyone before. But he had to remain calm, for Tota's sake. Focus on her. Change the subject to something less charged. "How did you know we were onto you, Ingvar?" "I called into the clinic. My receptionist said that the police had been looking for me, and some of them were armed. I knew that wasn't just a casual call for more questions." "You should have given yourself up then," said Magnus. "There's nothing you can do now. Killing Tota won't achieve anything." In the distance, Magnus could hear sirens. Ingvar really didn't have any options, but the key was to make sure that nobody died. Magnus glanced at the cairn next to Ingvar and Tota, a square, solid block of stone covered with a tablecloth of intricate patterns of moss in many shades of green, splashed with brown and orange. Under there lay the bodies of the two berserkers that had been killed over 1,000 years before, the two Swedes from long ago who had loomed so large in Magnus's childhood in Bjarnehofen, and presumably in Ingvar's. It was as if those bloodthirsty warriors had dragged Ingvar to this spot. The doctor took a deep breath. "You are right." He paused, seemed to come to a decision. "I've got 2 barrels here. One for me, and one for you. You first, I think." He pushed Tota away. She stumbled on a tangle of twisted rock and fell. Too late, Magnus realized he had made an error. If it had been plausible that Vili should take his own life, how much more plausible would it be that Ingvar, cornered as he was, would take his, and take Magnus with him? Magnus was too far away to jump Ingvar, too close to get away from him. "Ingvar!" Behind him, Magnus heard a gasp and the sound of a heavy weight rolling down a slope. He turned to see Emil tumbling to the bottom of the hollow. Magnus rushed over to him. "Stop, Magnus!" Magnus ignored Ingvar and knelt over the detective, who had come to rest on his side. With a heave, he rolled him over onto his back, all the time expecting to hear the report of the shotgun and feel a hail of lead striking him. "He's not breathing," Magnus said. He pulled back Emil's jacket, placed his hands on Emil's chest, and started pumping. Emil was so large and so fat, he wasn't sure he had the right place. Was it the 4th or 5th rib down? Nothing. He pressed harder, and then tried mouth to mouth. Still nothing. He turned to Ingvar. "You're a doctor, Ingvar. Help me here, and then blow your own head off. Help me save him." Ingvar hesitated. He began to raise the shotgun towards Magnus. Then hesitation left him. He laid the gun down on the cairn and ran over to where Magnus was scrabbling at Emil's chest. He pushed Magnus out of the way, pressed into the rolls of fat around Emil's neck, searching for an artery, pulled back his shirt, felt with his fingers through the fat for the right spot, placed both hands on his chest and pumped. Again and again. Then he too tried mouth to mouth, and then pumped again. Magnus sat back and watched. "Call the police, Magnus. Tell them to bring a defibrillator down here. They should have one with them. If this works, he'll still need shocking." Magnus reached into Emil's jacket pocket and found his phone. He made the call. After about 30 seconds, Ingvar glanced up at him. "It's working. I'm feeling something." More mouth to mouth. Emil's eyes flickered. Ingvar kept on pumping. A minute later, Ingvar stopped. He was sweating and breathing hard. He straightened himself and leaned back, still on his knees. "You take over for a minute," he said to Magnus. Magnus was just beginning to move back towards Emil when a loud bang went off in his ears, and the back of Dr. Ingvar's head erupted all over his last patient. Magnus turned in shock. The 15-year-old schoolgirl was standing astride the cairn, holding the shotgun, her face expressionless. "Tota?" Magnus said. "Why? Why did you do that?" "He killed my uncle. He killed your father. He shot at my mother. He probably killed Afe.
He deserved to die.
Magnus stared at Hallgrímur Gunnarsson's granddaughter for a moment. Then he pushed Ingvar's bloody body aside and resumed pumping Emil's chest. Chapter 32. It took a while to sort out the mess. Magnus kept Emil's heart going until reinforcements arrived from Swine Lake with a defibrillator. Emil was then packed into an ambulance for the long drive down to Reykjavik's National Hospital. Baldur arrested Magnus and Tota. Magnus understood and went quietly. By the time he had got to Stykkishólmur police station, Emil had called Baldur from the ambulance to explain that Sylvia, not Magnus, had murdered Hallgrímur. Magnus himself insisted that one of Edda's people check his hands for gunshot residue. He didn't want a lawyer putting the idea in Tota's mind that it was Magnus, not she, who had shot their uncle. They found nothing, of course. Then Adam took a full statement. After a call to the police commissioner, Baldur had removed himself from the investigation into Hallgrímur's murder, although he stayed in charge of the investigations into Vilji and Ingvar's deaths and Anita's shooting. Inspector Thorstein from Keflavik was on his way up to Stykkishólmur to take over from Emil. After Magnus had kicked his heels in the cell for a couple of hours, Adam returned to let him out.
"You can go now, Magnus, but please remain in this area. We'll need to talk to you some more."
"Of course," said Magnus. "How's Emil?"
"He's conscious and proclaiming your innocence," said Adam. "He's at the National Hospital. Apparently Anita is much better as well."
"Excellent," said Magnus. He followed Adam along the corridor. He wondered what the hell he should do. He was wearing the sweatshirt and jeans he had put on that morning at Little Hrone. The clothes and his coat he had been wearing when he was arrested had been taken away for examination. His wallet and his phone were still at the prison. As for his car, he had no idea where that was now, except he was sure that forensic officers would have crawled all over it. Presumably the police had let Ollie go, and he was somewhere in Stykkishólmur. His brother had some serious questions to answer, but Magnus couldn't face confronting him right then. Perhaps he should call Sibba. Even though she was no longer his lawyer, she would be willing to help. Poor Sibba. At least it looked as if her father hadn't actually murdered anyone himself, after all. Magnus contemplated the destruction of Hallgrímur's family. His wife and granddaughter held on suspicion of murder. 3 of his 4 children dead, plus his son-in-law, Magnus's father. His grandson, Ollie, messed up. And all of it Hallgrímur's fault. It was extraordinary how much damage one man could cause. Who was left to clear up the mess? Kolbeinn would find it hard to cope. Anita, perhaps, when she recovered. Gabrielle, Sibba, and him. "Hey, Magnus, you look lost without a cell to go to." Magnus turned to see Vigdis grinning at him. They both hesitated, and then she gave him a hug. They broke apart. "You never thought I killed anyone, did you, Vigdis?" "Of course not," she said. "I knew beating up an old man wasn't your thing." "Thanks for all your help. I'm lucky to work with someone like you." "No problem." Her voice was casual, but she was smiling. Then the smile went. There's someone waiting for you. In the lobby." Magnus looked through the window of the door in the corridor and saw Ingaliv sitting on a chair, staring into space, an unopened book on her lap. "I've got to go," Vigdis said. "The paperwork from this mess is going to take a month." She turned and strode rapidly down the corridor, away from the lobby. "Vigdis!" Magnus called after her, but she ignored him. Magnus pushed through the doors. Ingaliv stood up to face him. She was wearing a big red waterproof coat. Her eyes were tired and puffy, and her blonde hair was a creasy mess. Despite that, she looked gorgeous, at least to Magnus. "You look terrible," she said. "Thanks," said Magnus, grinning. "Sorry," said Ingaliv. "For what?" "You know." She walked up to him and kissed him softly on the cheek. "I was stupid, selfish, but I'm not any more. Can I give you a lift?" "Sure," said Magnus, "but I'm not sure where to." "I booked us 2 rooms at the Hotel Búðir," Ingaliv said. "Yours has a view of the Snæfellsjökull.
You know, Haraldur Laxness used to go there to write. As did Benedict Johannesson, said Magnus. Do you want to come? Asked Ingeleif. Her grey eyes were unsure. Magnus realized she was nervous. Of course, said Magnus. He smiled. But I don't understand why we need 2 rooms. Ingeleif's eyes lit up, and she reached up to kiss him again. Hard this time, on the mouth. Hey, there are the Northern Lights! Ingeleif jumped out of bed and skipped across the room to the window. It's beautiful. Yes, it is. Their room faced west, towards the glacier. The night sky was clear, and moonlight slipped over Ingeleif's naked body. Behind her, through the window, Magnus could see a shimmering green curtain hovering above the pale white of the snow-capped volcano, the mountain's lower slopes a deeper black against the dark night sky. She turned to him. Why are you smiling? Why not? Said Magnus. It had been a wonderful evening. Magnus had never been to the Hotel Boudir before. It was too close to Bjarnarhofen for his father to include it on one of their trips to Iceland. It was a magnificent location. To the north rose a dramatic wall of mountains and waterfalls that divided the peninsula. To the east stretched a long, curved beach. To the south was the sea. And to the west a lava field, within which stood a small, isolated wooden church, and beyond that, the glacier. On a clear evening, with the sun slanting low, throwing a soft light on the yellow grass and green and brown moss, it was one of the most beautiful places Magnus had ever seen. They had gone for a short walk down to the sea, through the ruins of an abandoned fishing village, and then had dinner. Although it had only been a week since they had seen each other, it felt much longer. She was different. He was different. They were different. They had made love, a joyful reunion of lust and tenderness. Hey, I have a question for you, said Ingeleif, skipping back to bed next to him. Yes? Do you fancy coming to Hamburg? I'd like to show you the gallery and the city. Yeah, okay, said Magnus. What about Kerem? Do I get to meet him too? I think I'm going to have a conversation with Kerem. He won't like it. So, no, I don't think you will get to meet him. Magnus pulled her towards him and kissed her. I would love to see you in Hamburg. She ran her fingers over his chest. How are you? She said. Magnus felt like asking her, how am I about what? But he knew what she meant. I'm glad I finally know what happened to him. To Dad. Who killed him? I've wanted to know for so long. It's good you came here, Ingeleif said. The answer was in Iceland all the time. Yes. Although in reality, it wasn't Ingvar who killed Dad. It was my grandfather. Ingvar was just his instrument, as was Vili. And now he's been avenged, Ingeleif said. Does that feel good? No, said Magnus. You would have thought it would, but it doesn't. It's a tragedy that my father is dead, that he died so young. It turns out that the fact that I know who was behind it and that that person is dead doesn't change that tragedy. They lay in silence for a minute, thinking. What about your police work? What do you mean? Magnus asked. Ever since I've known you, I've got the feeling that it was the desire to solve your father's murder that drove you on to solve all those others. Now you've done it. Will you keep going? I don't know, said Magnus. Ingeleif was right. His father's murder had driven him to become a homicide detective and had given him the determination to wade through the messy tragedies of one investigation after another. I think I will. Dad's murder has shaped my life. It changed me. I can't go back now, even if I do know who killed him. And I understand all those other people whose lives have been ruined by murder. I'll still want to help them. One last question, said Ingeleif with a small smile. Yes? What do you think about having sex 3 times in one night? I'm all in favor, said Magnus. Ingeleif giggled, pulled herself up onto her knees, and kissed him. Thursday, the 22nd of April,
2010. The first day of summer. Magnus and Ingeleif had an early breakfast at the hotel, and then Ingeleif drove them back to Stykkishólmur, the early morning sun glowing yellow and pink off the white cap of the Snæfellsjökull. When they reached Stykkishólmur, Ingeleif let Magnus out at the petrol station on the main road and waited for him in the car. A small group of people huddled in their coats, bags at their feet. One of them stood apart from the others, smoking a cigarette. "Hi, Ollie," Magnus said. Ollie glanced at his brother and then turned away, staring out towards the snow-capped mountains to the south. "Hi." "Couldn't let you go without saying goodbye," said Magnus. "Sorry you have to take the bus. I'll give you a lift all the way to the airport, but the police want me to stick around here." "I know what that feels like," said Ollie. "Is your flight confirmed for this afternoon?" Magnus asked. "Who knows? They seem to be opening up the airspace over Europe, so they ought to let me back to the States. At least I've got my passport back." He shivered. It was only a couple of degrees above freezing. "What's all this crap about the first day of summer?" "Icelandic joke," said Magnus. It was exactly a year since he had arrived in Iceland, on the first day of summer 2009. A lot had happened in that time. "They all get the day off. There will be a parade in Reykjavik. I think I'll skip that," said Ollie. He took a drag on his cigarette. "Are they bringing charges against you?" "Not for murder, no. But they might for interfering with a crime scene. I don't know. We'll see. That won't be good for your career, will it?" "It would be disastrous, but the police commissioner likes me, or at least he used to like me." "Lucky you," said Ollie. Even though Ollie had yet to face him, Magnus could sense the hostility glowing from his brother in the cold. Magnus felt the resentment build inside him. After all he had done for his brother, the risks he had taken, he deserved some thanks, surely. "You screwed up the crime scene on purpose?" said Ollie, turning to him at last, as if reading Magnus's thoughts. Magnus nodded. "I guess you must have thought I really did kill Afi." Magnus nodded again. "You know now I didn't kill him, right?" "Right," said Magnus, "but I know you intended to." Ollie shrugged. "He was an old bastard, you know. He destroyed our family." "He did," said Magnus. A bus pulled into the petrol station and opened its doors. The driver jumped out, opened up the luggage doors beneath the seats, and began to stow bags as the small group formed a line to get on. "Ollie?" Magnus asked. "Yes?" "You knew about Dad's murder, didn't you? That Ingvar killed him." "Actually, I thought it was Vili. I didn't know it was Ingvar." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I was scared," Ollie said. "I was always scared of Afi. You know that. I've spent my whole life being scared of him. I would have protected you. I did tell Dad, you know, about that writer Benedict's murder, Joe's father. When I was a little kid at Bjarnarhofen, I overheard Afi and Uncle Vili talking about it. It must have been the night after it happened. I didn't really understand what they were saying, but they caught me and told me never to breathe a word. I didn't tell anyone for 11 years, and when I did tell Dad, they killed him." Magnus knew his brother. He was lying, or at least he was not telling the whole truth. "They killed him? You didn't?" "Of course not," said Ollie. "I was at the beach with a girl the whole afternoon. A bunch of people saw us. You know that." "That was true. But you helped them, didn't you? You helped Afi and Vili and Ingvar." Those three were all dead now. There was no one to tell what Ollie's role in their father's death really was, apart from Ollie himself. "Can't you just drop this, man? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Let it go, Magnus. Let it go. It was our father, Ollie. How can I let it go?" Ollie threw his cigarette onto the ground. Anger flared in his eyes. "Look, Magnus, that bald-headed police guy, he's even called Baldy or something. Do you know what he's done?" "No," said Magnus. "He's been in touch with the police in the States. They are going to reopen Dad's murder. They are going to interview me. And according to Baldy, they are going to arrest me and put me in jail." "Baldur can't know that," said Magnus. "Is he wrong?" said Ollie, his eyes alight with anger and fear. "Tell me that, cop brother. Is he wrong?" Magnus didn't answer. It seemed highly likely to him that Ollie was implicated in their father's murder in some way. and he was certainly implicated in the cover-up. While it was true that many of the key suspects were now dead, Ollie could easily end up in jail.
"And when they ask you to testify, what will you say, big brother? You'll tell them everything you can to screw me, won't you?"
"No," said Magnus. "I'll tell them the truth."
"Precisely," said Ollie.
He spat the word out, lacing it with bitterness.
"That's something you never quite understood, did you, Magnus? The truth isn't always good. Sometimes the truth can be bad, real bad."
"They won't lock you up, Ollie," Magnus said. "I'll find a way to stop them." But even as he said it, he didn't believe it. Ollie was right. In this case, maybe the truth was bad. It was, after all, what Magnus had always been scared of, what Ollie had done his best to hide from. The last of the crowd was almost on the bus. Ollie looked away, back towards the mountains in the distance, fighting back the frustration.
"I told you to leave this alone all along, but you didn't listen. Joe, you, Afi, Uncle Villy, you all talk about revenge like it's something honorable. Well, believe me, Magnus, if I go to jail for this, you'll know about revenge, and it won't be honorable. I will bring you down with me."
Magnus saw the hatred in Ollie's eyes. Many times over the years he had seen fear, insecurity, deceit, and greed in his brother, but never such pure hatred. It unnerved him. Ollie turned and climbed onto the bus. The driver shut the door, and the bus pulled away on the long journey back to Reykjavik. Magnus watched it go. He had hoped that in solving his father's murder, he had put the past back in its box. But now he knew his father's murder would remain with him.